Amidst the thick white clouds, where divine birds spread their wings and soar through the blue sky, a magnificent palace appears. This place does not belong to the mortal realm, it is the sanctuary for thousands of disciples. Tion Shien Palace is a desolate, remote area located in the far north of the Tianlong Empire, built upon a snow-capped mountain, possessing a legacy of 100 years. Within the palace, there are thousands of disciples, the majority of whom are female. Whenever they practice, they always stand out, each one as beautiful as a flower. At that moment, on a high rock ledge, a figure silently practices. This is a corner of Tion Shien Palace. The spear's tip flies swiftly, its speed like a lightning bolt tearing through the air. Tion Yun tightly grips the lance, his hands trembling violently, his whole body shaking uncontrollably. He sighs, without blood chi, is it impossible to cultivate? Without hesitation, he lifts the spear and strikes with a powerful technique, the tip slicing through the air. Tion Yun, unwilling to accept defeat, shouts in agitation, "No." With a leap, Tion Yun propels himself into the air, the lance in his hand descending with great force. He blames himself, "It must be because I am not working hard enough." He strives to concentrate on the strike. After a while of practicing, Tion Yun was exhausted, his breath quick and heavy rhythms echoed. Without saying a word, Tion Yun planted the lance into the ground, his breath still unstable, his hand gripping the lance shaking slightly. He bowed his head, using the spear as a drum, letting each weary breath fall into the silence. Trying to speak in a stutter, "I." Under the blinding sunlight, Tion Yun staggered and swayed, as if every ray of light was heavy on his shoulders. "I can't stand anymore." Finally, he let go, the lance fell hard against the cold stone floor. Tion Yun knelt between heaven and earth, coughing a few times, making his body even more fatigued. Suddenly, a woman's voice sounded from behind, "Young master." Shaolian stepped closer, her expression worried. She hurriedly asked with concern, "Why did you go outside to practice again? You'll hurt yourself like this." Immediately, Shaolian draped a cloak over him. Beneath the fabric, his body still trembled from cold and exhaustion, but Tion Yun still made an effort to reassure her, "Shaolian, I'm fine. I just want to move my bones a little." Shaolian adjusted the hem of her dress and gently replied, "You are the young master of our Tion Shien Palace, how can you neglect your health?" She supported Tion Yun and they walked forward together, her words carrying a hint of reproach. "The palace master told me to bring you to the main hall. If she sees you like this, she will worry again. How many times do I have to tell you to take care?" Tion Yun remained silent, his gaze lowered, listening to every word. Sweat trickled down his forehead as he weakly called out, "Shaolian." Seeing this, Shaolian turned and looked at him puzzled. Without delay, his gaze was unusually determined. Tion Yun wanted her to confirm something, "Without blood chi, will I die if I continue practicing? But even so, I won't easily give up." As soon as Tion Yun finished speaking, she lowered her head, her expression sorrowful, not daring to meet his gaze, her eyes lost in thought, "Young master." When the two stood before the steps of the main hall, he raised his hand to urge her, "We should hurry, the palace master is still waiting for us in the main hall." As they stepped into the hall, a series of gazes from the female disciples immediately turned towards Tion Yun. "It's him. What is he doing here?" As soon as he appeared, harsh and venomous words rang out, showing no restraint whatsoever. "I really don't understand why the master allows this useless person to stay. Isn't it all because of his aunt? If not, this useless person would have been thrown out of the Tion Shien Palace long ago." Tion Yun remained silent, continuing to walk alone, his shoulders weighed down by the slanderous remarks behind him. Men only know how to hide behind women. Useless person. Useless person. Useless person. The prying eyes made him feel extremely inferior. They hate and resent me. Aside from being a useless martial artist who could die at any moment, there's one more point: I am the son of the previous master. The Tion Shien Palace has a clear rule that the current palace master absolutely cannot marry or have children. He pondered, his eyes filled with sorrow. My mother went against the rules, after giving birth to me, she ran off with a man. Tion Yun's hands tightened into fists, yet they trembled as if trying to suppress all the swirling emotions. His mother's whereabouts were still unknown to this day. Lost in thought, a voice rang out, shattering the silence. Tion Yun, you have finally arrived. Shaolian bowed her head respectfully. Palace Master. Lei Yun questioned, are you sneaking off to train again? The newcomer was the Palace Master of Tion Shien Palace, Lei Yun. A soft light spread, reflecting her pure and powerful inner self. Tion Yun called out to her in a warm voice, Auntie. Lei Yun looked at him and noticed his disheveled appearance. She hurriedly asked, Tion Yun, you don't look well. Are you okay? Tion Yun gently glanced at her, his gaze tender, then slowly replied, I'm fine. Suddenly, Tion Yun recalled past memories. Lei Yun would gently comfort him whenever he cried. When Tion Yun felt insecure, it was she who provided him a support to lean on. He thought to himself, this aunt is not related by blood, she is the mother of the host's home who entrusted her son to her. In the memories of the host's home, Lei Yun was like his older sister, always growing up alongside him. Normally when practicing, I always keep myself close, so that no one can bully me. Lei Yun's eyes sparkled as she saw Tion Yun in a daze, and she asked him, Tion Yun, why are you distracted? Lei Yun lightly tapped his head, her words were reproachful but carried a deep concern. You're practicing, I'm not blaming you, but you must not overexert yourself. Otherwise, you'll know the consequences. She slowly took out a box and placed it in front of Tion Yun. By the way, I have something I want to give you. He focused on the box, his face clearly showing confusion. What is this? When the box was opened, a pill appeared before his eyes. It was the Long Blood God pill. Upon seeing what was inside, everyone knew. The Long Blood God pill is quite precious, it can replenish a lot of blood qi. This must have cost a great price. Lei Yun's eyes dimmed, carrying a hint of hesitation. That's right, this Long Blood God pill, you should take it. It might improve and increase the changes in the blood qi within your body. She lovingly reached out to gently touch Tion Yun's cheek. He started to speak, but, before he could finish, Lei Yun cut him off. No buts, recovering your body well is the greatest repayment you can give to me. Do you understand? The female disciple ran over in surprise, hurriedly reporting, Master, the people from the Tion Ling sect have arrived. Tion Yun's eyes narrowed, a cold and sharp hatred gradually becoming evident. 3 words screamed in his mind, Tion Ling sect. Tion Yun was once again engulfed by thoughts, silently organizing everything in his head by levels. In this mainland realm, power is divided into 5 ranks. The 5th rank is the Divine Kingdom, the 4th rank is the Empire, the 3rd rank is the Mansion, the 2nd rank is the Sect, and the 1st rank is the Palace. The Tion Ling sect is a force 1 rank above the Tion Shien Palace. Lei Yun wasted no time, immediately turning to leave, but not forgetting to express her concern, reminding him, Tion Yun, I will handle a few matters first, you just take a good rest. Then she commanded, all disciples, follow me. Tion Yun stood still, his gaze following her figure as it faded away. He also understood part of the reason for the Tion Ling sect's presence here. The arrival of the Tion Ling sect here is meant to threaten the Tion Shien Palace, to compete for the quota to enter the ancient ruins. Tion Yun blamed himself, it's all because I am too weak, unable to help with anything. Thinking of himself is useless, he suddenly felt truly small. A wave of sadness rose up. I wonder if the Long Blood God pill, so precious, can help me recover some blood qi. Tion Yun bowed his head, closed his eyes, and let out a sigh full of helplessness. At that moment, a shadow stepped in front of him and coughed slightly, startling Tion Yun. He slowly raised his head, his gaze still hazy as he looked at the person in front of him. Before Tion Yun stood Feng Shen, an outside sect disciple of Tion Shien Palace, along with a few others blocking his path. He smiled and said, I say young master, could you give us that Long Blood God pill? Recently we've been a bit short, and perhaps we'll be able to break through. Anyway, it won't do you any good, so why not hand it over to us? Anger surged within him, Tion Yun gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on him, full of fury. He silently cursed them in his heart, these bastards were all forced into Tion Shien Palace by Tion Ling sect, coming here to look for doubt partners. Tion Yun decisively replied, Fang Shen, what if I say I won't give it to you? He stepped forward, advancing close to Tion Yun's face, a smug demeanor evident, the distance between them almost suffocating. Fang Shen gritted his teeth, each word hissing through clenched jaws, not giving it. Don't think you can celebrate and then refuse to take punishment. Do you really feel capable just because you think you have the palace master backing you? He scoffed, mocking Tion Yun, aren't you just a useless person, a bastard, daring to act so arrogantly in front of us? Fearless of his opponent, Tion Yun met his gaze with fierce, sharp eyes, his voice icy, do you want to die? Fang Shen clenched his fist tightly, raising his arm high, preparing to strike him, I think you're just tired of living. The fist shot forward, landing squarely on Tion Yun's face. He cried out in pain. Before he could react, Tion Yun was struck, his body losing all balance as he collapsed to the ground, dust flying everywhere. Suddenly, the box fell to the ground, bursting open, and the long blood god pill rolled out. Seeing this, the eyes of Fang Shen's companion widened, and he exclaimed joyfully, hey! It's a pill. Despite being beaten to the extent that his body was covered with numerous large and small wounds, Tion Yun remained alert, his inner self in turmoil, not good. Fang Shen laughed loudly, his laughter echoing in the air, the ultimate long blood god pill. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly reached out to grab it, shouting, it's mine. Without any hesitation, Tion Yun lunged forward, gripping his wrist tightly, promptly halting this blatant act of robbery, his voice slightly threatening, take your dirty hands off it. At that moment, he immediately bent down, opening his mouth towards the divine pill on the ground. Just like that, the long blood god pill settled comfortably in Tion Yun's mouth. Seeing this, Fang Shen and the others gaped in astonishment. He grimaced, shouting angrily and losing control, did you really just eat my long blood god pill? You want to die? Kill him for me. Just as he was trying to swallow the divine pill, Fang Shen lunged towards him. At that moment, a dazzling beam of light suddenly erupted, enveloping him in a glorious aura. Tion Yun resolutely said, even if I die, I won't give you the divine pill. As his words echoed, immediately, the system displayed a message that made Tion Yun widen his eyes. Congratulations to player Tion Yun for successfully activating the crazy level up system. Everything before him seemed to be in chaos. Tion Yun was completely stunned, not understanding what was happening. He wondered, what is that sound? What has happened? Tion Yun placed his hands on the ground and slowly stood up, suddenly realizing, it seems time has stopped. A notification panel from the system unexpectedly appeared before him, leaving Tion Yun dumbfounded. A question mark appeared in his mind, player Tion Yun has gained 1000 experience points. Next, the system suddenly activated, and his body's performance emitted a kind of light that enveloped the entire space. Congratulations echoed, congratulations to player Tion Yun for leveling up, reaching the first level of the refined body stage. Congratulations to player Tion Yun for leveling up, reaching the second level of the refined body stage. Congratulations to player Tion Yun for leveling up, reaching the fifth level of the refined body stage. He could hardly believe his eyes. Tion Yun questioned, crazy level up system. Player, a transparent system panel suddenly appeared, showing the status loading in the loading world. He clenched his fists, a surge of power wanting to erupt within Tion Yun's body. He exclaimed, this feeling of power. Harnessing this strength, Tion Yun charged forward and delivered a fatal punch to Fang Shen. He commanded them, get away from me. Seeing him easily defeated, the accomplice turned pale, his eyes wide, shouting loudly in panic, Fang Shen. A wealth of energy surged within him. He stood still, focusing intently on his hands. Tion Yun's eyes blazed with a determined fire, unshakable. He smiled, the power I hold, is this the madness of the leveling system? After swallowing the blood dragon divine pill and inadvertently activating the leveling system, Tion Yun could finally fight back against the outside sect disciples, especially Fang Shen. Clutching his injured spot, Fang Shen incredulously said, you are at the fifth level of the refined body stage. Impossible. In this realm, levels are divided into 9 stages, refined body, spirit tempering, core condensation, nascent spirit, core transformation, pills, spirit king, saint king, and finally divine king. Tion Yun looked down at him, answered coldly, is it possible or not? You just need to come and confirm it yourself. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel astonished. I never expected a dragon blood pill would help me level up this much. Hearing this, Fang Shen was very perceptive and bowed his head. Please spare me. I was wrong. I won't dare ask for your pill again. Tion Yun, with a disdainful expression, stated his terms. One is to leave, and the other is to lie there. I will give you a chance. He trembled, remaining silent. Seeing this, Tion Yun turned and walked away. Suddenly, he drew a dagger from his body, reflecting his cowardly expression. Fang Shen rushed in, seething with resentment, shouting, then go die for me. However, before he could touch Tion Yun keenly turned around, grabbed his neck, and slammed him hard into the ground. Still want to ambush me? Tion Yun tightly gripped the dagger in his hand and forced him to stab himself. After that, he added a kick, sending him flying far away. Finally, Fang Shen lost consciousness. A disciple nearby exclaimed, Fang Shen. At this moment, Tion Yun realized that the dagger was laced with deadly poison. The system screen displayed a notification, congratulating him for defeating a disciple of the Tianling sect. In addition, there are skills and pills as rewards. Tion Yun was astonished. Can treasures explode out? Killing monsters can cause treasures to explode. The system displayed the information and current stats of Tion Yun on the screen. He quickly realized, this is exactly the attributes of the game. For a gaming addict like me, this is as easy as flipping my hand over. Tion Yun exclaimed joyfully. The system sent another notification. Congratulations player Tion Yun for successfully activating the character, obtaining a new reward. Would you like to open it? Of course, Tion Yun chose to open it. The reward included a 10x experience card, 2 recovery pills, and a gift for new players. He happily said, great. Crossed over to this body with no abilities, unexpectedly I have this leveling system. As long as I level up crazily, my attributes will also become crazily strong. Suddenly a choice line caught his attention. Huh. So many crazy options. Tion Yun curiously clicked on it. The system revealed information about the skill, specifically that using it would double the usage times of everything. Tion Yun joyfully shouted, everything doubles, and it's at level 1 effectiveness. This is truly a divine skill. He couldn't control himself and smirked. The effectiveness of the cultivation could level up twice, and there was also a double usage effect. This meant that eating 1 pill was equivalent to eating 2. Suddenly, he noticed something. Wait a minute, note that the crazy consumption of 1 point of crazy value every minute. Crazy value, 5 points. The joy was interrupted, and he sighed, damn. Consuming 1 point every minute. Now I only have 5 points, it will be consumed in an instant. What use is that? This is just from killing Fang Shen to get such a reward. This seems a bit too little. While he was focusing on the system information, outside, frantic calls kept ringing out. Fang Shen. Fang Shen. Fang Shen is gone. This caught his attention. The outside sect disciple turned to look at him and accused, you killed Fang Shen. Hearing this, he turned cold, mocked, did I kill him? If he hadn't wanted to kill me, I wouldn't have done that either. Just then, Lei Yun's voice rang out, what happened? The female disciple of Shien Palace exclaimed in shock, oh my god, someone died. Then a voice rose up, Palace Master, what happened? The person who arrived was a disciple of the Tianling sect, Fang Yun along with the second elder of the Tianling sect, Zhao Long, and other disciples. Lei Yun turned around and softly greeted, Zhao elder. Fang Yun's face turned pale when he saw the scene before him, and he hurriedly ran to the corpse of his younger brother. After examining closely, he shouted angrily, younger brother, my younger brother is dead. He looked at Tion Yun with a furious gaze and questioned, you killed my younger brother, didn't you? He coldly and frankly replied, they wanted to rob my long blood god pill. I didn't allow it, so they attacked me, I was just retaliating. As soon as he finished speaking, a disciple from Fang Shen's faction pointed at him and loudly accused, "We didn't rob his long blood god pill, he's slandering us. We just came here to stroll around, and he attacked us instead." Another disciple chimed in to embellish the story, "That's right, we really just came here to take a walk. Who knew he'd say this is his territory and then launch an attack on us? We didn't even have time to react before being counterattacked. How could our people rob the long blood god pill?" After hearing, Hua Long let out a sigh and spoke, "Sure Palace Master, you owe us an explanation. We allowed our outstanding disciples to join Tion Shien Palace for training," he accused, "originally intending to build a good relationship between our two families. We never expected that after such a trivial matter, we would be punished like this. Does Sure Palace Master want to ruin the relationship between our two families?" Lei Yun crossed his arms and calmly asked, "What do you want then?" Fang Yun stood up, pointed at Tian Yun, and loudly challenged, "You killed my younger brother, I want to engage in a life-and-death duel with you." Hua Long immediately agreed, saying, "That's right, our two families have cooperated and clarified things before. As long as we don't enter the forbidden area, there will be no punishment. Now you've injured our disciple and even killed Fang Shen." He stroked his beard and shamelessly stated, "If we overlook this, it cannot be. We will choose to have a fair duel, selecting him to represent us in a combat sparring match, and regardless of winning or losing, we will let it go." Lei Yun spread his arms, stood in front of his brother, and said, "He is not among the eligible choices. Please choose another disciple." He immediately retaliated, "Palace Master, this is not about whether he falls within the range or not, but he is challenging the authority of the Tianling sect. It seems you want to provoke the relationship between the two houses, don't you?" Lei Yun stood her ground, "No, except for him, everyone else can be chosen." As soon as she finished speaking, mocking remarks emerged from the female disciples of Tian Shien Palace behind Tian Yun. "That useless person Tian Yun has insufficient blood qi, if he goes into battle, he will definitely die and let Tian Shien Palace lose as well. That's right, this useless person has caused a big scene again, isn't he just adding more trouble for Tion Shien Palace?" He said nothing, just closed his eyes and accepted it. Hua Long continued to mock, "If I remember correctly, he may be the son born to the previous palace master. It is rumored outside that his blood qi is insufficient and he could die at any time. No wonder Palace Master sure doesn't want him to participate. Thinking about it, allowing a useless person with insufficient blood qi to participate in the competition has no hope at all." He spoke condescendingly, not allowing any refusal. However, now he is challenging the authority of the Tianling sect, even if he is a useless person. You must go up to the platform. If not, it is an insult to our Tianling sect. His words made Tian Yun clench his fists to suppress his anger. Suddenly, Lei Yun straightforwardly slapped him across the face. Hua Long was supported by his disciple, and in disbelief said, "Sure Palace Master, what do you mean by this? Are you provoking the conflict between our two houses over a useless person?" Lei Yun sarcastically replied, "Say what should be said and leave unsaid what shouldn't. Has Zhao Elder not heard? And if he is a useless person, then what are you lying on the ground? Trash." Hearing this, he stopped his disciple from hitting anyone and spoke up, "Sure Palace Master slapped me, this is clearly an insult to me. This is no longer a simple statement to end everything. If I am not mistaken, why not let him onto the platform?" Hua Long unleashed his imposing pressure, "I am not making it difficult for him, it is him who injured our disciple, and I must have an explanation." Lei Yun also wouldn't back down, radiating remarkable suppressive force, responding, "I will say it one more time, I believe Tian Yun will not hit people recklessly like that. There are those who want to seize his long blood god pill. Are they really so stubborn as to blame all the faults on the people of Tian Yun? Don't hope that I will be polite." Tian Yun looked at the oppressive atmosphere and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the aura of the strong core condensation stage." The female disciples of Tian Shien Palace and the disciples of Tianling sect were already holding their weapons, waiting for the order to charge into battle. At this moment, Tian Yun, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up, "I accept this challenge. I will represent Tian Shien Palace to participate in the match." The female disciples were shocked as they were well aware of his infamous reputation. The system simultaneously issued a mission. Tion frowned, thinking to himself, letting Tion Shien Palace achieve victory, the mission to defeat is exactly in line with my intentions. The system immediately awarded Tion 10,000 experience points, 200 gold coins, and a piece of divine armor. He marveled at the richness of the rewards. Tion contemplated, as long as I can complete this, the rewards will be substantial, especially the experience points. It's just that the quality of the acquired treasure seems a bit low. He calculated, in this world, whether weapons or treasures, they are divided into several tiers, similar to mortal iron, holy weapon, soul artifact, spiritual energy, divine weapon. But it's just a basic task. Even though it's mortal iron, Tion wouldn't bother to pay attention to it. Hua Long didn't realize he had encountered a fierce beast and kept smiling smugly. The party involved has agreed, so the palace master has nothing more to say, right? Lei Yun, anxious, warned Tion, don't talk nonsense, this isn't a joke. He exhaled, if I don't participate in the battle, will I still be considered a man? Tion had made up his mind, no one could stop him, for he believed that a coward who runs away doesn't deserve her protection. Between the two sects, Tion loudly declared his agreement to the duel. She sighed, going along with it, all right, then. Lei Yun confirmed the challenge. He scoffed, okay, we meet on the arena in half a month, and then we will fight to the death, disregarding life and death. He added another condition, the duels of other participants cannot be counted for me. Hua Long contemptuously replied, the wound on his cheek still red and painful, this is a grudge between you two, of course, it can be done. He turned sharply and brought his disciples back. Fang Yun was angry and struck Tion on the head. He gritted his teeth and insisted that he needed to prepare a coffin. Once they were out of sight, Lei Yun ordered the dispersal, and the disciples all bowed and obeyed. They whispered and chatted without care. That useless person has really caused trouble, this time, winning or losing could relate to our sect's quota. Exactly, they dared to agree to the challenge without any ability. Those words clearly reached both of them. Although he was lucky to have killed Fang Shen, Fang Yun is not comparable to Fang Shen at all. She gently reassured, when the time comes, don't force yourself, it's okay to lose, as long as you keep your life, everything will be easy to discuss. Tion smiled confidently, do you believe in me, auntie? Lei Yun was slightly surprised by this question, but quickly nodded firmly, I believe. She affectionately stroked him, worried about his special physique. Tion affirmed that he would win. He smiled and suggested, moreover, even if it means standing to die, I would not be willing to kneel to live. Let me be serious this time. Tion expressed, I don't want you to be gossiped about anymore, and I don't want you to suffer any grievances. Lei Yun was both surprised and touched, momentarily speechless. She tried to hold back a few tears, what are you saying, silly child? He wiped Lei Yun's tears. What silly child? You're not much older than I am, Tion half joked, calling me little brother would be more appropriate. She gave him a strong tap on the head, how rude. At Tion's residence, Tion fumbled, I received the level 5 reward earlier but haven't opened it yet. He wanted to see if there was anything good. The system awarded several items. Congratulations. You have unlocked the lottery function, received 3 recovery pills, the absorption skill, the divine skill from the north, and a gift that has leveled up to level 11. Tion was astonished to receive both the absorption skill and the divine skill from the north. He was extremely excited, I just leveled up to 5 and I've already obtained divine level martial arts. What else can I receive in the future? When checking the lottery, Tion pressed to open it. It appeared with rewards such as consumables, decorations, equipment, assets, skills, abilities, materials, and even types of magic. He exclaimed excitedly. Tion examined it, consumables occupy almost half, skills and abilities are quite rare, and divine skills are the least. If we go by the ratio, just a 10,000th rate means it's rigged against me. The system asked, because you have successfully activated the draw function of the lottery, we gift you an additional free draw. Would you like to start the draw now? He didn't think twice, it's a free gift anyway. It immediately started up, the clattering sound began to ring out, and Tion trembled with excitement, hoping for a divine skill. He stared intensely at the star icon, gripping his hands tightly to hold back his anticipation. The spinning slowed down, and the result was about to be revealed. Tion was filled with excitement. It must stop at a divine skill. And just as he hoped, the star icon lit up, and he jumped up in celebration. Oh yeah, it's a weapon. The system produced the item. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the Ice Power Staff, Tion exclaimed. The Ice Power Staff? It is an ice attribute attack, which reduces movement speed. He calculated, reducing speed is that godly skill. What a pity, this staff is only at the mortal iron level, the lowest rank. But everything can be upgraded, as long as there are conditions to gradually level up. Tion scrolled through a few other items and checked his information panel. The value to upgrade starts at 1000 mastery points. What are these? As long as I gain experience, it should be fine. Tion recalled, but this maddening value actually requires 100,000 points. It's really driving me crazy. The current maddening value is 5 points, all obtained from killing Feng Shen. Is it only possible to gain points by killing monsters? He sighed in frustration. That sounds too terrifying. It's basically asking for a life. Tion was curious. I wonder what the condition for winning the lottery is. It then gave a hint. The lottery system requires 1000 maddening points for one draw. He was astonished. 1000 maddening points. Tion was alert and thoughtful. Forget it, it's better not to interfere with this for now. He knew what to prioritize. His cultivation was currently at the 5th level of the refined body stage. Feng Yun was at least twice as strong as him. It seemed the only thing he could do at the moment was to level up rapidly. Tion was determined. I need to level up my cultivation if I want to win this duel. The night quickly fell, and he was still meditating. Tion felt it was time. He easily slipped out of Tion Shien Palace, maneuvering past the female disciples on patrol. Time was of the essence, and Tion dashed quickly, reaching his destination in the blink of an eye. Tion looked around and couldn't help but smile. I've arrived. A pack of white wolves surrounded him. This is truly a tremendous value. Tion was encircled by a pack of snow wolves. He calmly said, it's been a while since I've seen this. His gaze sharpened as he assessed the situation and recalled some memories. Indeed, in my memories, this isn't the first time I've come here. The host's body wanted to take the snow wolf's inner Dan to alter the blood chi within, and as a result, I almost lost my life. At that moment, a large wolf approached. Revealing its sharp fangs, it fiercely charged towards Tion, its blood-red eyes making it even more ferocious. He silently told himself, but now I have. Tion held the lance tightly in his hand, his gaze showing clear determination and high resolve. He struck the snow wolf with a spear, then shouted, I've transformed. Next, Tion was attacked by the entire pack of wolves, eager to devour him alive. Tion gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse, just in time. He lifted the spear to fend off 2 fierce wolves, channeling his internal energy and charging forward without hesitation. With a smug expression, he said, Eagle Claw Technique. Then, he grabbed one wolf and lifted it high. Tion chuckled with delight. The strength of this Eagle Claw Technique is indeed exceptional. Let me try this. Instantly, his eyes gleamed with a golden light, and he shouted excitedly, Great Spirit Absorption Technique. The unfortunate wolf was drained of its strength, and the system displayed a notification, gained 1 experience point, 2 experience points, 3 experience points. He choked the snow wolf's neck, and the Great Spirit Absorption Technique flowed through Tion's arms. The reminder system continuously announced, 12 experience points, 13 experience points. Large veins bulged under the skin, as if there were an overlapping movement between the acupoints. His experience points were increasing day by day, 36 experience points, 37 experience points. The wolf was crushed to death by Tion in a fit of rage, and finally, the notification came through, congratulations on successfully killing the snow wolf, earning 50 experience points and 3 madness points. Afraid of dirtying his hands, he quickly threw the wolf to the ground, marveling at his current strength. no wonder it's called the essence absorbing great art, it devours the energy of others while also enhancing experience. Tion felt as if he had been recharged, his face beaming with excitement. This is really not bad, let's keep going. The entire pack of wolves was mercilessly sent flying, with notifications and madness points appearing. Congratulations on successfully killing the snow wolf, earning 50 experience points and 3 madness points. Congratulations on successfully killing the snow wolf, earning 50 experience points and 3 madness points. Tion also felt a noticeable change in his body. The blood chi in my body is surging, full of inner strength. Each meridian, the steps were agile and graceful like never seen before. He silently rejoiced, his lips unconsciously curling into a smile. From now on, I am a cultivator. Tion took out his new equipment and then took the opportunity to grind experience points. He smiled confidently as he struck repeatedly at the air. The snow wolves fell like they were cut down. There are many more snow wolves, I cannot waste this. It's just the right time to test my equipment. Tion used the new equipment, moving forward, his strength radiating with immense power, shouting, "Frost strike." Immediately, the pack of snow wolves was sent flying, electrical charges bursting forth with a bright glow. The system announced, "Congratulations, you have successfully slain 5 snow wolves, earning 250 experience points and 15 frenzy points." Looking at the equipment in his hand as well as having just witnessed the power of the frost strike, Tion felt quite pleased. The power of this technique is indeed strong. He checked the items in the system inventory and felt excited beyond measure. The experience for a snow wolf is 50 points, with such an effective weapon, it must be used in conjunction with this. Using the experience card 10 times, Tion beckoned provocatively to the pack of snow wolves and confidently said, "You all come together at once." Then, Tion leaped into the air. Seeing this, the pack of wolves charged forward, wanting to tear him apart. Tion could be heard shouting continuously for a long time. After a while, the system repeatedly displayed notifications as if celebrating a victory. "Congratulations, you have successfully killed 7 snow wolves, gaining 3,500 experience points and 21 frenzy points. Congratulations, you have successfully killed 9 snow wolves, gaining 4,500 experience points and 27 frenzy points. Congratulations, you have successfully killed 5 snow wolves, gaining 2,500 experience points." Tion struggled for a time with the wolves, panting heavily and exhausted. The equipment in his hand still radiated a strong evil energy. He stood amidst the bodies of the wolves, powerful energy continued to emanate from Tion's body. The system kept ringing out, "Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to the 6th tier of the refined body stage. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to the 7th tier of the refined body stage." His eyes suddenly became sharp. Under the night sky, the stars shimmered like a galaxy. The space was filled only with the sound of machinery. Congratulations on successfully leveling up to the 8th stage of the refined body stage. His breath was still unsteady, but Tion immediately felt something strange. He quickly turned and focused his gaze in one direction. On the high peak, a wolf was watching Tion, its eyes glowing red, looking at him as if it wanted to tear him apart. He recognized it, it was the Snow Wolf King. Tion looked up and thought to himself, the Snow Wolf King, even its name is golden, it must be a boss. This wolf is truly different from those minions. Suddenly, its eyes blazed with yellow fire, danger radiating from every breath. The system also reminded him, successfully received the mission to kill the Snow Wolf King and eliminate the threat. The reward for completion is 5,000 experience points, summon the Snow Wolf King as a mount. Tion was stunned, a huge question mark appearing in his mind. The reward for this mission is indeed astonishing. Tion smiled, determined to achieve victory. Under normal circumstances, the Snow Wolf King would rather die than become a mount. But I must get the reward for this mission. The Snow Wolf King bared its sharp fangs. It roared with a thundering sound, its eyes gleaming with evil energy. Tion was not to be outdone and charged forward. "Come here, let's settle this once and for all." The two rushed at each other, a burst of light illuminating the sky. The dust from the battle gradually began to dissipate. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. At Shien Palace, a crowd was gathering, their shouts echoing as they searched for his presence. "Where is Tion Yun?" Zhao Hualong pointed directly at Lei Yun and scolded, "Sure, Palace Master, has he been let go by you all?" He glared, visibly upset. "Today you must give me an answer." Fang Yun also angrily chimed in, "If that useless person has run away, what should my brother's vendetta be resolved?" Shi Lei Yun stood there confidently and said, "Tion Yun has stated he will not run, his word is as firm as iron. Please don't be anxious, everyone." Hearing this, Zhao Hualong openly showed disdain. A useless person, what difference does it make if he comes here? Shien Palace killed my disciple first and then broke the promise of a duel. A sect like that does not deserve to enter the Chen legend. Shi Lei Yun listened to the tone and guessed, indeed, it's still to compete for the rankings. He acted righteous and said, if the murderer has already run away, the Shien Palace must. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, "Why should I run?" It was Tion Yun standing on the roof of the pavilion, opposing what I have agreed to. He looked down, full of confidence, "I will definitely accomplish." When they saw Tion Yun return to this place, everyone showed a skeptical attitude because they all firmly believed he had to have run away a long time ago. There was even a young lady who looked at Tion Yun with a sidelong glance, speculating that he had been hiding in the forest these past days. Moreover, she could feel the change in Tion Yun. In front of those present, he appeared with a slightly bruised figure, but his face was filled with confidence and strength. Seeing this, Fang Yun showed disdain and immediately sarcastically praised, "Still here? It seems you do have some spirit." Just then, from behind, Zhao Hualong couldn't wait any longer and urged, "Since you are here, has the archery competition started yet?" Returning only leads to entanglement. Shi Lei Yun's gaze remained steadfast, with trust in Tion Yun. She silently thought, Tion Yun has finally arrived. From a distance, Zhao Hualong wore a sly smile, secretly pleased as he muttered to himself, with this entanglement, victory is assured. An announcement rang out, 5 rounds. Win 3 rounds, the winner may earn a spot in the fairy tale. Zhao Hualong arrogantly asked, 5 rounds. Win 3 rounds, who will be your representative? In response to this question, Tion Yun merely smirked and replied, of course, it will be me. At that moment, a hand suddenly grabbed him. Shi Lei Yun worriedly reminded, Tion Yun, don't push yourself. Remember, even in a life-and-death duel, you can concede defeat. Hearing this, Tion Yun gently responded, if I concede defeat, wouldn't that mean I don't deserve your protection? With that, he walked towards the stage, leaving Shi Lei Yun feeling extremely anxious. Meanwhile, Zhao Hualong ordered, Fang Yun, you go up for this match. Beside him, Fang Yun replied, understood, second elder. With a thought, his younger brother just died at the hands of Tion Yun, he will definitely not hold back. This time that bastard is sure to die. Zhao Hualong smirked cunningly. In this round, life and death don't matter, I can admit defeat, but unless I jump down from this stage, admitting defeat would be meaningless. Now, both sides were filled with intense evil energy. In the face of this closely matched contest, everyone was eager to see the outcome of the battle. Without further hesitation, Fang Yun charged madly to attack. He confidently said, useless person, you have no chance of leaving this stage. I will kill you to show you the consequence of killing my younger brother. At this, Tion Yun coldly provoked, is that so? Then let me see, go ahead. I'm ready. At these words, Fang Yun became even more furious and rushed forward. He shouted, then let me see how much power you have. In an instant, Fang Yun used the demon claw technique, transforming his arms into sharp claws to attack directly at Tion Yun. Seeing this, Shi Lei Yun encouraged him with all his might. Rest assured, Tion Yun, even if you admit defeat, I will still save you. Hearing this, Zhao Hualong let out a savage laugh and replied, do you think you still have a chance? At that moment, Fang Yun's claw was poised dangerously close to Tion Yun's neck. While he was shouting, go die, Tion Yun remained completely still. Then, in an instant, with breathtaking speed, he forcefully grabbed Fang Yun's arm. Using the Great Spirit Absorption technique, Tion Yun, with overwhelming momentum, did not hesitate to absorb Fang Yun's power, causing him to crumble in pain and exclaim, "What?" Outside, Zhao Hualong immediately lost his earlier disdain and wondered in shock, "What kind of skill is that?" Amidst the pain groans, "My spiritual energy," of Fang Yun. Continuous notifications appeared, gained 1 experience point, 2 experience points, 3 experience points. Another notification popped up, 16 experience points, 17 experience points. Yet, Fang Yun was now loudly commanding, "Let me go." The notifications about experience points continued to ring out, with the numbers climbing higher and higher. Moreover, Fang Yun's body had begun to show bulging veins from the depletion of spiritual energy. In a critical situation, Fang Yun had to muster the strength to pull out a small poison dagger. As soon as Shaolian saw the trick, she immediately recognized it and rushed over, reminding, "It's poison. Tion Yun is in danger." Suddenly, a figure appeared, blocking her way. Zhao Hualong, with a twisted expression, warned, "Sure, Palace Master, don't break the rules." Just when Shaolian was exuding her power and commanding, "Get out of the way," a scream suddenly echoed. Fang Yun, trembling, looked at the poison dagger lodged in her chest and whimpered in fear. Without giving the man a moment to recover, Tion Yun swiftly finished the confrontation with a powerful kick to his face, commenting, "More poison, truly like brother, like brother." Seeing her people being beaten mercilessly, Zhao Hualong rushed over, exclaiming, "Fang Yun." He stood dumbfounded, looking at Fang Yun who was gasping for breath. After Fang Yun had passed away, Zhao Hualong sorrowfully called, "Fang Yun." Hearing the announcements ringing out, "Congratulations on successfully killing Fang Yun, disciple of Tion Sect. Gained 700 experience points and 20 madness points. Congratulations, you have obtained a loot, a recovery pill." Tion Yun only glanced at the scene of their defeat and sighed. After following this match, everyone around was buzzing, "Is this really Tion Yun? Isn't he a useless person? How can he be so powerful?" Even Shaolian was puzzled. "Tion Yun, what is going on? The strength you are showing now is no less than that of a 7th or 8th level disciple." With evil energy and a surge of resentment, Zhao Hualong spoke up, "Be ruthless. So your cultivation is actually this high, no wonder you could kill Fang Shen." Hearing this, Tion Yun simply replied, "Their brothers all died under their poisonous sword." He believed, in a life-and-death battle without counterattack, "If you die, it will be me." This statement left Zhao Hualong stunned, exclaiming, "You." He thought to himself, "This brat absolutely cannot be spared." Finally, the announcement sounded, "In the first match, Tion Yun from Shien Palace wins." Seeing this, Shaolian breathed a sigh of relief and suggested, "Tion Yun, you can come down now." As soon as he finished his sentence, Zhao Hualong forcefully threw Fang Yun aside and continued, "Wait a moment, who said he can come down? Killing a disciple of the Tion sect and still wanting to escape? He stated the rule, since you've already won, you must fight the next few rounds." Upon hearing this, Shaolian remarked, "Zhao Elder, you want to kill Tion Yun, but won't let us concede." Seeing Tion Yun win and wanting a rotation, is this how the honorable sect of Tion behaves? She also stepped forward to advise, "Tion Yun, don't force yourself." But suddenly, Tion Yun just called out, "Palace Master." He gritted his teeth and asked, "I'm fine. Do you want me to continue being the useless person they expect me to be?" This left Shaolian speechless. Looking at Tion Yun's figure before her, Shaolian thought to herself, "Tion Yun has never defied my wishes before, what on earth has happened to him? How could he change so much in such a short time?" Immediately after, Zhao Hualong spoke up, "As long as you remain on the stage, you will soon become a useless person. Mo Cheng, you are up next." As soon as he finished his sentence, the outstanding disciple of the Tion sect, Mo Cheng, replied, "Yes, Zhao Elder." The moment he stepped onto the stage, whispers started to spread, "Mo Cheng, is it him again? This time, he might not fare well. Can Tion Yun still win? He is at the 9th level of cultivation." Facing Tion Yun, Mo Cheng, with a gentle demeanor, suddenly made an observation, "You are indeed very formidable, but your movements are too rigid, your burst of power is too weak, and your speed is too slow. This made Tion Yun a bit wary as he looked up with an innocent expression. Mo Qing proposed, if you can withstand 3 of my moves, I will acknowledge my defeat. In response to his words, Tion Yun confidently affirmed, thank you, Mo's senior brother, for your guidance. If 3 moves can defeat me, then you are truly very naive. Hearing this, Mo Cheng's expression immediately hardened. Outside, Zhao Hualong remained self-satisfied, commenting, this kid has some cultivation but is truly delusional, overly arrogant. Without keeping everyone waiting, Mo Qing said, first move. He used the cloud-walking technique and rushed forward, creating illusions to distract Tion Yun. Mo Qing gleefully challenged, can you see my position clearly? Upon seeing the formation, Shaolian quickly recognized, this is the remarkable cloud-walking technique of the Tianling sect. But facing this move, Tion Yun merely smirked in disdain. Then he forcefully struck Mo Qing, disfiguring his face, along with a mocking remark, is that all you have? At that moment, Tion Yun realized, didn't I hit him? Why has he disappeared? Seeing this, Mo Qing gleefully replied, you think you can touch me with just that? He explained, the cloud-walking technique I used is the unique skill of the Tianling sect. What you hit was merely my afterimage. Hearing this, Tion Yun's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, that's a really fast body movement. He angrily cursed, shut up. Go die for me. Then he attacked vigorously, but eventually Tion Yun understood, damn it, another afterimage, I can't hit him at all. Just then, Mo Qing had quietly approached behind him and said, useless person, you can go die now. Tion Yun was caught off guard. Just as he turned around, a sharp claw technique of the eagle claw appeared. The maidens were continuously exclaiming, quickly dodge, young master. It's too late. This time the young master will definitely, but just as Zhao Hualong was smugly judging, not bad. With this move, that useless person won't be left with anything. This is the consequence of offending the Tianling sect. Suddenly, a strong beam of light shone down. As the dust gradually cleared, Tion Yun had summoned his claws and captured Mo Qing, causing him to exclaim, what? Tion Yun replied, I was just waiting for this strike to catch you. Seeing this scene, even Zhao Hualong was shouting in shock, Tion Yun also knows the eagle claw technique of my Tianling sect. In this situation, Mo Qing frowned and said, you. Then he got furious and forcefully pinned Tion Yun down, creating thousands of large cracks while cursing, you thief, learning the eagle claw technique of my sect. Lifting Tion Yun up, Mo Qing thought, then I will show you what real eagle claw technique is. Even when being controlled by Mo Qing, Tion Yun simply replied, I have no interest in this eagle claw technique at all. All that matters now is that I catch you. As soon as he finished speaking, he executed the spirit absorption technique, causing Mo Qing to immediately turn pale and exclaim, not good. At that moment, the onlookers realized, how strange, just a moment ago, Mo Qing's aura was very intimidating, how could he seem so helpless after encountering the young master? At the same time, Zhao Hualong felt uneasy, it was that evil sect skill again. He ordered, Mo Qing, quickly shake off that useless person. But at that time, Tion Yun was draining Mo Qing's spiritual energy, leaving him more and more exhausted. He mocked, you want to escape from me? At this point, he doesn't even have the strength to stand up anymore. Tion Yun taunted, why are you kneeling on the ground, Mo Qing, you're in a desperate situation this time. In front of him, Mo Qing kept screaming in pain, let go of me. Damn it! Am I really being forced into this state by a useless person like you? At this point, he trembled and decided, why do I not have the strength to fight back? I have lost all faith to live in this world anymore. If that's the case. As soon as he finished his sentence, Mo Qing took out a small marble from his hand. Without hesitation, he said, let's die together. He immediately activated the marble, causing bolts of lightning to suddenly appear. Soon after, the entire space was engulfed in a blinding light. In the face of this scene, Shaolian couldn't hide his anxiety and called out, Tion Yun. As the mist gradually faded away, seeing the empty stage with not a single person, Zhao Hualong sighed heavily and concluded, it's all over. Just because that useless person sacrificed a talent like Mo Cheng in vain. What a pity. At that moment, Tianyun crawled up from a small hole and said, Mo Cheng indeed died in vain, but I am still alive. This made Zhao Hualong's eyes widen in shock as he exclaimed, what? Immediately after, notifications started appearing, congratulations, you have successfully killed Mo Cheng. You have earned 800 experience points, 35 madness value points. Acquired the body movement flying cloud technique, and a recovery pill. Happily stepping out from the ashes, Tianyun told himself. Fortunately, at the critical moment, I had taken a pill to recover. Floating through the clouds, this time the harvest wasn't bad, it was quite rewarding. The announcement rang out, in the second match, Tianyun of Tion Shien Palace wins. Upon hearing this result, the young ladies from the Heavenly Palace rejoiced and shouted, he won, he really won. The young master is amazing. Young master, you are truly strong. After a prolonged period of anxiety, hearing the news of Tianyun's victory made Shaolian look at him with much relief. Seeing this, Tianyun gently smiled. Just then, a shout rang out, Tianyun. Zhao Hualong, with a group of disciples behind him, started causing trouble. In martial arts, one must know when to stop. You practice demonic arts, act ruthlessly, and continuously kill 2 of my disciples. Today, you must give a clear account to my Tianling sect. In response to his questioning, Tianyun coldly countered, your memory is indeed poor. Fang Yun from the first match died from his own poison. He added, and that foolish Mo Cheng from earlier, who caused himself to explode and die, is now laying all the blame on me. The advantage for you is in the life and death duel, is it? The advantage for me is that I know when to end it, right? If you can't bear to lose, then don't challenge me. Tianyun's words immediately left Zhao Hualong speechless. He stammered, you. Seeing this, Tianyun provoked, stop talking so much, just send your last person up. I'm in it to win it. Beside them, Shaolian quickly interjected, Tianyun, that's enough, leave the rest to me. At that moment, Zhao Hualong suddenly unleashed his power to assert himself, stating, no. He agreed to the duel, the final match must continue. Shaolian was not backing down either, she swiftly used her ice and snow powers to respond, continuing, Zhao Elder, Tianyun has fought 2 matches in a row, letting someone else compete in the final match shouldn't be considered breaking the rules, right? As the powers of both gradually dissipated, Zhao Hualong persisted, sure Palace Master, this is his own choice. If he wins the final match, then I will give him an additional pill. Everyone around immediately buzzed, pills. It can allow users to directly break through from refined body stage to spirit tempering stage. This really is a big investment. At that moment, Tianyun scoffed and remarked, oh, a pill. I didn't expect to have such luck, I accept this match. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hualong instantly showed confidence and urged, if that's the case, let's quickly proceed to the next match. He thought to himself, as long as this kid agrees, I will have the chance to finish him off. At that time, Shaolian anxiously called out, Tianyun. Without much talk, Tianyun reassured her, don't worry, I won't let the time drag on. Zhao Hualong ordered, Zhao Feng, you will fight the final match. Don't hold back, cripple him. He made a suggestion, I will help you solve your problem, as long as you win against him. Hearing this, Zhao Feng, with his muscular build, spiritedly replied, no problem. This time, Tianyun would have to face an opponent who was significantly larger, the elite disciple of the Tianling sect. Zhao Feng stepped onto the arena, boasting loudly, you killed our people, and I will make you pay for it. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed his staff onto the ground. With a fierce, bloodthirsty demeanor, everyone couldn't help but exclaim, look at Zhao Feng's long lance, it must weigh at least 300 to 400 kilograms. Can someone at the 7th level of the refined body stage really handle such a heavy weapon? Shaolian also thought to himself, it seems Elder Zhao has already planned everything. Since it's impossible to win in close combat against Tianyun, he has begun to let his disciples use weapons. A shorter distance brings more power. This time, it won't be easy for Tion to fight up close. This kind of miraculous skill will likely be difficult to execute. With eyes filled with evil energy, Zhao Feng disdainfully proposed, "I won't fight you barehanded, I'll give you a chance to get a weapon." Hearing this, Tion sighed, "Your long lance has quite a considerable might." Shaolian from below the arena spoke up, "Tion, do you need a weapon?" But with a gaze full of confidence, Tion affirmed, "No, I don't need it. Cousin, I already have a weapon." Tion coldly looked at Zhao Hualong from the arena, the corners of his lips slightly curling up. He spoke to him with a tone of disdain, "What's the difference whether I use a weapon or not?" Shaolian watched Tion from below, unable to hide her worry. She urged him, "Tion, how can your weapon compete with him?" Shaolian understood well that his body movement was not strong, even dodging attacks took a lot of energy, let alone engaging in close combat. Zhao Feng did not hesitate long and immediately unleashed his power, transforming into a gigantic, muscular figure. "You reckless fool, since you seek death, don't blame me for being ruthless." Compared to Zhao Feng now, Tion was just a small figure, but his spirit was very resilient. He calmly replied, "Please." As soon as he finished speaking, several powerful spears shot straight up from the ground, catching Tion completely by surprise. Zhao Feng's eyes were bloodshot. He shouted loudly to summon the spears to attack him, "Harmless dragon." Noticing the abnormality in Zhao Feng's eyes, Shaolian realized that Zhao Hualong had used a pill, acting with excessive frenzy. In this situation, she hurriedly shouted, informing Tion, "Quickly leave the arena." The spears that had previously been firmly planted in the ground surrounded him. The man used his massive lance, heading straight towards him. The spectators shouted loudly, "He's being hit again. How brutal." However, Tion showed no signs of worry and smiled confidently. Tion quickly executed the floating cloud technique. He split into several different Tianyuns to distract Zhao Feng. The man was completely astonished by his ability and shouted, "You know the floating cloud technique?" Zhao Feng was determined to attack, slicing through as many clones as he could. Gradually, he lowered his body to the ground. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he was quickly frozen. Zhao Feng shouted in panic as the ice covered most of his muscular body. Everything happened too quickly for him to counterattack. "What is this?" With that, his body became locked as a massive chunk of ice. The sound of ice shattering rang out in the midst of the battle, and Zhao Feng's body split into hundreds of pieces. Tianyun's gaze was full of satisfaction, his lips curling into a victorious smile. After that attack, he was panting heavily but was very cheerful, "We have won." In the face of his victory, all the disciples were completely surprised. In the face of his disciples' defeat, Zhao Hualong was entirely furious, his teeth clenched. "What is going on? Not only does he know the eagle claw technique, but he also knows the cloud step. Furthermore, he possesses many evil sect skills like that." The announcement rang out, Tianyun of Tian Shien Palace wins. Everyone in the sect was overjoyed, "We won. Our young master has won." Shaolian breathed a sigh of relief, "It's finally over." Tianyun was happy, and the system sent out an announcement, "Congratulations to player Tianyun for successfully killing disciple Zhao Feng of Tianling Sect. Earned 700 experience points, 30 madness points." He looked up, focusing on the system announcements, "Congratulations to player Tianyun for completing the side quest, receiving 1000 experience points, receiving Angel's Armor, 200 gold pieces." He was satisfied with the items received after this victory. "Congratulations to player Tianyun for leveling up, reaching the first level of the spirit tempering stage." Tianyun intently looked at his information panel. Player Tianyun, level 11, first floor of the spirit tempering stage. Experience points, 1573/300,000, frenzy value, 698 points. He was very satisfied. "I've obtained an angelic armor and received 200 taels of gold, enough to last for a while." After this victory, Tianyun leveled up. Along with that, he received a skill gift pack, with proficiency in the Absorbing Spirit Great Method at 378/1000. The skill Eagle Claw technique has a proficiency level of 378/1000. Protective equipment, Snow Wolf boots, skills, Floating Cloud movement. Swordsmanship skill, Falling Dance. He felt content. I am qualified to open the level 11 gift pack now. At the duel venue, Shaolian stepped forward and said, Zhao Elder, our Tion Shien Palace has won this match, so leave the items and go. The disciples of the Tion Ling sect vehemently disagreed, arguing fiercely, he is not a disciple of Tion Shien Palace. Tion Shien Palace has never accepted male disciples, this does not count. That's right. He can only be considered an outside sect disciple at most, so how could he represent Tion Shien Palace? Tion Yun looked at Zhao Hualong and reminded him, Zhao Elder, your disciple is still slapping your face. His face wrinkled, his brows furrowed in discomfort as he asked, how do you know the unique martial arts of my Tion Ling sect? The young man shyly rubbed his head and smiled brightly, such a simple skill, just one look and I know. So this is the secret that has been passed down in your faction. Is that all there is to it? At Tion Yun's words, Zhao Hualong was furious, you. Shaolian stepped forward, and Tion Yun tactfully spoke to him, Zhao Elder, you have lost, and you must acknowledge it. It's time to leave a bit of dignity for Tion Ling sect. Zhao Hualong was so enraged he couldn't say a word, he threw the item back and turned to leave, back to the sect. The velvet box fell to the ground, and the spirit orb could not withstand the impact and rolled out, slowly tumbling towards Tion Yun and Shaolian. He sighed helplessly, it seems I've made enemies with them again. He watched the people of Tion Ling sect leave, paying special attention to Zhao Hualong. In his heart, there was a slight anticipation, he really wanted a detonating punch for him. This guy was a boss-level character, he wondered what would explode from this. Both of them returned to the sect together. Shaolian asked curiously, having continuously defeated 3 disciples of the Tion Ling sect, your cultivation, Tion Yun, must have broken through to the peak of the refined body stage, right? Tion Yun turned to explain, well, it's a bit higher than that. She looked at him, her face slightly worried, and asked, the first level of the spirit tempering stage. Tion Yun, you clearly couldn't cultivate before. You have to tell me what happened, how did you, who couldn't cultivate at all, break through to the spirit tempering stage? Tion Yun blushed from the compliment. He rubbed his nose, feeling pleased, actually, in the past few days, a mysterious strong person came here to help me, allowing me to cultivate. My cultivation can also break through a lot. Tion Yun thought to himself, is this excuse a bit too far-fetched? But I don't really want to say that I crossed over here. She was perplexed, a mysterious strong person. Could it be someone your father sent to help you? Tion Yun felt embarrassed, that is quite possible. The mysterious powerful figure did not reveal any information at all, only saying that I must diligently cultivate. Shaolian sighed lightly, her tone a bit reproachful. Honestly, that appearance of yours lacking any energy has deceived even me. Tion Yun forced a smile, well, I just wanted to give you a surprise. He thought to himself, it really is impossible to pretend like that. As night fell, it enveloped the entire sect. In his room, Tion Yun sat by the window, quietly reflecting. Tion Yun was eager, finally, I have some free time to open the level 11 gift package. He opened his eyes and called out, system. Instantly, the system appeared, and he quickly searched for the item package he had just obtained. Tion Yun clicked on the gift package, unable to help but feel anticipation. I wonder what will come out of this gift package, I'm a bit excited. The system announced, congratulations, you have obtained primary mastery of all professions. Countless items appeared before him, primary refined pill technique, primary forging, and primary divine text. The next items Tion Yun could receive were a level 10 gift package lottery draw. He quickly collected all the items. For Tion Yun, every item is an important means. Even if it's just a basic skill, these things have been very useful to me. Moreover, they are equivalent to the existence of third grade in this world. In this world, regardless of the profession, there are divisions, first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, great master, grandmaster, and creator. He thought of the hierarchical diagram in cultivation. The existence of third grade, no matter the field, represents a decent level, at least it is not the level of someone who has just accessed a sect. Tion analyzed the information provided by the system. Tion Shien Palace has always entrusted outsiders to refine pills and forge weapons. But from now on, there is no need to rely on others anymore. Although it is just a basic level, practicing more will allow for corresponding level upgrades. He looked forward to the lottery opportunity. Now there's an additional chance to win a prize, this cannot be wasted. Tion was excited, smiling with delight, this really makes one look forward to it. As he opened the lottery system, someone's voice echoed, divine skill, I want divine skill. The system displayed countless lines of text in white on a blue background. Divine skill. Congratulations to player Tion for obtaining the divine skill, the lucky halo. Hearing this, he couldn't contain his sparkling eyes. He really had obtained the divine skill. He picked up the book and flipped through a few pages. The system continued to announce, the lucky halo, luck increased significantly by 5 times, consuming 1 value point per second. He was slightly surprised, luck increased significantly by 5 times. He squinted a bit. Could it be that after opening it, he would find money everywhere? Saying this, he walked towards the door to check it out. As soon as he stepped outside, the system displayed continuous announcements, consuming 1 value point madly, consuming 1 value point madly, consuming 1 value point madly. He pouted, scoffing, indeed a divine skill, even the consumption is so divine. Shaolian saw him and raised her hand to signal, young master. He looked up, Shaolian. A warm smile appeared on her face, the palace master told me to inform you, tomorrow morning go to the discussion hall. Suddenly, her legs bumped into each other, and she fell against him. The two people shyly clung to each other to maintain their balance. Lips touching lips, eyes meeting eyes, both blushed with embarrassment. She suddenly jumped away, still blushing. Sorry, young master, I didn't mean to. She ran off, and he stood there as if someone had captivated him. Having a lucky romantic fate is still considered a blessing, isn't it? In another room, someone spoke up, Palace Master, this absolutely cannot happen. This fundamentally does not comply with the rules and will ruin our reputation. Tion slowly walked in, and the voice continued, indeed, Tion's cultivation level is too low, how can he represent Tion Shien Palace to enter the Tion ruins? When everyone saw him enter, they stopped discussing. Tion, you're just in time. Shaolian stood up and declared emphatically, I want to announce 2 things. First, I want to make Tion an official disciple of Tion Shien Palace. Second, the quota for the Tion ruins will be his, so he will take it all. The face darkened and remained speechless, the second elder frowned, clearly displeased, I do not agree. Even if he goes in there, he won't gain any advantage. It is clear that losing one's life is a waste of the quota. The second elder of Tion Shien Palace, her gaze sharp as iron, said, there is more than half a year until the ruins open, and now Tion has already broken through to the second stage of the spirit tempering stage. He meets the qualifications to enter the ruins, so what's the problem? She turned her head, what? He has broken through to the spirit tempering stage. Her eyes drooped. Second elder, I know exactly what you are thinking. You want to give this quota to your direct disciple. This quota is something Tion earned by winning 3 consecutive battles, and it is what he deserves. She felt a bit soft-hearted and was no longer irritable. As she walked, she said, this quota for the Tion ruins will belong to Tion. Shaolian did not turn her head, but her eyes did. Did the other elders have any objections? The girls did not say a word, no. She stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder, Tion, you must work hard in your cultivation. When the time comes to enter the Tion ruins, it will be a fortuitous opportunity for you. He smiled, I won't let everyone down. The system panel reappeared, success received the main clue, completed the task of conquering the fairy tale Tion. The reward obtained is the control over the fairy tale Tion, 100,000 experience points, 10,000 madness points, and an infinite sword. Wow! The main quest has been unlocked. His expression showed no emotion. The control over the fairy tale Tion. Can this fairy tale be controlled? But from this reward, one can discern the difficulty of the task, which is definitely not low. Shaolian looked directly at the door. Everyone was also looking towards the main entrance. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now preparing to start forging weapons. I wonder if the invited blacksmith, the great master Kong, has arrived. The Grand Elder gently reported, he is resting in the palace now, I will invite him in. Grand Elder of Tion Shien Palace, she sat down beside him. I will let the great master Kong forge a weapon specifically for you. That set looks decent, but you need to choose either a sword or a spear, it will be very beneficial for your combat. Tion placed his hand on his forehead and smiled lightly, well, that's fine then. I feel that the opponent will not be able to craft any good weapons. Although Bang Swang holds the rank of Mortal Iron, its effectiveness is quite disappointing. Someone shouted loudly, Kong Great Master is here. A man walked in with confidence. Great Master, please take a seat. He sat down on a chair, his hand gripping a string of beads. This person's cultivation level was not low, at least at the 4th or 5th level of the spirit tempering stage. Kong Great Master's cultivation was even lower than the elders here, yet everyone still called him Great Master. The reason is simple, he is a 3rd-grade artisan and can craft weapons of spiritual energy level. Once he sat down, she slowly discussed, Kong Great Master, I would like to trouble you to create 3 spiritual energy weapons for me. The price is negotiable. Kong Great Master sighed, spiritual energy is not easy to craft, of course, the price won't be low either. He fiddled with the beads, his eyes moving, alright, I can create 3 pieces of spiritual energy, but I have 3 conditions. If they are not satisfied, I won't be in the mood to craft anything. She and he began to negotiate. Firstly, it is for my disciples to join Tion Shien Palace and become outer sect disciples. That's fine, he lifted the tea cup, blowing on the hot tea as he spoke. The second condition is the materials for the 3 pieces of spiritual energy, or money, you must provide the funds for me to purchase them myself. She felt this condition was acceptable, this is not a problem, I just need to know how much it costs. He whispered, not high, just 10,000 taels of gold will suffice. Shaolian felt a bit anxious after hearing this, 10,000 taels of gold. That's a heavenly grade, that's equivalent to 3,000 taels of gold. Only then can one buy a piece of spiritual energy. She hesitated slightly and wanted to negotiate a bit, can the price be lowered a bit? He showed clear disdain, his mouth curling up, this price is already very low. Sure Palace Master, I believe you understand the price of spiritual energy. If it were outside, it would be at least 50,000 taels for 1 piece, my place is considered low in comparison. She found herself powerless, alright then, are there any other conditions? The sect of Tion Shien Palace is not considered large, it has already suffered quite a bit of loss in a short time. Later, transportation will be a bit difficult again. But he did not immediately state the 3rd condition, remaining silent for a long time while continuing to twist the prayer beads. In fact, it's not a difficult matter, the truth is that I have my eyes set on a disciple here. If you can allow me to form a Tao partner, I will give you these 3 pieces of spiritual energy. Someone asked curiously, who is it? He pointed to Shaolian, it is her. Shaolian was startled and ran to Tianyun's side, young master. He frowned slightly but remained calm, if Shaolian agrees, it is no problem, however, if she does not agree and is forced, then I will absolutely not agree. The second elder made a mocking gesture, adding a hint of sarcasm. Shaolian, being favored by Kong Great Master is your fortune, so hurry over here. Shaolian's talent isn't high, marrying her off for 3 pieces of spiritual energy would still be a bargain. She clutched his sleeve tightly, I don't want to get married off. He became furious, tightening the prayer beads in anger, I am a 3rd-grade formation master. After following me, you will enjoy many resources. Even later, we will rise to the Great Master level 4 and 5. Don't you want to join me? She still firmly refused. Thank you for your kind offer, calm great master, but I temporarily do not wish to find a Tao partner. I hope you can understand. Calm great master shouted in anger, damn it, aren't you just a maid? How dare you refuse me? If you don't agree to become my Tao partner, then you can go invite someone else for this spiritual energy cultivation mission. Silence was long enough. Lei Yun spoke up, then just get out. He gaped, what? She gave him a disdainful look, I call you calm great master out of respect, but I didn't expect you to be unable to propose and yet insult my disciple. With this level, no one cares. He made a monkey face, pointing, is this the way you treat guests at Tion Shien Palace? You will regret it. Second elder grabbed her wrist, Shaolian, what are you thinking? This is calm great master. She snapped, if you can marry him. The sparrow has transformed into a phoenix, getting whatever it desires. Tion Yun stood in front of her, blocking the way, and shouted back, a sparrow turned into a phoenix? Shaolian has always been a phoenix, how could she be a sparrow? It seems that Kong the Great Master has done this kind of thing more than once. Suddenly, his face showed a hint of cunning, his tone indifferent, isn't it just about creating spiritual energy? I know that too. The unique architecture of Tion Shien Palace has a distinctive style that cannot be found anywhere else. Lei Yun was still hesitating. Tion Yun, I don't think you are being polite to Kong the Great Master. Becoming a master of the Tao is definitely not something that can be achieved overnight. Even if Tion Yun has a fortuitous encounter, it can't happen. Kong the Great Master opened his mouth to disdain others. With your virtue, do you think you could create spiritual energy? Without hesitation, he loudly criticized Tion Yun, I've heard that you are a useless person without blood qi. Are all the members of Tion Ling's sect just disabled? Even you can win. He was not afraid at all and remained extremely calm. If I could create a piece of spiritual energy, what would you say? Unexpectedly, Kong the Great Master turned out to be such a generous person. If you can create a spiritual energy item, then I will give this spiritual energy to you. He is making things difficult for himself just for a moment of pride. From now on, I will use my head to move forward. Unexpectedly, after being rejected by the maid, he was insulted by a crippled man. In the mind of Kong Great Master, a plot had been brewing for a long time. If you can't create it, then you have to marry her to me, how about that? I have shown respect but you refuse. Now, even if this little girl agrees to marry me, I will only treat her as a maid. Tion Yun, who has never feared heaven or earth, loudly defended her. Shaolian is not merchandise, I will not gamble with her. If I can't produce the spiritual energy, I will self-harm and cut off one of my arms. It seems he is determined to compete with Tion Yun. Good, you have spirit. If you cut off an arm, then you won't even be better than a useless person. If you regret it later and Tion Shien Palace does not provide me with a clear explanation, don't blame me for being rude. Tion Yun was fully confident in response to his challenge, no problem. He immediately went to meet Lei Yun. Palace Master, please provide me with the materials to craft spiritual energy, Tion Yun stated confidently. Right now, I want to create a piece of spiritual energy. A message was sent from the system, and the player Tion Yun accepted the task to craft a piece of spiritual energy. The reward for the task was 5,000 experience points, the immortal fire skill, and an everlasting effect. This skill could be used to craft higher-level treasures, refine pills, or for offensive use. It was of ordinary grade. The second elder scolded him, fearing that this matter would implicate others in the sect. Are you insane? You dare to speak about this? Quickly apologize to Kong the Great Master. Tion Yun's argument was sharper than a knife. Shaolian is not an object for you to exchange for spiritual energy. If Kong the Great Master is so exceptional, why don't you marry him? She was so angry that she was at a loss for words. You. Shaolian was touched by his sincerity. Young master. Because of this, Lei Yun trusted Tion Yun even more. You were indeed right before, now I will take you to the forging room to craft a spiritual energy for them to see. He still felt a bit worried. Cousin, do you believe in me? She looked at Tion Yun with a warm gaze. We are all family, if you don't believe me, then who else would? The second elder briefly introduced the refining room. This is the material to create spiritual energy, but we have only prepared 5 sets to guard against several failures. It was unclear where he got his confidence, but he boldly asserted, "That's enough, I cannot afford to fail." Great Master Kong was very annoyed but couldn't do anything about it. At the current level, the success rate for creating spiritual energy is only 50%, yet this kid dares to talk so arrogantly. He then turned to ask Lei Yun for advice. "Do you know how to forge weapons?" Lei Yun picked out a familiar item for him, a long sword. The Tion Shien Palace mainly uses long swords. To everyone's surprise, Tion Yun readily agreed. He took the materials for creating spiritual energy and pondered carefully. The flames in this furnace are all ordinary, therefore, igniting them will be a little more difficult. Great Master Kong remained as arrogant as ever. Pretending, let's see how long you can endure. This kid only knows how to flaunt his power, either deliberately trying to lower the prices with me or trying to buy time. She immediately advised Lei Yun, "Palace Master, you can't do this. I know you are indulging him, but if we fail and offend Master Kong, how will we enter the Tianqin Fair without weapons?" She placed all her hopes on Tion Yun's shoulders. "I will take on all the consequences." It seems the second elder was very dissatisfied with this. "If we fail, we will report to the old ancestors, and then everything will be decided by them." Lei Yun did not care and replied, "Whatever. You actually have the mindset to sacrifice your own happiness." "Palace Master, should I agree with Master Kong?" Lei Yun kept his eyes on him. "Trust Tion Yun." Tion Yun's breath had become heavy without him realizing, and he randomly picked up a material to show. Who would have thought that Tion Yun would mix all the materials together in one burn? The loud explosion in the furnace could not harm him. Seeing this, he was very pleased, so it turns out he is a fool, throwing all the materials in at once. This is the behavior of a fool. Kong Great Master believed that Tion Yun was salvaging his own image. Even if you want to put on an act, there's no need to pretend like this. His smugness was evident on his face. It's a pity that such good material has been wasted. If it were me, at least I would have a success rate of 50%. Originally, it could have produced a spiritual energy, but now it has become a heap of uselessness. Suddenly, Kong Great Master jumped in surprise. Witnessing Tion Yun personally crafting, he could not believe his eyes. He is controlling the essence of the material and condensing it together. This is impossible. Doing so requires a very strong control. The Grand Elder squinted closely. Could it really be successful? She began to speculate. This kid not only has impressive cultivation but also knows how to refine qi. Could it be that Lei Yun ordered him to hide his talents? The sword he personally forged was different from ordinary weapons. This was as easy as pie for Tion Yun. It's almost ready to come out. The weapon forge was about to explode due to him. Things were better since the sword had basically been controlled. The system sent a notification: "Congratulations to player Tion Yun for completing the mission, earning 5,000 experience points, and acquiring the Eternal Flame skill." He felt a sense of relief. Very good, the skill is now in hand. Another message was sent: "Basic forging technique, proficiency 10 out of 1,000. He couldn't help but be astonished when Tion Yun tested his knowledge. "Kong Great Master, can you confirm if this is spiritual energy or not?" Lei Yun was eager to help him verify. "This is indeed a spirit sword. Does Kong Great Master want to try it?" Kong Great Master had no choice but to accept the truth. "No need." He turned his face, quicker than flipping a pancake. "I see that your Tion Shien Palace is intentionally trying to let this kid pretend not to know how to refine qi to bully me." He didn't want to waste valuable time, so he gently reminded Kong Great Master, "I told you before I don't know how to refine qi, right? Since we're playing, we must accept it. Give me the spiritual energy, and use your head next time." He remained stubborn and refused to admit his mistake. "Don't bully me too much. I lost this round because you set a trap to harm me. You simply don't genuinely want to invite me to forge weapons, do you?" Tion Yun did not want to spar with him. "Ridiculous. If it weren't for your unreasonable pressure, why would I step out here?" He was unashamedly speaking on behalf of everyone. Although we in the Tion Shien Palace are all women, it is the women here who are truly in charge, not you. Indeed, Tion Yun was not only progressive in her thinking but also one who would repay grievances. Women also have their own choices, and they are not commodities. I hope in the future, when you speak, you will show some respect to women. You can leave now, just don't forget to use your head on the way out. Kong the Great Master relied on his status as an elder and shamelessly broke his promise. You want me to use my head to leave? You have no right to say that. Don't let Lei Yun get angry, or even porridge would turn into rice. So do I have the right or not, Kong the Great Master? Once an agreement is made, shouldn't it be honored? She would absolutely not allow anyone to bully him. Earlier, Tian Yun had bet by cutting off one of her own arms. Kong the Great Master thought leaving behind a bit of spiritual energy would count as an end. He quickly left to avoid any gossip. Alright, I won't argue with you today. We still have spiritual energy that has not been fully cultivated. I will remember all of you. This matter will not end so easily. How could Tian Yun spare Kong Great Master after he insulted Shaolian? Do you want to threaten others and leave? He kicked Kong Great Master straight in the back. Get lost. He flew out of the Tion Shien Palace, accompanied by a sky-piercing scream. The second elder was afraid that the powerful figures behind Kong Great Master would take revenge. Palace Master, this is too much. Kong Great Master holds a significant position in Tian Noyet City. If he really brings someone to suppress us, what should we do? Tian Yun was indeed a noble man, standing tall and firm. I will bear the full responsibility for this. I am just an outsider disciple, and what has been done has nothing to do with Tion Shien Palace. She only wanted immediate benefits without considering the long-term consequences. You do know how to create spiritual energy, but overall, you are not much higher than Kong Great Master. This cannot form any significant advantage. Moreover, without any connections, the future of Tion Shien Palace seems very concerning. He gathered more materials to prove his strength. What you mean is, if my level improves a bit, they will dare not say anything anymore, right? If that's the case, then I will refine a few more pieces of spiritual energy, and the elders will realize it soon enough. The second elder was extremely shocked. What? Tian Yun seriously gathered his energy before crafting the spiritual energy. The green flame in his hand was shaped into a sphere. The power displayed earlier had left the two present elders in awe. What kind of flame is this? It was also the first time Lei Yun had witnessed such a phenomenon. I didn't expect Tian Yun to be able to control such a special flame. It means that before, when facing Kong the Great Master, he hadn't revealed his full strength. Just a glance and she guessed, this is undying fire, truly something good. The system immediately updated the information. Congratulations, player Tian Yun has gained 50 proficiency points. The second elder was also amazed, that's mid-grade spiritual energy. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes as they watched Tian Yun forge the weapon. Elders, how do you think my level compares to Kong the Great Master? The Grand Elder had no further comments. I am fully convinced. She had to accept the reality. Palace Master, if there's nothing else, I will return now. From now on, I will follow all your orders. Tian Yun wanted to help everyone with his small actions. Then I will take the remaining materials to continue crafting, so that all the elder sisters will have spirit swords. Let's see if anyone dares to bully Tion Shien Palace anymore. A message was sent from the system. Congratulations to player Tian Yun for accepting the refined chi task arranged by Lei Yun. The reward is 5,000 experience points, and Lei Yun's favorability has increased by 10 points. He was so used to this that he was not surprised. Received a mission again, this time with favorability. Tian Yun was curious about the new feature. Can I see my aunt's favorability towards me? Lei Yun was confused when she saw him questioning the number above her head. What does 330 points mean? Finally, the system explained. Favorability levels, titles. 0 points, a chance meeting. 10 points, casual acquaintances. 100 points, good friends. 200 points, family, lovers. 300 points, inseparable in life and death. Just thinking about it, Tian Yun didn't dare to imagine. Live or die, we won't part. He blushed shyly, both cheeks turning red. turns out Shaolian's affection for him was that strong. Even the system was surprised by what he had achieved. Congratulations, player Tion, for completing the mission. You've received 5,000 experience points and gained 10 affection points from Shaolian. Congratulations on successfully leveling up to the second layer of the spirit tempering stage. Primary forging technique, proficiency 310/1000. Tion felt a bit disappointed. Out of materials already, she touched the weapon in disbelief, as if it were a dream. We're out for now, but I really can't believe it actually succeeded. These are all mid-grade weapons. At this point, he had already mastered the necessary skills in the palm of his hand. As long as you let me keep forging, I can make as many as you want. By the way, do you have any elixirs? I can also refine pills. Lei Yun seemed reassured. Is that so? Then Shien Palace won't have to rely on anyone else anymore. It's just that we don't have any elixirs at the moment. I'll send someone right away to purchase some, including materials for refining qi. Go out and buy them. Auntie, why don't we just go buy them? Let's sell these spiritual energies for materials, we will refine many better things. You can go, consider it a training opportunity. It's a pity I can't go down the mountain with you, I'll send 2 people to accompany you. They are both teammates who entered the Tianchen fairy tale this time. Take this opportunity to get to know them a bit, it will help with coordination when you enter together. Greetings, young master. Hello, young master. I hope both of you senior sisters will take good care of me. This level of friendliness is a bit better than our first meeting, but even if it's just a little, perhaps it's due to this time's creation of new spiritual energy, which has changed their perception. Tion, take this storage ring, it contains some gold and the spirit sword that you made before. Thank you, Auntie. This is really convenient, I can store quite a few items. Carrying many things around is quite cumbersome. When we return, we'll definitely fill it up before heading back. Accept the mission, buy materials, and return to Shien Palace. The reward for completion is 10,000 experience points and 1,000 gold. A lottery chance, promotion, 20 favorite points. We have to go to Tianfeng City, right? That's right, young master. Tianfeng City is the most bustling trading city around here. Calm Great Master was chased back before, it seems he has some connections with several major families in the city. I hope I don't run into them, I'm still not over my anger. If I didn't fear causing trouble for Tianxian Palace, would have acted long ago. Tianfeng City is indeed lively. Everyone, get out of my way. Don't block the road. Step aside. It's the carriage of Duanshan Sect. All of you stand to the side, if you don't want to die, don't block the road. Who is this person to be so arrogant? Shoo, be a little quieter. No wonder they are so arrogant, this is the carriage of Duanshan Sect, a force of considerable status in Tianfeng City. No way, the strength of Duanshan Sect is even higher than Tianling Sect, and they are one of the forces that will enter the Tianchen legend, holding 4 quotas as well. Duanshan Sect. The carriage just now was made with spiritual energy they crafted themselves. If it's not an ultra-strong character, it basically can't damage this carriage. Do you want to take on the mission to defeat the arrogant disciple of the Maoyang gang, a disciple of the Duanshan Sect? Completing the mission will reward you with 5,000 experience points, proficiency in crafting skills, 500 proficiency points, and 500 gold. A random mission, you say? Of course, I'll accept it. I didn't expect the system to have this capability, to automatically search for random missions. However, this mission seems different from the main quests, I can decide whether or not to complete it. The rewards are quite generous, and right now I also have a lucky ring, so wouldn't that mean I could potentially gain even more rewards? Young master, we've arrived at Tianfeng Pavilion. Qin Shui called out, young master, let's go inside. Tian Yun replied, MHM. Inside the pavilion, there was a girl struggling with a man. Lu Li, you said you would give 8 taels. I've heard from others about the price of jade grass already. She was teary-eyed and said, each plant is at least 10 taels, what gives you the right to only offer me 3? The man Lu Li laughed mischievously, grabbing the girl's hair and deceitfully responded, Tianfeng Pavilion is currently buying jade grass for only 4 taels. We only take a small amount of compensation. If you continue to cause trouble, don't blame me for taking action. The girl was lifted up, her limbs struggling incessantly. Why did the price suddenly drop so low? You must have swallowed it all, right? Return it to me quickly. Ling turned her head to call Tion Yun. This happens every day, young master, let's go inside. Tion Yun unexpectedly walked in the other direction, causing her to call out again, young master. Success. The mission has been accepted, to help the innocent girl Jiuling Jun. Rewards received, 1,000 experience points, Jiuling Jun's favor increases by 100 points, and 5 virtue points. The girl desperately bit Lu Li's hand. He felt a sharp pain, released his hand, held his own, and gritted his teeth. It hurts like hell. He got furious, raised his hand to slap down. Do you dare to bite me, you little brat? Get lost. The girl, scared, hugged her head to endure it when a loud slap echoed. She squinted to see, Tion Yun had grabbed Lu Li, making him unable to move. Dear friend, the price of the spiritual fruit is really sold for 10 taels of silver. He tilted his head, grimacing as he asked, are you bullying the weak with your strength? Lu Li angrily swung his fist, what does it have to do with you? The righteous Jiuling Jun jumped out to block Tion Yun, shouting, be careful. Lu Li punched forward, shouting, get out of my way. Tion Yun was even quicker, slapping him hard. The powerful slap caused Lu Li's mouth to bleed, knocking out several teeth. Lu Li, his face covered in wounds, looked back at Tion Yun, you bastard, do you know who I am? Tion Yun released his spiritual energy, glaring at him and threatening, I don't need to know who you are, but I advise you to spit out all the silver you've swallowed. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to give you a few more slaps. Lu Li's eyes widened as he suddenly realized he was facing a cultivator. He immediately knelt before Tion Yun, I'm sorry, please spare me, I promise I won't cause trouble again. Tion Yun coldly replied, get lost. Ding! Congratulations to player Tion Yun for completing the mission, receiving 1,000 experience points, gaining 100 favor points from Jiuling Jun, and 5 reputation points. Lu Li, spared from death, fled in a panic. Jiuling Jun's favor points reached 100. She took out a silver ingot and handed it to Tion Yun, benefactor, this is your reward. She bowed her head, feeling embarrassed. We cannot give too much to others, otherwise, my younger siblings will not have enough food to eat. Tion Yun returned the silver ingot to her, suggesting, I do not need the silver, I just want to know if you would like to join our Tion Shien palace. Jiuling Jun clutched her clothes, hesitating. My talent is very low, and I basically have no way to join Tion Shien palace. Tion Yun turned to ask Ling and Qin Shui, senior sisters, can she join Tion Shien palace? Is it possible for her to start as a cleaning disciple? Ling let out a breath and replied to him, this should not be a problem. Moreover, junior brother, you are also a well-known figure in Tion Shien palace, bringing one person in would not raise any objections from the elders. Hearing this, Tion Yun was delighted and asked Jiuling Jun again, if that's the case, would you like to come with us? Jiuling Jun really wanted to go but still faced a dilemma, but I cannot leave my younger siblings unattended, so I'm sorry, young master. Ding! Do you accept the mission to help Jiuling Jun? Completing the mission will reward you with 1,000 experience points, Jiuling Jun's affection will increase by 50, and your reputation value will increase by 5 points. Tion Yun was curious and thought, another task with an option. Earlier, I was really paying attention, what is the value of character? The system rang out. He had advanced to the second level of the spirit tempering stage. Skill, North Ming Divine Skill. Skills, Essence Absorption Great Technique, Application Claw Technique, Swordsmanship Lac Vu, Floating Cloud Technique. Weapon, Ice Frost Fist. Defensive item, Snow Battle Boots, Guardian Armor, Heavenly Angel Mad Style. The Lucky Halo increased the value of character luck. The higher the character value, the luckier one becomes, applicable anywhere. Tion Yun smiled with joy, it seems that doing good deeds can increase character value, but I don't know how many points of character value are effective for leveling up. He spoke, I accept. After a while, he called out to Jiuling Jun, then you can bring your little brother along. My Tion Shien palace can recruit a few more people. Jiuling Jun happily asked, really? Is that possible? Tianyun turned and said, yes, but right now we need to go buy some things. Jiuling Jun said, then I'll wait for you outside. She lowered her head sadly, because being poor prevents me from going in. Tianyun took her hand, leading her with a sense of pride. With me here, you are an honored guest, who dares to touch you? Jiuling Jun laughed and followed him. Suddenly, a large hand pressed down, shouting, hey. Then rudely, it pushed her to the ground. The waiter looked down at Jiuling Jun arrogantly, saying, sorry, but we don't welcome the poor here. Tianyun shot him a cold glance and said, she is with me, it's no problem if I bring her in, right? The waiter recognized him as a cultivator, and his attitude changed immediately. He replied, no problem. He helped Jiuling Jun up, saying, oh no, why did this lady fall? It's my fault for not taking care. Please don't hold it against me, my lord, come in. He walked beside them into the establishment, cautioning, be careful of the stairs. Tianyun was still fuming, saying, I'll spare your miserable life. Jiuling Jun excitedly looked around, we really can go inside now. She looked at the swords and jade, then at the pills. Jiuling Jun focused intently on one of them, and Tianyun bent down to ask her, do you want this one? Jiuling Jun shyly replied, I want this pill. He asked again, what do you want this pill for? Jiuling Jun looked up at him and said, my younger brother has been poisoned. I heard that this detoxification pill can cure, so we want it. Tianyun calmly suggested, if it's just this detoxification pill, then take me to meet your younger brother, and I will help him heal. Jiuling Jun joyfully asked, is that really possible? Tianyun placed his hand on his chest, confidently stating, no problem, I will go right after I finish my work here. Jiuling Jun was extremely grateful, thank you very much. At this moment, Kong Great Master was counting his beads while asking, how did someone from the impoverished area get in here? He raised an eyebrow at Jiuling Jun disdainfully, is Tion Feng Pavilion in such a dire state? How unfortunate. Tianyun, standing beside, inquired, so it's Kong Great Master. Kong Great Master paused and looked at him, is it you? You are here. Tianyun arrogantly asked, is there a problem with me being here? Kong Great Master fell silent but pointed at Jiuling Jun, loudly stating, why even a person from the impoverished area is allowed in here? Where are the guards? He clasped his hands behind his back, fuming, how unfortunate, kick these people out for me. The waiter replied, understood. He approached, pointing and shouting, this is Tion Feng Pavilion. This place is not for poor people, please leave. Tianyun's muscles tensed as he glared at Kong Great Master, thinking, Kong Great Master is a guest here, no wonder the guards are obeying him. He spoke up, what makes you think she is poor? The waiter replied indifferently, she must not be able to afford even the cheapest treasures. I don't want to make things difficult for you. Jiuling Jun lowered her head in embarrassment and said, let me go outside. Tianyun, from behind, handed her 2 gold bars and said, how about this? The waiter looked confused and called out, Kong Great Master, this. Kong Great Master, angry, shouted loudly, throw them out. This place does not welcome people like you, just get out. Despicable is despicable, the stench of poverty is evident in your bones. Jiuling Jun, humiliated like this, lowered her head, trembling as she held the 2 gold bars, not rebutting. Yet Tianyun boldly asked, is that so? But still, it's better than some people, even if they wear extravagant clothes, they're not even worth comparing to beasts. Kong Great Master arrogantly replied, I am the guest here, if I want you to leave, then leave. Get them out of here for me, Tianyun said tearfully. Isn't it just a guest? Where is the steward? I have something to discuss with him. Kong the Great Master laughed derisively and said, do you think you can meet the Master Pavilion just based on yourself? At this moment, Liang the Master Pavilion entered and asked sternly, what's going on? Kong the Great Master turned to look at him and said, it's Liang the Master Pavilion. You came at just the right time. Earlier, he not only injured me but also brought people from the poor area in here, disturbing the other guests. Liang the Master Pavilion glanced at Tion Yun and thought, unless they are from Tion Shien Palace. And Ling reprimanded Liang the Master Pavilion, don't you think your guest is too rude? We are from Tion Shien Palace, so what if we brought people in here? Are we not guests? Liang the Master Pavilion smiled and replied gently, so that's how it is. No wonder your temperament is so extraordinary. Those who come are guests, especially being from Tion Shien Palace. Why should we be angry? Anger only leads to loss of wealth. Kong the Great Master was not to be outdone. He turned around and pretended to be magnanimous, saying, Liang the Master Pavilion, I'll leave it at that. If they continue to stay here, then I will leave. Liang Master Pavilion said, with a dark face. It's not worth offending Great Master Kong for Tion Shien Palace. He bowed to Tion Yun, straightforwardly sending off the guests, I'm truly sorry, but I must ask you to leave this place. And Ling was furious, grinding her teeth, you are really going too far in bullying people. As she was about to step forward to reason with him, Tion Yun held her back calmly, saying, no need to hurry, we can leave this place. His gaze sharpened as he emphasized each word, Liang Master Pavilion, remember your choice today. It's useless for a few to stay behind anyway. Great Master Kong pointed at himself arrogantly, humph, you want to fight me? Tion Feng Pavilion is my territory. Before Liang Master Pavilion could respond, Tion Yun's group had already left. Jiu Ling Jun was the last to leave, feeling guilty, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Tion Yun paused, then sat down to reassure her, I don't blame you, in fact, Great Master Kong has a grudge against us, and it has nothing to do with you. He stood up, placed a hand on her shoulder, and looked back at Tion Feng Pavilion, continuing, let's go somewhere else, I will make them regret their choice. He then headed towards Tion Wu Pavilion. This young master. Tion Yun asked again, do you purchase spiritual energy? He waved his hand, took out several swords, and said, I have come to sell spiritual energy. He thought seriously, if the Tion Feng Pavilion does not know how to behave, then I will use the Tion Wu Pavilion to suppress them. The waiter replied, dear guest, please wait inside for a moment, I will go call Master Pavilion Su over right away. Beep, successfully received the mission to help Tion Wu Pavilion suppress Tion Feng Pavilion. Completion reward is 5,000 experience points, an increase of 100 affection for Xia Yue, and an additional 500 gold, with a reputation value increase of 10 points. The waiter went inside to call the Master Pavilion, and Tion Yun looked ahead, thinking, Xia Yue. It's likely that this person is closely related to the Tion Wu Pavilion. It seems that missions are everywhere, there are too many random missions and I basically cannot stop. A girl descended from the stairs and said, thank you for your patience, esteemed guests. Xia Yue, Master Pavilion of Tion Wu Pavilion, I am Xia Yue, serving as the Master Pavilion here. She paused, thinking, these spiritual energies are all medium-grade spiritual energies. She squinted in surprise, at such a young age, being able to obtain so much medium-grade spiritual energy is not simple. If only I could cooperate with him. She was pleased and said, not bad, 10 medium-grade swords. Do you intend to sell them to us? Tion Yun made a proposal, as you can see, these 10 spiritual energy swords were crafted by me. I want to collaborate with Tion Wu Pavilion, you provide the materials, and I will refine the spiritual energy. He tilted his head and said, the division is up to you. You set the price, the only condition is that it must be lower than Tion Feng Pavilion. Xia Yue touched the spiritual energy and asked directly, does young master want us to rob other sources of Tion Feng Pavilion? Do you have a grudge against Tion Feng Pavilion? Tion Yun did not hide it and replied, something like that. So. Do you want to take this deal? Xia Yue touched her lips with her hand and turned, of course, I'm very pleased. Tion Yun said, sisters, I ask for your assistance. Please follow Miss Jiu and bring her younger brother here to detoxify him. I can't leave this place for now. Okay, we will go right now. Back at Tion Feng Pavilion, Master Kong sat comfortably in his chair and snorted, compete with me? I will make it impossible for you to sell anything here at Tion Shien Palace. Master Liang Pavilion chuckled obsequiously and replied, "That's right. The Tion Shien Palace also does not have a guardian, offending him is truly unreasonable." At this moment, a person rushed in, stumbling and almost losing his shoes. Liang Master Pavilion, it's bad news. Liang Master Pavilion turned to ask, "What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Don't you know it's disrespectful?" The subordinate clasped his hands and reported, "Liang Master Pavilion, Tian Wu Pavilion has started selling medium-grade spiritual energy at a low price of 10,000 taels." He and Kong Great Master were astonished and asked, "What?" Liang Master Pavilion squinted, suspicious, "Have they gone mad? 10,000 taels, that's practically the same as selling it at the price of low-grade spiritual energy." The other one hesitated, "This seems to be the idea of a former master. In a short while, they've drawn all our customers away." Liang Master Pavilion asked, "The idea of a former master? Who would be so generous as to agree to sell at such a low price?" The other one glanced aside and said, "It seems to be someone you expelled before." Kong Great Master asked in surprise, "What? How can it be him?" Liang Master Pavilion clasped his hands behind his back, worried, "Isn't he a person sent down by Tian Shien Palace? Why is he selling now? Tian Shien Palace doesn't have much spiritual energy, right? Or has he been forced into a corner by us?" Kong, the Great Master, gradually guessed, "This must be because we pushed too hard, let's see how many he can still sell." He stopped his hand movements and cursed under his breath, "How annoying. Tian Yun definitely knows how to refine qi." Master Liang of the pavilion pointed and loudly ordered, "Quickly go buy everything back right away." The other man hurriedly replied, "Understood." A while later, the man came back to report, "Master of the pavilion, the spiritual energy was quickly depleted, but a new batch will be released soon." Master Liang commanded, "Buy it." The man reported again, "Tian Wu Pavilion has released new spiritual energy, Master of the pavilion, they still have it." Master Liang slammed his hand down on the table in anger, "How can they still have it? Could it be that Tian Wu Pavilion is also selling their spiritual energy at a low price?" He gritted his teeth in rage, thinking, "Something feels off, this is not the behavior of a fool, there must be something wrong." At Tian Wu Pavilion, everyone was still bustling with weapon sales. The female waiter chuckled and said, "See, I Master of the pavilion, the headquarters will definitely recognize your position this time." Xia Yue held a pen and exclaimed, "This time, it's thanks to young master for helping me in my toughest moment." She said, "Although it is said that we borrow our strength to suppress the Tian Feng Pavilion, this is also what we need. An ordinary craftsman will at least have several failure rates. Young Master has never failed, this level really amazes others. Congratulations to player Tian Yun for being proficient in primary craftsman skills, leveling up to intermediate craftsman skills." Tian Yun chuckled, thinking, "Being proficient in intermediate craftsman skills means I can create top-grade spiritual energy, even supreme-grade spiritual energy." He raised his hand to the system, marveling, as expected of top-grade spiritual energy, the success rate has instantly reached 50%, while supreme-grade spiritual energy might only have a 10% chance. Inside the Tian Wu Pavilion, Jiuling Jun was teary-eyed, pleading, "Young Master he is my younger brother, please save him." Tian Yun held her hand, soothing, "Don't worry, let me check his condition first." He approached to examine the injury on his brother's leg. "Indeed, he has been poisoned, perhaps he was bitten by some kind of venomous snake." He thought seriously, now the toxin has flowed into the meridians, completely mixed with the blood. Jiuling Jun's brother held her hand tightly, weakly calling, "Sister, you are back. I think I dreamed of you and me going to the lake to play, then we went into the mountains to pick fruits together." Jiuling Jun couldn't hold back her tears, comforting him. "You will recover soon, and when that happens, we will go pick fruits together." Tian Yun calmly spoke, "There's no need to worry." Jiuling Jun glanced at him with a faint smile. Tian Yun used spiritual energy and said, "The detoxification pill can indeed save your younger brother, but there is a method that can eliminate this toxin faster." Jiuling Jun frowned, doubting, "Isn't this fire meant to refine qi? Is he really using that fire to eliminate the poison?" Tion Yun directed the flame to her brother's wound, the fire entering his veins, suppressing the poison. The venom has been forced out now. Ling Jun joyfully said, "Is he awake now?" Tion Yun smiled softly, looking at her brother, thinking, fortunately, the toxin is quite mild, otherwise, he would have been dead by now. Her brother soon regained consciousness. "Sister, I feel much better now." Ling Jun replied, "As long as you're better, that's good enough." She approached Tion Yun, intending to kneel and express her gratitude. "Thank you, young master. I am willing to be your servant for this lifetime." Serving the person. Tion Yun supported her before she knelt down, saying, "No need to thank me, I just want to help." Ding! Mission completed, reward distributed. Xiao Wei looked at him from behind, chuckling. She was intrigued, thinking, such techniques are usually known only to refined pill masters, unless he also knows how to refine pills. Tion Yun bowed to her, saying, "Ci Master Pavilion, please give us a guest room for the siblings to rest for a while." Xiao Wei replied, "Of course." She turned and called, "You all follow me." Ling Jun and his younger brother replied, "Thank you, Master Pavilion." Tion Yun looked at the system, thinking, the success rate has increased. Originally, the high-grade spiritual energy was at a 5% level, and in a moment, it has turned into 5.5%, rising by half in an instant. He laughed, exclaiming, "Isn't this character value affecting the success rate of refining chi? Plus, with the lucky aura, isn't the success rate 100% now?" In Xiao Wei's room, a subordinate reported, "Ci Master Pavilion, the price of the medium-grade spiritual energy they are selling is 10,000 lower than ours." Xiao Wei looked at him, calculating, "Right now, the medium-grade spiritual energy is already saturated. It seems we have no choice but to push it to this extent." Tion Yun's voice broke the silence, pulling her back to reality. "So what if the price of high-grade spiritual energy drops?" Xiao Wei lowered her head, frowning, and replied, "High-grade spiritual energy is not cheap in terms of cost, equivalent to 3 pieces of medium-grade spiritual energy. But if it's only slightly cheaper, then it wouldn't mean anything anymore." Tion Yun smiled mischievously and asked, "What if we sell it for less than 50,000 taels?" Xiao Wei paused, looking at him. "The success rate of high-grade spiritual energy is frighteningly low. If we keep failing, we will incur losses." Tion Yun said, "No problem, I can handle high-grade spiritual energy." He looked back and told Xiao Wei, in one breath, "I can attract all their customers over here, but whether we can retain them later, that depends on you." Xiao Wei also offered generous profits, replying, "As long as young Master Yi can maintain a certain success rate, we can provide 4 shares or even more than 5. Outside Tian Wu Pavilion, Tion Yun pressed the system button. Success rate is only 55%, consuming value, using luck ring, activating crazy mode. He read through it once and then pressed for a success rate of 100%. A powerful surge of energy flooded into him. He joyfully laughed and said, "It's a success." In the room, Tion Yun emitted a light that caught the attention of Xiao Wei and Ling Jun. Soon after, Tion Yun brought out a sword chi. It was an ordinary long sword with high-quality spiritual energy. Ling Jun and Qin Shui looked at the sword, wide-eyed. "Have we truly succeeded?" Xiao Wei chuckled softly, standing at a distance, thinking to himself, "A character of the great master level like this, I must take him under my wing in the future." On the side of Tian Feng Pavilion, Liang Master Pavilion was continuously calculating profits. "This time we have suppressed prices as well. The customer source has finally come to us, unless they continue to lower their prices." He was in distress, reproaching, "The emergence of this situation is partly due to the efforts of Kong Great Master." Kong Great Master pointed and expressed doubts. "Liang Master Pavilion, I suspect they want to investigate our situation, specifically the spies sent by Tian Wu Pavilion." Liang Master Pavilion gritted his teeth, irritably looking at him. "At this point, are you still talking nonsense?" At that moment, a subordinate rushed in, anxiously reporting, "It's not good. The Tian Wu Pavilion has started selling high-grade spiritual energy, at a price lower than ours, 50,000 taels. Master Kong was shocked and asked, "What?" Master Liang clenched his fist, trembling in his chair. He lowered his head, wanting to lower his blood pressure, thinking, this is essentially targeting us, especially by reducing the price so low. If we don't lower our prices this time, the reputation of Tion Wu Pavilion will be very dangerous. He was furious and said, has the master of Tion Wu Pavilion gone mad? Who actually manufactured the high-grade spiritual energy? The subordinate replied, according to reports from our spies, it is Tion Yun, the outer sect disciple of Tion Shien Palace. Master Liang was so angry he knocked over the computer, shouting, is it really him? Master Kong stood up and said, this is impossible. How old is he? Sweat poured from him as he gritted his teeth and panicked. At that moment, a subordinate ran in to report, Master Pavilion. They have already manufactured 4 pieces of high-grade spiritual energy and are continuing to produce more. It is said that they are making over 10 high-grade spiritual energies. The 3 of them stood there dumbfounded, frozen in shock. Master Liang was furious and called out by name, Kong Xingfeng, you really have skill, provoking a character like this for Tion Feng Pavilion. Kong Xingfeng trembled, unable to say anything more. Liang Master Pavilion, Liang Master Pavilion pointed out the door, straightforwardly dismissing the guest, no need to say more, a guest like you, we cannot afford, please leave. Kong Xingfeng left, feeling dejected, but inwardly cursing the name of Tion Yun. Liang Master Pavilion watched him go, unable to help but think, that Tion Yun specifically wants to target Kong Xingfeng. If he stays here, Tion Feng Pavilion will never be able to recover. It seems we have no choice but to invite the Duanshan sect for assistance. Veins bulged on his forehead as he thought, the outer disciple of Tion Shien Palace, Tion Yun, right? Wanting to teach me, Liang Tian Cheng, how to be a person. You're still too inexperienced. Meanwhile, Kong Xingfeng was wandering the streets, looking ahead, and sighed in frustration, I originally wanted to act ruthlessly. He grit his teeth and warned, now don't blame me for being impolite. On the side of Tion Yun, he was practicing swordplay, raising his hand forward, with powerful spiritual energy trembling, causing Ciu Wei to worry. Tion Yun breathed heavily, feeling faint, the spiritual energy is insufficient now. Ciu Wei approached to support him, asking, young master, are you alright? Tion Yun was drenched in sweat, looking at her, replied, the spirit is a bit tired, it seems the chi refining has taken too long. Ding, congratulations to player Tion Yun for completing the quest to help Tion Wu Pavilion defeat Tion Feng Pavilion, earning 5,000 experience points, Ciu Wei's affection level is 100, and virtue value is 10 points, affection level 142. Ciu Wei's eyes widened and said, young master, it seems you need to rest a bit, I truly thank you so much these past few days. Congratulations, you have received 500 taels of gold. Congratulations to player Tion Yun for breaking through to the 4th stage of spirit tempering. Tion Yun smiled faintly, replied, each side gains benefit, there's no need to thank me. He happily thought, I've broken through, I didn't expect refining chi to level up faster than killing monsters. He said, I'll go back to my room to rest for a bit, then I'll continue crafting. That night, in Tion Yun's room, he had reached the 4th stage of spirit tempering. Skill, Biming Divine Skill. Skills, Eagle Claw Technique, Sword Mastery, Falling Feathers and Floating Clouds, Essence Absorbing Great Art. Weapon, Frozen Ice Fist. Equipment, Snow Wolf Battle Boots, Angelic Armor, Frenzied Skill, Lucky Ring. Tion Yun thought, leveling up, the experience has increased significantly, the difficulty has doubled in an instant, but it hasn't leveled up as well as before. A shadow of someone appeared outside the door, and the system immediately sounded a warning, danger detected. Tion Yun looked over and thought, there's an assassin. He activated the angelic armor, fully unleashing its effects. The assassin charged in, and Tion Yun stepped back, activating his powers in response. The assassin attacked, hitting him and sent flying away. Tion Yun watched him lying on the ground and couldn't help but think, fortunately I have the angelic armor, otherwise, I would really be dead. The assassin trembled to his feet and said, this power, the effect of the angelic armor makes the attacker suffer damage in close combat. The assassin leaned on his hands, coughing, and stared at Tion Yun in amazement. your strength is unexpectedly strong. Tion looked down at him, questioning, who sent you here? The assassin remained silent, not responding, and pulled out a knife to slash sideways. Tion jumped up, using ice power to freeze him. He thought, so fast, at least he's at the third layer of the spirit tempering stage. The assassin was stunned as he was frozen. Tion clenched his teeth and said, you'd rather die than speak, right? Very well. He raised his hand high, opening it wildly, open the luck circle. He chuckled lightly and exclaimed, then let yourself turn into my experience. After saying that, he unleashed a powerful punch, sending the assassin crashing into the door. Successfully killed the assassin. Gained 8,000 experience points. Gained the stealth skill, a haunting cloak, 1,000 gold coins, a red dagger, 300 madness value points. Tion laughed, saying, the stealth skill and the haunting cloak are both divine weapon level. The effect of the stealth skill completely conceals his figure, increasing speed by 2 levels and enhancing damage resistance by 2 levels. The effect of the haunting cloak makes him immune to all attacks for 5 seconds. The effect of the red dagger can restore personal stamina, coupled with the effect of poison, it's a one-hit kill. Tion stroked his chin, sighing, but unfortunately, these weapons and skills cannot be upgraded, and their effects are fixed. It seems that so far, the weapons obtained by killing monsters cannot be leveled up either. He laughed and said, but the grade is not bad either. Can be used for a long time. He coldly turned and guessed, the assassins are sent to kill me, either Tion Feng Pavilion or Kong Great Master. He glanced over and saw a ring in the pile of ice stones. Tion picked it up, looked at it, this is the only storage ring left. Inside there was lower-grade spiritual energy and pills. Tion looked for a moment and said, it seems this ring has some items. There are no symbols on the spiritual energy, but based on this level, it was likely crafted by Kong Xingfeng. He then approached the window and said, I need to go to Tion Feng Pavilion to investigate who is really behind this. Activate stealth skill. Tion flew out of the window. Kong Xingfeng below was nearly dying of anxiety, wondering, what are they doing up there? Making such a racket, aren't they afraid of being exposed? Tion glanced down at him and then landed behind him on a tree. Kong Xingfeng gritted his teeth, anxious as hell, saying, is this still an assassin from the Alliance of Shadows? How can they be so incompetent? Tion glared down at him, thinking, as expected, it was his doing. There really is no one else but him. Beep, do you want to accept the mission to eliminate the enemy Kong Xingfeng? Quest reward, 10,000 experience points, 300 skill proficiency points in forging, 300 gold coins, 300 madness points. Tion controlled the red dagger in his hand and replied, accepted. He then flew in from behind Kong Xingfeng. He looked down at him with a sinister smile. Kong Xingfeng sensed something and turned around. He looked around in panic and asked, who? He stared at the spiritual energy and asked, is there no one? That feeling just now, we can't stay here long, we should leave. His name is Kong Xingfeng, cultivation level 2 spirit tempering stage, skill level unclear, overall strength unclear. Tion appeared behind him with the dagger, smiled faintly, exhaled white smoke, and thought, I don't need to know any other information, just knowing that his cultivation is only at the 2nd level of spirit tempering stage is enough. Having thought that, he controlled the dagger to pierce through Kong Xingfeng's body from behind. He was caught by surprise and screamed in pain due to the injury. Tion confidently appeared with the dagger, Kong Great Master, if you want to assassinate me, you still have a long way to go. Kong Xingfeng trembled as he looked at him, calling out, Tion. Just as he was about to add Yun, he collapsed to the ground, covered in a shroud. Congratulations to the player Tion for defeating Kong Xingfeng, receiving 6,000 experience points, 200 madness points, and a divine weapon hammer. You have obtained a divine weapon hammer. Congratulations on completing the kill mission, earning 10,000 experience points, 500 madness points, 300 proficiency points in blacksmithing, and 300 gold coins. Tion looked at his corpse and poured out the vial. As the liquid fell, Kong Xingfeng's body was obliterated. This is what I got from the assassin. Indeed, it's a divine weapon for eliminating corpses, leaving no trace behind, he sighed. Such people truly only bring disaster. I need to be more cautious in the future. Back in Tion Yun's room, Xia Wei looked at the battlefield on the ground, bewildered. Young master, what exactly happened? Tion Yun knelt on the ground and replied, it's nothing, just killed an assassin. Xia Wei had expected this outcome but did not anticipate everything would unfold so quickly. Indeed, it was an assassin. Could it be that Tion Feng Pavilion sent someone? Tion Yun frowned and said, I'm not sure about that. He thought, for now that the matter is settled, I need to return. Adding one matter is better than subtracting another. Xia Wei sighed, feeling guilty, I am very sorry, but Tian Wu Pavilion could not protect you. To make amends, I am willing to give up a part, 6 for you, 4 for me. Tian Yun lowered his head and firmly said, there is no need for that. Unless on the 8th or 9th floor of the spirit tempering stage or someone strong who specializes in removing concealment techniques against assassins, it is fundamentally impossible to break in. This matter does not involve Tian Wu Pavilion. Xia Wei replied insistently, but it is true that we could not protect you, so the percentage should still be calculated as before. This is the biggest compensation we can offer you. She thought to herself, in order for him to help me revive Tian Wu Pavilion, I can completely give up this little profit. I need to think of a way to keep him here. Tian Yun turned around and resolutely refused, CI Master Pavilion, I appreciate your good intentions. We have purchased enough materials already, and we plan to leave here tomorrow. This small matter and the assassin are unrelated to you, so you can rest assured. Xia Wei clasped her hands and replied, all right, if the young master has decided so, I will not say anything more. In the future, if young master needs anything from Tian Wu Pavilion, I will certainly assist. The next morning, Tian Yun also bid them farewell and left. CI Master Pavilion, then I take my leave. Xia Wei happily replied, welcome to come back again in the future, we will definitely offer young master a very favorable price. Outside, there was a shout, CI Master Pavilion, Tian Feng Pavilion is holding an auction, preparing to sell a piece of top-quality spiritual energy. The man pointed ahead and said, moreover, there is no shortage of upper-grade spiritual energy. The key is that these things all come from the Duanshan sect. Many people are going there now, and they are even saying that in Tianfeng City, apart from the spiritual energy from the Duanshan sect, all other spiritual energy is fake. Tian Yun, Xia Wei, and Ling, and Qin Shui were all stunned. Xia Wei lowered her head, feeling heavy-hearted. From the Duanshan sect, without the Tianfeng Pavilion, how could we invite the Duanshan sect? She worriedly thought, in Tianfeng City, the evaluation of the spiritual energy grade by the formation masters is based on the decision from the Duanshan sect. Now saying that the Tian Wu Pavilion sells only fake spiritual energy means they are siding with the Tianfeng Pavilion, right? Tian Yun stroked his chin and said to himself, disciple of the Duanshan sect, Mal Yongbang. Xia Wei looked at him and asked, do you know this Mal Yongbang? Tian Yun also looked at her and replied, no, I've just heard rumors. Qin Shui leaned in to say to him, junior brother, this Mal Yongbang is one of the disciples from Duanshan sect participating in the Tianqin contest. I didn't expect him to be so arrogant, denying all the spiritual energy that was refined by our disciples. Young master, let's go to Tianfeng Pavilion to confront him. Before they could leave, a group of people barged in, shouting, we want to return the goods. They brandished weapons and yelled loudly, the disciples of Duanshan sect have already said that your high-quality spiritual energy is all fake and is actually equivalent to medium-grade spiritual energy. They angrily exclaimed, that's right, no wonder it was so cheap, turns out it's fake. Hurry up and take it back. No wonder something felt off when I used it, it was all medium-grade spiritual energy. I can't believe the Tian Wu Pavilion sold us fakes. Xia Wei was flustered and tried to persuade them, ladies and gentlemen, we assure you, this is definitely high-quality spiritual energy, its power is absolutely reliable. The buyers of the spiritual energy retorted angrily, but the people from Duanshan sect have said that this is all fake spiritual energy. The Duanshan sect is the most authoritative group of artisans here. We do not trust them, so why should we trust you? That's right, you are nothing but a bunch of frauds. Hurry up and let us return the goods. Tion clenched his fists, trembling, and called out, "Ci Master Pavilion, let them return the goods." Xiao Wei looked at him, hesitated, and then said, "Okay, I understand." She raised her hand to soothe, "Please, don't be angry. Follow me inside to return the goods." Tion looked ahead and said, "It seems that we won't be able to leave for now. After we return the goods, we will go to Tion Phone Pavilion." At the Tion Phone Pavilion, Liang Tianqing clasped his hands and said, "So it is Ci Master Pavilion visiting. I wonder if there is any guidance." Xiao Wei replied straightforwardly, "Liang Master Pavilion, you already know this but still ask. You said that aside from the spiritual energy from Tion Phone Pavilion, everything else is trash, counterfeit. You claim that the top-grade spiritual energy we sell is not truly top-grade spiritual energy. Do you intend to make it difficult for our business?" Behind her, a voice rose up, "I have seen the top-grade spiritual energy you manufactured." The disciple of Duanshan Sect, Ma Yongbang, said bluntly, "It is fundamentally not top-grade spiritual energy. At most, it's just mid-grade spiritual energy. I am Ma Yongbang from the Duanshan Sect." He raised his chin and scoffed, "High-grade spiritual energy is truly formidable. Yours is too weak." Tianyun, standing behind Xiao Wei, spoke up, "Then how about a little competition? Let's see whose high-grade spiritual energy is stronger." Ma Yongbang put his hands on his hips and asked, "Are you declaring a challenge against our Duanshan sect?" Tianyun smirked and replied, "What if I am? I will show you what true high-grade spiritual energy really is." Ma Yongbang frowned, angry, "You're quite bold. State your name." Tianyun proclaimed loudly in front of everyone, "I am Tianyun. The high-grade spiritual energy you claim is merely something I refined myself." Ma Yongbang looked at him for a moment, then put his hand to his forehead and laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha, you must be that useless person without blood Qi from the Tian Shien Palace." He raised his hand in mockery, "I can't believe it, you can even refine Qi. I suspect you got help refining Qi, then crafted a fake high-grade spiritual energy like that." Tianyun crossed his arms, confidently responding, "Useless person without blood Qi. I wonder where you heard that useless information. Only a fool would believe that. If you claim that the spiritual energy is something I created, then how about we compete again to see whose spiritual energy can last longer?" Ma Yongbang asked irritably. "Are you calling me stupid? You want to fight, right? Just so you know, no asking for someone else to fight for you, you must participate yourself." Tianyun tilted his head slightly, agreeing with him, "If the weapon I forged is being denied, then of course I will test it myself. Is your weapon fake, or is mine? Let's just check it out then." Ma Yongbang found it interesting and said, "All right, then let's have a match outside so everyone can witness who the real loser is." Outside Tion Phone Pavilion, Anling stood behind Tianyun and asked, "Isn't Ma Yongbang's cultivation at least at the 4th level of spirit tempering stage? Are we really going to fight?" Qin Shui was also worried and said, "Junior brother, his cultivation is much higher than yours. If you get hurt, how will we explain it to the palace master?" Tianyun held his sword and reassured, "Two senior sisters, don't worry. I'll go and come back right away, there's no need to be concerned. I will make him pay the price he deserves." Ma Yongbang stood opposite him on the platform, exclaiming, "I thought you only knew how to hide behind women, it seems you have a bit of spirit after all." Tianyun retorted without any embarrassment, "Hiding behind women is still better than someone talking nonsense." Ma Yongbang raised his sword, unleashing spiritual energy, saying, "Whether it's nonsense or not, we'll find out soon. This high-grade sacrificial sword is my most cherished work." He opened his eyes wide and shouted, "Everyone here, witness this and see whose weapon is more powerful." Tianyun also raised his sword, releasing equally powerful spiritual energy. "I will use this heavy sword to see just what your so-called high-grade spiritual energy is all about." Xiao Wei stood behind, seriously reminding them, "This is just a regular spar, not a life-and-death duel. If you lay a hand on our guest, don't blame Tian Wu Pavilion for being ungracious." Ma Yongbang sneered in response, saying, "We will only spar a little." He isn't worth killing. He thought, with the sacrificial sword and the heavy sword, he could easily toy with a kid like him. The outsiders mocked Tion Yun, saying that this guest of Tian Wu Pavilion must be a fool. The swordsmanship and the heavy sword? Clearly, this is just asking for death, isn't it? How could the disciples of the Duanshan sect possibly lose? This time, the guest of the Tian Wu Pavilion is surely defeated. Perhaps being provoked to the point of madness, they are acting recklessly and fighting like this. Ma Liangbang could no longer wait and slashed his sword horizontally. Endless swords. If you have to blame someone, blame yourself for touching the power of the Duanshan sect. Tianyun blocked his attack and then realized that this move was meant to kill him. He gritted his teeth and thought, this isn't a training ground, it's clearly meant to take my life. He exerted force to strike sideways, and Ma Liangbang jumped to evade. He couldn't help but be astonished, you can actually withstand one of my strikes. He landed and madly unleashed his attacks, let's see how long you can endure. Tianyun blocked the strikes with all his might, saying, is this all the strength you have? He smiled faintly and added, then you've disappointed me. With a surge of strength into his sword, he charged at Ma Liangbang with full force, the immense power causing the ground to sink, and his sword also cracked. Tianyun, in a frenzied manner, pressed down fiercely. Unable to withstand it, Ma Liangbang cried out, and Tianyun remarked further, unleashing a terrifying force. The strong oppression made the people outside unable to withstand it. Xie Wei silently gazed into the rising smoke. Ma Liangbang coughed and propped up his sword, then opened his eyes wide, my treasured sword. His sword was cracked and no longer intact. Tianyun stepped out and spoke, is this the power of your weapon? Didn't you say my spiritual energy was fake? He pointed his sword forward, mockingly stating, the truth has proven that your weapon is truly the real trash. How do you feel about that? The people outside began to doubt after seeing the outcome of the battle. Could it be that Tian Wu Pavilion really sells high-grade spiritual energy? No way. That's fake spiritual energy, this is Duanshan sect, could it be that Duanshan sect is defaming it? Ma Liangbang looked at Tianyun and said, you have hurt me again. He gritted his teeth and unleashed a powerful gust of wind attack. Tianyun smiled mysteriously, then released a strong sword chi, shouting, get lost. Ma Liangbang gritted his teeth and yelled, hoo, as he flew upwards. Tianyun forced his way up with him, causing him to become frightened and lose his senses. Tianyun raised his sword and shouted, come down. He struck down with force. But with a terrifying blow, Ma Liangbang fell with him to the ground, causing a tremendous shockwave. Debris flew everywhere, obscuring vision. Xie Wei was indeed looking at him with a different perspective. Tianyun is still young, but his cultivation is not low, and his forging skills are certainly impressive. He is undoubtedly a monstrous genius. The battle ended, and Ma Liangbang lay on the ground. Tianyun looked down at him and said, you've lost, your weapon is nothing special. Ma Liangbang, enraged, tightly held his sword and said, on what basis do you say my weapon is weaker than yours? He stomped on the ground, jumped up, and thrust his broken sword at Tianyun. However, Tianyun easily brushed it aside with his sword chi. Ma Liangbang fell to the ground as well. Tianyun, with a fierce expression, did not retract his sword and said, you won't admit defeat, yet you still try to sneak attack me. What a pity. He coldly looked at Ma Liangbang and continued, you are not worthy of that. Everyone watching was stunned into silence before erupting, oh my, the Duanshan sect disciple has been killed. The guest of Tian Wu Pavilion is indeed ruthless. Did you not see that disciple of the Duanshan sect? Wanting to kill him and retaliate is only natural. It's over. He has killed the disciple of the Duanshan sect. He's definitely dead. Beep. Congratulations to player Tianyun for killing Ma Liangbang, earning 10,000 experience points, 1,000 gold coins, obtaining the Tianyun set skill, the Wind Chaser Sword Formula skill, and 400 Madness value points. Beep. Congratulations on completing the mission, earning 5,000 proficiency points in forging skill and 500 gold coins. Tianyun exhaled, sighing, is that all Ma Liangbang has to offer? Liang Tianqing behind him spoke up, did you kill Ma Liangbang again? He was furious, pointing and ordering, capture him, bring him back to Duanshan Sect. He narrowed his eyes, calculating, Ma Liangbang is a guest of Tion Feng Pavilion, now that he's killed, Tion Feng Pavilion can't escape involvement. If Tianyun gets away, it would definitely be troublesome. Tianyun drew his sword and asked, capture me? Several of Liang Tiancheng's subordinates paused. Tianyun turned his head and emphasized, let's see who dares to capture me. Liang Tiancheng sweated and shouted, do you still dare to resist? Do you know that you killed a disciple of the Duanshan sect? If you don't obediently surrender, be careful not to drag your Tian Shien palace into this. Tianyun scoffed, amused, he can kill me, but I can't kill him. What kind of reasoning is that? Do you think just because you have a little bit of power you can be so domineering? Liang Tiancheng arrogantly said, so what? If today you don't obediently raise your hands and surrender, your Tian Shien palace will be implicated. Wait for the Duanshan sect to personally come to your door and inquire. Qin Shui stepped in front of Tianyun and said, the words of Master Pavilion Liang are truly bold. Even a third-grade power wouldn't dare to speak so casually. Can you really represent the Duanshan sect now? The strength of Tian Shien Palace may be weak, but it has many connections. Within the third-grade powers, there are many who wouldn't stand idly by if something happened to Tian Shien Palace. Liang Tiancheng's face turned pale, but he continued to threaten, no matter what, you should still come back to the Duanshan sect with me. If not, don't blame me for being rude. Xie Yue silently looked at Tianyun. If he really went to the Duanshan sect with Liang Tiancheng, Tianyun would surely no longer be the same. Killing their disciples would come at a great cost. Her servant behind her reminded her. Master Pavilion, do not provoke him. He is not worth our actions. The Duanshan sect is not something we can mess with. Xie Yue looked at Liang Tiancheng and thought to herself, not to mention that I cannot bear the responsibility of protecting him, the Tian Wu Pavilion behind me is an even greater force we cannot offend. She bit her lip and said, I'm sorry. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Tianyun stepped forward, not wanting to implicate anyone. I only represent myself. Xie Yue was stunned looking at him. Tianyun stood in front of everyone and announced, from now on, I am no longer an outside disciple of the Tian Shien Palace. He frowned and said, let's see how you will be impolite to me. Qin Shui looked at him and advised, do not provoke him. Liang Tiancheng's veins bulged as he said, good, very bold. He clasped his hands behind his back and ordered, capture him for me, remember to take him alive. Tianyun observed them seriously, these people are dressed normally but are all at the 4th or 5th level of spirit tempering stage. They arrived just in time. Tianyun drew his knife and said, activate the Snow Wolf battle gear, initiate the frenzy mode. A group rushed forward, and Tianyun charged with momentum, regardless of their numerical advantage. The frenzied style of commerce, open. One strike from him slashed across the face of a man. Lucky halo, open. A man behind intended to seize Tianyun. He glanced at him and kicked, saying, get away from me. Tianyun leaped up with his sword raised, then struck down with tremendous force, sweeping through everything with unmatched power. Beep. Successfully killed the deacon of Tian Feng Pavilion, gained 8,000 experience points, acquired a third-grade recovery pill, 400 points of wild value. The remaining deacons stood frozen, then frightened, turned to flee, shouting, no. Don't come here. Tianyun jumped up in a single motion, channeling powerful force from the wind ring, swiftly eliminating him. Beep, successfully killed the deacon of Tian Feng Pavilion, gained 10,000 experience points, 10 minutes, 500 points of wild value. Beep, congratulations to player Tianyun for successfully breaking through to the 5th level of the spirit tempering stage. Tianyun stood amidst the corpses, coldly asking, is there anyone else? Liang Tiancheng stood frozen, unmoving, what is happening? The techniques he used were the same as those previously performed by the Ma Liang gang. He shouldn't be able to learn the techniques of the Duanshan sect. An Ling and Qin Shui were surprised and said, the young master has gotten stronger again. Liang Tianqing bit his finger, annoyed. I originally didn't want to reveal my strength, but you killed our deacon. He summoned his sword and exerted his strength, growling, our Tion phone pavilion will not let you go easily. Boss Liang Tianqing, with his immense power, declared, let's see just how powerful you are. Beep, do you want to accept the mission to kill Liang Tianqing? The mission reward is 30,000 experience points, 10,000 gold, a power belt, and a 5 times experience card for 1 hour. Tianyin thought seriously, boss. He laughed, finding it interesting and said, 7th level of the spirit tempering stage, a boss level character. He excitedly rushed forward, laughing heartily, I didn't expect you to turn into a boss, I've been waiting for you. Liang Tianqing was furious, his eyes wide, grinding his teeth, don't get too arrogant. He forcefully slashed out a powerful, myriad swords transform into one. Tianyin quickly countered with the move, Wind Slash. The two fierce forces collided and exploded spectacularly. Tianyin retreated momentarily, planting his feet into the ground. He steadied himself, his body losing balance as he gritted his teeth and looked up. In less than 2 seconds, Liang Tianqing unleashed a powerful sword chi. Die for me. Tianyin blocked it with his sword, causing another explosion from the clash of their powers. He gritted his teeth and cried out in pain. After that, he was knocked back, his sword flying away, his hands hanging limply, blood dripping down. And Ling and Qin Shui anxiously called out, young master. Tianyin held his hand tight and shouted, don't come over here. I am no longer a disciple of Tian Shien Palace, I don't want to implicate Tian Shien Palace. Therefore, don't get involved. He gritted his teeth so hard he trembled, saying, please. The two of them stopped, helplessly calling out, junior brother. Liang Tianqing stood opposite him, speaking, you still have some responsibility. He laughed arrogantly, pointing his sword at Tianyin with overwhelming power, now you have no weapon, let's see what you will use to fight me. Tianyin suddenly laughed, heh heh heh, which puzzled him. Tianyin raised his head and calmly said, who said I have no weapon? He equipped the frost glove. Tianyin put on the frost glove. Liang Tianqing let out a strange laugh, also with disdain, is this what you're using to fight me? He raised his sword high and deployed his sword chi, then good, I will fulfill your wish, so you can die unspeakably. He stomped the ground and launched himself toward Tianyin with the move, 10,000 swords returned to one. But after less than 2 seconds of arrogance, Liang Tianqing was already gritting his teeth and bulging his eyes. Tianyin had grabbed his sword bare-handed and frozen it instantly. With a tense body, Tianyin activated the Great Star Absorption technique, smashed through the earth, and dragged Liang Tianqing high into the air. Gained 500 EXP, 460 EXP, 570 EXP, 630 EXP, 520 EXP, 660 EXP. Both Liang Tianqing's sword and his arm were frozen solid. Tianyin exerted force and coldly said, it's time to end this. Then he hurled Liang Tianqing violently down to the ground. Boom! Liang Tianqing smashed into the earth, creating a deep crater. But it wasn't over. Tianyin immediately dove down and stomped hard on his body. Liang Tianqing coughed up blood, his eyes rolling back. How is this possible? Tianyin's eyes glowed with spiritual energy, his face icy cold as he said, nothing is impossible. You're simply too weak. He raised his hand and said, activate lucky draw. Spiritual power began condensing in his palm. Terrified, Liang Tianqing begged, spare me. I'll make sure the Duanshan sect no longer comes after you. But just as he finished speaking, Tianyin's powerful palm strike descended, its pressure alone terrifyingly oppressive, making the bystanders outside freeze in place, not daring to breathe. Beep. Congratulations, you've killed Liang Tianqing. Gaining 80,000 experience points, 5,000 gold coins, obtaining the strength bracelet, the strength ring, the Van Keen Kui Tong martial arts, the Truck Fong Tri Nan spiritual energy, and 700 crazy value points. Congratulations on completing the mission to kill Liang Tianqing. The reward is 30,000 experience points, 10,000 gold coins, obtaining the strength belt, a 5-fold experience card, and 1 hour. Congratulations to the player Tion Yun for successfully breaking through to the 6th level of the spirit tempering stage. Tion Yun smiled, I've leveled up. The person behind him widened his eyes in disbelief. Master Liang Pavilion's cultivation is at least at the 7th level of the spirit tempering stage, how could he die like that? Xiao Wei looked at him seriously, thinking silently, this young master is quite impressive. She hesitated, suddenly remembering something and said, not good. She shouted loudly, young master, hurry up and go. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. Tion Feng Pavilion and Duanshan Sect will not let you off. Tion Yun looked at her silently, then handed the ring to Qin Shui, instructing, senior sisters, please take this back. This disaster was caused by me, and I will bear all the responsibility. He turned away, smiled lightly, and added, when you return, tell the palace master. Don't worry about me. Jiuling Jun, they entrusted everyone to take care of it, please. He turned away, his eyes serious, thinking, next, there will definitely be more strong ones appearing to hunt. When I return, no matter what, Auntie will protect me. That's the disaster of Tian Shien Palace. He used Tion Yun's technique, leaping and flying away. Anling called out in confusion, junior brother. At that moment, a big guy appeared, little guy. Don't even think about running. She turned around. The boss, Fu Yusheng. Everyone recognized him and said, this is Fu Deacon of Duanshan Sect. We're doomed. Provoking Duanshan Sect, that little guy is definitely dead. Anling and Qin Shui covered their faces in front of the powerful force. This person is at the peak of spirit tempering stage. Junior brother, quickly run away. Tion Yun flew like the wind, still lamenting, so strong, I didn't expect that after just killing one boss, another super boss would appear. If I can defeat him, the rewards will definitely be good. He sweated, looked back, and calculated a bit, with my current strength, it's probably not easy to defeat him. If I really take the risk, it might endanger my life. You only have one life. Fu Yusheng over here unleashed his spiritual energy, saying, don't even think about escaping. Spiritual energy emanated from his eyes, searching for Tion Yun who was fleeing. He immediately flew in that direction, saying, no matter where you hide, it's useless. Once I lock onto you, you can't escape. Fu Yusheng halted, confused, as he lost his bearings and angrily cursed, damn it. Where are you? He smirked, thinking, that little guy has disappeared. Furious, he struck a house, causing it to explode, shouting, get out here. He stared seriously inside, where Tion Yun was hiding silently. Fu Yusheng gritted his teeth, laughing maliciously, Tian Shien Palace, right? If you don't come out, I will go capture your 2 girls, throw them to the other disciples to play with, and then crush them to death. Think about it, it's all your responsibility. Tion Yun looked down at him, unable to hide his anxiety, thinking to himself, Anling, Qin Shui, if they are captured and humiliated because of me, I will never forgive myself. It's because you forced me, trash of the Duanshan Sect. He raised his hand to take out a pill, using it violently. Tion Yun bit down on the pill, unleashing a surge of wild power. The energy exploded outward, causing his muscles to swell. He fitted his strength-enhancing bracelet. Concentrate strength and tighten the strength belt, activating the attribute set, adding 50% effectiveness. Fu Yusheng sensed the evil energy and turned sharply. Tion Yun unleashed a powerful strike, and he quickly jumped up to avoid it. Tion Yun glanced over, and Fu Yusheng had taken hold of his sword. Finally, it has manifested. Tion Yun observed his attire and noticed the armor underneath. The armor on Fu Deacon was not ordinary, at least it was a high-grade protective artifact. It remained unbroken even under the frenzied attack. Fu Yusheng jumped up and slashed out a powerful wind strike. The effect of the angelic armor activated. A sword chi exploded, but instead, the armor helped him avoid the attack, leaving Fu Yusheng astonished. Tion Yun spat blood, thinking, without the angelic armor, this strike would have taken my life. Using a recovery pill, Tion Yun immediately swallowed 3 pills, his power restored. His eyes shone brightly, exclaiming, no wonder it's called a third-grade recovery pill, especially under the effect of the frenzied state, it doubles the effect. Using stealth, Tion suddenly disappeared. Fu Yuxing looked around in confusion, asking, where did he go? He carefully checked all around but still could not find him. Completely unable to sense his existence. He gritted his teeth in surprise. Getting hit by one of my strikes and not being harmed. How could this little guy have such disobedient to heaven martial arts? He was furious, raising his sword high, creating a fierce sword chi surrounding his body. Little guy, is hiding all you know how to do? He slashed wildly, exploding several spots, shouting with sword chi, get out here. Tion charged from behind, thinking, a great opportunity. He swung his blade, but unexpectedly, Fu Yuxing dodged, saying, indeed, you are skilled at ambushes. He then struck Tion's back with a palm. Tion gritted his teeth, thinking, not good. He quickly used his heavenly cloud steps to escape before Fu Yuxing could unleash a powered-up strike to take his life. He looked up at Tion, who looked down at Fu Yuxing with some trepidation. So fast, this is the difference in cultivation. The effect is not something 6 times stronger can compensate for. Fu Yuxing unleashed his power, grinning wickedly. Tion desperately flew down, shouting, die, you evil one. Fu Yuxing also slashed out several paths of sword chi to block him. Tion pursed his lips, thinking, only one chance. He slipped into stealth, rendering Fu Yuxing's attacks ineffective. He was annoyed, snorted coldly, another sneak attack, childish. Tion suddenly appeared and slashed through his clothes with a knife. Fu Yuxing dodged, surprised, and said, what, while attacking. Tion fled, making Fu Yuxing furious and shout, damn little guy. He raised his hand in front, concentrating his power, don't even think about being arrogant. Many hidden weapons flew at once. Tion stood frozen, thinking, not good, it's hidden weapons. He opened his eyes wide and helplessly said, no time to dodge now. The hidden weapons pierced all over Tion's face to his neck. Unexpectedly, it was just an illusion, which was pierced through and vanished. Fu Yuxing was gravely shocked, my assassin's technique is useless again. He hesitated, but Tion had already struck, leaving him no chance to counter. Old thief, today is the day you die. Fu Yuxing coughed up blood. He showed signs of anger, looking up, you have pierced through my soft armor. Tion appeared with freezing fists, coldly saying, getting pierced so many times, how could your tattered soft armor not be penetrated by me? He thought to himself, fortunately, I have the phantom cloak. The effect of the phantom cloak provides immunity to all attacks for 5 seconds. Fu Yuxing realized he couldn't win, so he turned and threatened, if you kill me, the Duanshan sect won't let you go. Tion raised his hand, wielding ice power, and said, don't worry, I will kill as many of them as come. One day, when my cultivation is stronger, I will personally seek you out. Fu Yuxing's body was frozen, and he stammered, what is this? Tion used all his strength to deliver a powerful punch, knocking him away, and declared, I will flatten your Duanshan sect. Beep. Successfully killed Fu Yuxing, gained 100,000 experience points, 5,000 gold, 1,000 madness points, hidden weapon violent dance flower needle, usable only once. Beep, congratulations on successfully surpassing the level, killing the boss, obtaining special rewards, leveling up once, chance to enter a lottery. Beep, congratulations player Tion for successfully leveling up to the 7th level of spirit tempering stage. Beep, congratulations player Tion for successfully leveling up to the 8th level of spirit tempering stage. Tion laughed joyfully, leveling up twice in a row. The effect of the violent dance flower needle ensures that anyone in a 100-meter radius at the spirit tempering stage will definitely die. Tion tightly gripped the violent dance flower needle, marveling. This item is a bit disobedient to heaven, unfortunately, it can only be used once. Therefore, a group of people can be eliminated, by then who would still dare to surround me? Just retreat first and then see. He said and jumped up onto the roof, flying away. He raised his hand, summoning the snow wolf. As soon as he called out, the snow wolf was already by his side. Tion Yun mounted the snow wolf and ran into the forest. At night, in a small cave, Tion Yun looked at the sleeping snow wolf beside him and said, "Finally safe now, let's see what the overall situation is." He had reached the 8th stage of spirit tempering. Skills: Northern Ming Divine Skill. Techniques: Essence Absorption Great Method, Eagle Claw Technique, Swordsmanship, Falling Feather, Floating Cloud Steps, Heavenly Cloud Steps, 10,000 Swords Return to Origin. Weapons: Frostbite Fist, Crimson Dagger. Defensive Gear: Snow Wolf Battle Boots, Angelic Armor, Haunted Battle Cloak. Divine Skill, Mad Style. Strength Bracelets, Strength Rings, Strength Belts. Proficiencies: Beginner Divine Script Proficiency, Intermediate Formation Proficiency, Beginner Refined Pill Proficiency. All items: Level 5 Experience Cards, for Recovery Pills. 15 upgraded gift bags, a chance to win a raffle, and a violent dance of the flower needle. Tion Yun looked over at the gift bag. He smiled lightly and reached for it. I was chased too closely earlier and forgot that this gift bag was still unopened. Beep, congratulations on winning. Probing Eye, opens a special type of item, experience card multiplied by 10, upgraded gift bag to level 10. Tion Yun exclaimed in surprise. The effect of the probing eye can reveal the detailed data of any person. Check current total battle power. Tion Yun activated the probing eye and tested it on a snow wolf. Snow wolf, cultivation level 8 refined body stage, for equivalent to average quality mortal iron armor, claws with the strength of average quality mortal iron weapons, health points 1000, second tier potential, total battle power 1300 points. Tion Yun wondered, if the snow wolf has a battle power of 1300, then how much do I have? Total battle power, 18,570 points. He laughed and said, the benefits of this are enormous. If I encounter trouble, at least I can turn and run in time. That's the main point. Now let's draw, just in time for another raffle chance. Beep, congratulations, you have gained an additional 5,000 experience points in weaving. Tion Yun slammed his hand on the ground in anger. My luck is a bit poor, I only drew 5,000 experience points in weaving again. He slammed his hand down and suddenly remembered. I almost forgot, there's a lucky ring that, when used, can increase my luck 5 times. Why not use it on the lottery draw? He looked at the spinning wheel with suspicion. I wonder if it works. He pressed the lottery draw system. Consuming 100 madness value points, starting the lottery draw. Tion Yun clasped his hands and muttered silently, Divine Skill, Divine Skill, Divine Skill. The lucky will stop at an item. Tion Yun's face fell, and he reluctantly said, fine. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully obtained the shape-shifting mask. Tion Yun held the shape-shifting mask in a daze. What the hell is a shape-shifting mask? A hand slammed down on the table, cursing, damn it. The man in black angrily said, I never expected that the Maoyang gang would visit your Tian Feng Pavilion and end up like this. Not only did the Maoyang gang die, but even Fu the Deacon is dead too, the master of the Tian Feng Pavilion. Xiang Tianya spoke, Tian Feng Pavilion has also suffered losses with several deacons and Master Liang's pavilion. This time, we are the ones at a disadvantage. The master of Duanshan Sect, Qin Yuncheng, calmed down to consider, this little guy from Tian Shien Palace seems a bit unusual. I heard he's a useless person without blood qi, yet even Fu Deacon was killed by him. Is it possible that someone from Tian Shien Palace is secretly helping him? Xiang Tianya thought similarly and said, that's right, I heard that Palace Master Shaolian dotes on him, so it wouldn't be impossible for her to secretly assist him. Qin Yuncheng reiterated, but that little guy said he is no longer a disciple of Tian Shien Palace. The events he caused have nothing to do with Tian Shien Palace. Xiang Tianya asked in surprise, nothing to do. Doesn't that mean we are at a huge disadvantage? This time the honor of our Tian Feng Pavilion could suffer greatly, and we are being suppressed by Tian Wu Pavilion. Qin Yuncheng put on an inscrutable expression and said, don't worry, hunting down that little guy is definitely on the agenda. We will capture him and kill him in front of Tion Shien Palace. Soon, Tion Shien Palace will belong to us, including his secret treasure. Xiang Tianya laughed sinisterly and replied, exactly, Tion Shien Palace thinks there will be no consequences, he he. Qin Yuncheng, with an inscrutable gaze, thought to himself, according to the legend in Tion Shien Palace, there is a treasure that everyone desires. He covered half of his face with his hand and pondered, the internal affairs of Tion Shien Palace are not trivial, which is why no one dares to take action. It seems the timing is about to ripen. On the side of the Illusion Beast mountain range, Tianyun stood high above, looking down and questioning, is this the Illusion Beast mountain range? Not sensing any ominous aura from the outside, he smiled and said, my cultivation is still too low, the demon beasts around the mountain are not strong. It's the perfect time to hone my skills and break through to the core condensation stage. He mounted the snow wolf and called out, let's go. The snow wolf leaped down, attracting the attention of several others. A huge bear rushed in hastily, and Tianyun smiled faintly, you've come at just the right time. Pointing to command the snow wolf, he said, go. The snow wolf charged in, battling the bear. As they clashed, its claws turned the bear into countless pieces. Ding, successfully killed the large bear, gained 900 experience points, 1 bear hide, and 90 crazy value points. Tianyun looked at the system with satisfaction and praised, not bad. After activating the crazy experience mode, the experience gained is 1,800 points. Somewhere, a noise caught his attention, the sound of a fight. Tianyun rode on a snow wolf and said, let's hurry up, one more matter to deal with. Ding. Random mission, do you want to accept the mission to rescue the lady of the Yen family? Completion reward, 5,000 experience points. Yen Ling Shue's favorability was at 100, 10 points of reputation value. Tianyun asked, increase the reputation value by 10 points. He jumped off the snow wolf, eagerly responding, for the sake of reputation, I suppose I have to be a hero and rescue the beauty. In a mountain range, a group of people were scouting and said, there is nothing unusual ahead. The hired bodyguard, Tan Yongsheng, said, I hope the earlier fight didn't attract too many illusionary beasts. Beside him was another hired bodyguard, Tai Wen. Accompanying them was the manager of the Yen family, Old Man Zhang. Next to him was the lady of the Yen family. Tan Yongxing stared at Tianyun in front of him, oh, who is that over there? Tianyun spoke to reassure them, there is no need to be tense, I am just training here. He smiled with a different expression, thinking, the shape-shifting mask I just got is indeed a treasure. Wearing this mask, no matter what happens, they won't be able to find me for revenge. These people are merely at the first and second levels of the spirit tempering stage. Perhaps it was time to pick elixirs. The versatile mask can change any appearance at any age, but it cannot change gender. A strange wind blew through, and Tan Yongxing immediately alerted, this is not good. Tai Wen also stood guard on one side, shouting, everyone be alert, prepare to break out. 3 big bears charged towards them at the same time. Yen Ling Shui turned to look at Tianyun, young master, I'm really sorry to have dragged you into this. Tianyun tilted his head and chuckled softly, Yen Ling Shui does understand etiquette quite well, at least unlike those bodyguards, who wouldn't even say sorry. He smirked, then looked ahead to reassure Yen Ling Shui, no need to worry, if we encounter any difficulties on the road, draw your swords for help, and let me assist you all. Tan Yongxing glanced back suspiciously, so proactive, this kid doesn't want to take advantage of the chaos to rob us, does he? Suddenly, he turned his head again, raised his sword, and threatened Tianyun, little guy, keep your distance. Are you eyeing my lady's beauty with some ulterior motives? Yen Ling Shui hurriedly called out, Tan bodyguard, at this point, why are you still saying those things? The big bear charged at this moment. She panicked and shouted, Tan Ho Vi, be careful behind you. Tan Yongxing snorted coldly, turned around, and 3-sword chi killed it. Zhang the old man pointed and called out, lady, there's one on your side too. A bear rushed towards both of them. Yen Ling Shui only knew to cover her head and brace for impact, while Tianyun delivered a powerful punch, dislocating its jaw, sending it flying away. Successfully killed the big bear, gained 700 experience points, and 72 madness value points. Tan Yongxing gritted his teeth, horrified. What exactly is this guy's background? Tianyun still had not withdrawn his hand and spiritual energy, causing Zhang the old man to also feel a thrill of fear. He truly has heavenly strength. Yanling Shui looked at him and secretly praised, this strength is not bad, it really is impressive. Tan Yongxing gritted his teeth in anger, damn it, he's stealing the spotlight again. Taiwan also snorted coldly, uncomfortable but saying nothing. The two of them, having no outlet for their anger, worked together to kill the remaining bear. Stinking bear, take my sword. Tianyun smiled bitterly, helplessly watching them, then also threw a punch, knocking down a large bear. Tan Yongxing touched his head, panting. In the end, they no longer dared to chase after them. Let's rest for a while. Mission accomplished, gained 5,000 experience points, 100 favor points from Yanling Shui, 10 integrity points. Tianyun smiled, thinking to himself, this mission was quite easy. Casually earned 10 integrity points. Yanling Shui handed pills to Tan Yongxing and the others, you've worked hard, here are recovery pills, everyone use them to recover. She approached Tianyun and also handed him one, young master, this is a recovery pill for you. Her current favor points were 103. She happily said, this time, I really thank you for drawing your sword to help. Tianyun drooled, joyfully thinking, with an increase of 100 favor points, Yanling Shui has become a good friend of mine. He accepted the pill from Yanling Shui, thank you. Tan Yongxing sulked, complaining, what kind of skill is it just to scare away a bear? Taiwan pouted, speculating, maybe the ones that were missed behind were because this little guy didn't kill them, that's why they were able to counterattack. Yanling Shui lowered her head, shyly introducing herself, no need to be polite, I am Yanling Shui. I wonder what the grand name of the young master is. Tianyun replied, I am Li Yun Tian, from a declining family, planning to train here a bit. He thought to himself, I wonder if there is a bounty from the Duanshan sect, but for safety, it's better to use a pseudonym. Yanling Shui then spoke up, as a bold young lady, I invite Li young master to become my bodyguard, with generous remuneration. I wonder if the young master would agree to this job. Ding, do you accept the mission to escort Yanling Shui to gather elixirs? The reward for completing the mission is 10,000 experience points, 20 favor points from Yanling Shui, and 50 reputation points. Tianyun quickly agreed, accepted. He smiled lightly and replied, alright, just as I am also scouting around this area. Tan Yongxing still did not trust him and asked her, Yan lady, are you sure you want to take in this little guy of unclear origins? Lady, are you relying on this little guy's manly strength? The two of us brothers are enough to fully protect you. Having a few others invited will only become a burden. Tianyun awkwardly thought, Tan Yongxing is being a bit too nosy. Yanling Shui gently said, Dan big brother. This one has its own limits. She tilted her head, deciding, adding one more person is a bit safer, let's go with that, let's move on. Tan Yongxing, having convinced Yanling Shui, turned to Tianyun and said, little guy, if you want to come with us, you must follow my orders. Otherwise, you will face the consequences yourself. Tianyun stepped forward and resolutely said, no, I only listen to Lady Yan. She is the one who hired me, not you. He walked over to Yanling Shui and called, Lady Yan, from now on I only follow your instructions. I wonder what kind of elixirs we're looking for this time. Yanling Shui replied, I am looking for dragon tail grass elixirs, which are said to appear along the path of the Illusion Beast mountain range, but they are in very limited quantity. Tianyun thought to himself, forming a V shape with his hand on his chin, dragon tail grass is not high grade but incredibly rare, mainly used for treating overdue injuries during cultivation. He looked down at Yanling Shui and tentatively asked, does Lady Yan have someone at home who has experienced overdue? Old man Zhang was surprised, does young Master Li really understand the properties of these elixirs? Something flew past suddenly, and Tan Yongxing shouted, there are demon beasts. He turned and cried, Lady, leave it to me to handle it. He sneered at Tianyun, thinking, little guy, I won't give you a chance to show off. He rushed forward, shouting, demon beasts, die. Tianyun frowned, thinking, complete another mission. Tan Yongxing retorted, are we afraid? I'm just worried about Lady Yen. He provocatively pointed, if you say you found it, then lead the way, let me see if there's a way to find the dragon tail grass. Opening the lucky ring, Tion Yun chuckled, thinking, this is the perfect opportunity to test a bit, with the support of the lucky ring, can I find the dragon tail grass? Madness value -1. 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 Tion Yun sadly moved forward, thinking, every deduction makes my heart ache. I've opened the lucky ring, theoretically, I should be able to find something just by wandering around. Yanling Shui paused and asked, huh? What is that? She happily ran over, exclaiming, dragon tail grass. Tan Yongxing exclaimed in surprise, did we really find it? Old man Zhang also excitedly looked at the dragon tail grass, no doubt, it's really dragon tail grass. Tion Yun turned his head, thinking, there's another one over there. He pulled up the dragon tail grass, got scratched, and exclaimed, then paused. He looked at the dragon tail grass and thought, strange, can this dragon tail grass actually hurt me? Yanling Shui behind him called out, Li young master. She smiled, complimenting, I didn't expect you to find it so quickly, you're really impressive. Congratulations on completing the escort mission for Yanling Shui to gather elixirs, earning 10,000 experience points, 20 affection points from Yanling Shui, and 15 reputation points. Tion Yun laughed joyfully, thinking, alright, mission completed. He said, since we found it, let's go back. Suddenly, a beam of light shone down, gradually opening up. They were startled, huh? What is this? What is happening? Beep, time-limited mission, inheritance of the dragon god. The duration is 3 days. The reward for completion is the inheritance of the dragon god. Tion Yun asked in surprise, time-limited mission. Accepted. Mission accepted successfully. Failing to complete it within the time limit will result in being killed by the dragon god. Tion Yun's eyes widened in confusion, what the hell? Killed by the dragon god? What does that mean? He looked at the dragon tail grass and wondered, could it be that the dragon tail grass is up to something? If I think about it carefully, this dragon tail grass is somewhat strange. The dragon tail grass would normally never harm anyone. Yanling Shui called out, Li young master, but he was lost in his own thoughts. The ground, after absorbing blood, can also emit rays of light, I didn't notice that at the time. Could it be the premise for opening the mission? He was frustrated and didn't want to admit he had been chosen by the dragon deity. My luck is indeed really good. Tion Yun suddenly halted, as the ray of light from earlier descended upon him, causing Yanling Shui to exclaim, Li young master. Tan Yongxing also asked in surprise, what is going on here? Starting mission duration. Tion Yun smiled, looked ahead, and said, over there. He quickly moved forward with the snow wolf into the inheritance of the dragon deity. The light flared up again, and Tion Yun had already crossed inside. He momentarily froze, thinking, I've arrived, right before me is the dragon deity temple, majestic and resplendent. Tion Yun looked around and asked, is this truly the dragon deity temple? I can feel the oppressive aura inside the temple. He patted the snow wolf's head and said, step back. Tion Yun stepped up the stairs, standing before the temple door. He couldn't help but wonder, what secrets are held inside. He fumbled a bit and took out the dragon tail grass. This dragon tail grass is probably the key to opening the door. The dragon tail grass glowed and revealed several symbols. A surge of powerful energy appeared along with the symbols on the door. The door slowly opened, and Tion Yun did not hesitate to enter. The group of Tan Yongxing also rushed in, shouting, hurry, let's go. He flew over and shouted loudly, stop right there. Tion Yun was surrounded by them. He glanced around calmly and said, I had guessed it, indeed you all followed me. It's a bit disappointing not to escort Lady Yen home like this. Tan Yongxing held his sword and said, little guy, I didn't expect your luck to be this good, this dragon tail grass is indeed the key to opening the dragon god temple. He laughed, looking at the dragon tail grass in Tion Yun's hand, and ordered, "Hand it over, and we will spare your life." Tion Yun indifferently asked, "Spare my life?" The two of them gathered their strength and charged at the same time, saying, "At least this is much better than you not handing it over, hurry up and give it to us." Tion Yun gathered strength in both hands, then used the eagle claw technique and squeezed Tan Yongxing's face. With his other hand, he grabbed Taiwan, rendering them unable to resist. Beep, successfully defeated Tan Yongxing, gained 2,000 experience points. 200 points of madness value. Successfully defeated Taiwan, gained 800 experience points, 80 points of madness value. Tion Yun scratched his head, feeling bored. These two little monsters have no equipment at all. He walked while wondering, is it really that simple for whoever gets the dragon tail grass first to become the heir? I doubt it. Tion Yun stepped into a trap. He was startled and said, "Not good, it's a trap." He jumped to avoid the arrows shot at him. His hand touched the ground, using the cloud step technique to dodge all the arrows fired. He sighed as he looked back and said, "Is it just arrows? But this kind of attack is really too ordinary, there's no difficulty at all." Tion Yun reached the entrance, looking dazed. "Oh," he said. He looked ahead and said, "The stone statue of the Dragon Clan warrior." Tion Yun glanced over, scanning the statues. Perhaps this is the original important base of the Dragon Clan. It must have been fiercely expanded by the human clan practitioners and then pushed back to the ancestral land. The hand of the statue holding the spear suddenly trembled, then suddenly raised the spear to stab down. "Tion Yun, to pass through here, you must first defeat me," it said, then stabbed down into the ground. Tion Yun jumped up, using the spear as leverage, and snorted coldly. He raised his hand, exerting powerful force to strike down on the statue's head. The head of the statue cracked, then could not withstand the force and shattered. Unexpectedly, at that moment, another spear lunged forward. "Whoever intrudes will die." Tion Yun widened his eyes and turned his head. This is indeed difficult to deal with." The spear from the statue came crashing down, but Tion Yun had already flown around, using stealth skills to completely conceal himself. His speed increased by 2 tiers. Tion Yun flew around to the back of the statue and opened his probing eye. He looked at it intently. The stone statue of the dragon man at the self-cultivation level is at the spirit tempering stage, level 5. Its blood volume is 5,000. Weapon, high-grade long iron saber. Defensive strength is high-grade mortal iron. Overall combat power is 4,700. Holding the saber, Tion Yun charged forward, shouting, "Die!" He activated his luck circle, employing the cloud stepping technique, flew alongside the statue, and struck its center. The statue broke into pieces, and several other foes were attacked by him and fell down. Tion Yun sat on the rubble, looked at the system, and said, "No way." He raised his hand in frustration, grumbling, "I opened the luck circle and didn't get anything. It's true that it's a crazy waste of value." The wall beside suddenly opened. Tion Yun looked through the opening door with a questioning expression. He stepped forward and asked, "What is this?" The stone statue was truly imposing. He examined the statue and deduced, "Is this the legendary dragon god?" He felt a bit anxious as he could not see through the probing eye at all. The dragon god's eye opened, and he called out, "My kin has finally arrived." Tion Yun stared blankly at the dragon god, confused, "What is going on here? When did I become your kin? Could it be that he misunderstood me to be from the dragon clan?" The dragon god pointed, causing the dragon tail grass within him to rise, swallow the dragon tail grass and accept the inheritance. Tion Yun looked at the dragon tail grass and frowned. "This thing is called the dragon god grass. It seems no different from ordinary dragon tail grass. Who would swallow this?" Suddenly, the dragon god grass flew directly into Tion Yun's mouth. He closed his eyes, letting out an agonizing scream from within. Immense power concealed within him emerged, and the blue dragon surged forth. "It feels like a giant dragon is crashing into the meridians in my body." He painfully tilted his neck, trying to endure. "Before, my blood chi was insufficient, and I couldn't cultivate. It has started to become faster. Success. You have devoured the divine dragon grass, gaining 8,000 experience points. 9,000 experience points. 12,000 experience points. 15,000 experience points. 18,000 experience points. Tion Yun stood there in a daze, his eyes half closed, asking, how could this be? Am I really a descendant of the dragon clan? Although he had never encountered them, it was said that the biological father of the original body was a super strong being, and it was very likely that the veins were inherited from him. With the support of the divine dragon grass, it began to activate. Another wave of power struck Tion Yun's spiritual eye. He soared up with a bright radiance reflecting all around the dragon hall. Beep! Congratulations player Tion Yun for completing the inheritance task of the divine dragon and obtaining the inheritance of the divine dragon, dragon god decision. Beep! Congratulations player Tion Yun for successfully acquiring the first grade divine dragon veins. Before he knew it, it was already evening. Many sounds mingled together, gradually entering the dragon hall. Do you see that golden light? I see great opportunities here. Even so, with so many people gathered here, there won't be enough points for any opportunities. You may be able to obtain talents and treasures. Just keep the door open. A group of ruffians entered the Long God Temple. They stopped in front of the door. That big door is open now. Quickly step back, we don't know what kind of monster might suddenly appear. The red-haired man warned. Could it be that the master here is coming out? We should quickly move away a bit. They hurriedly ran off to hide. Tion Yun stepped out and they exclaimed, someone is coming out. Tion Yun scrutinized the group, Refined Body Stage, Level 4, Spirit Tempering Stage, Level 8. He thought to himself, there are no strong core condensation stage cultivators among them. That makes sense, after all, this illusionary beast mountain is too low in rank. But being surrounded by so many people, it's not easy to get out unless I can fly. Tion Yun slowly descended the steps. The short-haired man spoke up, little guy, stop right there. No matter who you are, if you want to go outside, hand over whatever you have on you. Tion Yun calmly replied, then let's see if you have the ability to do that. The short-haired man smirked, stop pretending, how could you have come out from there? Tion Yun stepped aside and said, I just walked out with my feet. To enter through the door, rely on your own abilities. Now step aside, I'm in a hurry. A group behind him, the short-haired guy blocked his way with a weapon. Little guy, do you dare to mess with us? Quickly hand over the treasure you got inside, or don't blame us for being rude. Hand over the treasure now. Do you think you can escape from so many people? Tion Yun crossed his arms, raised an eyebrow, and repeated, even if I get the treasure, why should I give it to you? What have you contributed? I'll say it one last time, step aside, or don't blame me for being rude. The short-haired guy, angry, lunged at him to catch him. I want to see how you can be rude to us. He liked it, so Tion Yun obliged. He activated the frost punch and struck his hand. The short-haired guy was frozen, screaming in pain. Tion Yun forcefully waved his hand horizontally, and the short-haired guy fell down before he could attack. The others were cautious, no longer daring to act recklessly. Look at the spiritual energy in his hand, at least a high-quality level. The supreme-grade spiritual energy probably wouldn't be this effective. Little guy, still saying you can't get any treasures, what is this? Hand it over quickly, don't think you can escape. Tion Yun began to feel annoyed as he stared at them. Are these people crazy? Just now, I crippled one of their arms, yet it still didn't have any effect in intimidating them. With so many of them rushing in, this won't be easy to handle. He raised his hand forward, with a fierce expression, and said, I warn you one last time, either die or get lost. Equipped with a floral spear. Hearing this, those guys became even more excited, fighting to catch him. This is really funny, catch him, search to see if there are any treasures. A style of frenzied experience, open. The floral spear shot out, causing several of them to be hit and fall back. Successfully killed Lu Yun, gained 3,800 experience points, 1 recovery pill, 80 madness value. Successfully killed Long Tian Yang, gained 15,000 experience points, 1 double experience pill, 600 madness value. Successfully killed Wang Tian Qing, gained 8,700 experience points, 1 wind cutting sword, 200 madness value. Successfully killed. The surviving ones ran away in fear, saying, "It's the demon, so terrifying." Congratulations to player Tion Yun for successfully breaking through to the 3rd level of the core condensation stage. Tion Yun boldly took out the violet flower needle and smiled faintly. The speed of harvesting with the violet flower needle is truly too fast, it's a pity there's only one. He tossed aside the box containing the needles and said, "The speed of leveling up is really too fast, it's truly amazing." The box fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In the distance, a group of people was arguing, 10,000 gold. If it really doesn't work, then let's take the risk, how about it? If you want to go, go alone. I've heard that Tion Yun kills without blinking, I don't want to seek death. That's right, I've heard he even killed everyone at Tion Phone Pavilion, where blood flowed like rivers, and he looted all the treasures. If we capture him, won't all the treasures belong to us? Treasures? Without cultivation at the core condensation stage, how can we possibly catch him? Tion Yun approached, wearing a hat to conceal his face, blending into the crowd. I need to quickly return to Tian Shien Palace to check the situation. The time until the opening of the Tian Chen ancient relic is not far off. He brushed past 2 people, who were Yen Ling Shui and Zhang the old man. He lowered his head, intending to pretend not to know. Yen Ling Shui recognized him and turned to call out, "Li young master." Tion Yun took off his hat and replied, "Yen lady, what a coincidence. Did the dragon tail grass help at all last time?" Yen Ling Shui lowered her eyes, slightly disappointed, and answered, "Unfortunately, it could only temporarily suppress it. To completely eliminate it, another type of spiritual herb is needed." Tion Yun asked in surprise, "Using dragon tail grass doesn't solve anything? What elixirs are still needed to eradicate it completely?" Old man Zhang stroked his beard and said, "It's the soul-reviving grass." He looked up and explained, "The medicinal properties of dragon tail grass are for impotence. The soul-reviving grass is needed to achieve the utmost yang. Only by combining the two can you achieve the most perfect effect." Tion Yun touched his chin, deep in thought, soul-reviving grass. It can indeed enhance the effect of dragon tail grass, but the effect is too excessive, it may cause permanent damage to the soul, which could be harmful instead. Old man Zhang was taken aback by this. Tion Yun suddenly remembered and looked at him, asking, "Who used the medicine? Have they completely lost their mind?" Yen Ling Shui replied, "It was my father, he has recently overtrained, causing an overdose. Right now, he is in a comatose state, only waking up occasionally." Through her account, Tion Yun was able to recognize the condition of Master Yen. In this situation, using dragon tail grass will suffice. If you're not careful with the soul recovery grass, there is a possibility of falling into a coma forever. Zhang, the old man, said with a darkened face, veins bulging as he spoke loudly. "Are you implying that my deduction is incorrect? I am Pill Master 3rd Grade Kong Liang, I don't know which sect you come from." Tion Yun replied emotionlessly, "What does it matter if you say my deduction is wrong?" Kong Liang pointed at him, muscles tensed, "Of course, it matters. What right does a brat like you have to doubt the deduction of a Pill Master 3rd grade? Tion Yun crossed his arms, still confident in his words. As long as the condition of the Yen family master is as Lady Yen has described, then it absolutely cannot be the soul recovery grass. Kong Liang was furious, saying, "Ridiculous. Are you the Pill Master now or am I?" Tion Yun did not bother to argue with him and turned to Yen Ling Shui, saying, "Lady Yen, I am also an alchemist, please take me to see. If your esteemed father is as you have said, then we only need dragon tail grass and no soul recovery grass at all." Yen Ling Shui hesitated for a moment before deciding to trust him. "Alright, I'll trouble Li young master to accompany me on a trip." Ding, mission accepted successfully, treat Yen family master who has been injured due to overtraining. Completion reward is 10,000 experience points. Yen family master's favorability increases by 100 times. Yan Ling Shue's favorability increases by 30. Reputation value increases by 20. Kong Liang disagreed and spoke up, he absolutely won't be able to cure him. He decided, I will take a trip to your residence, I want to see how this little guy treats him. He furrowed his brows tightly and set a condition, I'll say some unpleasant words first, if this little guy fails, and if you want me to cure him, you must pay double the fee. Tianyun smiled faintly and said, don't worry, if it really fails, I'll pay this double fee. At the Yen family residence, Tianyun took one look at Yen family master and diagnosed, indeed, it's a result of overtraining, but it's not a problem. All that's needed is dragon tail grass. This is a soul injury caused by overdoing it, the soul is the most fundamentally injured part, and once it happens, it becomes helpless. How did you all handle it before? Kong Liang was rough and dismissive, you don't understand this but dare to call yourself a pill master. You must be using dragon tail grass to refine pills, is there any other way? Of course there are other methods, such as adding poison ivy, or rather, resurrection grass, Tianyun mocked in return, echoing his words. No wonder you can't treat it at the root. You don't even know how to use dragon tail grass, how can you possibly treat it? Old man Zhang was furious, gritting his teeth, you. Tianyun said, Lady Yen, please excuse my rudeness. Yan Ling Shui replied with a soft, Tianyun used a needle to prick the finger of the Yen family master, to treat it at the root, first you must draw your own blood, along with refining the dragon tail grass. This situation is rare, which is why many refined pill masters don't understand it. Tianyun let the blood of the Yen family master drip onto the dragon tail grass. But the scariest part is, not understanding and pretending to understand, Kong Liang's blood rushed to his head upon hearing this. What are you talking about? Tianyun leaned back, denying it, did I say that about you? Then why are you getting so worked up? Don't interrupt me while I refine the pill, if an accident happens, can you bear the responsibility? A ray of spiritual energy emanated from outside the mansion, and a wave of spiritual energy also appeared. Kong Liang looked at Tianyun crafting pills so professionally and couldn't help but be amazed. You don't need any pill furnace and can still refine pills. Could it be that he has a strange fire? Tianyun raised his hand, using the strange fire to refine the pill. Successfully refined a second-grade pill, dragon tail grass, earning 1,000 experience points. Proficiency increased by 50 points. Tianyun called out, Yen lady, take this pill for the Yen family master to use. Yan Ling Shui raised her hand to receive it, replying, okay. Tianyun crossed his arms and arrogantly asked, how is it? Kong Liang, feeling embarrassed, said, let's see the situation first, you're not awake yet. Yan Ling Shui placed the pill into the mouth of the Yen family master, and he swallowed it, immediately waking up. Yan Ling Shui joyfully called out, Father, you're awake. The Yen family master replied, I feel much better now. The pill crafted by Kong Liang the pharmacist is quite good. Yan Ling Shui sat down beside him, her gaze directed at Tianyun, and said, Father, the pill was crafted by this Li young master. The Yen family master also responded with an, saying, thank you very much, Li young master. It is truly rare for someone as young as you to have such skill in pill refining. Tianyun bowed respectfully and replied confidently. The pill we are refining can cure the Yen family master, that would be great. The Yen family master looked at him for a while, thinking to himself, a young pharmacist like this, I thought he was a student brought by Kong Liang. Kong Liang turned to leave, saying, if the Yen family master is awake, I will take my leave now. Tianyun smiled faintly as he watched him go, forget it. As long as these minor characters don't provoke me, there's no need to pursue the matter too much. Congratulations on completing the mission, you have gained 10,000 experience points. The favorability of the family master has increased by 100. The favorability of Yan Ling Shui has increased by 30. Reputation value, 20. The Yen family master held up a refining pill tool and said to Tianyun, this is the refining pill tool, brotherly, you must accept it. It will definitely be of help to you. Tianyun politely declined, no need for this, it's just a small matter. This refining tool is at least a soul artifact level, and it's hard to buy even with money. The Yen family master chuckled lightly and replied, "That's right, this is indeed a refining pill tool of low-grade soul artifact. We don't have anything good to give here. Our Yen family doesn't have a refined pill master, and this divine refining tool has just been sitting here, so it's best to give it to you, brother." Tion Yun still hesitated. This is the soul artifact, a bit precious now. The Yen family master is also determined to entrust it to you. To be honest, the alchemy furnace has been kept here for so long, it's quite a miracle. If someone else discovers it, it will definitely cause deadly disasters. Tion Yun looked at the divine furnace of purple fire, and the Yen family master continued. So I feel that Brother Li is very suitable for it. Just protect it well in the future. Tion Yun clasped his hands together and did not refuse anymore. Then it's settled, I will accept this refined pill furnace. But this item is very precious, I can't simply accept it like that. I will stay here for a while, you all go buy the materials, and I will help you refine some pills. That's all I can do to help you. A few days later, Yen Ling Shui happily said, "So many pills. Congratulations to player Tion Yun for successfully breaking through to the 4th level of the core condensation stage." Tion Yun thought, not bad, leveled up again. A maid rushed in and shouted, "Lady! It's not good, Li young master. You should go to the front hall and see." In the hall, there were 2 old men who seemed unfriendly, saying, "A few days ago, we heard that the Yen family master had some issues with his cultivation. Now that your complexion has improved, we have come to offer our congratulations. This is our congratulatory gift, please accept it." The Yen family master replied, "Thank you for the kind intentions of the Wang family master and the Zheng family master. I, Yen, will accept this. I am already very grateful that you two have come to visit me." One of the family masters said, "This small gesture is nothing at all. However, we have come here for another matter that we would like the Yen family master to assist with." Yen Ling Shui and Tion Yun stepped forward. The Yen family master said, "What is it? Please speak. If I can help, I will certainly do so." The Wang family master replied, "Actually, it's nothing much. I heard that the Yen family master has a refining pill furnace that is a soul artifact. I wonder if I could borrow it for a while." Yen Ling Shui, standing beside the Yen family master, was surprised and thought, "I wonder how the news leaked out." The Yen family master calmly denied it. "Wang family master, you must be joking. How could my Yen family possess such a thing? Having a few pieces of high-grade spiritual energy is already quite good." The Wang family master slammed the table and stood up, saying directly, "Stop pretending. We have already heard the news long ago." Next to him was the Zheng family master. The Wang family master narrowed his eyes and turned to threaten. "Recently, news has reached from Qing Shien Mansion. Your elder brother died during training outside. Now, what does the Yen family have left to rely on?" He raised his hand, threatening with spiritual energy. The master of the Yen family should be reasonable and hand over the soul artifact refining pill. He smashed a large wooden barrel with a palm, revealing a coffin inside, and continued, "Marry your daughter to my son. If not, from now on, there will be no Yen family in Tianfeng City." He gritted his teeth and aggressively laid down the condition, "This coffin is prepared for you. Whether you live or die, you can choose for yourselves." Yen Ling Shui then understood and looked at her father reproachfully, "Father, risking everything to break through to the core condensation stage. Once the Yen family has no expert in the core condensation stage, the Yen family will definitely be in dire straits." She called out, "Father." The master of the Yen family stood up, opened his arms, and said, "Let them leave, this matter does not concern them." The master of the Zheng family frowned and asked, "Want to leave? Do you think that's possible?" The master of the Wang family raised his hand, coercively pressing, "Hand over the soul artifact refining pill, and we might consider sparing your life. Isn't surviving a good thing?" The master of the Yen family gritted his teeth and retorted, "Do you think I'm an idiot? Hand over the pill furnace, and you won't spare my Yen family either." The Zheng family master laughed and said directly, "If you already know, then there's nothing more to discuss. Your Yen family only has a path to death left. Hand over the pill furnace so that your whole family can die more comfortably." At this moment, Tion Yun raised the soul fire furnace and spoke, "Do you want to refine pills with this furnace? Both of them looked over and said, soul artifact. The Wang family master asked fiercely, who are you? Tion replied, I am just a guest of the Yen family. The Yen family master raised his hand and called out, Li young master, this matter does not concern you. Tion slightly turned his head and responded, if the Yen family is in trouble, then fleeing would go against righteousness. The Wang family master grinned and asked, are you giving the pill furnace to this little guy, intending for him to escape with Yen lady? It seems you know how to entrust others too. The Zheng family master darkened his face and said harshly, little guy, I'll give you one more chance. Hand over the refined pill furnace to me. You are not a member of the Yen family, and we will give you a way out. Tion shrugged, smiled faintly, and said directly, do you think I would trust two beast-faced men like you? Now get out of here, and I can spare your lives. The Wang family master was filled with rage and gritted his teeth, saying, you. He exerted his immense strength and shouted, little guy, you've shown disrespect. I originally wanted to keep your body intact, but it seems that's no longer necessary. The Yen family master gathered spiritual energy with one hand while raising the other to advise, Li brother, you should quickly take Yen heir away, I may not be able to hold him off for long. Tion continued to smile softly, saying, Yen family master, leave this to me. The Wang family master swung his fist with powerful force, saying, stop being so arrogant here, let me show you the might of this family master. Tion used the Tion technique to evade all of his punches, elegantly appearing beside the royal family, startling him. Tion delivered a powerful punch to his neck, sending him flying. Following that, the Zheng family master also swung down with his sword. Tion looked up at the powerful slash he unleashed. Yen Ling Shui's heart raced as she called out, Li young master. The Yen family master was also alarmed, shouting, Li brother. Unexpectedly, Tion used a small dagger to strike horizontally, breaking the Zheng family master's sword. He widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, what? Tion did not withdraw his dagger but sneered, then used a frost punch, striking with all his might into the Zheng family master's stomach. His body froze and fell down. The Yen family master looked at him in shock, I never expected this brother Li's cultivation to be so strong. Using the great absorption technique. Gained 4,000 experience points. Gained 4,300 experience points. Gained 4,500 experience points. Gained 4,200 experience points. Gained 4,400 experience points. The Wang family master was drawn in and trembled as he asked, what kind of evil skill is this? Who are you really? Which sect do you belong to? Tion raised his hand in front, absorbing, and said, does that matter? Blame yourselves for being ignorant. The Zheng family master and the Wang family master fell down. He looked up at Tion with a puzzled expression, thinking, this little guy is young, yet his cultivation is stronger than mine. What kind of monster is he? He was so scared he stuttered, wait a moment, I still have my ultimate move, I haven't used it yet, you can't. Tion raised a finger, using eternal fire, and shouted, use it in your next life. The Wang family master widened his eyes and screamed, no. Ding, successfully killed the Zheng family master. Gained 40,000 experience points. Acquired the martial art, soul-seizing life-taking technique, high-grade human level. 1,000 points of madness value. The success killed the Wang family master. Gained 40,000 experience points. Acquired the martial art, Ba Yun Ju, a top-grade human-level skill. 1,000 points of crazy value. Tion has reached the 4th level of the core condensation stage. Skills, Bak Min Divine Skill, Long Shen Ju. Techniques, Hap Tin Dai Fap, Thien Van Bo, Van Kim Kui Tong. Weapons, Guin Bang Swang, Gam Tin Hong, Truck Fong Nan, Thien Fong Nan. Defensive equipment, Ong Chien Dao Soi Tuet, Ho Jiap Thien Nan, Dao Bong Am On. Divine techniques, Kio Dain Quang, Vong Sang Mei Man. Accessories, Chui Then Ren, Vong Te Suc Man, Nan Suc Man, That Lung Suc Man. All items. Experience card 5 times. 20 recovery pills. Level 31 gift bag. Tion Yun raised his head, feeling frustrated, thinking, still not leveled up, I need quite a bit of experience now. The Yen family master behind him called out, Li young master. He regained his composure and, confused, glanced back, asking, what's wrong? Do you have other enemies? Yen Ling Shui stared at him blankly, Li young master, that's it. The Yen family master raised his hand to explain, our Yen family has never had any enemies. They are just eyeing our family's refined pill, taking advantage of the fact that I was overdosed. Tion Yun said, so that's how it is. At this moment, a group of people entered. The old man at the front spoke, this young brother here is quite young, yet he has already killed 2 family masters. Such cultivation is truly astonishing. The Yen family master asked, who are you? I am Yuan Ping, the deputy leader of Tian Feng Shangming. Tion Yun looked behind him and saw Kong Liang. He feigned surprise, Tian Feng Shangming, so it is the force of Tian Feng Pavilion. He thought to himself, it seems this Kong Liang went to seek reinforcements just now. Good, let's see what kind of people have come. He opened his probing eye, deputy leader of Tian Feng Shangming, Yuan Ping, core condensation stage level 4. Tian Feng Pavilion, Lu Deacon, core condensation stage level 3. Kong Liang, spirit tempering stage level 7. One of his subordinates, spirit tempering stage level 3. The other subordinate, spirit tempering stage level 4. Yuan Ping spoke first, asking Tion Yun, may I ask which sect this young brother belongs to? Can we befriend each other? Tion Yun had an expressionless face and said, you all go to the back courtyard, I will handle this place. The Yen family master replied with a He stared at them, speculating, these people are probably the reinforcements sent by those 2 family masters. From their appearance, they likely don't come with good intentions. Tion Yun bluntly said, no need to make acquaintances, I have no interest. Yuan Ping remained patient and said, how can this young brother speak so heartlessly? Refining a pill of the soul artifact level, that's a good thing. You can take such an item, but there is one condition, you must join our Tian Feng Pavilion. Tion Yun snorted coldly, going back and forth, aren't you just after this soul artifact? Yuan Ping stroked his mustache and replied, that's right. Either join us or die. It's a very good choice, isn't it? Tion Yun clenched his fist, releasing spiritual energy, angrily stating, your Tian Feng Pavilion is indeed despicable. You only know how to rely on humiliation and oppression to kill and seize treasures. Yuan Ping arrogantly asked, little guy, do you want to die? He brandished his sword with both hands, taking a stance. After the command, charge together, they rushed towards Tion Yun. He donned frost armor, his eyes radiating spiritual energy, and said, a group of greedy ants. A frenzy of experience, opening up. Use 2 double experience pills. Tion Yun shouted loudly, raising his hand, unleashing powerful spiritual energy, and then striking the ground. The mysterious ice instantly froze the ground, the immense force preventing the 3 from advancing even a step. The group was trapped in the mysterious ice. Tion Yun retracted his power, breathing heavily. Yuan Ping looked at him in awe, wah, you really are a monster. Tion Yun calmly replied, too much praise. He raised his hand and used the Great Absorption technique, gained 10,000 experience points. Gained 10,400 experience points. Gained 10,800 experience points. Gained 9,800 experience points. Gained 9,900 experience points. Gained 10,100 experience points. Gained. The Henchman 1, Henchman 2, Kong Liang, and Lu the Deacon were trapped in the mysterious ice and soon perished inside. The ice then shattered. Ding, successfully killed Lu the Deacon, gained 15,000 experience points, double experience active, 800 points of crazy value. Ding, successfully killed Kong Liang, gained 10,000 experience points, 500 points of crazy value. Ding, successfully killed all henchmen. With 2 hands and feet, I gained 13,000 experience points and 800 madness value points. Yuan Ping looked up at Tion Yun with a bewildered expression, you are so powerful, who exactly are you? Tion decisively kicked him in the face and said, what does it matter who I am to someone like you who's about to die? Do you still want to kill me? Yuan Ping grimaced in pain, threatening, if you kill me, you will face the hunt of Tion Feng Pavilion. The Pavilion Master will take revenge for me. No matter what, Tion Feng Pavilion will come after you. Tianyin took off the Bakbian mask and asked, is that so? Then I look forward to it a bit. Seeing his true face, Yuan Ping's eyes widen in shock. You are the Tianyin from Tian Shien Palace that we are hunting? Tianyin coldly stomped down again, sending him to his final resting place. Ding, successfully killed Yuan Ping, gained 60,000 experience points, double experience in effect, 1,400 madness value points. Congratulations to player Tianyin for successfully breaking through to the 5th level of core condensation stage. The next day, Tianyin stood facing Yen family master and Yen Ling Shui, saying, I'm afraid you won't be here much longer. Tion Feng Pavilion and the powerful forces of the two families will soon come looking for him. The Yen family master replied, no problem. Li brother must also be a little careful, don't let the people from Tion Feng Pavilion catch you. Tianyin clasped his hands to bid farewell, then I will take my leave here. Yen Ling Shui looked at him with a sad expression, thinking to herself, he must have a strong sect background, I'm afraid I don't have the right to keep him here. Tianyin glanced at her, before leaving, intentionally smiled and called out, Miss Yen, if fate allows, we will meet again. Returning to Tian Shien Palace, Shi Lei Yun and 2 other elders were in a meeting. The second elder asked the palace master, the Tian Chen legend is about to begin, I wonder when you will decide on the list. Shi Lei Yun exhaled and replied, wait for Tianyin to return first. The second elder opposed, saying, Duanshan Sect and Tion Feng Pavilion have already declared, if we accept Tianyin, it would be equivalent to becoming their enemy. Giving him this quota is just asking for trouble, isn't it? Shi Lei Yun seriously clarified, second elder, it is not Tianyin who brings trouble to our Tian Shien Palace, but rather they are the despicable ones who have been dealt with by Tianyin. The second elder frowned and retorted. But small sects like us must understand the way of patience. Even this, they do not understand. At that moment, a female disciple rushed in to report, Palace Master, it's not good. People from Duanshan Sect and Tianling Sect have arrived. Shi Lei Yun was taken aback in surprise. She had a serious expression, feeling somewhat worried, and thought, their arrival at this time must mean they have no good intentions. If something happens to Tianyin, I will bury the entire Duanshan Sect. She spoke up, ordering, go outside to deal with them. Outside Tian Shien Palace, Shi Lei Yun took the lead and asked them, Masters, what brings you here? If I'm not mistaken, there's still more than a week until the Tianchen legend opens. The master of Duanshan Sect, Qin Yuncheng, replied, Sure Palace Master, we have come this time for that quota. The outside sect disciple Tianyin of Tian Shien Palace killed one of our disciples and even killed the master pavilion of Tion Feng Pavilion. This debt must be settled clearly. Next to him was the leader of Tianling Sect, Jia Zhiyun. The second elder raised his hand to refute, previously, Tianyin stated that he was no longer our disciple. Moreover, he is an outside sect disciple, not an official disciple. What he has done has nothing to do with us. Qin Yuncheng stroked his chin, ridiculous, if you don't acknowledge him as a member of Tian Shien Palace, then you have nothing to do with this. The second elder said, but... Before he could finish, Lei Yun raised his hand to stop him. As far as I know, this was caused by your disciples repeatedly provoking, being arrogant, and insulting the weapons crafted by Tianyin as fakes. During the competition, they even attacked from behind, one can only say they died without innocence. Qin Yuncheng's face darkened as he asked, is there anyone to testify? He questioned in a deep voice, aren't our people trying to ask? But they were killed instead. I never expected your Tian Shien Palace to be so unreasonable. Shi Lei Yun gathered his energy, exerted force, and said, stop talking nonsense, don't even think about quotas. I invite you to leave here. A few eager disciples wanted to rush forward but were stopped by Qin Yuncheng raising his hand. Sure, Palace Master, it seems you are not showing any respect, then don't blame us for being impolite. Shi Lei Yun refused to back down and retorted, Qing Master, what are you trying to do? Our Tion Shien Palace may indeed be inferior, but we also have the spirit to fight to the death. Qin Yunqing laughed disdainfully, do you have any more trump cards? Marrying the disciple of Qing Xian Mansion. Is it to have her help summon the forces? Or is it for your immortal elder to come out of seclusion? Shi Lei Yun said angrily, emphasizing each word, you. Xiang Tianya spoke up from behind, Qing Xian Mansion has previously told us that they would not interfere in this matter. The Grand Elder gritted his teeth in anger, the master of the Tian Feng Pavilion. Did not Tian Feng Pavilion say they would not interfere in the affairs of any sect? Xiang Tianya retorted, usually they do not interfere, but your disciples killed our people, that is an exception. Today, you must clarify this with Tian Xian Palace. Qin Yunqing arrogantly laid down his conditions, I am giving you an opportunity now, agree to my 2 conditions. Listen carefully. He tilted his head and stated the first condition, hand over all quotas. The second is that Shi Palace Master must marry me. If not, today Tian Xian Palace will definitely be destroyed. Shi Lei Yun shouted angrily, shameless. At this moment, another voice came from behind them, don't you see what you look like? Do you think you deserve this? The second elder looked at him and asked, at such a critical moment, aren't you seeking death? Xiang Tianya chuckled lightly and sighed, we have searched for so long, yet I didn't expect you to come right to our doorstep like this. Qin Yunqing turned around and mocked, are you saying you have courage or are you just calling yourself foolish? Tianyun coldly asked, foolish? There is indeed a fool here, one who wants to marry our palace master despite his foolish face. Dreaming delusions. Qin Yunqing clenched his fist and arrogantly questioned, delusions, you say? Do you believe I could crush you with just one finger? He suddenly paused, looking back as he sensed the evil energy. Shi Lei Yun exerted a powerful force, emphasizing each word, do you dare to make a move? Go ahead and try. Qin Yunqing raised his hand and arrogantly declared, Shi Palace Master, your cultivation is not weak, but how do you think you will fare against us? Can you possibly fight against the 3 of us? He could no longer wait and ordered, capture that little guy. Shi Lei Yun gathered her strength and flew forward, saying, do you dare? Jia Zhiyun unleashed spiritual energy along with his sword, while Qin Yunqing also tightened his grip, both exuding powerful pressure. The 2 of them advanced together to block Shi Lei Yun. She unleashed a terrifying force, sending both of them flying. The Grand Elder anxiously called out, Palace Master. Qin Yunqing and Jia Zhiyun were unable to advance under the oppressive force. A few female disciples caught her and asked, are you okay, Palace Master? Shi Lei Yun raised her hand and replied, I'm fine, go help Tian Yun. A group of disciples surrounded Tian Yun with swords, but he calmly observed their every move. Shi Lei Yun raised her hand, worriedly thinking, Tian Yun is surrounded, I must save him, even if it means risking my life. Qin Yunqing threatened, Shi Palace Master, if you continue to interfere, let's see if I dare not. I guarantee they will do something to him. His gaze was icy, reminding her, I'll give you one last chance, present all your quotas. And you must marry me. However, this time you must also include the secret treasure of your Tian Xian Palace. Of course, if we kill all of you, we can take it ourselves. The Grand Elder drew his sword, preparing for a fight. Good, you truly have always wanted the secret treasure. Tian Yun is merely an excuse, what you really need is the actual secret treasure of Tian Xian Palace. Qin Yunqing laughed, not denying it, so what if it's true? You have no other choices left. If you do not hand it over, not only will he die, but Tian Xian Palace will also be completely erased from existence. Shi Lei Yun gripped her sword tightly, trembling. Then, he had no choice but to put down his sword and negotiate with him, all right, I will give it to you, as long as you spare Tian Yun. Qin Yunqing tilted his head and sighed, that little guy is really fortunate, the Shi Palace Master is wholeheartedly devoted to him. To save him, even taking out that secret treasure is truly admirable. Tian Yun thought seriously, even though I don't know what the secret treasure is, having 3 powerful forces take action must mean it's not an ordinary item. My aunt actually did this for me. The experience card activates crazily, the 10x experience card activates, the double crazy card activates, the taming degree card activates, consuming 5 double experience pills, the lucky light card activates. Tion Yun summoned his sword, striking out several times, causing several disciples to fall. In the powerful sword chi, no one could withstand even half a move. Those standing on the edge were soon left in shock. No, it can't be. This little guy is already as strong as the elders. Tion Yun unleashed a sword chi, forcefully emphasizing, I want to see who dares to bully my aunt, who dares to bully the Tion Shien palace. Don't say it's a treasure, not even a blade of grass will you take away from here. The female disciple from Tion Shien palace was stunned and asked, is this really Tion Yun? How can he be so powerful? Has he encountered some opportunities? With this speed, this strength, and that weapon, he's even more formidable than the elders. Using martial arts, the myriad swords returned to their source. Tion Yun raised his sword to absorb, and with a wave of his hand, unleashed the myriad swords along with the phrase, myriad swords return to their source. All the swords surged forward simultaneously, killing the disciples. Ding, successfully killed elder of Tion Ling's sect, gained 120,000 experience. Ding, successfully killed elder of Tion Ling's sect, gained 120,000 experience, 2,000 mad value points. Ding, successfully killed elder of Duanshan sect, gained 130,000 experience, 500 points in taming proficiency, 2,000 mad value points. Successfully killed. Qin Yunqing fell back in shock at Tion Yun's power, thinking, this little guy is showcasing his cultivation. He is clearly not at the spirit tempering stage 78, but at the core condensation stage 34. How can this be? He anxiously shouted, quick! Quick, stop him! A group of disciples was pushed back, successfully killing the elder of Tian Feng Pavilion, gained 120,000 experience points and 2,000 frenzy value points. Xiang Tianya, furious, raised one hand forward and shouted, little guy, you're too arrogant. Ding! Congratulations to player Tion Yun for successfully breaking through to the 6th level of the core condensation stage. Xiang Tianya unleashed a palm strike with all his strength like a raging storm, rocks and dirt flying everywhere, spiraling towards Tion Yun with immense force. He jumped and landed on a stone roof, determined, what about the master of the pavilion? You Tian Feng Pavilion members are all the same. Today, I will act on behalf of heaven and completely wipe you out. The frenzy pity method activated, using the assassination function. Tion Yun instantly vanished, and before Xiang Tianya could react, he executed a killer move from behind, killing him. Successfully killed Xiang Tianya, gained 400,000 experience points, obtained the ultimate martial arts skill, gained 1,000 points in refined pill mastery, and 2,000 frenzy value points. At this moment, suddenly many hidden weapons flew towards him, and Tion Yun and Shaolian quickly shielded him. Use a sword chi to knock away the hidden weapon. Tion Yun, be careful. Qin Yunqing let out an annoyed snort. Shaolian, angry, said, what a waste that you are the leader of a sect, yet you resort to hidden weapons for a sneak attack. It's truly shameless. Tion Yun tilted his head in confusion, silently calling, Aunt, no matter the time, you will always choose to stand by my side, never leaving me. Shaolian also looked at him and said, finally, you have returned. Tion Yun seriously looked ahead and said, if my presence brings danger to the Tion Shien palace, then have I not become a sinner? Shaolian fell silent and then sadly blamed herself, not taking good care of you, I am the true sinner. I've said it before, we must face everything together. Qin Yunqing was so angry he gritted his teeth, growling, I don't believe that just the two of you can support the entire Tion Shien palace. He waved his hand, ordering, kill for me. Kill everyone here, leaving no armor behind. I don't believe that just the two of you can support the entire Tion Shien palace. Kill. 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 Leave not a single person from the Tion Shien palace alive. His disciples and the disciples of the Tion Shien palace charged into a life-and-death battle. Shaolian shouted loudly, you dare. She flew ahead, emphasizing each word, Qin Yunqing, accept your death. Jia Zhiyun flew in from somewhere, attacking Shaolian with a sword strike. She paused, blocking the blow with her sword. Shaolian pressed down harder, saying, "If you want to get through, you must first pass my test. I will show you the bloody state of Tion Shien Palace after we cleanse it." Shaolian gritted her teeth, holding her sword tightly, saying, "Tionling Sect, you will pay for this." At this moment, Tianyun raised his hand, wielding powerful ice energy, equipped with the Ice Frost Fist. He waved his hand, unleashing all his strength to strike forward with the Ice Fist. The ice force froze Jia Zhiyun and the disciples, causing everyone to pause and look at him. Tianyun's expression was cold as he said, "I want to see, with me here, who dares to touch Tion Shien Palace." All the disciples of the three sects were encased in blocks of ice, unable to move. The female disciples of Tion Shien Palace were dumbfounded, surprised. Shaolian turned around abruptly, unable to hide her shock, looking at Tianyun. "What is going on here? This is the work of Tianyun, but it seems a bit too sinister." The ice block around Jia Zhiyun then cracked, startling her. As the ice shattered, an announcement rang out. Tit successfully killed Master Tionling Sect Jia Zhiyun, earning 400,000 experience points, a spirit condensing pill, and 3,000 madness value points. Tianyun rushed to break the ice block, calling out, "Aunt, I'm here. No one can touch Tion Shien Palace. No one can harm you either." Shaolian turned and called out, "Tianyun." At that moment, the ice of Qin Yunqing made a noise. Her expression became serious as she thought, "It's not yet time to let my guard down." The ice of Qin Yunqing cracked, and Shaolian quickly flew over, preparing for battle. "Let me handle Qin Yunqing." As Qin Yunqing broke the ice, Shaolian lunged forward with a sword, shouting, "Die!" Suddenly, a large hand appeared from above, carrying immense pressure that bore down. "Don't be reckless." A tremendous force struck Shaolian, leaving her unable to counterattack and taking the hit. Tianyun shouted in panic, "Aunt!" He rushed over anxiously, supporting Shaolian, bringing the pill to her mouth, saying, "Aunt, quickly. This is a recovery pill." Shaolian struggled to say, "Tianyun, I'm fine." Tianyun looked toward the gate, sensing, the aura is too strong. His gaze was cold as he wondered, who is this person? Tianyun activated the probing ring. Two bosses, Qin Tian Long, cultivation at the core condensation stage, level 9. Armor made of spiritual energy, top grade. Martial arts at the earth level, heavenly skill master. Overall combat power, 80,000. Tianyun smiled faintly, pleased, finally, a super elite has appeared. I wonder what rewards will explode if I kill him. Ding, you have accepted the mission to protect Tion Shien Palace against external threats. The reward upon completion is 200,000 experience points, 1 million gold, a one-time draw, and an increase of 100 points in overall favorability. Tianyun excitedly replied, affirming, accept. Qin Yunqing rushed over to him, calling, old ancestor. He was sweating and nervously recounted, that little guy is from an evil sect, I don't know what martial arts he used, but he froze us, we couldn't move at all. Please, old ancestor, take revenge for us. Qin Tian Long fumed, questioning, you're all a bunch of useless people. You can't even handle a small Tion Shien Palace. I can't believe I have to step in after all. Qin Yunqing trembled and replied, Junior is incompetent, your teachings are indeed correct, old ancestor. His eyes turned red, shining with thought. He originally wanted to wait for the master of Tion Shien Palace to come out before launching a sneak attack. Unexpectedly, this junior forced me out here. Qin Tian Long spread his legs, releasing powerful spiritual energy. I want to see how many evil sects there are. His spiritual energy swept over the disciples trapped in ice, causing their eyes to shine fiercely. They quickly regained their strength and broke free. Shaolian gritted his teeth, gesturing with his hand, the evil energy is too strong, this Qin Tian old ancestor is indeed not simple. It is said that he slaughtered countless cultivators to refine the blood-fierce flag in his hand. Be careful, don't let this evil energy affect you. Qin Tian Long raised his hand to perform some technique and then laughed wickedly. Tianyun replied seriously, no problem, leave it to me. Qin Tian Long scoffed and commanded, kill for me. The disciples were filled with enthusiasm, shouting, "Kill! Kill!" The Grand Elder and the female disciples were also prepared. "Palace Master, we will fight back." Both charged forward after the shout of "Kill." Meanwhile, Tion Yun stood opposite Qing Tian Long, calling out, "Qing Tian, old ancestor." He arrogantly shouted, "Come on, show me your skills." Tion Yun raised his hand, condensing powerful strength, and charged forward. One hand struck towards Qing Tian Long with icy fury. He was surprised and gripped his hand back. Before he could retaliate, Tion Yun unleashed all his strength violently against the ice block. Qing Tian Long was finally trapped inside. Tion Yun placed his hand on the ice block, breathing heavily. He closed his eyes lightly, sensing the situation before thinking. The previous strike was the limit of the frost mist fist. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, looking serious. Qing Tian Long was still able to exert his power in astonishment. No effect. In an instant, he shattered the ice fist with overwhelming force. Tion Yun was thus pressured and pushed back. Indeed, there is a bit of evil sect, but kid, for me, it has no effect at all. The evil energy he emitted grew increasingly intense, affecting the female disciples of Tian Shien Palace, causing them to lose their reason. Even the three elders had been controlled. Tion Yun shielded himself from the evil energy, unable to hide his surprise. The evil energy is too strong, even the elders have been infected. He exerted force around his body to protect himself. I expended too much earlier, resisting this evil energy is a bit difficult. Behind him, a voice called out, "Tion Yun." A stream of pure power surrounded him, protecting him from the evil energy. Shaolian formed a seal beside him, saying, "Tion Yun, leave him to me. You go help the elders." She looked ahead, continuing her words. "His cultivation is very strong, and it can't be easily dealt with like that. Let me handle it." Tion Yun did not show any emotions but voiced his opposition. "I am no longer the Tion Yun I used to be, always relying on your protection. This time, I will protect you and the Tian Shien Palace." He looked at Shaolian and called, "Auntie, do you trust me?" Shaolian was silent for a moment, then looked at him, smiled, and replied, "All right, I entrust you with the protection of me and the Tian Shien Palace." Qing Tian Long exuded his power and asked, "Little guy, do you still want to continue?" Qing Yunqing behind could no longer wait and urged, "Old ancestor, hurry up and kill him. Little guy, in front of our old ancestor, what are you even worth?" Qing Tian Long also expressed some admiration for Tion Yun. "At such a young age, you've already killed so many of my elders. You are much stronger than those useless people in my sect. Become my disciple, you don't have to be buried with the Tian Shien Palace." Tion Yun was resolute and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. Joining you is not worth dying for." A seal appeared on his forehead, and he also released his power. "Let me show you what you need to understand." Tion Yun unleashed the power of the divine dragon outward. The divine dragon escaped from his body and soared high. The power surrounding him seemed to have increased significantly. Shaolian turned her head in surprise, saying, This is the power of Tion Yun." Her eyes sparkled with joy as she remarked, "Tion Yun, he is truly no longer the boy who needed my protection." Qing Tian Long couldn't hide his astonishment, asking, "You are from the dragon clan?" Tion Yun glanced down, feeling the powerful energy, then clenched his fist, gathering his might, preparing to strike at Qing Tian Long. "Get out of Tian Shien Palace." Qing Tian Long also unleashed his power, excitedly saying, "I didn't expect you to be the hidden trump card in Tian Shien Palace." He swung his saber with a soul-stirring move, sending several heads of disciples towards Tion Yun. He gritted his teeth and executed the Dragon God decision, first form. Then he unleashed the divine dragon's hand with force. The fierce and brilliant power made Qing Tian Long feel alarmed, saying, "This is not good." He waved his hand, trying to block the mighty divine dragon's hand. As a result, he was still pushed back, but fortunately, he was not captured. Qing Tian Long was somewhat hesitant, saying, "Divine dragon of power? Such might, and yet it destroyed my blood-fierce flag." Tion Yun jumped up, tightening his grip with one hand, preparing to unleash the move. "Here it comes." He concentrated his powerful energy, along with the second form of the Dragon Soul Thunderstrike. He used all his strength to unleash the technique towards Tion Long. That hand swept through the air with oppressive force, and just by looking at it, he was terrified, shouting loudly. A second later, he laughed again, saying, "Underestimating me." Tion Long raised his hand behind him, wielding his sword, releasing a terrifying evil energy. He struck out with force, slicing through the Dragon Soul Lightning. The soul from within the sword surged out in a rush. "Take this move." The Dragon Soul Lightning vanished, and the tormented soul rushed towards Tion, leaving him stunned. Here, he gritted his teeth, looking up and thinking, how could there be such powerful spiritual energy? Tion Long laughed sinisterly, "Haha, die." Tion gritted his teeth and snorted. He raised his hand, using the Great Absorption technique. He lifted both hands, straining to push his strength to the maximum, absorbing Tion Long's power. He looked at the sword, momentarily bewildered. What? He raised the sword, unleashing powerful waves of sound energy that reverberated everywhere. What is the background of this little guy? Blood demon divine power, supreme spiritual energy, absorbing the blood of countless people to forge tenfold evil energy. Those with low cultivation are easily affected. From that, the mind was lost. Combat power, 10,000. Tion used a probing ring to observe and sighed, the sword is too strong, the combat power is so high. He gathered his strength to pierce the ground, then rushed like a gust of wind. Tion Long raised his sword, unleashing a powerful aura, asking, "Still coming?" "It's useless." Tion raised his hand to gather energy, loudly declaring, "Then let's see." Tion Long arrogantly slashed down, saying, "Seeking death." Unexpectedly, before being cut in half, Tion managed to bend down and evade the blow in just a few seconds. Tion Long, having missed his strike, paused in confusion. Meanwhile, Tion charged towards Chen Cheng. He released spiritual energy throughout his body and concentrated it in one hand raised forward, saying, "Your target is me." Chen Cheng, frightened, called out, "Old ancestor, save me." Tion unleashed a massive blow, causing him to scream in pain. Before covering him up, he turned his head in resentment, growling, "You." Ding, successfully killed Chen Cheng, earning 430,000 experience points, 1,000 proficiency points, and 3,600 madness points. Congratulations to player Tion for successfully breaking through to the 7th layer of the core condensation stage. Tion bowed his head, joyfully thinking, "I've leveled up. Perhaps my strength can finally match him." Tion Long, filled with rage, swung his sword and shouted, "Damn it. You bastard, die for me." His powerful sword energy surged towards Tion. Yet, he remained eerily calm, turning his head to snort. Then, he raised a hand, executing a technique to block Tion Long's attack. Following that, he counterattacked fiercely, swiftly appearing before Tion Long. The latter, filled with fear, thought, his speed is too fast. Tion poured all his strength into a punch, striking Tion Long and knocking him to the ground. He quickly stood up, wary of Tion. Facing him, Tion Long gritted his teeth. "I can clearly sense that his speed and strength are significantly stronger than before. Is it an illusion? Or is this little guy intentionally suppressing his cultivation?" He bit down on his 2 fingers, deciding, this little guy cannot be left alive. Tion Long smeared blood on his sword, the blood chi making the blade glow, emanating a sinister power. Tion Long gripped the sword tightly, unleashing a terrifying power and pressure. Total combat power, 95,000. Total combat power, 100,000. Total combat power, 110,000. Tion, using his observation ring, couldn't help but be surprised. In just a moment, an additional 20,000 combat power is added, which is equivalent to taking a strength-enhancing pill. Shaolian turned his head and said, "The evil energy is too terrifying, this is the true power of the Tion old ancestor." The Grand Elder frowned and called the Palace Master, "I can hardly withstand the evil energy anymore. Qin Tianlong's eyes emitted spiritual energy, and with an angry face, he shouted, "It's over." Just one shout from him caused the ground to crack. "I want to stain the Tianxian palace with blood." Qin Tianlong stood opposite Yi Tianyun, emphasizing, "From now on, there will be no Tianxian palace in this world." The system announced. Yi Tianyun has reached the 7th level of the core condensation stage. Yi Tianyun looked at the system, calculating, madness value, 200,000. What I need to do now is to use up this madness value, the form of mad leveling up. Yi Tianyun's eyes emitted fiery energy, and his dragon veins also leveled up. He spread his arms wide, unleashing maximum power outward, the madness value fully activated. Qin Tianlong hesitated, thinking, such powerful dragon energy. Yi Tianyun shouted and charged forward with a desperate expression. Qin Tianlong did not hold back but slashed with a knife, snorting coldly. Beside him was a protective circle. The strength of Yi Tianyun was like a fierce spinning strike. He raised his hand to gather energy and, with a full-force punch, shattered the protective circle of Qin Tianlong. That punch did not stop, it powerfully struck his face, sending him flying with immense force, mixed with thunder and lightning. Yi Tianyun did not retract his hand, saying, "Who is ending whom now?" The disciples stared blankly, asking, "We." The evil energy that had caused the female disciples to lose their sanity gradually dissipated. As the evil energy faded, a large hole appeared in the ground, with Qin Tianlong lying in it, spitting blood. Yi Tianyun stood not far away, calling out, "Qin Tian, old ancestor." He asked him sternly, "Do you want to die here, or will you lead your disciples to leave Tianxian Palace?" Qin Tianlong gritted his teeth, growling, Why has your cultivation suddenly skyrocketed? What evil skill are you using?" He thought, this little guy's cultivation has approached the peak of core condensation, yet as a Dragon Clan member, he still possesses an evil skill. Yi Tianyun clenched his fist, releasing spiritual energy. "I will count to 3, you make your choice." 1, 2. Qin Tianlong pressed his hands on the ground, trembling. He knelt on the ground, greedily thinking, if I can obtain the evil skill from him, then I will have no rivals. He gritted his teeth and decided on a thought, going straight down to the underworld. Even if it consumes my original spirit, I must eliminate this little guy. Qin Tianlong raised his sword, unleashing his power along with his true body. Yi Tianyun looked at his powerful true body without flinching and asked, "Is this your choice?" After the question, Yi Tianyun also roared, and a mighty dragon god pressure appeared. The dragon god, carrying immense strength, flew in and pierced through Qin Tianlong's true body. Below, Yi Tianyun rushed towards him, saying, "You will die." He added, "For me." He delivered a powerful punch to Qin Tianlong's stomach. The force of the blow shattered the ground and rocks, and as he took the hit, he screamed and flew up high. Yi Tianyun below crouched and jumped up high. "I will let your disciples see." He soared higher than Qin Tianlong and kicked him in the face, continuing, the result of provoking the Tianxian Palace. After such a powerful strike, Qin Tianlong fell back down to the ground. Shaolian, seeing this, was delighted and sneered, "Tianyun has become so strong, perhaps I won't need to protect him anymore." The smoke gradually dispersed, and Yi Tianyun hovered in the air, looking down at Qin Tianlong. He coughed up blood, unable to sit up anymore, yet still arrogantly said, "Do you think killing me will save the Tianxian Palace? Our ally will follow suit and come." Yi Tianyun cracked his knuckles and said, "Be quiet. Tian Feng Pavilion, Tianling Sect, whoever dares to touch Tianxian Palace, I will eliminate them all." He said this and gathered his strength, delivering a decisive punch to the ground. Ding! Successfully killed Qin Tianlong. Gained 500,000 experience points. Martial Arts, Blood Fierce Trung Thien. Weapon, Blood Fierce Than Thuong, low-grade soul artifact. Gained equipment, Blood Fierce Thursday Hone, low-grade soul artifact. Domestication level reached 1,000 points, 4,000 points of madness value. Completed the overlevel kill of the target, gained 10 draws, 10,000 points of madness value. Ding! Successfully completed the mission, protected Tianxian Palace against foreign enemies. The completion reward is 100,000 experience points, 1,000,000 gold, 1 draw, overall favorability increased by 100 points. Tion Yun withdrew his strength, surprised, yet 2 soul artifacts were triggered. Although they are low grade, they are still soul artifacts at least. Suddenly, Shaolian tapped his head. She sternly said, "Don't act like you are so impressive. Don't think that I will forgive you for what you did before just because of this." Tion Yun patted her head and asked, "Auntie, are you trying to settle scores now?" "I saved Tion Shien Palace." Shaolian's eyes welled up with tears as she looked down, feeling wronged. "So what if you saved it? Each matter stands on its own. Who told you to go silent for so long, making me think something unfortunate happened to you?" Tion Yun stared at her in surprise, thinking, "Auntie, she's actually crying." It was still the first time he had seen this, and he raised his hand to wipe away Shaolian's tears, comforting her. "Aren't I impressive? I will definitely protect you in the future." Not showing any pity, Shaolian snorted coldly and turned away. "You flatter yourself after just a couple of compliments." She felt a bit embarrassed and said, "However, this feeling isn't too bad." Tion Yun once again looked at Shaolian in a daze, silently calling, "Auntie." In the main hall of Tion Shien Palace, Shaolian asked all the elders, "That's how it is, I propose that Tion Yun become an elder. Does anyone have any objections?" The second elder and the grand elder replied together, "No objections." Tion Yun stood up and said again, "I have an objection." He raised an eyebrow and directly refused, "Palace Master, I feel it would be better for me to remain an outside sect disciple. The rule is irrevocable, moreover, my specialty is not managing the palace." Deep down, he also thought, the position of elder is not suitable for doing the necessary work, especially a lot of it. I do not want to get involved in such matters. Shirley was still explaining to Tion Yun, "You don't need to manage anything, we just need you to represent Tion Shien Palace." She was frustrated and said, "Do you think I don't know your abilities? If you were in charge, Tion Shien Palace would go bankrupt soon." Tion Yun happily agreed, "Oh, is that so? Then that's fine." Shaolian seriously discussed the plan. "This time, we will eliminate the masters of the 3 major sections. Those old men will definitely have tricks up their sleeves if they don't die. Therefore, we need to prepare for battle. They have always used excuses to attack us. Ultimately, they just want to seize our palace's treasures." Tion Yun confusedly thought, "Palace treasures? What are those?" Shaolian suggested, "The palace treasures, I intend to let Tion Yun use them. I wonder if you all have any objections." Tion Yun stared blankly at her. "Wait a minute, why are you suddenly giving them to me to use?" The Grand Elder frowned and voiced his opposition, "Palace Master, this is absolutely not acceptable. The treasure of the palace has long been an item that only the Palace Master can use. Handing it over to someone else is clearly against the rules." Shaolian said seriously, still firm in his intention, "Tion Yun's cultivation has surpassed mine. If the 3 major sects attack again, it will definitely have miraculous effects." Tion Yun listened from beginning to end but still did not understand what everyone was talking about. "Wait, what exactly is this treasure of the palace?" "The Frost Soul Gem. Effect, calming the soul, stabilizing the mind, increasing the cultivation speed. When used, it forms a freezing area, sealing everything around it. Its grade is a mid-grade soul artifact." Tion Yun looked at the item and assessed, "This toy is not simple, the temperature in the room has already dropped." Shaolian also looked at it and introduced, "This is the Frost Soul Gem. It not only aids your cultivation but can also cast a freezing effect. Previously, the technique you used was an ice-type move. If you combine it with this, it will definitely have miraculous effects." Tion Yun exclaimed in surprise, "Mid-grade soul artifact, no wonder it's called the treasure of the palace." He raised his hand to touch it but then stopped the motion. He looked at Shaolian and refused once again. "Palace Master, I don't need it. To be honest, it's useless to me. Why don't you take it back?" Shaolian was determined and pushed it back to him, saying, "Take it." Tion Yun was equally resolute, pushing it back, "I won't take it." She was silent for a moment, then yielded to his wishes. "All right then, I'll help you keep it." She said to everyone, this time, we killed the people from the 2 major sects and obtained 7 tokens. Now we need to reselect 8 disciples for the Tion trial. Tion looked at her and asked, reselect. The other female disciples all turned their gazes to Shaolian. She seriously explained, most of the Tion trial is for cultivation at the spirit tempering stage. You are already at the core condensation stage. Tion lowered his head, thinking, if I can't enter, how can I complete the main quest? Shaolian also clarified to Tion, with your current cultivation, it wouldn't mean anything to go in, you won't achieve the objectives of the trial. Tion, feeling disappointed, replied, alright. He let out a sigh and left the main hall. This is the only current mission in the main quest. If I can't complete the mission, how can I continue later? He closed his eyes and said, no more overthinking, let's draw the rewards first and then talk. The spinning wheel appeared before Tion, and a fortune cat also appeared. The lucky light circle began. He glanced at it, then nodded and said, let the draw begin. He won 10,000 experience points. Tion clenched his fists, angry, 10,000 experience points. That's a huge disappointment. Again, he won 50,000 experience points. Tion still shouted, again, he won a life. Tion rolled up his sleeves, panting, again. Then suddenly stopped, gasped, and asked, what? 1 life. A life? At the moment of death, it automatically activated, reviving him in an instant. Tion said, good stuff, then pressed the screen. His eyes lit up, rubbing his hands together, grinning, good stuff. It seems that consuming items isn't entirely useless. I'm so sorry, I misjudged you. This toy should come to me soon, a bit more. Tion drew a sword chi. Again. 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 Tion sat cross-legged, taking each pill and putting it in his mouth. What a disappointment, these pills are very mediocre, they don't increase much. Luckily, I drew a recovery weapon, just right for enhancement. Rank, 27, Core Condensation Stage Level 7. Madness points, 43,728. Virtue points, 70 points. Skills, North Yen Divine Skill, Heavenly Cloud Steps, Blood Fierce Reincarnation. Weapons, Ice Mist Staff, Refined Crimson Dagger, Wind Blade Dagger, Blood Fierce Divine Spear, Snow Wolf Battle Gear. Talents, Armor, Phantom Flying, Divine Technique of Madness, Lucky Light Ring. Veins, Long God Veins. Jewelry items, Divine Dagger Forging, Strength Bracelet, Strength Ring, Strength Belt, Blood Fierce Bracelet. All items, 18 Recovery Pills, 5 Double Experience Pills, 30 Level 1 Fruit Packs, Life Request X1, Divine Pill of Misfortune. Tion frowned and clicked his tongue. It seems that we can only wait for the Tianqian fairy tale to begin, and then think of a way to get inside. The next morning, Jiuling Jun nervously called out, Big Brother I'm a bit anxious. Tianyun reassured her, don't worry, I will be by your side when the time comes, just do your best. Believe in yourself. He looked at Jiuling Jun and thought, the competition for the official disciples shouldn't be this rushed, but now Tianxian Palace wants to quickly strengthen its power, so the competition is moved up. I wonder if this is a bit too hasty for Ling Jun. 2 female disciples whispered about Jiuling Jun from a distance, look, Elder E is bringing that girl along. I wonder how she managed that, she must have connections with Elder E. She has neither beauty nor talent. She seems like a commoner. Exactly, and she's bringing that burden with her. It takes us quite a bit of effort to get in, but she seems to have it easy, just with her connections, she can enter. Jiuling Jun lowered her head, tears streaming down her face. Tianyun placed a hand on her shoulder and said, relax. Jiuling Jun looked at him and called, Elder Brother E. He smiled gently, comforting her, this useless person you see here, I used to hear such words often too. Don't pay attention to them, prove yourself with your strength. Encouraged by him, Jiuling Jun regained her confidence. Step forward. Elder Brother E is right, I must prove myself with my strength. A female disciple in front of her showed obvious disdain. Riding on Elder's coattails to the competition, it seems like just a formality. What is Gu thinking, to have his eyes on her? The girl next to her also chimed in with harsh criticism. Usually, she's poor to the bone, every piece of clothing is old and tattered. With this level, she still wants to join Tion Shien Palace. Ling Jun seriously rebutted, you can talk about me, but you cannot speak ill of Gu. I will prove to you all, with my strength, that I can pass the competition fairly and squarely. The two girls laughed dismissively and asked, fairly and squarely competing? Just based on you, I fear you won't even last through the first round. A stern voice echoed from within a small cave, silence. The outside sect disciple of Tion Shien Palace, Judge Liang, frowned and emphasized each word, the competition is about to begin. He turned to perform a bow and called, Elder. Tion Yun instructed Liang, do it your way, be strict if necessary. Liang clasped his hands and began to set up the formation. This formation is called the Soul Shock Formation, which continuously unleashes mental attacks. The longer you endure, the stronger the mental force becomes. He explained, the standard to become an official disciple. You only need to persist through 9 rounds of impact. But if you want to become an inner disciple, you need to endure 11 rounds of impact. Several female disciples discussed, is it only 9 this time? I thought we needed to endure 14 rounds of impact. 13 rounds of impact. Don't be silly. If you can make it to the 10th round, that's already quite rare. That's right, the mental training requires more strength than physical training. I remember a long time ago, someone in this Tion Shien Palace persisted through 13 or 14 rounds. Ling Jun showed no emotion but promised herself, in order to repay Brother I must persist and become an official disciple. The other female disciples chimed in with skepticism, to become an official disciple, you must at least endure through the 9th round. Can she do it? I doubt she can last more than 1 or 2 rounds before falling. The two girls looked over at Ling Jun with arrogance, anyway, we can just watch. Regardless of the outcome, she can still join Tion Shien Palace and become an official disciple. It's fine, that's good, Deacon Liang reminded sternly, those who are taking the first challenge are ready. The others were silent. He clasped his hands and began again. Ling Jun joined her hands, along with several other female disciples, and stepped forward. Start. First round, second round, third round, fourth round, fifth round. The other girls had already knelt down, struggling. But Ling Jun continued to emit spiritual energy like a circle around her body, standing tall. Sixth round, seventh round. The female disciples outside were astonished, saying, no way. Eighth round. The girl with black hair gritted her teeth, shocked and serious, isn't she from the impoverished area? How can she be this strong? The brown-haired girl frowned and guessed, she definitely can't last past the 9th round. But the 9th round passed, and Ling Jun remained steadfast and unyielding. Only that little girl is still holding on. The young deacon counted to the 10th round and thought to himself, this little girl is not simple. In the 11th round, Ling Jun's legs began to tremble. In the 12th round, she shouted loudly, breaking through the protection. The other female disciples, who had previously looked down on her, now swallowed their words, incredible. She actually made it to the 12th round. Who was it that said she only got in because of connections? They looked at Ling Jun with admiration. Impossible, how could a commoner have such skills? She is much stronger than me. Tion Yun, standing on the other side, praised her, well done. Tears welled up in Ling Jun's eyes. She ran towards him, Brother I did it. I really did it. She hugged Tion Yun tightly. He looked at her and replied, I knew you would do very well. He smiled warmly, ruffling her hair, congratulations, this time you have officially joined the Tion Shien Palace. From now on, you are a formal member of the Tion Shien Palace. Ling Jun replied, if it weren't for Brother Ding, congratulations on completing the hidden mission. Initial stage of cultivating the holy girl. Earned 500,000 experience points. Ling Jun's favorability increased by 50. Reputation value 30 points. Tion Yun paused, bewildered, initial stage of cultivating the holy girl. What is this situation? Could it be that Ling Jun? He asked Ling Jun, are you the holy girl? Ling Jun looked at him with wide eyes, confused, huh? Holy girl? What are you talking about? Tion Yun didn't say anything further and replied, no, it's nothing. Ah, then what kind of people were your parents? Ling Jun lifted her face and replied, I've had no parents since I was little. I grew up together with my younger brother in the slums. He's not my real brother, I picked him up. Big brother, why are you suddenly asking about this? Tion Yun lowered his gaze, a bit saddened. I was just casually asking, don't mind it. He speculated silently, so, could it be that she was abandoned by some sect and left in the slums? Interesting. If I continue to nurture Ling Jun, perhaps she could become a holy girl. Then the system reward would be even more powerful. He spoke up, commenting, from your innate talent, you're clearly quite extraordinary. But your cultivation is still too low, otherwise, I'd have let you enter the Tion Chen mythic realm already. Ling Jun didn't ask for much, and simply replied, just being able to join Tion Shien Palace already makes me really happy. Half a month later, Shaolian summoned Tion Yun and instructed, this time, you'll be leading the team. The Grand Elder will assist you. I won't be going, I'll stay behind at Tion Shien Palace. Tion Yun nodded, if anything happens, notify me immediately. Shaolian gave a soft smile and said, all right. Do you think our Tion Shien Palace is something that can be shaped by others? It's getting late, prepare to depart. The convoy set off. After a while, they arrived at a bridge. Tion Yun stepped out of the vehicle and looked around, is this really the legendary Tion Chen? He peered inside, wondering, I wonder how I can get in. This is also the task of the main route. He looked around and thought, basically, the forces here are all second grade, first grade forces like our Tion Shien Palace are practically non-existent. From behind him, a voice called out, asking, isn't this the young master of Tion Shien Palace? Isn't your palace master coming this time? Tion Yun turned in confusion, oh, it's Hua Jun, the master of Tion D Sect. I almost didn't recognize you in this disguise. Master Hua Jun replied, when I go out, I always keep a low profile. Tion Yun responded, sure palace master has some matters to attend to, so he won't be coming here for now. I'm in charge here. Master Hua Jun winked and said, I see. I've heard that the three major forces attacked Tion Shien Palace, but in the end, they were destroyed instead. Your ancestors truly are profound and unfathomable. The Grand Elder placed a hand on Tion Yun's shoulder and continued the conversation. Although Tion Shien Palace is classified as first grade, its internal conditions have not been bad for many years. The Tion Chen fairy tale was now stirring, catching everyone's attention. They rejoiced, saying, the fairy tale has opened. Tion Yun looked at the large door of the Tion Chen fairy tale as it opened. Everyone was excited, saying, the large door is open. They joyfully jumped, saying, we can go in now. Then they all rushed inside. Tion Yun thought seriously, at this point, I need to give it a try. He turned to the Grand Elder and asked, can you give me the token? I want to see if I can enter. The Grand Elder agreed and handed him the token, saying, it seems you haven't given up, so I'll let you try to enter. Tion Yun reached out to take the token, replying, thank you very much. He looked at the token and thought to himself, is this really the token to enter the fairy tale? It doesn't seem special at all. He smiled faintly and looked into the Tion Chen fairy tale, saying, all right, let's go take a look. As Tion Yun stepped inside, he was surprised, there is no reaction to block me at all. The Grand Elder was also taken aback to see him able to enter. She exhaled and said, strange, the fairy tale should restrict those at the spirit tempering stage and above. She touched the restriction, even more confused. Strangely, the restriction is still there. Tion Yun looked back and couldn't help but think, indeed, the Grand Elder cannot enter, but I can. Perhaps it's a system issue, or maybe it's due to the mission. No matter if that's the case or not, the bottom line is that he can enter, and that's enough. Tion clapped his hands and looked ahead. He was stunned, surprised, so this is what fairy tales are like. Feeling a bit discouraged, he thought, this fairy tale of Tian Chen has been excavated 7,749 times already, all the treasures have been dug up. Therefore, our purpose in coming here is not to search for treasures. Qin Shui asked the elder in surprise, how could you get in? Tianyin replied, I'm not sure, I just tried casually and managed to get in. At this moment, someone spoke up, you are Tianyun, the disciple of Tian Shien Palace. Liang Feng introduced himself, I am Liang Feng from Tian Di Sect. Tianyun looked at him seriously, do you need something from me? Liang Feng's expression turned sinister as he sighed, you really are Tianyun. I always felt you were very familiar. Your wanted poster is quite popular. Tianyun asked him, so what do you want? Liang Feng jumped down and laughed, saying, I've heard you're quite formidable. At Tian Feng Pavilion, you caused quite a ruckus, killing Liang Tian Chang and creating a lot of trouble. Sometimes, you need to rely on your own strength. He clasped his hands behind his back, stepped forward, and mocked. Instead of hiding behind a bunch of women, what nonsense are you talking about? Elder, Qin Shui said angrily, defending Tianyun. He didn't rely on women to get this far. Don't speak recklessly. Liang Feng chuckled lightly and asked, you need women to speak for you? Can't you say a few words yourself? Tianyun didn't argue with him but turned around. Qin Shui, let's go. Liang Feng grinned, still sneering. Weren't you supposed to be very formidable before? I've heard you took down a lone opponent, now you're just cowardly. Qin Shui clenched her fists, unable to hold back her retort. It's all because Tian Feng Pavilion is playing tricks. If you don't know, then don't speak. The female disciple beside her also said, that's right. You're the coward here. Liang Feng's anger flared, and his eyes turned red. Shut up, all of you. I'm not asking you, I'm asking him. He grinned wickedly and suggested, if you have the guts, fight me in a duel, regardless of life or death. Everything has nothing to do with the sections. Tianyun coldly refused, no matter who you are from the Liang family, tell me, I am not interested. He thought, this guy is just making excuses to stir up trouble, truly making people feel very uncomfortable. Liang Feng provocatively said, I see you are merely relying on the strength of the Tian Shien Palace. You are just a coward hiding behind a group of women. Tianyun looked at him with an angry expression and said, all right, you have successfully angered me. He narrowed his eyes and asked, don't you want to fight to the death? Can we start now? Liang Feng excitedly drew his sword, no problem, let's begin right now. He swung his sword and shouted, kill. Tianyun dodged his sword and sneered dismissively, is that all? He waved his hand, using sword chi to counterattack, causing Liang Feng to spit blood. Before long, Tianyun kicked him again, sending him spinning and crashing into the rock wall. Ding, successfully killed Liang Feng. Earned 9,000 experience points. Obtained a low-grade spiritual energy celestial sword. Gained a crazy value of 900 points. Several disciples rushed over, calling, Liang Feng senior brother. A disciple turned pale, stammering, dead already. Liang Feng, senior brother, he is dead. He turned around, emphasizing each word, you actually killed Liang Feng, senior brother. Our master will not let you off easily. Tianyun remained unfazed, reminding him, he himself said he wanted nothing to do with the sect and challenged me to a life-and-death duel. Is he having second thoughts? He stood tall, speaking loudly, everyone here, if anyone wants to challenge me or insult Tian Shien Palace, I am ready to engage in a life-and-death duel with you. If you are not convinced, step forward. No one dared to approach, and he turned to leave. Let's go, we've wasted enough time here. Qin Shui asked, Elder, where do you plan to go? Tianyun replied, just wandering around, to see if there are any rare treasures. Qin Shui hesitated, well, there's nothing left to find in the Tianchen ruins anymore. She pointed ahead and said, except for that stone tablet for the trial, everything else is gone. Tianyun said, so the stone tablet is here. He looked ahead and suggested, since we are here, we should still take you in to have a look. A few female disciples followed him inside. Tion thought, perhaps the task that needs to be completed is here. He entered and looked at the person meditating inside. This is the stone tablet for trials. By meditating in front of this stone tablet, depending on the level of understanding of the person, one can comprehend martial arts of different ranks. Up to this point, the highest rank of martial arts that can be comprehended is the earth rank, while the lowest is the human rank. A bearded man opened his eyes wide and looked up at the scroll. He raised his hand to take it and wondered, what secrets does this place hold? He sighed in frustration and left. Tion approached the stone tablet, also questioning just like the previous man, what secrets does this place hold? He sat down cross-legged and said, I will also comprehend a bit. Tion closed his eyes, and his divine soul gradually emerged and moved forward. His divine soul entered, following the stream of light that had gone inside. After a while, Tion found himself amidst ruins. He looked around and said, on this stone tablet, there are only names of martial arts, there are no ranks or effects. In this case, to choose a martial art, one can only judge based on its name. He touched the stone tablet, searching for clues. Once a certain type of earth rank martial art is taken, it will completely disappear. Remembering the name of the martial art has no meaning. However, I have no interest in this place, I just want to complete the mission assigned to me. He snapped his fingers, and the white cat appeared. Fortunately, there is a luminous circle, let's get started. Tion slowly moved inside following the guidance of the luminous circle. He stopped at a stone tablet and said, strange, this tablet has no name. Could it be that my luck is not enough, resulting in an incorrect outcome? He turned around and felt something was off. No, from the beginning, I've just been going in circles. No matter how I go, I end up back in this area, basically unable to get out. If there is a maze here. As Tion spoke, he touched the stone tablet. A slight electric shock ran through his hand. Tion exclaimed and pulled his hand back, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. Could this stone tablet be the eye of the maze? He stared at the stone, and a thought struck him. If this is the eye of the maze, then doesn't that mean I shouldn't touch it, but rather destroy it? He clenched his fist until it trembled, lamenting, what a waste of my insane value. Tion threw a punch and shouted, break. He smashed the stone tablet to pieces. He stood dazed for a moment before standing upright. The stones around gradually disappeared. Tion smiled and said, it worked, indeed, breaking it apart allows entry. He walked along the shore and said, if the outer maze isn't broken, then entering this place is impossible. I don't understand, I can only choose martial arts from the outside. Tion paused, looked in one direction, and asked blankly, is there a way? He looked down and discovered a small house beneath. Tion immediately approached the house to investigate. Originally, the mystical toy was enough to be casually erected, it could be as extravagant as one wanted. But this place is quite ordinary. He became serious and thought to himself, but the more ordinary it is, the more problematic it could be. Strong things really are that simple, they rely on simplicity as their foundation, not on being particularly extravagant. Tion approached and knocked on the door, a voice from inside called out, come in. He pushed the door open and looked inside, thinking, I can't believe there's actually someone here. He spoke, greetings, senior. The manager of the Tion fairy tale, old man Shien, waved his hand and replied, no need for formalities. I'm just the manager here, you can call me old man Shien. He stood up and said, you are a person of fate, please follow me. The old man Shien led Tion into a room and called out, Master, there is a fated person here. Tion looked ahead in surprise. The spirit tablet, so it is the spirit king. The spirit king is close to the saint king, in fact, it is the power of the spirit. Commonly referred to as the spirit king, this existence in the mainland is already at its peak. No wonder he could create such a colossal legend. With this level of strength, it's really not difficult. He asked, Old man Shien Tion Spirit King, he has. The old man Shien looked a bit sad and replied, yes, no matter how much of a spirit king he is, he still cannot escape the fate of death. Tion stepped forward to light incense for the Shien Tion Spirit King. Junior wishes to light a stick of incense for the senior, to express my respect. He held the incense up to his forehead, thinking, what a pity, a lifetime as a spirit king, and in the end, he must depart. The old man Shien nodded in satisfaction. Your character and qualities are very upright. Good, you are qualified to become the heir disciple of the master. Tion looked at the old man in confusion. I only lit a stick of incense for him, and already you say I am qualified to become the heir disciple. The old man Shien replied, you don't need to be surprised, I only said you are qualified. At the very least, you are better than those rude ones. They only think about the inheritance, and once they get it, they disappear without a trace. Tion asked the old man, has anyone been here before? The old man's eyes suddenly turned red as he replied, yes, and they were punished by me. Those who are not sincere do not deserve to receive the inheritance. A second later, he waved his hand to calm Tion. Don't worry, your nature is very good, and my master is extremely hospitable and values propriety. Hearing this, Tion couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, my attitude is proper, otherwise, I would be punished immediately. Even if I don't die, I would become foolish. He lowered his head and asked the old man, what kind of challenges will you test me with? The old man replied, to become my master's heir, you must defeat him. Tion Spirit King appeared, and the house gradually disappeared. Tion looked around and found himself lost in a place filled with fog. His eyes stopped in a direction, and he asked, is this? Tion was standing on a large arena. The spirit of Tion Spirit King appeared. The old man explained, this is the spirit that my master left behind. As long as you defeat this spirit, you can become the heir. If you lose, I will help you forget everything that happened here. Tion smiled and replied, no problem. The old man Shien said, the image of the master will be created based on your age, so that the age of the divine thought matches yours. But at this age, you will have to experience for yourself how high the master's cultivation is. In the end, he encouraged him, come on, as long as you defeat the master, you will smoothly become the heir. Tion thought seriously, defeating the Tion Spirit King, who is of the same teenage age as me, is not an easy task. He activated his probing eyes, 46,000 total combat power points. 49,000 total combat power points. 51,000. Looking at the total combat power points, Tion's expression became serious, surprised. The total combat power of the Tion Spirit King in his youth has already reached over 50,000. He glanced back and asked the old man Shien, does your master not use weapons? The old man Shien replied, the master does not need any weapons, he fights barehanded. The old man added, but you can choose a weapon you brought along to use as well. Tion gathered his strength, took a stance, and said, fighting barehanded? To show my respect for him, I will not use a weapon either. The old man Shien said, that's fine, just do as you wish. The old man reminded him, if you fail, you won't have another chance to challenge again. Tion agreed, alright, I don't think my fists will lose to anyone. He took his stance and shouted, let's begin. Tion Spirit King unleashed his power, creating a fierce force that soared high. Tion paused, watching. With a violent strength, Tion Spirit King descended upon him. Tion prepared to counter and said, is that how strong you come at the start of the match? Tion Spirit King unleashed a shocking blow, causing the ground to seem shattered, and the pressure radiated significantly. Tion Spirit King punched down, then stopped, as Tion had caught his punch from the ground, saying, got you. Using the absorbing spirit technique. Gained 1,000 experience points. Gained 1,300 experience points. Gained 1,200 experience points. Tion jumped off the ground, thinking, great, I didn't expect to absorb experience points here just like usual. He laughed arrogantly and exclaimed, even if you are a spirit king, you still have to become my experience points. Gained 1,500 experience points. Gained 1,100 experience points. Gained 1,300 experience points. Gained 1,700 experience points. Tion looked at Tion Spirit King's hand and thought to himself. The Spirit King, at my age, already has such strong combat power, the others who come here surely won't gain anything. He raised his hand and said, luckily I have the system. Tion Spirit King kicked. Tion quickly regained his composure and flipped in the air, then grabbed Tion's Spirit King's hand and locked it tightly behind him, trying to escape. Tion kicked him in the back and forcefully pressed him down to the ground. It won't be that easy. His face had a somewhat sinister expression as he praised, "Your strength is quite decent, but if I suppress you, that little bit of strength won't mean anything at all." Tion looked at the system, happily thinking, "I thought that in the soul state, I wouldn't gain experience points, which is why I didn't take the experience pill." He grinned and said, "But if I can gain points like usual, then I can't waste it." Using the experience pill 3 times. Gained 5,700 experience points. Gained 5,900 experience points. Gained 1,000 experience points. Gained 5,200 experience points. Gained 5,400 experience points. Gained 5,700 experience points. Shien old man over here couldn't help but tremble, sweating, and said, "That's too much praise. Usually, people of the same age as the master can't compete with him. This is bad. The master's spiritual consciousness has almost absorbed all the spiritual energy already." The evil Tion said, "I really want to see how much longer you can hold on." The old man Shien panicked and shouted, "Stop, quickly stop." The statues began to shatter. A surge of power, carried by the wind, threatened to destroy this place, causing the old man Shien to panic even more as he blocked Tion, saying, "What kind of martial arts is this? If you continue to absorb endlessly, this place will soon be demolished by you." Tion looked at the old man and said, "This place is not going to collapse so easily. Moreover, I have not yet defeated the Tion Spirit King. Does this count as passing the trial?" The old man Shien's face darkened, feeling a bit awkward. "This does not count as defeating the master, so I cannot intervene." "You should release the master and then defeat him, isn't that enough?" Tion gathered his strength and asked, "How about this?" Ding! Congratulations to player Tion for successfully breaking through to the 8th level of core condensation stage. The old man Shien grew increasingly anxious and asked, "Little friend, is the absorption enough? What's wrong? Is it still not enough?" Tion shot him a sideways glance, thinking, "Forget it, what if I drain the Spirit King completely? Wouldn't I miss out on the inheritance?" His mouth stretched into a grin as he said, all right. He gathered his strength and sensed. Taking a breath, "This time I absorbed approximately over 50,000 experience points. Originally, I wanted to absorb a bit more to reach the peak of the core condensation stage." He looked at the Tion Spirit King and said, "But looking at the situation, if we continue to absorb more, this entire fairy tale Tion will collapse." The Tion Spirit King suddenly opened his eyes, then turned around and punched through the ground. Tion jumped up high to avoid it, clenched his fist to gather energy, and said, "It should end now." Tion used all his strength to throw a punch at the Tion Spirit King, shouting. After that, he focused his energy and jumped up, raising both hands to approach the Tion Spirit King and struck down on him, yelling, "Down below." The Tion Spirit King was knocked down by a powerful blow, breaking through the ground. But soon, he sat up as if nothing had happened. Tion frantically delivered another punch, channeling spiritual energy through the Tion Spirit King's body, saying, "Break for me." Ding! Successfully defeated the Tion Spirit King in his youth, gaining 100,000 experience points. Earned 3,400 points of madness value. Tion landed and withdrew his energy, saying, "It's over now." He turned to call the Shien old man, "Have I completed the test?" The Shien old man trembled and replied, "It's completed. I didn't expect you to be this strong. Compared to the master in his youth, he is much stronger." The old man sighed and said, "Congratulations on completing the test. You can obtain the master's inheritance." Tion beamed and asked, "Does it include the control over the Tion relic?" The old man replied, "Of course." He raised his hand and said, "As long as you obtain the master's inheritance, then the control over the Tion relic will naturally belong to you." Tion turned around, and the figures of both blurred and were then transported away. Outside the stone tablet, a light flashed, and both appeared. Tion looked up at the stone tablet and read, Shien Tion Divine Decision. He thought seriously, here, the master is called the Shien Tion Spirit King, meaning that based on this divine decision, one can cultivate to the level of Spirit King. The old man also looked up and said, this is the divine decision that the master has modified countless times. Unfortunately, due to the impending disaster, this martial art has not yet been modified to reach the high-level heaven-grade martial arts. Tion Yun chuckled and praised, to be able to create a martial art and cultivate it to the Spirit King level is already very impressive. He thought, after all, only those with 4th grade physical strength can have heaven-level martial arts, and they are extremely rare. The old man raised his hand and called, then let's begin now. You have begun to comprehend this Shien Tion divine technique. What needs to be tested is your understanding. If it doesn't match, I can only say I'm very sorry. Of course, you only need to practice the 1st and 2nd levels in front of you. Tion Yun looked up with a determined gaze. A week later, several fellow practitioners had gradually left. They looked at Tion Yun, who was still practicing, with confusion. I just came out of seclusion, why hasn't he comprehended anything yet? Is he just sitting there choosing martial arts, hesitating and unable to decide? If this continues, when the main door closes later, he will become a fool and unable to get out. Qin Shui, upon hearing this, looked at him. The disciple who was leaving said, there is still a possibility, but this basically has no benefit. At this moment, Deacon Liang also announced, the fairy tale must be closed now, everyone inside come out. The girl with her hair tied up asked worriedly, Senior sister, we are all about to go out, why hasn't Elder woken up yet? Is something wrong? Qin Shui also felt uneasy and said, I don't know. She looked at Tion Yun and said, he might have other opportunities, or he might be stuck inside. We won't be able to break this radiance. She sadly thought, right now, the only option is to go outside and talk to the Grand Elders, staying in here is not a solution. She spoke up, let's go outside first. Qin Shui and the other disciples left. Before leaving, she felt guilty and thought, I'm sorry, Elder, these people are all elite disciples of Tianxian Palace, I can't let them be trapped here. She and all the disciples left the Tianqian fairy tale. A few disciples rushed over, calling out, Master, it's not good. He panicked and said, Liang Feng has been killed by someone from Tianxian Palace. Hua Jun Master turned around, surprised, and asked, What? What happened? The disciple stammered, it was all Tion Yun. Not long after, Hua Jun Master led people to the Grand Elder's location. People from Tianxian Palace, please stop. The Grand Elder looked at them with a serious expression and thought, indeed, Tion Yun has caused trouble again. Qin Shui bowed and explained, Hua Jun Master, it was the disciples of your master who insisted on a life-and-death duel with Junior brother. She raised her hand and said, many disciples from other sects witnessed this. Since it is a life-and-death duel, then life and death are not related to the sect. Hua Jun Master had a grim face and asked the disciple, is that so? The disciple sweated and replied, yes, yes. Master Hua Jun did not hesitate, giving him a slap and scolding, useless person. If it's a life-and-death duel, and Liang Feng is dead, then it's because he lacked skill. He sternly ordered, hurry up and apologize to the Grand Elder of Tianxian Palace. The disciple stuttered, kneeling down, I'm sorry, it's all the fault of our senior brother, this has nothing to do with us disciples. Master Hua Jun also spoke politely, I apologize to Grand Elder Mo Wu, it seems our sect's disciple was at fault first. He regretted a bit, thinking, Liang Feng is a key disciple being cultivated, to say he's dead is indeed a waste of the sect's resources. Elder Mo Wu lightly closed her eyes and replied, it's fine. She watched him and the disciples leave, thinking to herself, this Master Hua Jun just doesn't want to anger Tianxian Palace. If it weren't for Tianxian Palace recently suppressing the 3 major forces, Master Hua Jun definitely wouldn't have such a pleasant attitude. She looked back and asked, where is Elder Yi? Qin Shui pointed to the training stone tablet Tian Chen and replied, Elder Yi is still comprehending at that training stone tablet. If this continues, the main gate will soon close. Elder Mo Wu was also a bit worried, saying, there's still less than a day left. If this keeps up, the grand gate will close. The next opening won't be for another 3 years. Inside the stone monument, Tion looked at the powerful energy radiating from the lotus flower in front of him and thought with delight, I didn't expect the eye of insight to have such an effect. He smiled and said, any martial art technique can be imprinted directly into my mind. As long as it's imprinted from start to finish, it's equivalent to having learned it. It's just that the speed is a bit slow, probably because the level is too. At that moment, the lotus flower released a surge of energy and bloomed, along with a token appearing before him. Ding! Successfully cultivated the incomplete version of the Shien Tion divine art. Tion clenched his fists joyfully. Success! Even though it's an incomplete version, I can slowly study it later. He spoke aloud. It's done. The old man Shien turned around in surprise. You succeeded? So quickly, Tion replied. That's right, this junior has already mastered the second layer. Old man Shien tilted his head, looking at him blankly. You've already grasped the second layer this quickly. Tion grinned confidently and held up 2 fingers. That's right. The old man looked skeptical and said, then let me see you perform it. Tion closed his eyes, focused his spiritual energy, then clasped his hands together and released that power outward. He exclaimed, incredible, there is a kind of release that feels like no one is injuring oneself. The old man Shien said, the profound heaven divine decision is not limited to defense. In this first layer of armor, attacking will significantly increase your strength. You have indeed comprehended the second layer, and it only took you a week to complete it. Tion humbly replied, I just put in a little effort. The old man Shien said, don't be modest. If there are no further questions, then the profound heaven divine decision is yours. He raised a finger with the inheritance above, continuing, now you are the inheritor of the Tion legend, the next master of the legacy. The inheritance light flew into Tion's third eye. Ding! Successfully completed the mission to seize the Tion legacy. Reward obtained, control over the Tion legacy. You can freely open the main gate of the Tion legacy. An endless sword, a low-grade soul artifact, triples critical damage. I pay my respects to the young master. The old man Shien clasped his hands before Tion. I pay my respects to the young master. Experience value, 100,000 points. Frenzy value, 100,000 points. Tion looked at the system and thought with relief. It turns out that I've completed this main quest, almost didn't manage to finish it. He coughed a few times and then asked Old Man Shien, is there anything we can still do now? Old Man Shien respectfully replied, yes. The greatest wish of the former master was to return to the sect to assess the situation, but his body is no longer able, so he can only pass away here. He hopes that the successor can return to the sect to take a look, if possible, to join the Tion Mansion sect and become a disciple of the former master. Tion's eyes widened as he asked, Tion Mansion. He looked up and thought to himself, to be able to cultivate a spirit king, I trust in my own power, it must not be bad. Tion Mansion happens to be a third-grade power, gathering the strongest of the mid-tier. Ding! The next main quest, enhance the Grand Tion Palace. Upgrade Tion Palace to Tion Sect, a second-grade power. Completion reward, 1 million experience points, enhance the lottery wheel, 1 enhancement reward, enhance the wheel, a crazy value of 100,000 points. Tion raised his hand to touch his chin, calculating a bit, there are still fewer than 10 disciples in the spirit stage of Tion Palace, and we still lack 40 to reach 50. It takes a long time, and considerable resources are needed. He pointed his finger and asked the old man Shien, that's right, what kind of martial arts is this? Does it belong to me as well? The old man Shien turned around and walked away, replying, indeed, everything here already belongs to the young master, including those martial arts. Please follow me. The door of the fairy tale Tion gradually closed. Qin Shui anxiously called out to the Grand Elder, what should we do now? As the great door was closing, Elder wouldn't be able to come out later. Elder Mo Wu took off the ring from his hand and decided, the restriction of the great door cannot be broken, it seems we can only do this. The food inside the storage ring isn't much, but there are some pills, as long as we save a little, it can last for a while. She threw the storage ring into the great door before it closed. We can only think of a way to save Tion Yun during this time. The great door finally closed completely. Master Hua Jun behind her sighed, Elder Mo Wu, what a pity. He raised his hand, pretending to comfort. I originally wanted to wait for Tion Yun to personally apologize to him, but in the end, he still hasn't come out, so we must bear the grief. Grand Elder Mak Vu turned around and replied, it's fine, we can endure this little bit. We still have things to do, let's move ahead. Hua Master took his leave. Hua Jun Master responded, Mo Elder, farewell. Qin Shui followed behind, anxiously asking, Grand Elder, can Elder make it back alive? Qin Shui clasped her hands behind her back and said, I don't know. The Tianqian fairy tale has never been opened from the outside before. She lowered her head, helplessly saying, we can only go back and discuss with the palace master. Tion Yun, you must hold on. A few days later, inside the Tianqian fairy tale, Tion Yun saw a storage ring on the ground and paused. He picked it up to examine it and said, isn't this the ring of the Grand Elder? They all think they are trapped here, which is why they threw the storage ring inside. He raised his hand, using the Tianqian fairy tale key, it's time to go back. He spread his arms and called out, open. The great door flew open with a mist and revealed itself. Tion Yun stepped out, then stopped, his cold face looking in one direction, who's there? Come out. From the bushes in front, Hua Jun Master stepped out and said, it seems my premonition was not wrong, I specifically returned to guard here for a few days. I didn't expect you could open this grand gate and freely enter and exit the Tianqian mythic realm. Tion Yun was surprised and called out, Hua Jun Master. He gave a faint smile and asked, what's wrong? Seeing me here is unexpected. Watching you come out of that place was even more surprising to me. His expression was somewhat unreadable as he continued, but more than anything, I feel pleasantly surprised. Hua Jun Master stepped toward him, clearly confident in his assumptions. Others thought you'd be trapped and dead inside, but I didn't believe it. You were able to kill Yang Feng, your cultivation must be at the peak of the spirit tempering stage. There's no way you'd be imprisoned over a single martial art technique. And now reality proves I was right. It wasn't in vain that I waited here for so long. He let out a sinister laugh, revealing his true nature. Now, I'll give you a choice. Hand over control of the Tianqian mythic realm, and I'll leave you a complete corpse. Tion Yun forced a smile and asked in return, hand over the control of the Tianqian mythic realm, and all I get in return is an intact corpse. Hua Jun Master, it seems you don't understand how business works. He activated his eye of insight. Cultivation, core condensation stage, level 6. Armor, high-grade spiritual energy armor. Combat power, above average. Martial arts, dragon heaven palm, Vo lack divine technique. Weakness, mainly attacking the shoulder can disrupt the battle. Items dropped, long Tian palm, Vu lack divine technique, 6 experience pills, 100,000 experience pills, 10,000 to 50,000 gold. Hua Jun Master raised his hand, acting as if he had no choice, it seems you are still stubborn and unaware. If that's the case, then don't blame me. Tion Yun cracked his knuckles, unafraid of anyone, and accepted, then let's see. Hua Jun Master gathered his energy, exerting his strength, then don't blame me for not giving you a chance. He waved his hand, unleashing a sword intent that shattered the stone slab nearby. Hua Jun Master raised his hand, controlling the stones to fly around him with force. Tion Yun was even more urgent, having already flown forward. Hua Jun Master pointed a finger, chuckled, and praised, humph, not bad for a presence. Before he could launch an attack, Tion Yun rushed in and slapped his arrogant face. Hua Jun Master fell to the ground, his liver not crushed but his lungs were. His expression could not hide the confusion as he looked at Tion Yun. Tion Yun stepped on his face, then pressed down hard enough to crack the ground, saying, now, who needs a whole body? Hua Jun Master was astonished, thinking, with the strength and speed just now, could it be that he has surpassed me? He raised his hand and shouted, get lost. Tion Yun jumped back to avoid an attack. Master Hua Jun was then able to stand up properly, and he jumped high again, controlling the stone. Furious, you have angered me. He unleashed a powerful strike with all his strength. Tion calmly snorted and praised, not bad for momentum. He gathered his energy, flew into the attack, and approached Master Hua Jun, catching him off guard as he kicked out, shouting, "Die!" Master Hua Jun twisted his jaw and yelled. Having been struck by Tion's full force with another powerful punch, he cried out, "Get down!" Master Hua Jun was sent flying down, crashing into the ground. He lay there, unable to move. Tion stood before him, exhaling white smoke, and asked, "Why aren't you arrogant anymore?" He coldly said, "Do you still want the control over the Tianqian fairy tale?" Master Hua Jun, frightened, retreated, stammering, "No, it's impossible. How can your cultivation be so high? You're lying to me." Tion clenched his fist, gathered his energy, and shouted, "Then go report to the authorities." Master Hua Jun exclaimed, suddenly remembering something, and then unleashed a move, cursing, "Damn it. You go die." Tion was momentarily stunned by the surprise attack. Shortly after, he jumped up to evade it. "It's a bomb, too despicable." He punched, knocking the bomb back towards Master Hua Jun. The bomb cracked open and then exploded with a terrifying force. As the smoke and flames gradually cleared, Master Hua Jun was left in a state of destruction. He was so scared that tears streamed down his face as he looked at Tion, pleading, "Please spare me, I won't tell anyone about this. It was all my fault before. As long as you spare me, the Tion Sect will obey your commands." Tion unleashed his firepower, coldly saying, "Change that to me begging for my life, would you spare me? If you want to have some dignity, I can still give you a quick end. Right now." He said and then shot out a burst of firepower, incinerating Master Hua Jun in agony. Ding! Successfully killed. Master Hua Jun earned 58,000 experience points. Obtained Dragon Thunder Palm, an Earth-level martial art. Earned 100,000 experience pills. Crazy value, 3,200 points. Tion looked at the martial arts in the system and thought, although it's an Earth-level martial art, I fear it can't be kept for Shien Palace. If I cultivate it, wouldn't it reveal something? It can only be sold off. He looked back at the pit and sighed, fortunately, there is only one Hua Jun master. If someone runs off to tell others, that would be troublesome. He raised his hand, controlling the fire to burn all the evidence to ashes. Burn everything without leaving a trace, so that the long night won't be filled with dreams. He stomped the ground and flew up, thinking, I should go back and give them a surprise. After a while, at Shien Palace, Shaolian looked down at the road gradually filling with people and said, "The Avengers have arrived." She snorted coldly and said, "These people are no longer hiding at all." A female disciple saluted and reported to the palace master, "There are strong forces behind the mountain, basically preventing us from passing through." Mo Wu anxiously asked the palace master, "What should we do now? If it weren't for me bringing Elder this time." Shaolian said seriously, "It has nothing to do with you. That little guy definitely has some opportunities, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stay in there without coming out. We should still pay attention to those old immortals now." A crowd of old ancestors gathered densely. The old man in red looked at Shien Palace and said, "Everyone is out to welcome them now." Duanshan Sects when Tion old ancestor angrily added, "You little brats. It seems that I haven't appeared for a long time, leading you to believe that the world belongs to you now." Tion Ling Sect, the old ancestor Tion Feng also bared his teeth and claws, grumbling, "You have killed so many of our people, it seems this debt must be settled clearly." At Tion Feng Pavilion, the old ancestor Feng Yun continued, "That's right, do you think we are all dead? When we were calling forth storms here, you weren't even born yet." At Shien Palace, the old ancestor Bing Xian retorted, "Three old immortals have come together, are you bullying the people of Shien Palace? Although Shien Palace is a first-grade force, it does not mean we are weaker than you." The old ancestor when Tion asked the old ancestor Bing Xian, "So you haven't died after all? In that case, I'll give you some face, make a decision, either surrender to us and unite with our 9 sects, forming Dao partners with the other disciples." He emphasized fiercely, or let blood wash Tion Shien Palace. The old ancestor Bing Xian angrily flatly refused, you want us to be your slaves? Don't even dream about it. We would rather fight to the last soldier than let you have your way. The old ancestor when Tion's gaze was cold as he asked, is that so? Then that is the price you are willing to pay. He laughed and commanded, attack. His men among the group of female disciples began to slaughter. The cries of despair startled Shaolian, who looked over. She turned her head and realized that there were traitors among the disciples. She shouted loudly, stop. You traitorous scum. Suddenly, she paused and glanced back. Unexpectedly, when Tion the old ancestor struck out with a palm, she quickly blocked it and retreated. Elder Mo Wu anxiously called out, Palace Master. Shaolian raised her hand and said, I'm fine. Protect the old ancestor well. Elder Mo Wu looked at their group and cursed, damn it. These elite disciples turned out to be traitors. This result is really hard to accept. Shaolian gritted her teeth, falling into a passive position. On Tion Yun's side, he rushed out from the forest on the other side, thinking, strange, why do I have such a bad feeling? He accelerated, flying towards Tion Shien Palace, saying, I must return quickly. When Tion the old ancestor crossed his arms, laughing loudly, looking down on them. Without that little guy, you still can't withstand a single blow. It's a pity such a monstrous talent is trapped in the Tion Chen fairy tale. By the time he comes out in 3 years, Tion Shien Palace will no longer exist. He smiled wickedly, I'll give you a chance. Choice. Surrender, and we will treat you well. If you resist, then there is only the path of death. Shaolian remained silent as if in thought, then lowered his head, not feeling compelled to speak. Anyone who agrees to surrender can go ahead and do so. I will not hold it against you. Mo Wu called out in surprise, Palace Master. Several female disciples were swayed and moved towards when Tion old ancestor. Their gazes were somewhat sad, but they had no other choice. Bing Xian old ancestor clicked her tongue in helplessness. Jiuling Jun stepped out from inside and asked loudly, what are you all doing? She seriously emphasized each sentence, do you not trust the Palace Master? How has the Palace Master treated you all usually? How can you be so ungrateful? When Tion old ancestor exclaimed, asking, Tion Shien Palace female disciple, who is this? The girl stammered, she is. When Tion old ancestor smirked arrogantly and said, so she is the one that little guy brought back. No wonder she agreed to help Tion Shien Palace. Continuing, little girl, your lives are all over. What does it mean for you to stand up now? Jiuling Jun retorted fiercely, I want to protect the dignity of Tion Shien Palace, to guard the Tion Shien Palace that young master wishes to protect. Even if I die, I will never surrender. The remaining female disciples were also stirred by a sense of dignity and said, that's right. The Tion Shien Palace has not treated us poorly. We would rather die in battle than fail to protect the Tion Shien Palace. I have been without parents since I was young, it was the Tion Shien Palace that raised me. I swear to protect the Tion Shien Palace with my life. I swear to protect the Tion Shien Palace with my life. When Tion, the old ancestor, burst out laughing, disdainful of the so-called dignity, a bunch of fools. Soon, I will show you what true hell is. Swearing to protect with your life is all trash. He coldly and ruthlessly ordered, go. Capture all of them for me. Especially that little girl, bring her to me. I want to see just how fearless she is of death. Disciples from both factions rushed in to fight. One of them approached Jiuling Jun with a sword and said, little girl, you were quite tough just now. Once I catch you, I'll see if you can still act so tough. Jiuling Jun trembled as she held the sword, trying to calm herself, and said, I am not afraid of you. The disciple jumped up and slashed down with his sword. I'll cripple one of your arms first. Jiuling Jun could not fight back at all and closed her eyes to brace for the impact. Unexpectedly, a powerful force surged and knocked them away before they could strike. Jiuling Jun opened her eyes and looked in one direction. To her surprise, the one who saved her was the snow wolf. Shaolian turned her head in astonishment and asked, could it be, the snow wolf of Tion Yun. The snow wolf charged in, starting to fight with its sharp claws, sending several disciples flying several meters away. While Shaolian was still in shock, Tian Long, the old ancestor, flew in and struck with a palm, shouting, "Go die." Shaolian turned her head, but before she could do anything, the snow wolf rushed in to block that palm for her. Tian Long, the old ancestor, was very surprised and replied, "I didn't expect you to even raise demon beasts." He sinisterly said, "But even with the snow wolf's help, it won't change the outcome of today." At that moment, Tian Yun's voice rose, asking, "Is that so?" Tian Long, the old ancestor, was stunned and turned around abruptly. A beam of light appeared in the sky along with the voice, "I feel that outcome is meant for you instead, don't you think?" Tian Yun descended, exuding a terrifying power, equally strong, forcing Tian Long, the old ancestor, to retreat. He clenched his fist, looking at him with arrogance. Shaolian joyfully called out, "Tian Yun." Tian Long, the old ancestor, widened his eyes in shock, "You are that little brat?" The old ancestor Feng Yun and the old ancestor Wen Tian also turned their heads, eyes wide open. Didn't they say it was trapped in the Tianqian fairy tale? How did it get out? Tian Yun turned his head and commanded, "Kill them all for me, starting with the weakest one." The snow wolf raised its head, its eyes shining, and released a stream of white power, transforming into wolves. The pack charged and tore at the disciples, causing them to scream incessantly. Old ancestor Wen Tian was furious, shouting, "Even if you come back, it won't change anything." He and the other two old ancestors lunged toward Tian Yun, saying, "I will take your head first." Tian Yun smiled faintly, unafraid, "All right then, go ahead and try." Using his probing eyes, old ancestor Feng Yun had a combat power of 128,000 points. Old ancestor Tian Feng had a combat power of 132,000 points. Old ancestor Wen Tian had a combat power of 146,000 points. Tian Yun snorted coldly, disdainfully, "A bunch of chickens." Activating the mad killing function, increasing damage by 4 times. Activating the mad experience function, increasing experience by 4 times. Using a pill, doubling the experience. The divine dragon soared powerfully from the ground. Tian Yun raised his hand to form a spear technique, lifting it up. He slammed it down to the ground. The powerful force radiated out significantly. "Try my new technique." He unleashed blood fierce Sung Thien, and with just one strike, many disciples fell to the ground. Ting. Successfully killed the elite disciple of Tian Ling's sect, gained 20,000 experience points, 1,000 frenzy points, and a recovery pill. Successfully killed the deacon of Tian Feng Pavilion, gained. Successfully killed the disciple of Duanshan sect, gained 28,000 experience points, 1,300 frenzy points, and increased 50 points in forging proficiency. Successfully killed. Successfully killed. Successfully killed. When Tian old ancestor flew backward, commanding the fleeing disciples, "Don't run, attack quickly." Bing Xian old ancestor was now gathering his energy to fly forward, striking out with a palm towards Wen Tian old ancestor, shouting, "Surrender." Wen Tian old ancestor, furious, unleashed a powerful palm strike, shouting, "Get out of my way." Bing Xian old ancestor was hit and flew backward. Shaolian anxiously ran over, calling out, "Old ancestor." Tian Yun taunted Wen Tian old ancestor, "If you're so skilled, then come at me. You were so arrogant earlier, where is that now?" His disciples kept getting pierced and dying one after another. He was both furious and helpless, growling, "You, little brat." He opened his mouth and shouted, destructive power at its peak. The old ancestor Wen Tian had a combat power of 168,000 points. He summoned a mighty axe and said, "I must show you the prowess of the Duanshan sect." He unleashed the chaotic heavenly holy image, shattering the earth and rocks. The force blew away all the disciples with unstable cultivation. The old ancestor Bing Xian had 1911 and was struggling. Shaolian shielded himself with his hands, thinking, "That axe is terrifying, just a light swing released so many sharp points." The old ancestor Wen Tian looked down at Tian Yun and said, brat, don't get too proud too soon." He then swung out a powerful axe strike. Tion flipped around, easily dodging it, causing the old ancestor Tion to snort coldly. He unleashed another powerful attack, shouting, "Keep being arrogant." Tion jumped up, evading several more attacks. He fiercely declared, "Now it's my turn." He pointed forward, condensing spiritual energy, revealing a divine dragon, then struck out with a powerful move, saying, "Break." The old ancestor Tion gritted his teeth, glaring as he watched the beam of power pierce through his body. The ground cracked under the pressure of the force. He also fell to the ground, his hand trembling as he pointed to Tion, uttering the word, "You," before returning to the earth. Ding! Successfully killed Tion old ancestor, gained 120,000 experience points, 3,000 madness points. Received a set of Chaos Heaven including a low-grade soul artifact of Chaos Heaven Holy Statue, a low-grade soul artifact of Chaos Heaven Divine Armor, and a low-grade soul artifact of Chaos Heaven Battle Flower. Bing Xian old ancestor gritted his teeth, unable to speak. Jiuling Jun was also shocked and turned to call out, Big brother." Shi Lei Yun's eyes widened, not expecting Tian Yun to have become that powerful. Feng Yun old ancestor's head gradually felt numb, speaking up, when Tian old ancestor, the strongest, was killed with a single strike. The bald head of Tian long old ancestor was sweating, saying, "How could this be?" Tian Yun smiled faintly, looking at the spear, and said, "Why not?" His gaze exuded powerful spiritual energy, emphasizing each word, "Now it's your turn." Tian Yun waved the spear, unleashing a terrifying power, executing a killer move that killed Tian long old ancestor. Ding! Successfully killed Tian Feng old ancestor, gained 11,000 experience points, 2,700 madness points. Received martial arts including Divine Palm of the Heavenly God, low-grade earth-level martial arts, and Thunderbolt Steps, low-grade earth-level martial arts. Tran Thien Then Thatch, low-grade soul artifact. The Tian long old ancestor cried out in pain and then collapsed. Meanwhile, the Feng Yun old ancestor was so scared that he turned to flee. "Oh. This brat is a monster." Tian Yun coldly, with a hint of brutality, asked, "Want to run?" It's too late. He unleashed a powerful strike, piercing through the left chest of the Feng Yun old ancestor, causing him to spit blood. He fell down, and Tian Yun laughed coldly, retracting his power. "If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being blind." He landed heavily on the ground, creating a strong pressure, and shouted, "Is there anyone else?" The Feng Yun old ancestor knelt down, holding his left shoulder, trembling continuously, and could only submit, We surrender. I was forced to come here, spare us, and we will leave immediately." He knelt before Tian Yun, swearing, "We swear we will never step into the Tian Shien Palace's territory again." The Bing Xian old ancestor, holding a staff, rushed in like a flying arrow. "What does it matter to surrender now? Did you ever think of sparing us when you were oppressing us?" The Bing Xian old ancestor decisively struck down with the staff like a killer move, killing the Feng Yun old ancestor. Ding! Successfully killed the Feng Yun old ancestor, gaining 100,000 experience points. 2,500 crazy points. Received martial arts including the Heavenly Decision, Earth Grade Lower Class Martial Arts, and the Wind and Fire Palm, also Earth Grade Lower Class Martial Arts. Ting! Congratulations to player Tian Yun for breaking through to Core Condensation Stage Level 9, successfully. Tian Yun stood with his hands on his hips, smiling proudly, thinking, "I can't let the Elder Bing Xian kill such elite monsters, they are all experience points and treasures." The terrified disciples ran in all directions, "Run fast. We are just servants, spare us." Tian Yun raised his hand, used his ice power, and firmly said, "No one can escape." He then unleashed the ice mist fist, freezing all the disciples. He extended his hand, using the Great Absorption technique to absorb all their strength. 2,400 experience points. 3,600 experience points. 47,500 experience points. The disciples were drained and collapsed. Tian Yun withdrew his power, saying, "Finally, it's over." Elder Bing Xian approached and called out, "Elder. She and all the disciples bowed their heads in gratitude to him. We should not have treated you like that before. We are sorry, please forgive us. Tianyun smiled slightly, saying, I don't hold grudges about those things. Not now, and not later either. I will only listen to my aunt's orders, I don't care about anything else. Shaolian hit him on the head and scolded, how can you speak to an adult like that? She withdrew her hand, smiling, and said, but I really like it. Tianyun widened his eyes and called, Aunt. Bing Xian elder and several disciples were left speechless. Shaolian blushed slightly and said, Tianyun, if it weren't for you this time. Before she could finish, Tianyun raised his hand to her lips and gently said, don't say those polite words of thanks anymore. Everything I do is for you. Besides, I am also one of the elders of Tion Shien Palace, so I naturally have a responsibility towards Tion Shien Palace. Protecting Tion Shien Palace is my most important duty. From behind, a female disciple praised, Elder is so cool. From now on, we will listen to you completely. Qin Shui also said, that's right, Elder was really impressive just now. If you are our elder, then we have nothing to fear. The girls behind also raised their hands and exclaimed in unison, from now on, whatever Elder tells us to do, we will do it. Ding! Mission to protect accomplished, earning the title of Eternal Guardian. With double defensive capabilities, usable indefinitely, the title of Guardian appeared. Tianyun smiled, thinking, doubling the defensive capabilities? What a surprising effect. Shaolian solemnly said, alright, let's split up and clean everything up. Soon, we will need to personally visit the three major forces and uproot them completely. She emphasized seriously, we must show the other forces that the Tion Shien Palace is not to be trifled with. Tianyun returned to his room and reviewed the system. The reward points for killing an old ancestor are really high, especially since I also harvested some low-grade soul artifacts when I killed the one Tion old ancestor. He pressed into the system and said, let's see how effective this is. Successfully equipped the Chaos Holy Statue and 3 attributes including, double defensive power, triple movement speed, and double strength. Tianyun sneered, with such equipment, my combat power has increased by 60,000 points already. Great, even if I have to fight against the strong pills stage next time, it won't be a problem. He squeezed his shoulders and said cheerfully, finally, it's all settled. Tianyun opened the door, and a female disciple waiting outside reported. The elder has gone outside, and the palace master said to meet her when she comes out. Tianyun widened his eyes and asked, Aunt, are you looking for the Ta from Shaolian? A voice from inside reported, Palace master, we have almost cleaned everything, only a few disciples from the 3 major forces have yet to tidy up. Tianyun entered and called out, Aunt. Shaolian looked at him and said, Tianyun, you're here. She smiled and continued, this time we managed to acquire some weapons, pills, and elixirs, and we also have a lot of materials from the Duanshan sect. Since you know how to forge weapons, we plan to hand over all these materials to you for crafting. Tianyun smiled and suggested, that sounds good, why not give me the elixirs as well? Shaolian exclaimed in surprise, you even know the refined pill master. Tianyun sighed, oh my dear aunt, didn't I tell you before? I know how to refine pills. Shaolian touched her chin in doubt, you really know how to refine pills? I forgot, since I've never seen you refine pills before. Tianyun took out the Zihua Shenlu and replied, of course, I even have a soul artifact level Zihua Shenlu. Mo Wu Elder couldn't help but admire the Zihua Shenlu. I never expected that there would be someone in this world who knows how to forge weapons and also knows how to refine pills. Tianyun laughed arrogantly, calculating, after the recent battle, it's clear that the strength of Tion Shien Palace is indeed very weak. I think we should take advantage of this reputation to recruit more disciples. As for the weapons and pills, just leave that to me. He gripped the fire god blade tightly, his aura rising as he continued, we must make a concerted effort to cultivate a large number of spirit-tempering stage disciples, to elevate the status of Tion Shien Palace, so that other forces will never dare to look down on us again. The female disciples behind him listened and felt a sense of confidence. Tianyun also firmly stated, as long as we are united, we will definitely succeed. After a while, Shaolian brought the food and called out, young master, the food is ready. She looked over in surprise, thinking, so many weapons and pills. Shaolian approached Tion, who was still refining, and said, young master, you should take a break and eat first. Tion withdrew his energy and turned to her, Shaolian, you're here. He handed her the storage ring, saying, here are the weapons and pills for you. There's also some silver inside, take it all. Shaolian looked at him in astonishment, stuttering, young master, Here, we cannot expect to eat without working for it. Tion continued to offer the storage ring to her, saying, Shaolian, why are you being so polite with me? Take it. I've noticed you've been lost in thought lately, are you missing home? Shaolian bowed her head sadly, my father is seriously ill, and my family has no money, Tion grasped her shoulder and asked, why didn't you tell me earlier? I consider you family, that's why I gave you these items. Take them home, and I'll give you an additional 100 taels of gold. Shaolian looked at him gratefully and said, young master, I appreciate your kindness, but this amount is too much for me to accept. Just a few pills will be enough, once I treat my father, I will return immediately. Tion was silent for a moment, then relented, all right, then you should hurry home to take care of your father. In a few days, when I am free, I will come to find you. She sincerely said, Shaolian will never forget your kindness, young master. Tion brushed it off, saying, don't be so formal, I am still the same as before. Shaolian, my sister, she happily replied with a A female disciple entered and called, elder. The new disciples who just joined are gathering outside the hall. Tion replied, all right, I will be there soon. He entered the hall, and several girls turned around and exclaimed, hey, look over there. The Shien palace only has one male elder, isn't that him? I've heard he kills without blinking, just like a demon. He looks so scruffy, yet he's so powerful. Tion stopped and called out, Palace Master. Shaolian said, Tion is here, you've worked hard these past few days. Tion took out his storage ring and said, it's not hard at all, I've practiced quite a bit. If it's not enough, I'll practice more. These items are all spiritual energy, and they are high-quality spiritual energy, over there is supreme spiritual energy, and here are refining pills and elixirs. The girls' eyes lit up as they said, oh my God. I remember when I passed by the store, I saw spiritual energy once, but that can't compare to what's here. Tion raised his hand and told them, these resources all belong to Shien Palace. As long as you perform excellently and work hard, all of these will belong to you. The girls were excited to hear this and said, that's great. Shaolian also spoke up to assure, as long as you are loyal to Shien Palace, I will provide you with whatever resources you need. You must work hard to improve your own strength, and I look forward to the results. The girls replied in unison, thank you, Palace Master. All of this could very well belong to us. Is that really true? That's amazing. Joining Shien Palace was a wise decision. Shaolian and Tion left the hall. He discussed briefly with her, we're out of materials here, so I plan to go out and buy some. Furthermore, Shaolian's father is seriously ill, and I want to see how things are there. I'll come back as soon as I'm done. Shaolian stroked his chin, recalling, no wonder I felt something was off about her lately, it turns out something happened at home. Then you should go quickly, and remember to be careful, we are here for you. Tion replied, A moment later, Tion was looking down from the cliff, carrying a bag, it should be this way. I wonder if that village is Yunluo village. He frowned and observed for a moment, something seems off. Below, Yunluo village was bustling with a crowd. We submitted the money 3 months ago, Please, Lord Yun, spare us this time. An old man and the others knelt down, pleading before the figure in front of them. We truly have no money left. If this continues, everyone in the village will starve to death. The man named Yun kicked the old man in the face and said, talk too much. Whenever we want you to pay, you must pay then. He sinisterly said, don't think I don't know, a beautiful girl just returned and brought a lot of money with her. Where is she now? A ragged man stepped forward to support the old man, saying, how dare you hit others like that? There is no beautiful girl here at all. Yun laughed maliciously, threatening, not talking, huh? Then I will deal with you, the useless village leader, first. If you still don't speak, I will kill each of you one by one until you do. The ragged man gritted his teeth, bravely standing up against him. If you want to kill the village leader, you'll have to go through me first. Yun sighed, impressive, you're quite brave. Then let's start with you, kill him for me. Several of his henchmen raised their knives and responded, yes, boss. He jumped up, slashing down with a knife, shouting, go die. Suddenly, he was kicked straight in the mouth, sending him flying back. Shaolian raised her hand and said, I am here. You bandits, try to touch them if you dare. The village leader looked at her and called, Shaolian. The man with the surname Yun widened his eyes at her and clicked his tongue. He rubbed his chin with a lewd gesture and said, indeed, you are stunning. If you obediently come with me, I guarantee that I won't lay a finger on them, and I'll even waive the protection fee for another 3 years. What do you say? The man in tattered clothes clenched his fists and shouted, no way. Sister Shaolian will never go with you guys. Shaolian said seriously, calm down. The man with the surname Yun approached her, threateningly saying, do you see how sensible this young lady is? Make your choice quickly, either come with me, or watch me kill them one by one. The man in tattered clothes grew increasingly furious. Sister Shaolian, let's fight them. Even if we die, we can't let them have their way. The villagers also rose up fiercely, saying, we would rather die than let Shaolian go with you. My son was taken by you, and we still don't know if he is alive or dead. That's right. We can't endure being oppressed by you any longer. I will fight you. A man with a mustache stepped forward to stop everyone. Hey, don't keep being so oblivious. Listen to Lord Yun and let Shaolian go. This is Shaolian's fortune. He frowned and selfishly said, moreover, we get 3 years of free protection money. This has never happened before. Don't forget, if it weren't for Lord Yun's protection, we would have been eaten by the demon beasts long ago. The ragged man retorted, Niu Ji, what nonsense are you talking about? How can they protect our village? Besides, there haven't been any demon beasts around here for a long time, we don't need their protection at all. The others agreed with him, saying, that's right, Niu Ji, why are you siding with them? Have you secretly informed them about Shaolian coming back? Niu Ji's face darkened, hesitantly insisting, don't speak so harshly. A wise person knows when to adapt. If we stay cooped up in the village, we'll starve to death sooner or later. He pointed at Shaolian, questioning, moreover, Shaolian brought back so many things but only shared a little with us. She definitely has many good items left, she just can't bear to give them away. She's really stingy and miserly. The man in blue pointed at him, angrily growling. Be wary of left and right, yet you cannot guard against the kind of person who carries a snake to bite their own chickens. I never expected you to be a traitor. Niu Ji pointed his thumb behind him, pretending to be a good person, I only want what's best for you. Following the orders of Lord Yun is the wisest choice. Do you really think you can oppose Lord Yun? The ragged-clothed man was so angry he could hardly speak, you. He raised his fist and said, I'll beat you to death. Shaolian, with a serious expression, calmly advised him, don't get worked up, you can't fight them off. The man named Yun laughed wickedly and said, you know that too, and I like it. Now, make your final choice, my patience is limited. Shaolian bowed her head in despair and replied, I agree with you, but you must ensure that you will never bully the villagers of my town again. Her father stepped forward and called out, Shaolian, you must not go with them. Shaolian turned her head and called, Dad, why did you come out here? Her father ran over with a stick, cursing those bastards, I will beat you to death. But he had barely made it a few steps before he felt like collapsing, cough cough. Shaolian supported her father and said, didn't I tell you to stay home and rest? The man named Yun drew a knife and approached, I remember breaking your leg before. I didn't expect her to be your daughter. I'm so sorry, I didn't know you were her father. If I had known earlier, I would have been gentler. He put down the knife and said, but now she has chosen to follow me, so I will give you some healing medicine. From the forest, a figure gradually approached and said, let me see who dares to take her away. Shaolian recognized the voice, that's the young master. Ting. Do you accept the random mission to protect Yunluo village for Shaolian? The reward for completing the mission includes 50,000 experience points, an increase of 30 reputation points, an increase of 50 favorability points with Lu Menglian, and an increase of 100 favorability points with all the villagers in Yunluo village. Tion Yun coldly replied, accept. The Yun man looked grim and ordered, you brat, where did you come from? Planning to be a hero saving a beauty or something? Kill him for me. The guy with messy hair laughed wickedly and replied, understood. He stomped and flew towards Tion Yun, shouting, surrender your life. Tion Yun, irritated, simply waved his hand, causing the guy to fly up high and disappear. Ting! Successfully killed the bandit from Long Camp, gained 600 experience points, gained 80 madness points. The Yun man grinned, looking at him with a different expression. Your strength is quite impressive, why not come work as my subordinate? Dying because of a woman is truly not worth it. To me, she is just a toy, something to throw away when I get bored. He frowned, emphasizing each word, I give you a choice, one is to follow me, and the other is to die. Nyoji pointed and advised Tion Yun, kid, it's a blessing for you that Lord Yun accepts you as a subordinate, don't refuse a toast only to end up drinking a penalty. The power of Treasure Dragon Camp is not to be underestimated. Tion Yun chuckled lightly, responding, that's his condition, but I only give you one choice, death. The man named Yun raised his hand behind him, unleashing spiritual energy, daring to speak to me like that, you've lost your chance. Even if you kneel and beg for mercy now, there's only one path left for you, death. He raised his hand and executed an eagle claw technique. Tion Yun snorted coldly and charged forward. With incredible speed, all that could be seen was the stream of spiritual energy he emitted. When he appeared, he was already behind the man named Yun, using one hand to force his head down, saying, a few silly eagle claw techniques, and you dare to show off in front of me? The man named Yun was held tightly and terrified, begging for mercy. Oh Lord, spare me, just treat me like a pile of dung by the roadside. Before he finished speaking, Tion Yun forcefully slammed his head down into the ground. He glared at him and said, your dung heap is disgustingly foul. He turned his sharp gaze to his subordinates and asked, now it's your turn, are you ready? Nyoji, terrified, turned to run, pleading, please spare me, this has nothing to do with me. The bandits also ran away to save their lives, saying, this has nothing to do with me either. You little brat, just wait. Tion Yun frowned, emphasizing each word, you can't run far enough. He charged like the wind, unleashing his strength to defeat them. Nyoji lay on the ground, trembling and begging, Lord, we were wrong, we shouldn't have, spare me, make me your servant, I'll do anything for you. Tion Yun grimaced and asked him, why should I spare you? Nyoji replied, I was just forced by them, if I didn't say that, they would kill me. I have sinned, I will atone, please. Tion Yun kicked him straight in the face, saying, it hurts like hell. He kicked him towards the villagers in the village, shouting, if you want to atone, talk to the people in the village. Ding! Mission completed successfully, gain 50,000 experience points, 30 reputation points, increase Lu Menglian's favorability by 50 points, increase the favorability of all the villagers in Yunluo village by 100 points. Nyoji and the man with the surname Yun were tied up, and the villagers wanted to eat them alive, saying, finally, you two have received your comeuppance. They timidly begged for mercy, spare our lives. The villagers turned to Tion Yun, calling, hero. He smiled slightly and introduced himself, I am the younger brother of Sister Shaolian. I came here to help everyone solve their difficulties. These guys are for you to deal with. Nyoji was startled and protested, I only wanted to help the villagers, it was because he threatened me that I had no choice. Before he could finish, the man with the surname Yun shouted, shut up, you were the one who secretly informed Treasure Dragon Camp about us, which is why we came. The village leader anxiously called out, young hero, you should take Shaolian away, otherwise, if the people from Treasure Dragon Camp come, you won't be able to escape. We are also preparing to migrate, we can't stay here forever. Tion Yun tilted his head slightly and said, why should we migrate? It's just a small Treasure Dragon Camp. Eradicating the weeds at the root is enough. The Black Soul Old Ancestor, at the peak of the core condensation stage, controls the Black Dragon's spiritual mind underground, inheriting the power of the Black Dragon, with a total combat power of 210,000. Tion looked up at him, thinking to himself, the Black Soul Old Ancestor controls the Black Dragon's spiritual mind underground. It seems the main purpose of this treasure dragon camp is to conceal the Black Dragon's spiritual mind. He hoisted the axe over his shoulder and spoke, I was just passing through, but I saw that the bandits here are capable of any evil deed, so I might as well act on behalf of heaven. The Black Soul Old Ancestor bared his teeth and said, what a good phrase, acting on behalf of heaven. In this chaotic time, taking your own life is enough. Do you still want to act on behalf of heaven? How ridiculous. Now that those three are dead, they truly died with no way to redeem themselves. But I see your cultivation is quite good. I will make you a general under my command. I will ensure you enjoy endless glory and wealth in this life. Furthermore, I will grant you a level of cultivation you cannot even imagine, helping you break through another tier. Tion, with an expressionless face, asked him, what do you offer as assurance? Just empty words. The Black Soul Old Ancestor spread his arms, performing the dragon vein from the ground, and replied, I guarantee it with the Black Soul Dragon vein beneath my feet. As long as you become my war general, I will allow you to absorb this Black Soul Dragon vein, making your cultivation increase several times faster than normal training. He looked at Tion and tempted him, once our cultivation reaches the highest realm, we will establish a sect. At that time, let me see who dares to provoke us. Tion smiled faintly and asked, so what do you want me to do? The Black Soul Old Ancestor laid out his conditions, capture more people and bring them here, whether they are ordinary folks or cultivators, they all must be brought to me. I need to sacrifice them to the Black Soul Dragon vein, so that the power of the Black Dragon can last forever, and our cultivation speed will increase day by day. Tion frowned, so this is the reason you have imprisoned so many people. He gritted his teeth and angrily asked, aren't you afraid of divine retribution? The Black Soul Old Ancestor countered, divine retribution. Here, I am the divine. No one can escape from my grasp. He handed Tion a pill and said, make your choice. If you choose to become my war general, then drink this pill. It can help you increase your power, the Black Heart pill. After taking it, you will see a significant boost in your strength. But after a while, the poison will take effect, making life worse than death. Tion's gaze sharpened as he looked at him, thinking, so this is a poison pill. He calmly asked, what if I refuse? The Black Soul Old Ancestor clenched his fist, his expression fierce, and said, do you think I would let you go after revealing so many secrets? If you refuse, I won't hesitate to turn you into a sacrificial offering for the Black Soul Dragon vein. He controlled several other hands that emerged from the ground, wanting to capture him. This is something you brought upon yourself. Tion glanced back, still somewhat pleased, thinking, it seems the opportunity for advancement is about to become a reality. He turned around, using the Azure Chaos Axe to chop off those hands, and with a powerful surge, he exerted his strength, saying, you want to make me a sacrificial offering? Just based on this? The Black Soul Old Ancestor was furious, saying, so you have a soul artifact to assist you. Is your choice to fight against me? Tion used the Frost Mist Fist, exclaiming, what do you think? He struck forward with the Frost Mist Fist technique. The Black Soul Old Ancestor gritted his teeth, surprised, another soul artifact. It seems your background is not simple. He raised his hand to unleash his power, then arrogantly continued, but if you think you can defeat me just by relying on these soul artifacts, you are indeed very naive. He waved his hand forward, unleashing a palm strike. It's too late to regret now, go die. The Black Dragon's aura surged towards Tion. The Black Soul Old Ancestor paused, staring in astonishment at Tion, who was using the absorption technique to absorb dragon energy. My previous palm strike used at least half of my strength, yet that brat is completely unharmed, and it seems like he's being drained instead. Tion laughed disdainfully and asked, is this your power? 40-50 experience points, 4,000 experience points, 4,120 experience points. The Black Soul Old Ancestor formed a seal, and a light appeared on his forehead, exclaiming, "It seems you even know some evil skills. Let's see how much you can absorb." He roared several times, gathering a massive amount of dragon vein power, then charged forward with the might of the black dragon. Tion also raised his hand, using the absorption technique to forcefully absorb. Activate the crazy experience mode. 8255 experience points, 8150 experience points, 832 experience points, 8080 experience points. Received. Tion exclaimed excitedly, "Keep going, the more the better." The more he inhaled, the more he asked, "Is this all the power you have? It's basically just a mosquito." At that moment, the Black Soul Old Ancestor felt somewhat intimidated, thinking, "All the power I've unleashed has been absorbed by him, and he doesn't seem affected at all. How can this be?" Tion raised his hand, arrogantly mocking, "This power is too weak, can you get a little stronger? It's really not enough for me to even fit between my teeth." The Black Soul Old Ancestor was angered by his provocation and spread his arms to absorb more dragon energy. "You are truly arrogant, I don't believe you can absorb all the power of the dragon vein. How could it be so easily absorbed by you?" He roared several times, absorbing the dragon vein into his body, then unleashed the black dragon triumphant, delivering a violent blow that tore through the air towards Tion. Using the profound heaven divine technique, he doubled his experience. That powerful strike smashed down, shattering the ground, and the backlash was equally fierce. 31,000 experience points, 33,000 experience points, 33,000 experience points, 33,000 experience points, 33,000 experience points. Tion grasped the wrist that was absorbing a lot of dragon vein energy, saying, "You've given me so much energy, I must thank you properly." He thought to himself, "This stupid guy probably won't take the bait again. This time, it's a huge profit already." The Black Soul Old Ancestor appeared behind him, watching for a moment. Then, he raised his hand and lunged down, thinking, "Having lost so much power because of him, I've been tricked. He absolutely cannot be allowed to survive." His hand reached Tion's head, shouting, "Go die." Tion looked up, his face slightly panicked, then turned around and grabbed his hand, saying, "Ambushing?" Part of it was because he had used the phantom devouring wind just in time. Tion tightened his grip on his hand. The Black Soul Old Ancestor jumped back in confusion. "What? How could he dodge?" Tion smirked, "The true form has appeared." "What's wrong, not using the Black Dragon of Power anymore?" The Black Soul Old Ancestor was furious, roaring, "You brat, you've really driven me crazy." He raised his hand to gather power, "I will make you die without a place to bury you." He unleashed the Black Dragon, which roared fiercely and charged forward. Tion seized the opportunity and struck, the ice mystic forcefully freezing it. The true form was also frozen, coming to check on his health in fear. "This is bad." Before he could do anything, he was already frozen inside. Tion touched the block of ice, saying, "Freezing like this is quite impressive, isn't it? How do you feel about being like a fish on the chopping block right now?" He raised his hand straight, using the great absorption technique, and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you right away, that would be too wasteful." 33,000 experience points, 35,000 experience points, 32,000 experience points, 37,000 experience points. The Black Soul Old Ancestor gathered his energy, causing the ice to crack. "Damn it, I have to kill you." He used the Black Dragon of Power to shatter the block of ice. Tion quickly used the veins of the Long God, leaving him astonished, asking, "What? You are from the Dragon Clan?" Tion raised his hand and said, "So what if I am?" After saying that, he struck down with a palm, causing the entire body of the Black Soul Old Ancestor to sink into the ground, cracking the earth under the force. The Black Soul Old Ancestor trembled with rage, struggling, "You little brat, let me go, let me go." Tion grinned and replied, "Let you go to wait for you to kill me? Do you think I'm stupid? You've done so many evil deeds, now watch me drain you dry." The Black Soul Old Ancestor began to tremble in fear, pleading, "I was wrong, please spare me, I will leave immediately." Tion couldn't absorb anything and was surprised, no more spiritual energy. What's going on? Didn't you have a black dragon spiritual mine? Is your spiritual energy running out this fast? This is so boring. Remember to reincarnate as a good person in your next life to repay your debts from this life. He activated the lucky aura. The black soul old ancestor, frightened, shouted, "Wait. Hold on, Before he could finish, Tion Yun unleashed a killer move to eliminate him. Ding! Successfully killed the black soul old ancestor. Earned 120,000 experience points, 3,000 madness points. Received the Black Dragon Divine Technique, a low-grade Earth-level martial art. Received the Soul Control Technique, a low-grade Earth-level martial art. Received the Black Dragon Spiritual Mind Crystal, Black Dragon Skeleton. Tion Yun pressed on the system, puzzled. What is the Black Dragon Spiritual Mind Crystal and the Black Dragon Skeleton? The Black Dragon Spiritual Mind Crystal is the energy crystal of the Black Dragon, which can be absorbed for cultivation and is suitable for cultivators with shadow attributes. The Black Dragon Skeleton is the bones of the Black Dragon. Combined with the Black Dragon's soul and spiritual mind crystal, it can summon the Black Dragon. Tion Yun was astonished and asked, "What? It can actually summon the Black Dragon?" He pointed his finger towards the screen, excited. If you want to fly, then cultivation must at least reach the core transformation stage. But if I can tame the Black Dragon as a pet, wouldn't I be able to ride it to fly? He shrugged, a bit regretful, and said, "But for this Black Dragon's soul, even if I activate the lucky aura, I won't gain anything. What a pity." Tion Yun stepped forward, calculating, if my luck meets the requirements, perhaps the lucky aura will be upgraded to another level. At that time, there will definitely be gains. But now that the Black Soul Old Ancestor is dead, what else can I harvest? At this moment, a group came out of the camp, joyfully saying, "The Black Soul Old Ancestor is dead, the Black Soul Old Ancestor is dead." That's great, the Black Soul Old Ancestor is really dead. Tion Yun used his power to fly forward, lamenting, "It seems there are still a few fish that slipped through the net. If we don't deal with them thoroughly, it won't do." Suddenly, they knelt before Tion Yun, pleading for mercy. "Wait, hero, thank you for killing the Black Soul Old Ancestor and saving us. We were just forced to join the Treasure Dragon camp. If we refused, our families would all have to die. Please spare us." Tion Yun frowned, looking at them seriously. "You should reflect on the heinous things you have done. If anyone dares to lie, do not blame me for my cruel actions. At that moment, we shall see whether you can run faster than my fist can strike. Everyone, follow me." They silently watched him return to Yun Luo village. Lu Menglian asked in surprise, "Young master, what is this?" Tion Yun replied, "I don't know how many of them have forced their way here, so I need you and everyone else to help identify who is telling the truth and who is lying, so we can deal with them accordingly." The ragged-clothed man pointed at one person and said, "This guy is in cahoots with those scoundrels. He has been to our village before." The bald man, annoyed, stood up and said, "Humph, bastard." Before he could do anything, a stone flew through his head. Tion Yun tossed the stone up and down, shouting, "Continue." Of course, you can also accuse each other to see who has done bad things. The villagers pointed out each person in the group. "He is from our village. He joined the Treasure Dragon camp to protect everyone. This is my husband. He was also forced to join. He was forced too. He often cooks for us." Ting. Successfully completed the mission to eliminate the Treasure Dragon camp, gaining 150,000 experience points, 10,000 madness points, and 100 reputation points. Lu Menglian called out, "Young master, let's head back." Tion Yun turned and said, "You all go ahead, I still need to find some things." Lu Menglian agreed and went back with the others. "Then we'll return to Yun Luo village and wait for you, young master. Remember to be careful." Tion Yun replied, "All right." On the side of the Black Soul Old Ancestor, Tion Yun walked along the corridor until he reached a small cave. The spiritual mind Black Dragon must be beneath this stone cave. He entered and sensed, this feeling of power is very familiar. It really is the Black Dragon of power. Tion Yun stopped at a door and thought to himself, right behind this door, I hope I can obtain the soul of the Black Dragon. Tion Yun gathered his strength and pushed the door with both hands. As he focused, a voice suddenly spoke up, "Do you want boundless power?" Tion Yun paused and asked, "Who?" The voice from inside the room continued to beckon him, "Do you want to be even stronger? Do you want to have it all? Come here, come take me, and I will grant you the greatest power." Tion Yun was astonished and stood frozen. Is this the black dragon alive? He activated his probing eyes, the corpse of the black dragon, with no cultivation, no weaknesses. After killing it, one might obtain the black dragon's soul, bones, and black dragon spiritual mind crystals. Tion Yun felt relieved, so it's just a corpse, but I can obtain the black dragon's soul. He looked up and smiled gently, happy, I just need to defeat it. Indeed, I have found it. The black dragon asked again, "Human, do you desire great power?" Tion Yun replied, "Of course I desire it, do I even need to be asked?" The black dragon said, "Very well, as long as you agree to let me merge with you, you will gain that power. At that time, no one will be your opponent, and you will reign over all." Tion Yun calmly asked him, "What about that black soul old ancestor? Didn't he merge with you? I don't see him being very strong." The black dragon's eyes lit up as he answered, "That useless one couldn't withstand my power, which is why he is so weak. Only those with inherent strength can accept my power. I am the legendary Black Dragon King. As long as you agree to merge with me and provide offerings, you will gain a wealth of martial arts, surpassing all and advancing to the pills stage. The core transformation stage is as easy as pie." Tion Yun looked surprised and said, "Is it really that good? What should I do?" Black Dragon instructed, "You don't need to do anything, just relax and let my energy flow into your body and merge with you." Tion Yun touched his chin and smiled faintly, "Interesting, that sounds pretty good, hard to refuse." He raised his hand forward, using the absorption technique, employing a double experience pill, and activating the lucky aura. His gaze was sharp as he said, "Then let's merge into one." Black Dragon shouted in panic, "What are you doing?" 3,600 experience points, 38,000 experience points, 40,000 experience points, 42,000 experience points. Tion Yun's face turned grim from absorbing too much dragon vein. "Nothing, didn't you want to merge with me? Just need to drain your power completely and we can unite." Black Dragon retorted, "It's not about merging like this, it's about my soul entering your body." Tion Yun stretched out both hands to absorb, pretending to be naive, asking, "Is that so? But I prefer merging this way." Black Dragon, furious, charged at him. He used the Black Dragon strike and yelled, "Damn it, then let's die together." Tion Yun raised his hand high, using the Dragon Clan's veins, his strength 8 times greater than before, and said, "Die together." "No way." The Black Dragon was stunned in shock. You have the veins of the Dragon Clan?" "Impossible." Ding. Congratulations to player Tion Yun for successfully leveling up to the peak of the core condensation stage. Tion Yun smiled, thinking to himself, "Finally, my cultivation has reached the peak of the core condensation stage, getting closer to the pills stage every day." The Black Dragon roared, "Damn humans, let me go." He looked at Tion Yun in a submissive manner and said, "Human, you have won. Please spare me. I know many martial arts, many secrets, and I know many places with treasures. As long as you spare me, I will tell you everything." Ignoring his words, Tion Yun continued to exert force to pull him closer. "Too bad, I have no interest in the things you have killed so many for, it's time to pay the price." The Black Dragon cracked, continuously screaming in pain, "I curse you to never find peace for all eternity." Ding. Successfully killed the crystal body of the Black Dragon King, gained 100,000 experience points, 5,000 madness points, received the soul of the Black Dragon, and received the Black Dragon spiritual mind crystal. Tion Yun gathered his energy, looked at his hand, and smiled wickedly, "I've obtained the soul of the Black Dragon, very good, I've gathered enough materials now." Suddenly, the cave shook violently. He was also thrown off balance and said, "Not good, the cave is about to collapse." Large rocks quickly fell, causing Tion Yun to panic and shout, "Ouch, there's no time to get out now." Using the Black Dragon's skeleton, utilizing the Black Dragon's soul, and the spiritual mind crystal of the Black Dragon, the falling rocks obscured Tion Yun's body. Just as he merged everything together, he broke through the rocks and soared majestically upwards. Ding! Congratulations to player Tion Yun for acquiring the Black Dragon Mount. The Black Dragon Mount, Cultivation Core Condensation Stage Level 1, its scales equivalent to a low-grade soul artifact, impenetrable. Its sharp claws are equivalent to a low-grade soul artifact weapon, nothing can pierce through. Potential Level 5, will grow along with cultivation, and its body will also grow larger over time. The fire it breathes can incinerate everything. The entire area collapsed in an instant, and the black dragon quickly soared high. Tion Yun looked down below and exclaimed, I almost got trapped in there. He squinted and looked back, saying, the treasure dragon camp has been completely destroyed. He looked at Black Dragon and praised, so strong, especially with that 5th level potential. You must know that even the Snow Wolf only has 2nd level potential. He laughed and assured Black Dragon, from now on, you will be my pet. Follow me, and you will enjoy delicious food and sweet drinks. He tugged at its hair and said, land outside the village, otherwise, the villagers will be terrified if they see you. Black Dragon roared in response. The villagers saw him and excitedly gathered around. Young Master E. Young Master E is back. Tion Yun happily announced, the treasure dragon camp has been completely destroyed, so you all don't need to fear them anymore. Hearing this, everyone rejoiced and thanked him, you are our savior. Thanks to you, we were able to survive and leave the treasure dragon camp. Let us express our gratitude to you. Lu Menglien looked at everyone raising their cups and felt happy, saying, it has been a long time since the village has been this joyful. Tion Yun turned to ask, Sister Shaolian, you seem very happy too, right? Lu Menglien blushed slightly as she looked at him and replied happily, having gone through such a difficult calamity, of course, I'm happy. It's just that I don't know how to express my thanks. Tion Yun said boldly, Shaolian, don't be so polite with me. After the celebration, let's go to Tianfeng City together, I still need to buy some materials to take back. Lu Menglien replied, sure, young master. On the side of Tianfeng City, Tion Yun paused while walking. He smiled lightly and said, there's no more Tianfeng Pavilion, but instead, Tianwu Pavilion has sprung up. At that moment, someone called out, young master. Xiaoyu Wei, delighted, said, young master, it's been a long time since we last met. Please allow us to invite you to our Tianwu Pavilion for a cup of tea. Tion Yun cheerfully replied, just in time, I was also coming here to buy some materials. I wonder if there are any discounts. Xiaoyu Wei said, young master, you are too polite, we will give it to you for free. Tion Yun was just joking, so he immediately declined, no need, just sell them to me at the regular price. Xiaoyu Wei led the way, please, young master, into the pavilion. She kindly guided him, these are all high-quality materials that we just started selling, please choose, young master. Tion Yun looked around and then turned to ask her, aren't there any materials for refining soul artifacts here? Xiaoyu Wei was surprised and asked, soul artifact materials? She widened her eyes, thinking to herself. He asked like that, it's very likely that he has already been able to refine soul artifacts by himself. How old is this young master that he has already reached that level? She stammered, this. Then, she raised her hand to speak, anyway, there are very few people in Tianfeng City who know how to refine soul artifacts, so our Tianwu Pavilion hasn't prepared materials for this. But if young master needs, we will go buy them for you, it will just take quite a bit of time. Tion Yun placed his hand on the materials on the shelf and said, that's fine, I'll just buy these materials to take back. I'll take as many as you have. Xiaoyu Wei replied, okay, no problem. Young master, please wait a moment. She ordered the warehouse, bring all these materials here. Her subordinate replied, yes, it won't be long before we bring in several large boxes. All the materials used for refining from our Tianwu Pavilion are here. Tion Yun sighed, he looked at the items in the boxes and asked, is this all? This amount is only enough to refine 2 or 3 dozen spiritual energies. Xiaoyu Wei replied, yes, this is all we have for now. But we can mobilize more from the headquarters. Tion Yun turned his head, pay a deposit first, take as many as you have for me, including pills. The higher the level, the better. But we don't have enough money. However, we can train you a few items. Each supreme spiritual energy or 4th grade pill will exchange for 2 portions of materials. Is that acceptable? Xiao Wei was visibly delighted, thinking to herself, this exchange is too profitable, others have to fail 4 or 5 times to refine a supreme spiritual energy. Both the supreme spiritual energy and 4th grade pill are expensive items, and yet he only asks for 2 portions of materials in return. She tilted her head slightly in agreement, saying, no problem, young master is very generous. She was secretly happy, thinking, this deal is going to be very profitable. After reaching an agreement, Tion said, if that's the case, I'll buy all of these materials first. The remaining ones you can deliver to Tion Shien Palace for me. After I finish refining, you can send someone to pick them up. Xiao Wei eagerly replied, of course, that's not a problem. Once we receive the materials from the headquarters, we will deliver them to young master immediately. She loudly ordered, quickly go prepare a feast, we must treat young master well. Tion raised his hand to decline, no need. Once the work is done, I have to leave. Xiao Wei let out a sigh and said, why is young master in such a hurry to leave? She felt a bit regretful, thinking, he won't stay for even a moment longer. How do I know how to pull strings to build relationships like this? The old man had remained silent from the beginning, but now he spoke up, excuse me, great master, wait a moment, I apologize for the rudeness. I am Elder Lu Heng of Tion Wu Pavilion. Tion asked, is there something you need? Elder Lu Heng raised his hand apologetically, admitting, the incident with Duanshan Sect last time was all our fault at Tion Wu Pavilion. In fact, we really wanted to help, but unfortunately, the strength of Tion Wu Pavilion is too weak. We hope you can understand us. Tion replied politely, oh, is that what it is? I don't hold it against you. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Elder Lu Heng asked again, what about the position of guest? Tion said, guest? I agreed to be your guest before, and that still stands. But I'm afraid I won't have the time to come here anymore in the future, which would let you down. I'm sorry about that. Elder Lu Heng broke into a sweat, looking flustered as he turned to Xiao Wei, whispering, Ci Master Pavilion, aren't you two on very good terms? You should persuade him. Xiao Wei showed no emotion and told Elder, him coming back to our place to buy things is already a great favor to me. She lowered her head, exhaling a breath, not forcing it. Sometimes, one must simply accept regret, for there is no way to salvage it. On the side of the verdant mountains, Lu Menglian called from behind, young master, we are almost at Tion Shien Palace. Tion replied with a hum, we must surprise the palace master. He smiled, thinking, next, it's just a matter of waiting to complete the key mission. With so many pills, I don't believe I can't build a 2nd grade power. As Tion looked ahead, he suddenly halted and said, this is a giant eagle. He seriously thought, it seems that some force has come to find us. To be able to sit in this carriage, they must at least be a 2nd grade force. The intrinsic value of that giant eagle is already extremely high, so much so that it cannot even be estimated in gold. He stepped inside, calling, let's go, we should check it out. A voice echoed from within, sure Palace Master, please think carefully. As long as you join Qing Xian Mansion and submit to us, there will definitely be many benefits. The man sitting in the hall said, I can even make you a part of us. The envoy of Qing Xian Mansion, GA envoy, added, thus, in name, you will be equivalent to a 3rd grade force. It's no problem to act comfortably here. Shi Lei Yun did not beat around the bush and declined, GA envoy, sorry, but for now, Tion Shien Palace has no intention of submitting to your authority. Currently, I just want to maintain the original state of Tion Shien Palace and protect the foundation left by our ancestors. GA envoy snorted coldly, irritated, are you sure you are rejecting the invitation to become a 3rd grade power? He boasted, speaking directly, this is an invitation that others would want but cannot get. Our coming here personally shows how much we value you. Without our assistance, you won't even dream of rising to a 2nd grade power. Sure Palace Master, think carefully. Tion entered the hall, speaking loudly, how will you know you can't if you don't try? He spoke seriously and decisively, Tion Shien Palace will develop according to our own direction, and we do not need outsiders like you to interfere. Shaolian called out in surprise, Tion Yun. She laughed and said, Tion Yun, are you back? GA Envoy, extremely annoyed, asked, Sure Palace Master, is this person one of yours? Interrupting someone else's conversation is not polite. Shaolian responded, he is an elder of Tion Shien Palace and is qualified to participate in this discussion. The envoy GA asked in surprise, elder of the Tion Shien Palace. He glanced sideways at Tion Yun with a hint of disdain, at such a young age, you've already sat in the elder's seat. Tion Yun also shot him a glance, affirming, yes, I am the fourth elder of the Tion Shien Palace. May I ask why you say that our Tion Shien Palace will never rise to the second-grade power? I believe that soon, our Tion Shien Palace will indeed become a second-grade power. This is not difficult at all, the envoy GA arrogantly replied, so what if you rise to a second-grade power? You are still far from the third-grade power. If you want to have more resources, there is only one way, and that is to join us. Qing Shien Mansion has many talented disciples, and if combined with your disciples, the next generation will surely not be weak. Together, our power will grow stronger, and in the future, no other power will dare to cause trouble for you. Tion Yun coldly looked at him and said, is that so? Then why, when the three powers came to gang up on us before, didn't we see you come forward to help? Now you suddenly come here asking us to join. The envoy GA laughed, unashamed to speak plainly, is this something that needs explaining? At that time, the strength of your Tion Shien Palace was too weak, which is why my Qing Shien Mansion abandoned you. But now your strength has met the standards, so I allow you to join, he said with a squint. Don't tell me you're unaware of this rule. If your strength is too weak, do you think we would need you? Don't be so naive, you're not 3-year-old kids. Tion Yun adjusted his clothing, eyes half closed, and replied, of course, I understand this principle very well. However, having weak strength and being unqualified to join are two completely different matters. He opened his eyes to look at him and said, we want to be self-reliant and do not wish to join any sect. We will rely on our own strength to support the Tion Shien Palace. Shaolian also agreed with his opinion, saying, Tion Yun is absolutely right. GA Envoy crossed his arms and sneered, what a nice phrase about self-reliance, relying on your own strength to support the Tion Shien Palace. Do you think defeating a few second-grade forces is impressive? Let me tell you, just a normal third-grade force could wipe you all out. Mo Wu Elder angrily said, are you threatening us? Shaolian sternly rebutted, it's true that a normal third-grade force could wipe us out, but as long as we don't cause trouble. In this remote place of ours, nothing ever happens. Therefore, we don't need to cooperate with anyone. Please leave. GA Envoy tightened his grip, hot as fire, and said, very well, it seems you refuse the invitation of wine and want to drink the punishment wine instead. He laughed coldly and got to the main point, I won't beat around the bush anymore. The Qing Shien Mansion wants to occupy this land, and for that, we need a sect that has a voice here. Conveniently, you are that sect. He raised his hand, offering a choice, now I give you two options. One is to submit absolutely to us, if so, you will live comfortably and gain many more resources. The other is to disappear from this world. Mo Wu Elder squinted his eyes, unable to help but calculate. The strength of the Qing Shien Mansion is too strong, although the cultivation of these enforcers is lower than our old ancestor, their momentum is twice as strong. If the opponent turns against us and sends someone stronger here, can Elder handle it alone? It's truly unimaginable. Tion Yun used his probing eyes to look over at the GA Envoy group. Fong Envoy, cultivation at core condensation stage level 7, overall combat power 150,000. Zhang Envoy, cultivation core condensation stage level 7, with a total combat power of 150,000. GA Envoy, at the cultivation core condensation stage level 7, is wearing high-grade spiritual energy armor, with a total combat power of 160,000. Tion Yun looked at him seriously, thinking, when not using martial arts and weapons, his total combat power is already 160,000. If he uses martial arts, his combat power could definitely reach 180,000, 190,000, or even 200,000. Indeed, the old ancestors of the second-grade forces can only run behind, trailing the third-grade forces. Shaolian frowned and said, "It seems that you had no good intentions from the very beginning." GA Envoy replied, "That's right, you either surrender to us or die. There is no third option." He set down his teacup and sighed, "If you refuse, then it's too bad, I'll have to choose another force." GA Envoy released threatening spiritual energy, but from today onwards, Tion Shien Palace will be wiped out, never to recover again. Shaolian coldly retorted, "Are you confident that you can wipe out our Tion Shien Palace?" GA Envoy took a sip of tea as if he hadn't had it in a long time. The obvious demeanor led to the guess, "I know you have backing, you must be at the peak of the core condensation stage, right? You might even have a strong one who just broke through to the realm of pills stage. Then hurry and bring them out here, let us see just how strong he really is." Elder Mo Wu glanced at Tion Yun and thought to himself, "It seems they don't know that Tion Yun is the one who killed the strong ones from those three major forces. They only heard that some super strong individual has come to help them eliminate us." The envoy spat out the fancy tea, saying, "It's so terrible that it's hard to drink. Where are you? Hiding like a turtle?" He raised his chin, grinning wickedly, and advised, "Sure Palace Master, if you don't want blood to flow like rivers in Tion Shien Palace, then obediently come back with us. Our Lord Mansion specifically named you to be kept. With your talent, being a concubine of our Lord Mansion would be quite a fortunate thing." After he uttered a few words, "The next generation born will definitely also be strong," he was met with a thunderous slap to the face. Tion Yun glared, angrily saying, "What qualifications does your Lord Mansion's beast have to demand her to be his concubine?" Black-faced On spoke bluntly, "Your Lord Mansion only deserves to be treated like animals." GA Envoy covered his face, trembling as he asked, "Kid, do you even know who you are messing with? You dare to hit me and insult our Lord Mansion too?" He widened his eyes and shouted, "Just wait for your Tion Shien Palace to be slaughtered, you will be ground to dust." Tion Yun looked down at him with a ruthless expression and asked, "Threatening me?" On struck him again, sending GA Envoy crashing into the door, saying, "Boss, you seem to be too polite for a beast. Now I feel he is even less than a beast. Just because you have a bit of skill, you think you are the center of the universe?" GA Envoy looked at him in confusion, stammering, You. Qing Shien Mansion will not let you go." Tion Yun suddenly grabbed his collar, terrifying him. You. Tion Yun raised his hand, glaring at him. "Who will Qing Shien Mansion not let go?" GA Envoy yelped, "Ouch," as Tion Yun slapped him hard, yelling, "Say that again." The two envoys behind watched him being slapped into a daze, exclaiming, "Impertinent. Stop it, are you Tion Shien Palace trying to oppose Qing Shien Mansion? Let go, you are definitely going to die." Shaolian raised her hand and shouted, "You two, shut up." She glared at them, emphasizing each word, "The Tion Shien Palace does not provoke others, but that doesn't mean we will sit idly by while you trample over us." After finishing her words, she unleashed her power, causing them to stumble back. Suddenly, laughter rang out from outside the door, praising, "Truly impressive for such young talent, to have such strong cultivation at such a young age." Shaolian looked towards the door and called out, "Tion Yun, be careful." A man stepped forward, exuding a powerful aura, and asked, "You must have reached the 8th or 9th level of the core condensation stage, right?" He laughed, his eyes bright red, and continued, "I don't know where this helper came from, but they seem quite capable." The envoy, battered and bruised, looked towards the door and called out, Wei Elder." Wei Elder, at the second level of cultivation pill stage, wore a low-grade soul artifact armor, practiced violent martial arts, had mid-grade martial arts, and low-grade earth-level long cloud technique, with a total combat power of 280,000. Tion Yun thought seriously, strong pills stage. Shaolian was stunned as she realized, indeed, they had prepared before coming here. No wonder GA Envoy is so arrogant, it's because he wants to force the hidden strong to reveal himself. Only then will he continue to attack us. She squinted her eyes and said, "It's just that up to now, that strong hasn't shown up, and Wei Elder has already appeared first. Wei Elder exhaled with strong force, shouting, if you don't quickly release my people, of course, you can continue to see what the consequences are. With backing, GA Envoy was bold and provocative. Go ahead and hit me, weren't you very arrogant just now? If you're capable, keep going. Tion Yun didn't hesitate to give him another slap that sent him crashing into the wall, cursing, wretched person. GA Envoy fell and fainted. Tion Yun, with an obviously calm expression, replied, if you've begged me like this, then I will satisfy your wish. Shaolian was left speechless. Wei Elder, furious, said, it seems your courage is quite impressive. He exhaled white smoke and declared firmly, no matter who you are, you're definitely going to die today. He transformed and flew into the hall like a dragon. Tion Yun, with a serious face, had to exclaim, so fast. Seeing the situation was critical, Shaolian took out the Ice Soul Gem. Before Wei Elder rushed in, she had already shielded Tion Yun and used the Ice Soul Gem to freeze Wei Elder. However, he easily broke free and charged forward like a flying arrow, looking down on her, a few trivial moves, get lost. Shaolian was astonished, thinking, I can't believe he broke the soul gem so easily. As Wei Elder's claws came close, Tion Yun wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her to the side to avoid the attack. Using the veins of the dragon god, he said, Aunt, let me handle this. He quickly retaliated with a punch to Wei Elder's face, declaring, stay away from my aunt. Wei Elder fell hard to the ground. He stood up, looking at a tooth in his hand, astonished, my tooth, you dare to hit me? You are really bold. Tion Yun angrily replied, whether I am bold or not is not for you to judge. If you don't die today, then I will. After saying that, he unleashed the dragon god technique from his body. The two guards in the hall were shocked by his power. How is this possible? Wei Elder's cultivation is even lower than that kid's. Wei Elder, furious, transformed into powerful gauntlets, gritting his teeth, I will kill you. Tion Yun clenched his fists, also unleashing his strength, thinking. This is the opponent's lower-grade soul artifact Sharp Claw. Once it bursts out with its full combat power, it'll reach 300,000 points, looks like I can't afford to underestimate them. He sighed, even after all that, I still couldn't kill you. Seems your skin is really thick. Elder Wei circulated his energy, flying over, and said, you're courting death. Shaolian panicked and shouted, Tion Yun, be careful. Fong Envoy remarked, such a powerful aura. GA Envoy, his mouth twisted into a pout, still tried to butt in, once you anger Elder Wei, there's only one road left, death. Elder Wei struck out with a violent claw attack, and Tion Yun countered with a fierce frost fist. He shouted, freeze for me. Elder Wei was frozen solid midair, and then Tion Yun leapt up, slashing out a strike that made the three envoys' eyes widen in shock. What? Elder Wei is frozen solid. Elder Wei shattered the ice with incredible strength and demanded, just what kind of evil sect skill is this? Tion Yun gave a faint smile and said, is that really so important? Lowering his frost-covered fist, he thought to himself, looks like the stronger the cultivation, the shorter the freezing time. Too bad the frost fist can't be upgraded any further. Elder Wei let out an annoyed, boisterous laugh. So you're just a little brat. You have a powerful weapon, which is why you dare to be so arrogant. Your last move was impressive, I must take it from you. Tion Yun grinned provocatively, then come and take it. Don't be polite, it's my turn now, and I intend to win quickly. I don't have time to play around with you. Activating the mad damage mode, activating the mad experience mode. Shaolian covered his hands in front, thinking, this aura is even stronger than Elder Wei's by a level. Could it be that Tion Yun's cultivation has reached the pill stage? The overwhelming power of Tion Yun was too much for the guards to bear. A streak of sword intent sliced through, leaving a mark on Elder Wei's cheek, causing him to be a bit flustered as he asked, who exactly are you? Tion Yun arrogantly raised his hand, introducing himself, strong has helped the Tion Shien palace that you have heard of, that is me. Elder Wei couldn't help but be surprised, saying, you're so young, yet your cultivation has reached the pill stage. Impossible. Tion Yun struck the ground, unleashing powerful spiritual energy as he said, "Nothing is impossible." Qing Shien Mansion, right? If your Qing Shien Mansion has pushed us to this point, then don't blame us. Tion Yun rushed forward, raising one hand to freeze. The body of Elder Wei was frozen, and he gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, it's the power of ice and snow again." Suddenly, Tion Yun unleashed a powerful firestorm strike to his abdomen. Elder Wei cried out in pain, then flew backward like an arrow, crashing hard to the ground. He coughed up blood, looking up with trembling thoughts, "Ugh, my internal organs feel like they're being burned. This brat actually knows both ice and fire techniques." Tion Yun smirked and asked him, "Can you still hold on? You're surprisingly resilient." Activating the lucky aura. The activation of the lucky aura was successful, increasing luck by 10 times, consuming 100 madness points per second. Tion Yun raised his hand to summon a spear, then thrust it forward with great power, saying, "It's time to end this." Elder Wei looked at the incoming strike in fear, threatening, "If you kill me, the Qing Shien Mansion will not spare you. We will definitely flatten the Tian Shien Palace." Flatten, ding. Successfully killed Elder Wei, gained 200,000 experience points, 5,000 madness points, received the martial arts skills, Violent Claw, Dragon Cloud Steps, Thunder Cloud Claw, and obtained the Dragon Bone Divine Armor, and the Tyrant Dragon Claw. Receiving the experience card of the year, the Divine Potion of the Wind. Tion Yun gathered his strength and thought, although it's not a perfect set of equipment, they are all treasures of the Soul Artifact level. There are also martial arts of the Lightning level, after all, they are strong realm pills, the loot can't be bad. He sighed in regret, after the lucky upgrade, everything is different. All the basic items have appeared, but it's a pity there are no rewards for surpassing levels in battle. At this moment, the 3 envoys cried out in alarm. The envoy trembled, You killed Elder Wei. I urge you to stop, otherwise our Lord's mansion will flatten your Tian Shien Palace. Spare us. If you let us go back, I will beg the Lord's mansion to help you. Tion Yun's gaze emitted a golden light as he approached them with a spear, repeating, "Didn't someone just say that we are no longer 3-year-old children? Why are you still thinking so naively like a child? If I spare you, in a few days, Qing Shien Mansion will launch a total attack on your Tian Shien Palace." He only expressed a decisive power before saying, "If sparing you means death, then not sparing you also means death. So why not keep you here to die with us for some fun?" GA Envoy looked at the spear in front of him and cried out, No, we are just following orders from our superiors. If you spare us." Before he could finish, Tion Yun struck, causing him to scream in agony. Ding. Successfully killed GA Envoy. Earned 140,000 experience points, 3,800 madness points, received the Abyssal Transformation Martial Arts Manual, and obtained the treasure, the Heaven Severing Sword. 10,000 alchemy experience points. Tion Yun looked at Zhang Chen and Fong with a cold gaze and said, "Now it's your turn." The two of them raised their hands in panic and pleaded, We won't tell anyone. We ask to stay in Tian Shien Palace as servants, please spare us." Tion Yun tilted his head slightly and asked, "Is that so?" "That sounds good. If you agree to be servants, you should willingly offer yourselves to your master." He raised his hand forward, using the absorption technique, and continued, "Turn into experience points for me. 38,000 experience points. 42,000 experience points. 48,000 experience points." The two envoys screamed in pain as they were drained. Tion Yun waved his hand arrogantly and said, "Qing Shien Mansion, even if you don't come looking for me, I will personally come to find you." Ting. Successfully killed Fong Envoy, gaining 160,000 experience points, 3,800 madness points, and received the ancient book. Ting. Successfully killed Zhang Envoy, gaining 160,000 experience points, 3,800 madness points, and received the Lac Van Hoa. Shi Lei Yun asked Tion Yun, "Have you broken through to the pills stage in your cultivation?" Tion Yun turned to reply, "Not yet. I haven't broken through to the pills stage." Elder Mo Wu was surprised and said, "What? You haven't broken through to the pills stage but were able to easily kill Elder Wei. How did you do that? The second elder behind spoke up. If Elder Yi can break through to the pills stage, then wouldn't our Shien Palace be on par with other sects? Currently, our Shien Palace is continuously enhancing its strength, but now Elder Yi is about to face a great trouble. Elder Mo Wu looked out the door with a heavy heart, pondering, once Shien Mansion learns of this news, they will surely mobilize all their forces to attack us. How should we defend? For Elder Yi, defeating the old ancestors of the profound venerable isn't a difficult task. But, she gently closed her eyes, helplessly continuing, our current strength not only cannot help Yi Elder, but also becomes a burden to him. Tion Yun, serious, finally spoke up, I have something I want to tell everyone for a long time, but I've been hesitant until now. You all follow me. There's a carriage outside that the people from Shien Mansion brought. On the side of the Tion fairy tale, the carriage gradually approached through the rain. Mo Wu Elder asked in surprise, is this place the Tion fairy tale? Shaolian called out to Tion Yun, is this our destination? Tion Yun, walking ahead, replied, yes. He touched the door and said, the main gate here has a forbidden seal, and it's extremely safe inside. He smiled slightly, saying, from today on, this Tion fairy tale will be the territory of our Shien Palace. Mo Wu Elder reminded, once the Tion fairy tale is closed, it won't reopen for 3 years. Shaolian silently looked at him. Tion Yun turned around and said, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and go in. Mo Wu stepped inside, surprised, saying, it really works. Shaolian looked at him and asked, Tion Yun, how did you do that? Tion Yun raised his hand forward, using spiritual energy to respond, it's very simple. Earlier, I participated in the assessment here to seek martial arts, but unexpectedly received the inheritance of the Tion fairy tale. So now I am the heir of this place. Everything here belongs to me, including this old man Shien. At this moment, the old man Shien appeared, startling the two of them. He performed a ceremonial greeting and asked, did the young master bring everyone here? Welcome, everyone. Tion Yun entered and said, there are no treasures in the Tion fairy tale, it still looks very much like before. But it is a perfect place for everyone to hide and cultivate. He looked back, calculating, moreover, from the perspective of cultivation, this place is much better than the Shien Palace. As long as we bring all the disciples here, Shien Mansion will definitely not be able to find us. He stroked his chin, pondering, but doing so is no different from abandoning the Shien Palace. It's tough, but I don't know what else to do. This method is the best we have. Elder Mo Wu also agreed, yes, we have no other choice now. Tion Yun firmly stated, for the sake of the Shien Palace, we must strive to cultivate and enhance our strength while we are here. Shaolian replied with a smile, that's right, once we are stronger, no one will dare to underestimate us anymore. She turned to Mo Wu Elder and ordered, quickly summon the disciples here, but they are forbidden from going outside on their own. The space in this Tion fairy tale can comfortably accommodate everyone. Mo Wu Elder and Second Elder replied, understood. Tion Yun and Shaolian exited the Tion fairy tale. He made arrangements and then said to her, we will hide here, and I feel more at ease now. Aunt, I need to go out for a while. Shaolian looked at him and asked, where are you going? Tion Yun replied, to cultivate, because I can't break through here. Shaolian worriedly said, Tion Yun, in this critical moment, you want to go outside? It will be very dangerous if the enemy sees you. Tion Yun took out a transformation mask and reassured her, Aunt, there's no need to worry, I will be back soon. As long as I wear this mask and you wear that one, we can quickly change our faces. See if you can recognize me. Shaolian exclaimed, I really can't recognize you. Tion Yun took her hand and said, so, Aunt, just rest assured. Once I become a bit stronger, I will be able to protect you and the Shien Palace. He presented the key to the Tion fairy tale and said, this is the authority to control this place. I entrust it to you, Aunt. Now you are the second master here, Tion Yun said. Just 3 months. No matter what my strength is by then, I will return to you, Shaolian replied with a hint of sadness. Then you must be careful, I will wait for your return, she said, watching Tianyun leave and silently wishing, Tianyun, you must come back safely. Tianyun rode on Black Dragon, soaring high. He thought, I want to go to mainland Tiansong to see, because here the second-grade forces are the strongest, and basically there are no third-grade forces at all. Mainland Tiansong is different, it is larger and has more forces, and the resources are richer. Shien Mansion is just one of the forces, there are countless others here that are much stronger than them. He squinted and said, I will definitely break through very quickly. He looked ahead, thinking, that is mainland Tiansong. A sailing ship below had a group of people pointing and shouting, look over there, there's a black dragon. As Black Dragon approached, they were even more amazed, it really is a black dragon. I can't believe someone has tamed a dragon clan as a mount. Unbelievable, how did he manage to do that? As Black Dragon Bay approached, Tianyun could sense it. The spiritual energy is so abundant, no wonder so many people are flocking to the mainland of Tiansong. This is indeed a great cultivation environment. In Tianjin City, a guard tapped on the sign in front of him and said, can't you see what this sign says? To enter, you must pay 10 gold pieces. The man in blue was taken aback and asked, 10 gold pieces is not a small amount. My cultivation is only at the refined body stage, I don't have that much money. The guard replied loudly, no pay, no entry. If you come to Tianjin City, you must follow the rules here, no fighting and no stealing. Want free protection? There's no such good deal. Tianyun paid the 10 gold pieces and entered. The guard cheerfully called out, take your time. This young man is very generous. Strange. As Tianyun descended the steps, he thought, with such prosperity and development, no city in the mainland can compare. Tianyun entered a shop and placed a gold ingot on the table, commanding, bring me detailed materials about the mainland of Tiansong. The shopkeeper took the gold ingot and replied, yes, please wait a moment, sir. Before long, he brought a large number of books and placed them on the table. Objectively, all the documents you need are right here. Tianyun looked at the books and thought, indeed, the dangerous areas are clearly marked, but the specifics are barely mentioned. They only write a few vague descriptions. He turned to ask, boss, is there any document that explains these dangerous areas in more detail? The boss replied, we don't have that here. If you want to know more, you have to go to Xingshan Pavilion. They sell all kinds of information you need. Tianyun asked, Xingshan Pavilion? Looks like I can only go there to ask. Tianyun quickly went to Xingshan Pavilion. The manager inside asked, guest, may I ask what you need? Tianyun said, I want to buy information. The manager replied, all right, please follow me. Tianyun walked up the stairs while still glancing back, thinking to himself, to reach the strong core condensation stage and still just be a manager here, indeed the cultivation in this mainland is very high. The person accompanying him entered a room and called out, Huang Deacon, we have a guest here. As soon as Huang Deacon saw Tianyun, he recognized him, and judging by his disguise, he thought, a young man hiding his face, looks quite unusual, surely not someone from the Tiansong mainland. Is it correct? Tianyun crossed his arms and dismissed. Does it really matter if it's right or not? The purpose of my coming here is to buy information about which dangerous areas have the most demon beasts, and the cultivation level shouldn't be too low, it must at least be at the core condensation stage. Huang Deacon crossed his arms and suggested, it seems you want to hunt demon beasts, right? Then there are two options. One is that you sell the demon beasts you hunt to us at a favorable price, and I will provide you with the information for free. The other is to pay 1,000 gold coins to buy the information. Tianyun chuckled and replied, I choose the first option, but I want to exchange the demon beasts for materials instead of money. He thought to himself, since I have to buy materials anyway, I might as well trade the demon beasts directly to save the trouble. Huang Deacon was also satisfied and said, all right then. Ding, successfully accepted the mission to hunt demon beasts. Kill 100 demon beasts at the core condensation stage to receive a reward of 500,000 experience points, 10,000 gold coins, 10,000 madness points, and 1 lottery draw. Increase 100 points of favorability with Shien Pavilion. Huang Deacon rummaged through the bookshelf, searching. Demon beasts rarely gather in herds, especially those with cultivation from the core condensation stage and above. But this time we have just received the latest information. It is known that the demon beasts are currently gathering in the dangerous area of Mo High. Tion Yun turned to ask, the dangerous area of Mo High? He thought, in the mainland of Tian Sang, there are a total of 5 dangerous areas, and the Mo High area is one of them, ranked 3rd in terms of danger. He then asked, don't tell me those demon beasts are underwater. This issue will be a bit tricky. Huang Deacon replied, of course not, the dangerous area of Mo High I mentioned is on Mo Yun Island. I don't know why so many demon beasts suddenly appeared there. They swim up from the sea and gather together. Their cultivation ranges from spirit tempering stage to core condensation stage, but we can only observe from a distance. As for the specific situation, we are not very clear. It is very likely that there are other demon beasts with cultivation stronger than core condensation stage. Tianyun said, your news is very useful, I needed information like this. Do you know the way there? Huang Deacon handed him an item, saying, this compass will guide you there, and I'll give it to you for free. Tianyun took the compass and replied, then I accept it, just wait for my good news. Huang the Deacon eagerly took out his notebook and said, young master, wait a moment. May I ask how many people are accompanying you there? Tianyun turned around and replied, I'm going alone, not with anyone else. After leaving Shien Pavilion, Tianyun opened the star map and looked in the indicated direction, saying, it must be this way, right? He mounted the black dragon and soared high, exclaiming, let's go, to Mo Yun Island. While flying, he suddenly became attracted by something below and looked down. Seeing several fish gathering around a sailboat, he thought, pirates. Someone who can catch demon beasts like sharks as mounts is definitely not simple. The red-haired pirate spoke up, saying, I advise you to surrender quietly. Do you think you can fight against us here? In these waters, we are the rulers of the world. The people on the boat refused to surrender and threatened in return, we are all from Tianji Mansion. I also advise you to leave quickly, otherwise, don't blame our master for dealing with you. The red-haired pirate laughed disdainfully, people from Tianji Mansion. Is that the broken sect? And you dare to call yourselves a mansion? You can't even compare to a second-grade force. The green-haired girl on the boat asked in confusion, Tion Deacon, what should we do now? Tion Deacon closed his eyes slightly and said, why don't we surrender? This is the best option right now. The girl, with a different name, widened her eyes in surprise and asked, surrender? The other man couldn't believe it and replied, Tion Deacon, what are you talking about? Even if we die, we must be determined to fight until the end, we absolutely cannot let them have their way. Tion Deacon waved his hand at the man and said, if you want to die so much, then go ahead and die first. The man fell into the water in panic. The girl with green hair stood there in shock, Tion Deacon, you. Tion Deacon frowned and turned his head to ask, who else dares to refuse to surrender now? The red-haired pirate flew up and said, Tion old man, why are you acting so hastily? We haven't even had our fun yet, let us scare them a little longer. Tion Deacon grimaced and said, my brother, finish this quickly. The green-haired girl opened her eyes wide, unable to contain her astonishment. Tion Deacon, how could you betray us like this? Is your purpose in suggesting we go out to train just to get us captured? Tion Deacon smirked maliciously and admitted, the Tianji Mansion is about to meet its end. If we stay here any longer, who knows when we will break through to the realm pill stage. It would be better to follow my brother and become pirates, venturing into the world. You all are the strongest cultivators with the best talents, so of course, you should be used as gifts for my brother. The pirate stormed onto the ship, capturing all the disciples. Some had already betrayed them and caught her, saying, Senior sister, you should obediently join them, this way, you will have a better future. There is no future at Tianji Mansion, so why be so stubborn? Senior sister gritted her teeth and looked back, shouting, shut up. Although the resources of Tianji Mansion are a bit scarce, they have used everything they can to nurture our uncle. Don't you feel any guilt for doing this? She firmly believed. Right now, Tianji Mansion may be a bit poor, but I believe it will eventually become glorious. At that moment, an unknown figure descended from above, praising. Well done, having a disciple like you is indeed a blessing for Tion Mansion. The Tion deacon raised his head and asked, "Who is that?" Tion Yun raised his hand in response. "A friend of Tion Mansion." He performed the absorbing essence technique, draining the power of the Tion deacon, causing him to scream and fall down. He widened his eyes and asked, "What kind of evil skill is this?" Tion Yun smirked and retorted, "If it can deal with people, then it's a good skill." The white-eyed Tion deacon cried for help. "Help me, what are you all standing there for?" Several pirates rushed up together, saying, "Let's go." A large figure flew across, causing them all to fall into the sharks. Bai recognized and exclaimed, "That's the black dragon." He trembled and wondered, how can such a rare demon beast appear at sea? Tion Yun, standing high above, calmly absorbed the power and said, "Didn't you like to bully the weak with your strength?" He coldly ordered, "Annihilate all this trash." Black Dragon roared as it flew down to collect the bodies of the sharks, using its hands and breathing fire to roast both fish and people. Bai swam away in panic, shouting, "Run, run quickly." But Black Dragon used fire to dive into the water and burned him to death. Ting, successfully killed Pirate Bai Yundao. Gained 48,000 experience points, 2,200 frenzy points, received the skill of controlling flying sand, underwater impact martial arts, and low-grade earth martial arts. Ting. The Mount Black Dragon successfully leveled up to the core condensation stage level 2. The disciples of Tion Mansion turned to look at Tion Yun in fear, "So strong, please spare us." After saying that, they jumped into the sea one by one, shouting, "Run fast." Tion Yun, with a cold expression, called Black Dragon, "Kill them all, leave no one behind." All that could be heard from the sea was the sound of their desperate screams, "Spare us." Tion Yun threw the Tion deacon down and said, "All right, it's all taken care of." He asked, "What do you want to do with these remaining traitors? Take them back to the sect, or deal with them here?" The senior sister hesitated and asked, "Senior, are you from Tion Mansion?" Tion Yun thought to himself, "I inherited from the Shien Tion Spirit King, so I can be considered a disciple of their old ancestor, or I could also be seen as their master, right?" He smiled faintly and replied, "What should I say now? In short, just know that I am not your enemy." The senior sister clasped her hands together with several other disciples. "Thank you. My name is Yang Shishue, thank you, senior, for saving our lives. We will take this traitor back for the Lord Mansion to deal with." If the senior is not busy, why not go back to Tion Mansion with us for a trip? Tion Yun refused, "I have other matters to attend to, so I can't go with you. You all should head back quickly. I believe there are no more pirates around here now." He turned and continued, "When you return, you will have to handle a lot of things, so remember to report clearly to your Lord Mansion. Just now, I saw very clearly your loyalty. I am sure that Tion Mansion will grow strong in the future." The senior sister stared at him in surprise and replied, "Thank you for your kind words, senior. May I ask when you will have free time to come and visit us at Tion Mansion? We want to repay you for saving our lives." Tion Yun rode the black dragon into the sky and answered, "If fate allows, we will meet again." Ding, mission completed. Saving a life is more valuable than building 7 towers, received the title of primary savior, plus 200 reputation points. The savior board appeared. Tion Yun was surprised and thought, "I didn't expect to receive the title of savior. It must be that saving a person this time, combined with the previous time I saved that entire village, met the requirements for the title." He laughed, happily calculating, the success rate of refining a soul artifact was only 10% before, and I couldn't accumulate enough, yet this time I received 20% right away. Adding a stroke of lucky aura as well, it should reach 50% already. Black Dragon swooped down close to the ground. Tion Yun looked at the demon beasts and thought, "Is that Mo Yun Island ahead?" Inside, large and small demon beasts lurked everywhere. Tion Yun observed with narrowed eyes. The cultivation levels of the demon beasts here range from spirit tempering stage to core condensation stage. The lowest is already at level 4 or 5 of the spirit tempering stage, while the highest can reach level 7 or 8 of the core condensation stage. He stood up and said, "Good, there's no one here. It's just the right time for me to take action. Activate the Dragon God Veins. Activate the Frenzied Damage form 4 times." Activate the Frenzied Experience form 4 times. Use the 5-fold Experience card. Use the 10-fold Experience card. Use the Double Frenzied card, equip the Chaos Saint statue. Tion Yun jumped down from Black Dragon, summoning the Chaos Saint statue as he dove down. He unleashed his power violently, turning this peaceful place into chaos. Successfully killed the giant octopus. Gained 200,000 experience points, 4,000 frenzied points, and received an octopus tentacle. After consumption, it can double strength for a short period. Successfully killed the giant sea beast, gained 350,000 experience points, 6,000 frenzy points, and received raw materials from the sea beast's horn. Successfully killed the giant sea elephant, gained 400,000 experience points, 6,500 frenzy points, and received raw materials from the sea elephant's hide. Ting, congratulations to player Tion Yun for breaking through to level 1 of the pills stage. Tion Yun arrogantly said with a smile, I've leveled up. He released his power outward, felt it for a moment, and said, it's amazing. He swung a powerful axe and asked, is this what the cultivation pills stage is? Truly strong. Indeed, only by leveling up the cultivation can one become stronger. Excited, he charged in, killing even more, saying, let all of you become my experience points. Ting, congratulations to player Tion Yun for breaking through to level 2 of the pills stage. Ting, congratulations to player Tion Yun for breaking through to level 3 of the pills stage. Tion Yun swung his axe and asked, are there no more demon beasts to kill? Tion Yun accessed the system. He had leveled up to level 3 of the pills stage. He scanned through and was surprised to exclaim, now there's even a crime point. He pressed on the crime point section and asked, what the hell is a crime point? Crime points, after the protection of players has ended. The crime point system will be successfully activated. Simply taking a life will earn 1 crime point. The higher the crime points, the more attractive it is to enemies. Killing more evil foes will yield more crime points. Crime points can be exchanged for madness points, experience points, and proficiency, or can be used to purchase items in the crime mall. Tion Yun looked puzzled and asked, what is the crime mall? The evil set can only be purchased by reaching level 30 or above. Once equipped, it transforms the wearer into a giant evil dragon 100 meters long. Its power increases 10-fold, defense increases 20-fold, and it grants the ability to fly and devour, costing 10,000 crime points. The swordsman set can also only be purchased by reaching level 30 or above. Once equipped, it allows for free manipulation of swordsmanship. All spiritual energy swords of high quality within a 10 km radius can be controlled, with a maximum of 10,000 swords. Additionally, it has the effect of flying with the sword, costing 100,000 crime points. Tion Yun asked, 100,000 crime points, how can I earn that? He turned in one direction and suddenly stopped, saying, someone is here. He looked up at the 2 vehicles and thought, a military vehicle, who could it be? That old man selling news didn't mention any other forces lurking here. The military vehicle landed, and a person stepped out. Qing Lu Yun, at the 8th level of core condensation cultivation, wearing a low-grade golden armored soul artifact, holding a heavenly-grade umbrella soul artifact, possessed the martial art abyssal palm. His overall combat power was 43,000 points. Tion Yun sighed seriously. People from Qing Shien Mansion, truly a narrow escape from enemies. Tion Lu Yun called down from the vehicle. Alright, we've arrived. Wu Shiqing was stepping down when she paused. Qing Lu Yun tilted the umbrella and gently said, lady, take your time. Wu Shiqing used a circular shield to step down, saying, no need, I can shield myself. Zhao Yu pulled back the curtain and questioned, Qing Lu Yun, why did you follow us here to train? Qing Lu Yun replied with a laugh, I heard there are many demon beasts here, I'm just worried about you too. What if Xiao Shi and Xiao Yu get hurt? Zhao Yu stepped down and asked, where are the demon beasts here? Open your eyes and see where they are. She paused, looking at Tion Yun. Oh, has someone arrived here before us? Qing Lu Yun shouted, hey you, when did you get here? Xiao Jianren angrily yelled, my big brother Qing Lu Yun is asking you. Why aren't you answering? Are you mute? Wu Shiqing gently asked, young master, you arrived here before us, so may I ask if there are any demon beasts around? Tion replied, there are demon beasts, but I've killed them all. Xiao Jianren laughed in disbelief, aha, you killed them. If you really did, where are their bodies? He laughed mockingly, be a little more modest. Don't tell me you're an accomplice of that old man from Xingshan Pavilion. I already said there are many demon beasts here, yet now there's not a single one in sight. So that old man sent you here to cover it up, right? Upon hearing this, Tianyun's expression turned serious as he thought, are they also here to hunt for demon beasts? There must be something else here. I'll observe for now and won't rush to act against these two from Qing Xian Mansion. As for the two girls beside them, I don't know which sect they belong to. If news of me killing a disciple from Qing Xian Mansion spreads, it will be very troublesome. He flew up and said, whether you believe it or not is none of my business. Xiao Jianren angrily growled, you. Qing Luyun looked at the martial spirit and advised him, don't be angry, having Xiao Shi and Xiao Yu bleeding here isn't a good thing. Xiao Jianren spat, suppressing his anger, fine, I'll spare him this time. Qing Luyun suggested, Xiao Shi, let's take a round around here to see if there are any demon beasts. Since strange phenomena have occurred here, we might find some treasures. Wu Shiqing stepped forward to remind him, I hope Qing young master will show some respect and not call names so casually. Qing Luyun shamelessly called out, Xiao Shi, don't be like that. They stopped when they saw a figure ahead, it's you again. Tianyun turned to look at them, then showed no reaction and looked ahead, it's me. Is there a problem? Qing Luyun stepped forward and said, forget him. Let's check this stone tablet first. We can deal with other matters later. Xiao Jianren beside him continued to make sarcastic remarks, not everyone is suited for exploration. We still have to consider their talent. Tianyun, not angry, asked him. So you mean you have discovered something from this stone tablet? Xiao Jianren smiled arrogantly, I haven't discovered anything, but my elder brother has. Qing Luyun cleared his throat and tried to mimic Xiao Jianren, although the content on this stone tablet is very obscure, I still understand a bit. For me, this harvest is quite significant. Tianyun asked, oh really? Can you tell us what it says? Qing Luyun replied, are you stupid? Who would tell others what they have discovered? Can't you understand that? If you're so capable, then figure it out for yourself and tell us. Tianyun shot him a glare and said, sorry, but I happen to know what it says on there. He raised his chin and looked at the stone tablet, explaining, the characters engraved on the stone tablet are in the language used by the Ling clan, and the content is quite simple. It says, Tomb of Huan Qin. Below it is the name of the person who established this tomb, a strong man named Lei Yun. Wu Shiqing looked at him with a different expression as he explained. Tianyun glanced over at Qing Luyun and mocked, you can figure out the truth just by looking at a tombstone. And you call that a significant harvest? You really do have some skills. Anyway, we can't see the other things. Let's assume I'm ignorant, this is just a tombstone. Is it really possible to have heavenly-level martial arts appear here? Qing Luyun, annoyed and in disbelief, said, Tianyun is making excuses, the tombstone is lying, proving that what you say is true. Show me. Tianyun looked at the tombstone and obviously explained further, am I lying? Think about it, if there was something very precious here, it would have been stolen a long time ago. He looked back and continued, although this place is a dangerous area, it doesn't mean no one comes here. While the language of the Ling clan is rare, there are a few who can understand it. If you don't believe me, just find someone who knows the Ling clan's script and ask them. Qing Luyun, angry, retorted, don't act smart with me. Do you think that by saying this, someone will believe you? Tianyun turned around and walked away, not caring much, whether you believe it or not is up to you, you can stay here and continue to comprehend. I'll leave first. Comprehending a tombstone? Are you trying to get yourself into a coffin sooner or what? Ha ha. Qing Luyun clenched his fist in anger, then turned to Wu Shiqing and smiled as if nothing happened. Xiao Shi, don't listen to his nonsense, this stone tablet is not a tombstone. Wu Shiqing turned around and said, whether it's true or not doesn't matter. Later, I will find someone from the Ling clan who knows how to read to come here and take a look. Zhao Junior sister, let's go, let's check out another place. You two don't need to follow us. Zhao Yu stepped forward and replied, alright. It's strange, you said there are many demon beasts here, but why don't we see any now? Qing Luyun frowned in annoyance. Xiao Jianren couldn't hide the veins popping on his forehead. Big brother, I can't hold it in any longer. Some people are complaining that they are living too long. Daring to confront me means there's only one path, death. Go find him. Tion Yun went to a place, looked around, and found it strange. I feel like there's a graveyard in this area, but where exactly is it? He sighed. Indeed, they have followed us here. He turned and shouted, no need to hide anymore, come out quickly. Qin Lu Yun laughed loudly, arrogantly saying, you must know that you're about to meet your ancestors, right? It seems you have some skill after all. Tion Yun looked over at Xiao Jianren and asked, you want to kill me? Is the grudge that deep? Xiao Jianren held the sword and said, we just want you to know the outcome of confronting us. He raised his sword, unleashing powerful spiritual energy, jumped up, and shouted, die. Tion Yun chuckled lightly, looked at him, and said, very well, if everyone in Qing Shien Mansion wants to die like you, that would be great. It saves me the trouble of causing trouble for you. With one strike, he thrust down with force and shouted, die. But he was already seized by Tion Yun's wrist and twisted backward. Xiao Jianren cried out in pain, my hand, my hand. Ting. Successfully killed Xiao Jianren, gained 68,000 experience points, 1,700 madness points, received the martial arts technique, Abyss Transformation, and a recovery pill. Qing Lu Yun rushed over, standing frozen in disbelief at what was happening before his eyes. What is happening? Tion Yun gradually approached him and said, it's your turn now. Qing Lu Yun raised his hand in fear and said, monster, monster. His legs trembled uncontrollably as he stammered, do you know who we are in Qing Shien Mansion that you dare to kill my junior brother? Now do you still dare to kill me? Tion Yun nonchalantly replied, of course I know. I dare to kill your Wei Elder and GA Envoy, let alone you. Do you think I wouldn't dare to touch you? Qing Lu Yun stared in shock, what? Both Wei Elder and GA Envoy are dead. Tion Yun gathered his energy and flew towards him, saying, they wanted to take over Tian Xian Palace, so I sent them to meet Yama. I originally didn't intend to kill you, but since you chose to provoke me first, don't blame me. Tion Yun unleashed the soul destruction palm. Qing Lu Yun cried out as he was hit and fell backward. Tion Yun manipulated the sword, causing him to fearfully plead for mercy, spare me, I don't want to die. Tion Yun looked at the sword in his hand and countered, don't want to die. I don't want to kill indiscriminately either, but unfortunately, you wanted to kill me and truly angered me. Saying this, he thrust the sword forward, ending Qing Lu Yun's life. Before he passed away, he shouted, old ancestor, the old ancestor will avenge us. Ding, successfully killed Qing Lu Yun, gained 72,000 experience points, 1,800 madness points, received the Abyss Hua Tian Palm martial art, and a Qing Lu Yun longsword, low-grade soul artifact. Tion Yun clicked his tongue in disappointment, nothing good at all. Qing Shien Mansion, I will visit you once my strength levels up. Tion Yun continued to move forward. Let's go check out the surrounding areas. He looked around, wondering, this place should have some kind of treasure. Who knows, it might be something related to the Ling clan, otherwise, why would the demon beasts be causing chaos here? He looked up at a stone tablet that read, is this the language of the Ling clan? He frowned as he read, Heavenly Gate. It must be activated using the language of the Ling clan. Tion Yun read each line aloud, Heavenly Gate. The clear sky and calm clouds left Tion Yun puzzled. Why is there no reaction? He raised his face in suspicion, do I need to use spiritual energy too? Tion Yun formed a seal to channel his spiritual energy and read again, Heavenly Gate. He closed his eyes, and before long, he was transported to another place. Tion Yun gathered his energy and opened his eyes, saying, I made it in. He glanced around and noticed, so many gemstones, is this a treasure trove? A plume of hot smoke wafted out from the narrow path, causing him to exclaim, it's so hot, I wonder what is being hidden here. As Tion Yun ventured further inside, he was even more astonished. This is fire dragon stone, and there's someone living inside. He looked at the girl who was fast asleep and observed. Her aura seems to indicate that her cultivation is at least above the core condensation stage. Being trapped here must have weakened her. The real strength must be stronger. The girl who was imprisoned suddenly opened her eyes and asked, "Who? You are not a member of the Ling clan?" Tion Yun replied, "Of course, I am not a member of the Ling clan, I just passed by here." "May I ask if you are the girl named Qin?" She seemed very surprised to hear this and asked back, "How do you know my name?" Tion Yun honestly said, "I saw a tombstone outside that said Qin's grave, engraved by someone named Lei Yun. I thought this was a tomb, but I didn't expect you to be locked inside." Qin became even more excited upon hearing the name Lei Yun and said, "It seems that if I don't reveal that secret, he will bury me here forever." She cautiously looked at Tion Yun and asked, "How did you get in here? A person who doesn't know the Ling clan's language cannot enter here. Could it be that someone is directing from behind?" "The name is Lei Yun, right?" Tion Yun crossed his arms and replied, "I am not acquainted with the person named Lei Yun that you mentioned. I just know a little of the Ling clan's language, which allowed me to speak nonsense and open the door to get in here." Qin said, "All right, I believe you are not sent by that guy." She seriously asked, "Can you help me get out of here? As long as you save me, I will reward you handsomely. Not only will I give you a set of Earth-level martial arts, but I will also offer you some refined pill formulas. It will definitely help you level up to strong." Tion Yun pondered for a moment and then spoke, "The reward is indeed substantial, but how do you know I can unlock this prison? Even if I manage to rescue you, I have no idea what the real reason is for your imprisonment. What if you are a demon leader, and after I free you, you go on to do evil?" Qin waved her hand dismissively and said, "I can tell you the reason I am locked up here is quite simple. Lei Yun wants me to reveal the secret of the Ling clan because I am the next holy girl of the Ling clan. If I am locked away, I won't be able to take on my role. If I am replaced, he still has a chance to uncover that secret. So right now, I am just like a discarded object." Tion Yun frowned and sighed, "Holy girl of the Ling clan. It seems that power struggles exist everywhere." Qin snorted, angered by the mention of this. "The Ling clan has always been amicable with everyone, but that Lei Yun is a traitor. He has become the hunting dog of the Netherworld Empire. Driven by a mad thirst for power, he was willing to risk everything to compete for the position of patriarch. The Empire of the Netherworld fully supported his ascension as the patriarch of the Ling clan, but the condition was that once he became patriarch, the Ling clan would become a colony of the Empire of the Netherworld. Until now, our Ling clan had always enjoyed freedom, never depending on any external forces, but now we would have to turn the Ling clan into a colony of the Empire of the Netherworld. Ding, new mission, rescue the holy girl of the Ling clan. Accepting this mission means you will participate in the effort to change the course of the world. Please think carefully, do you want to accept this mission?" Tion Yun thought, change the course of the world. How interesting. He nodded seriously and agreed immediately, if we don't rearrange the order of this world, then what's the point? I accept. Ding, successfully accepted the mission to rescue the holy girl of the Ling clan. Upon completion, you will receive 200,000 experience points, 10,000 madness points, and an increase of 100 affection points with Qin. Tion Yun took a stance, preparing to break the chains. "I believe in you, now I will help you break these shackles." Qin exclaimed, "Wait." She said, "You must break the seal outside first, which is that stone tablet over there. That's how we can destroy the main formation that is trapping me. At that point, I will break the chains here myself. This is a recovery pill, if you expend too much spiritual energy, remember to take it. Also, up there is the language of the Ling clan used to break the seal on the stone tablet, you just need to read it clearly." Tion Yun looked at the pill in his hand, examining it with curiosity. Ling clan pill, just one can completely restore spiritual energy and stamina. Tion Yun clenched the pill and replied, "Alright, I will go break the formation right away, wait for me." Tion Yun took the paper and looked at the stone tablet, saying, "I can't believe this stone tablet is a seal, it can only be broken using the language of the Ling clan. How amazing! He laughed and said, now, let's get started. He unleashed his spiritual energy, recited the destruction spell, and pressed his powerful spiritual energy into the stone. The immense force rebounded greatly. The stone tablet cracked and then shook violently before shattering into pieces. Tion kept his hand forward, exclaiming, indeed, the foundation of the Ling clan is truly terrifying. If I had broken this seal in the ancient Tianchen, that place would have collapsed long ago. He scoffed, speaking to himself. I guess I need to spend some time mastering this divine script. The seal has been broken, so I must go back now. Tion returned to the old path, and Huan Qin couldn't help but exclaim, so you have the veins of the dragon clan. No wonder you could break that formation so quickly. Thank you very much. Tion smiled and replied, the best way to thank me is for you to get out of here quickly, so I won't have wasted my effort. A light emanated from Huan Qin's forehead as she also unleashed her spiritual energy. I will successfully leave this damn place. The ice wrapping her hand had cracked but not completely shattered yet. Tion asked, it's only cracked a little. Is it not strong enough? Or can you not break these chains? Huan Qin looked up at the ice and replied, although the main seal has been broken, I have been trapped here for too long, so my power has been greatly suppressed. I may never escape it. Anyway, thank you. Tion clenched his hand and released powerful spiritual energy, saying, then let me handle it for you. I can't let my efforts go to waste. He raised both hands and used the absorption technique. Huan Qin asked in surprise, what kind of skill is this? Adding 16,000 experience points, adding 17,000 experience points, adding 15,000 experience points. She opened her eyes wide, suddenly realizing, don't tell me you're absorbing all the energy from this fire dragon stone. So much, you'll explode. Adding 76,000 experience points, adding 78,000 experience points, adding 75,000 experience points, adding 79,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to player Tion for successfully breaking through to the 4th level of the pills stage. Huan Qin looked at the ice treasure, it's about to be destroyed. Oh, this is. Suddenly, a bolt of heavenly thunder struck down at Tion. He was hit and fell to the ground. Huan Qin looked at him and said, this is the heavenly thunder formation. Lei Yun has carved the thunder formation that he is best at. Don't come here, run away quickly. He is using the lightning from this Emoyun island as the last line of defense. As long as you get close, you'll be struck dead by lightning. Using a recovery pill, Tion sat up and said, do you think I will give up that easily? He spread his arms and used the Shien Tion divine technique, continuing, it's just lightning. It only numbs me a little, it's nothing. I don't believe I can't break it. After he finished speaking, he absorbed the power of the ice seal. Huan Qin was still worried about him and shouted, don't. You should leave quickly. Tion was struck by the heavenly thunder again, his body jolting in pain. Looking up, he said, I don't believe that so many recovery pills can't help me break through this thunder. Using recovery pills, using recovery pills, using recovery pills. Huan Qin bit her lip and started to cry, still calling out to him, hurry and go, I'm begging you. The heavenly thunder formation has been activated. If you stay here any longer, you will. Tion thought to himself, my absorption speed is still too slow, the next thunder strike will definitely be much stronger. Activate the phantom devouring wind. Tion charged forward recklessly, reassuring Huan Qin, don't worry, I will definitely save you from here. Activate the frenzied damage mode. He gripped the ice block so tightly that his veins were bulging. Huan Qin widened her eyes and shouted, let go. This is the evil fire that has been nurtured in the fire dragon stone, it will turn you to ashes instantly. If you continue, no matter how strong you are, you won't escape death. Tion gritted his teeth, his hand trembling but still holding onto the ice block as he said, so what if it's evil fire? Using recovery pills. Use the recovery pill. Tion's voice trembled but was resolute, I won't die until I save her. Huan Qin's tears flowed continuously as she said, you. The ice could no longer withstand his tenacity and exploded with a sound, open. The ice fell, crashing down. Tion also collapsed, exhausted. Huan Qin rushed down, calling, "Young master," she reached out and hugged him, saying, "Thank you." She quickly transferred her divine eyes to Tion. He vaguely thought, "It feels so cool." After receiving the divine eyes, Tion's vision became hazy. "Huh," he exclaimed. Huan Qin joyfully said, "You're awake." Tion weakly said, "My body." Moments later, he sat up as if nothing had happened, surprised, "I'm fully recovered, that's amazing." Huan Qin smiled and said, "I have transferred my divine script to you, so now you have my Ling clan abilities too." Tion was astonished and asked, "Transferring the divine script to me is equivalent to you sharing half of your strength with me. What are you doing?" Huan Qin plainly replied, "You risked your life to save me. Consider this as my thank you gift, it's nothing much. We can't stay here for long, we need to leave quickly." Tion picked up the bright round objects and said, "These are very valuable, leaving them here would be a waste. I happen to need money to buy pills right now." After leaving this place, Tion stood behind and said, "I want to go to the next town, it's time to say goodbye. You can keep that vehicle, as its owner has already been dealt with by me." Huan Qin took a deep breath of fresh air and smiled softly to thank him. She turned her head and asked, "Young master, will we have the chance to meet again in the future? Because I have another gift I want to give you." Tion placed his hand on his chest and replied with a faint smile, "You transferring the divine script to me is already a very precious gift." Huan Qin placed her hand on his chest and sincerely said, "I want you to keep it for me. You must not refuse, this is a memory of the divine script. You can take advantage of it, but you absolutely must not let it be exposed, or else it will bring disaster to you." Tion closed his eyes to feel it. This is the suppression method of the advanced divine script and the secret technique of the Ling clan. He opened his eyes and asked her, "Why are you giving me these things?" Huan Qin explained with a smile, seemingly unconcerned. "This time I return, I don't know how long I will live. If I can't withstand the power of Lei Yun, then the Ling clan will be taken over by the Netherworld Empire. So I am giving you all these secret techniques. This way, if the Ling clan is truly destroyed in the end, these techniques will still be preserved in the world." She raised her hand and said, "I still don't know your name." Tion removed his ever-changing mask, revealing his true face, and replied, "Tion, this is my real face. Before, I only wore a mask." Huan Qin reached out to touch his face, delightfully complimenting, "Is this really your true face? I didn't expect you to be so young yet possess such formidable cultivation. I am very curious to see how far you will develop in the future." She tilted her head and revealed, "Oh, by the way, Huan Qin is just my nickname in the Ling clan, my real name is Qin Quan." She turned around with a hint of reluctance, saying, "I hope we will have the chance to meet again in the future." She got on the war chariot, preparing to leave. Tion called out to her loudly, "You must continue to live, I will come to find you then." Qin Quan looked down and also left a promise. "If you can find me while I am still alive, I will marry you." Successfully completed the mission to rescue the holy girl of the Ling clan. Earned 200,000 experience points, 10,000 madness points, and increased Qin Quan's favorability by 100 points. Tion fell silent upon hearing her words. He smiled faintly, then put on the Bakbian mask again and flew up with Black Dragon. "I also need to return to Tianjin City to report the results." He left Imoyun Island. Shortly after, a ray of light appeared in the sky, and a powerful figure descended. The bald man with the sword on his shoulder said, "Has the monster from the Ban Siu of Chao stopped breathing?" He stepped forward and was astonished to see the formation broken. "How can this be? Has the double formation set up by Lei Yun Lord been broken? Did an elder of the Ling clan come here personally? I must quickly return to inform Lei Yun Lord." The bald man swung his sword to gain momentum and struck down, shouting, "Break!" A powerful force surged and split apart, destroying Imoyun Island. After finishing, he rode away on his sword from this place. Back in Tianjin City, at Xingshan Pavilion, Huang Deacon asked seriously, "What? You have hunted all the demon beasts there already? So fast?" Tion raised his hand forward and replied, "That's right, I hunted all of these. Now I'm selling them to you, feel free to count them, I only need the materials, and how you value them is up to you. Deacon Huang looked down in shock, stammering, this quantity, several hundred demon beast corpses, it's hard to believe. Did you really kill all of them by yourself? Tion said, together with my friend, is there a problem? Deacon Huang replied, that's true, I've roughly counted already. Do you have any specific requirements for the materials? Tion answered, no special requirements, just that the quality of the materials should be suitable for refining soul artifacts. Deacon Huang's eyes lit up as he asked, what? Refining soul artifacts? Is it you or your friend who does it? Tion, not wanting to reveal too much, asked him back, is there a problem? Deacon Huang didn't hide it and explained, to be frank, there's nothing. It's just that the number of blacksmiths who can actually refine soul artifacts is very, very few. If possible, we would also love to get to know some great masters who can refine soul artifacts to help us with that. Tion closed his eyes and said, oh. My friend the blacksmith can't help right now. Let's deal with it later. Deacon Huang pressed some buttons on the calculator to tally up. If possible, I hope you can come here to help. I assure you we will pay generously. The number of demon beasts you hunt can be exchanged for 15 sets of materials to craft a regular soul artifact. What do you think? Tion leaned on the table and replied, no problem. Ding, mission to hunt demon beasts completed, awarded 500,000 experience points, 10,000 gold, 10,000 madness points, 1 lucky draw, and increased 100 favorability points with Shen Pavilion. Deacon Huang clapped a few times and called out, then please wait a moment. Young lady, come over here. Tion turned to see the girl and exclaimed in surprise, CI Master Pavilion. The girl approached and asked, CI Master Pavilion, I am Zhou Yuquan, but I am not yet qualified to be the Master Pavilion. Zhou Yuquan, at the 9th stage of cultivation pills, was wearing a high-quality soul artifact, the purple jade soft armor, and possessed martial arts skills including Cloud Hand and Cloud Step, with a total combat power of 16,000. Tion asked, do you have any other sisters? Deacon Huang, hearing this, eagerly asked, young man, could you elaborate? Have you met a girl who looks very much like her? Tion said, yes, I have met her. Deacon Huang happily replied, great, great. So can you tell me where she is? I will pay you even more. Zhou Yuquan anxiously asked Tion, could it be that the person you met is my junior sister? Where is she? Tion asked in surprise, junior sister. Zhou Yuquan realized he was being a bit rude and lowered his head to apologize, I got too excited because I haven't seen my junior sister for a long time. Ever since she left home, there has been no news of her. I don't know where she has gone. Tion looked at her with a doubtful expression and asked, left home? May I ask what is your junior sister's name? Zhou Yuquan replied, her name is Zhou Yuwei. She left home a few years ago. Can the young master tell me where she is? Tion, still not fully trusting, asked, why did she leave home? Zhou Yuquan, not wanting to disclose too much, said directly, this is a private family matter, I cannot tell you. You just need to tell me her whereabouts, and I will double your reward. I will definitely make you satisfied. Tion also heroically rejected her proposal outright. If that's the case, then I can't tell you. Your junior sister is my friend. She chose to leave home, and it must be because there's something she doesn't want to face, so I can't tell you. Zhou Yuquan clenched her fists, remained silent for a moment, then countered, it seems this young master is determined not to speak. Tion looked down at her, firmly refusing to reveal anything, because I am her friend. There are a few things I must clarify before I can decide whether to speak or not. Huang Deacon frowned, showing his displeasure, and called out, young master, this matter is very important to Shen Pavilion, so you must speak. He raised his head, emphasizing each word, if not, I will have to take you to a place. There, you should think about whether to speak or not. Capture him for me. Tion glanced back at his subordinates and was taken aback. Then, simply unleashing his sword intent caused them all to fall to the ground. He looked back and said, you'd better not act recklessly. If you do, I can't guarantee the next leader will be gentle. He frowned and asked, so what now? Do you choose to fight or to talk properly? Huang Deacon wiped the sweat from his brow and sincerely explained, "Young man, we are not trying to make things difficult for you, but Zhou Yue is very important to us. She has left home for so many years, causing a lot of trouble for Xingshan Pavilion." Tianyun coldly speculated, "If I'm not mistaken, you must have forced her to do something, which is why she couldn't stand it and left. From what I know about her, she is a very responsible person and wouldn't just disappear for no reason." Zhou Yuquan lowered his head and, at this point, had to speak up, "Young master, if you really want to know, then I will tell you the truth. It's that my junior sister has run away from her marriage. For the honor of Xingshan Pavilion, we didn't want to disclose this." Tianyun asked in surprise, "Run away from marriage?" Zhou Yuquan clenched his fists in his clothing and replied, "Yes, this matter was originally arranged well, and of course, we couldn't go back on it. Unexpectedly, after she learned about it, she secretly left without leaving any information behind." She raised her head helplessly and said, "I admit that there was some coercion in this matter, but it really isn't a bad thing. The groom's family has very strong influence and can support her a lot in the future." Tianyun looked at her and asked, "What kind of person is the groom's family?" Zhou Yuquan bowed his head and said, "I am the son of the second elder of Qingxian Mansion. I believe the young master is aware that the influence of Qingxian Mansion here is quite significant. If the two families become in-laws, it would be beneficial for both her and Xingshan Pavilion." She pursed her lips and looked at Tianyun, asking, "Young master, do you think that is correct?" Tianyun's gaze suddenly turned cold as he retorted, "Qingxian Mansion, huh?" He thought, "I didn't expect it to be related to Qingxian Mansion." He lightly closed his eyes, and upon hearing this, he became even more resolute within himself. If she felt it was good, she would never have left like that. "I know you all have your own struggles. But after hearing this reason, I am even less inclined to reveal her whereabouts. If there's nothing else, please hand over the materials I need quickly. I have other important matters to attend to." Zhou Yuquan, feeling anxious, pleaded, "Young master, please tell us. If it weren't for my early marriage, I would have already married junior sister to Qingxian Mansion. If this continues, our Zhou family won't be able to hold on any longer." Tianyun said seriously, "So you still intend to force Zhou Yue to marry that man? To flatter Qingxian Mansion so that Xingshan Pavilion can gain even higher status?" Zhou Yuquan had no other choice. "It is indeed unfair to her, but we have no other options." Tianyun candidly told her, "To be honest, I think it's naive to expect one person to support the entire Zhou family. Only by strengthening yourself can you have a say. If you rely on others, when the time comes to discard you, they won't hesitate at all. Well, no need for more words, bring my things here. Now that it's come to this, forcing it further is pointless, I won't reveal anything." Huang Deacon leaned on the table, remaining silent. After a moment, he stood up, turned around, and called out, "Yu Quan, hurry and get his things, our Xingshan Pavilion shouldn't have to resort to this." 15 points of goodwill, 20 points of goodwill from the subordinates. Tianyun thought seriously, "The goodwill has decreased, it seems it's because I stubbornly refused to reveal Zhou Yue's whereabouts." Zhou Yuquan took out a storage ring and said, "Here are 15 sets of low-grade soul artifact materials, please check them, young master." Tianyun was surprised to see Zhou Yuquan's goodwill reach 150, why is it only her goodwill that has increased? He looked at the storage ring and chuckled, 15 sets of low-grade soul artifact materials, very good. He turned to leave, nice collaborating. Farewell. Oh, I forgot to tell you, if you want to find a support, it's best not to look for Qingxian Mansion. Zhou Yuquan asked, why? Tianyun waved his hand and replied, because Qingxian Mansion is about to be erased. After leaving Xingshan Pavilion, Zhou Yuquan chased after him, calling, young master, wait a moment. Tianyun turned around and asked, what is it? Are you still not done? Zhou Yuquan took out a jade pendant and handed it to him, instructing, young master, if you meet my junior sister, please give her this for me. Tianyun looked at the jade pendant and asked, what is this? Zhou Yuquan replied, it's the pendant I always carry with me. Please give it to her and tell her never to come back. I must admit, I was the one who told her to run away. Tianyun was surprised and said, what? Were you just acting earlier? Zhou Yuquan pressed the jade pendant into his hand and said, you give her this pendant and tell her to live well. She smiled but tears fell as she continued. We all have our own suffering. Even though the Zhou family was annihilated, at least she can still survive. Tianyin watched her leave in silence, not saying a word. Ting successfully refined a low-grade soul artifact, gained 100,000 experience points, 500 proficiency points. Successfully refined a low-grade soul artifact. Tianyin quickly went back to his room to refine. Ting successfully upgraded the Eternal Flame to level Earth, effectiveness increased tenfold, halved the time for Qi refinement and Pill refinement, increased success rate. The next level requires 100,000 proficiency points. Tianyin sighed, this Eternal Flame is indeed a good item. Originally, refining Qi took more than half a day, but now it only takes a moment to succeed. I'll sell everything for crazy points. He stretched and yawned, calculating, although I've spent all 1 million crazy points I just earned, the crazy mode can be upgraded to level 3, with all effects increased 8-fold, which is still worth it. He exhaled with a bit of regret, and I can still draw rewards 10 more times, but unfortunately, I didn't get anything good. He opened his eyes and decided, I need to go take a look around to see if there are any demon beasts to kill. Downstairs, 2 people were discussing. It is said that many strong members of Shien Mansion have already shown up, with 7 or 8 large eagles, but no one knows where they are going. It is rumored that they are out for revenge. It seems that someone from a certain sect has killed their disciple, which is why they are now seeking vengeance. Tianyin approached, placed a gold ingot on the table, and said, whoever knows the current situation of Shien Mansion, let me know. This gold ingot will belong to that person. Upon hearing this, one of them eagerly replied, I know, let me tell you. A third-grade force has angered Shien Mansion. It is said that he is quite strong, as he even killed an elder of Shien Mansion. The catfish-mouthed guy interrupted, claiming, what do you know? Shut up. I heard it was a first-grade force that provoked Shien Mansion and killed their elder, which is why they have mobilized so many strong members. Tianyin said sternly, tell me when this happened. The catfish-mouthed guy answered, just a few days ago. Today, Shien Mansion is rushing to the mainland territory, I don't know what they plan to do. Tianyin broke into a sweat, thinking, a few days ago. He turned and left, saying, this gold ingot is for you. He thought, I initially thought they would need 3 months to prepare. But now, it hasn't even been a month since we set out, the speed is really impressive. At Xingshan Pavilion, a subordinate reported, Elder Huang, that guy has already left, it seems he just gathered information about Shien Mansion and left right after. Elder Huang asked, he left right after hearing the news about Shien Mansion. Could he be from Tion Palace? But that doesn't seem right, Tion Palace is just a first-grade force. How could they have such a young male disciple? The subordinate asked, what should we do now? Elder Huang's face darkened as he ordered, quickly investigate Tion Palace, gather specific details, so I can see if Zhou Yue is at Tion Palace. Outside the enchanted forest of Tianchen, a group of people shouted, search. They surely haven't gone far. Elder Mo Wu hid beneath with a few other disciples, thinking to himself, it's really bad luck. Why do we have to run into those from Tion Phone Pavilion? I just wanted to buy food and ended up encountering people from Shien Mansion. Meanwhile, Tianyin was also rushing back to Shien Palace, silently praying, I hope I arrive in time, please let nothing happen. The people from Shien Mansion continued to search everywhere. Come over here and keep looking, search carefully. You can't escape. Elder Mo Wu, a bit troubled, said, I didn't expect Shien Mansion to send so many people. The brown-haired female disciple anxiously asked her, Grand Elder, what should we do now? Elder Mo Wu, with a serious expression, exclaimed, wait for the right moment, whoever can escape, let them go. As she turned around on the mountain slope, several people called out, Elder of Shien Palace, why are you in such a hurry? The deacon of Shien Mansion, Konghao Tion, asked with a fierce expression, the deacon and elder we sent to your place haven't returned yet, we don't understand what's going on. Can you tell me? Elder Mo Wu turned her head to deny, why are you asking us about their departure from Tion Shien Palace? I have no idea where they are, it has nothing to do with me. Kong Hao Tion said, it has nothing to do with you. Do you think we will believe that? It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin, huh? Bring them back for interrogation. At that moment, someone spoke up, what are you doing? Kong Hao Tion looked towards the direction of the voice and exclaimed. It turns out they are people from Tion Wu Pavilion. If you don't want to be implicated, leave here quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Elder Lu Heng, sweating profusely, advised Ciu Wei. Ci Master Pavilion, the opponent is from Qing Xian Mansion. We should withdraw. Ciu Wei rushed forward, firmly stating, Young Master Yi is my friend. Now that Tion Xian Palace is in trouble, I must help. Elder Lu Heng pointed angrily and exclaimed, You dare to confront Qing Xian Mansion on your own? I will immediately expel you from Tion Wu Pavilion. Ciu Wei clashed swords with an accomplice. From now on, I have nothing to do with Tion Wu Pavilion anymore. She glanced back and said, I came to help you. Let's break through the encirclement together. Elder Mo Wu replied, All right. As long as we get through this calamity, Ci Master Pavilion, you will be our most esteemed guest at Tion Xian Palace. Kong Hao Tion rushed over, unleashing a powerful palm strike, snorting. Capturing you will be as easy as eating porridge. Elder Mo Wu slashed horizontally with a sword, saying, Don't even think about it. She thought to herself, why is this strike so weak? It has no offensive power at all. A second later, the palm finally unleashed its strength, causing her to fall backward. The female disciple called out in panic, Grand Elder. Ciu Wei raised a hand to shield her view and said, This skill is an attack first, power later type, we cannot underestimate them. Kong Hao Tion laughed arrogantly and said, You dare to fight me with such mediocre skills? Come at me all at once, we must capture them alive. Anyone who resists will be killed on the spot. Before they could rush forward, Ciu Wei had already dashed in to unleash a thunderclap, causing them to stagger. Taking advantage of that moment, both of them escaped through another path. The group from Qing Xian Mansion quickly pursued, shouting, Damn it, I didn't expect they would even use thunderclap. Capture them for me, I want to make their lives worse than death. Kong Hao Tion turned around and called out, Ning Chuan, what are you waiting for? Charge in for me. The deacon of Qing Xian Mansion, Ning Chuan, laughed derisively, Kong Hao Tion, it seems your skills have declined. You can't even handle a bunch of weak women, how pathetic. He jumped up and threw a scythe at Mo Wu Elder, shouting, Where do you think you're running to? His weapon flew and struck her shoulder, but Ciu Wei intercepted and unleashed another thunderclap, shouting, Run quickly. The thunderclap exploded in front of him, and Ning Chuan appeared beside him, pressing a weapon against Ciu Wei's neck to threaten her. Try running again. The thunderclap is impressive, let's see how you throw it this time. Ciu Wei was captured along with Elder Mo Wu, let us go. Their Elder is a guest of our Tion Wu Pavilion. Kong Hao Tion aggressively stated, I didn't expect Tion Wu Pavilion to dare to interfere in this matter. Elder Lu Heng hurriedly denied, No, this is entirely her own interference and has nothing to do with us. She is no longer a member of Tion Wu Pavilion. So you can deal with her however you like. Ciu Wei couldn't help but shout, You used to say every day that we should establish a good relationship with Tion Xian Palace. Yet now you act cowardly like a dog. Elder Lu Heng, holding a sword, wanted to deal with her himself and retorted, What nonsense are you talking about? This is the Lord of Qing Xian Mansion. It was a mistake for the higher-ups to make you the Master Pavilion. I must punish your foolishness on behalf of Tion Wu Pavilion. From behind, a voice rose to ask, A mistake? I don't think so. Tian Yun's face was as cold as ice as he said, Qing Xian Mansion, I didn't expect your speed to be this fast. I want to see just how many of you will come for me to kill. Elder Lu Heng was stunned, stammering, Tian Yun. Ciu Wei joyfully called out, Young Master Yi. Kong Hao Tion looked at him and asked, Which Tian Yun? Are you from the Tion Xian Palace? Tian Yun did not answer but snapped his fingers, ordering, Eliminate them for me. From above, Kong Hao Tion unleashed a fiery dragon. The black dragon descended from the house, incinerating him in flames. Ding, successfully killed Kong Hao Tion. Earned 120,000 experience points, 2,300 madness points, 20 crime points. The people from Shien mansion cried out in fear, "It's a dragon." The black dragon frantically spewed fire, sweeping through them in a sea of flames. Ning Chuan broke out in a sweat. What? How can he control the black dragon like that? Tion Yun appeared like a gust of wind, slapping him in the face in response. You don't need to know that. Ning Chuan fell hard to the ground, screaming, only to be stepped on by Tion Yun, who pressed him for answers. You received some news that made you rush here, didn't you? Ning Chuan gritted his teeth and said, you won't get anything out of me. Tion Yun stomped down hard, saying, then go die. Ning Chuan screamed in agony before passing away. Ting successfully killed Ning Chuan, earning 120,000 experience points, 2,300 madness points, and 20 crime points. Tion Yun looked ruthlessly at the trembling group from Shien mansion. He asked them, what about you? Do you have anything to say? One cowardly person knelt down and confessed everything. I'll tell you, we noticed that the Wei elders had been gone for too long, so we guessed something must have happened. Coincidentally, we had a disciple on a mission in the mainland, so we told him to investigate. Up until now, almost all the elders of Shien mansion have shown themselves, including the lord of the mansion. Tion Yun's eyes darkened, and in a heavy tone, he asked, they've all come out of their hideouts. Then where are they? The man stammered, someone saw a disciple of Shien palace appearing near a place, it seems to be called the fairy tale Tion Chen. Tion Yun widened his eyes in shock, thinking, what? They have already reached the fairy tale Tion Chen. It's only been a short time, and they've already been discovered. A force pressed down on the fairy tale Tion Chen. The lord of Shien mansion, Tion Shien, with a grim expression, spoke up, you killed an elder of Shien mansion, and you thought you could escape here without me doing anything to you? He frowned and thought to himself, I was originally hesitant about the rules, so I didn't dare to act recklessly in the mainland realm, but you have given me a very good reason. Taking this opportunity, I must threaten the forces of the mainland realm a little bit. He loudly ordered, prepare for the next wave of attacks. I don't believe this door can be that tough. Tion Yun looked down from above and observed, thinking, there are too many strong pill stages. All cultivation pill stages from level 2 to level 8, the strongest must be the Lord Mansion of Shien mansion. Perhaps that door won't hold for much longer. The ancient door of Tion Chen opened, and Tion Shien shouted, stop. He was surprised and said, I thought you were planning to hide like a turtle for the rest of your life. A few people came out from inside. Tion Yun looked at Shaolian and recognized her, Aunt. Your breath is too weak, it seems you have been seriously injured. He gritted his teeth so hard that veins bulged in anger, daring to injure my aunt, I will chop these bastards into pieces. Tion Shien arrogantly laughed and made a demand, sure palace master, as long as you hand over the culprit who killed the elder of Shien mansion and agree to take my son Qing Lu Yun, everything will be fine. We will reduce the punishment for Shien palace by half. Of course, later on, Shien palace must also become a subordinate sect of our Shien mansion. Shaolian solemnly agreed to his terms. You cannot touch anyone from Shien palace, I will go with you. Tion Shien sternly reminded, I said, you must also hand over the murderer before we can proceed. He emitted an evil energy and said, right now, you are begging me, not negotiating with me. Because it won't be long before we break through this door. At that time, you will only be able to watch us slaughter. The conditions will not be as simple as they are now, you should think carefully. Shaolian waved her sword decisively, exuding a powerful aura, if that's the case, if you don't die today, then I will die. Tion Shien clasped his hands behind him and ordered, I didn't expect you to come here. Truly foolish. Capture her for me, alive. Two disciples gathered their energy and flew forward. The second elder anxiously shouted, Palace Master, it's dangerous, but was stopped by a female disciple who said, don't rush out. The Palace Master just instructed us to defend here. Several members of Shien mansion surrounded Shaolian and shouted, capture her alive. Surround her. Shaolian executed her technique, raising 2 fingers like a sword, asking, "Do you want to catch me?" She activated her powerful technique and said, "It's not that simple." Then, she spun around with her sword, unleashing a strong force, shouting, "Get lost." The second elder, confused, said, "Palace Master, does this mean she wants to unleash her latent power? Doing so will shorten her lifespan." The female disciple gritted her teeth and replied, "Aside from this method, there's no other way. Whatever little power we can extract from Tion can help her recover a bit." Shien laughed excitedly, saying, "Resist, I love watching the weak struggle in vain. Keep it coming." Shaolian thought as she faced the crazed crowd, "This is really hard to deal with." She slashed out another powerful strike, saying, "It's as if these people are not afraid of death." Shaolian suddenly halted, realizing she was trapped in a formation. This is a trapping formation. How despicable. Tion stepped forward and asked, "Despicable? You were the one who stepped into the net willingly." Behind him, someone launched a surprise attack. The scream startled Tion, causing him to stop abruptly. He turned his head and asked, "What happened?" He looked at the disciple who had just died, panicking even more. "How? What happened? Why are so many disciples dead?" Tion suddenly appeared behind him, ready to strike down with a sword, thinking to himself, "Like master, like dog." Tion quickly noticed and turned around to strike out with a palm, a sneak attack. The shadow of Tion fell back, while the real one dashed towards the group, clicking his tongue, "I've been discovered." He charged in and swiftly dealt with the Shien mansion group, saying, "Then I will take care of all of you." Ding, successfully killed a disciple of Shien mansion. Earned 180,000 experience points, 1,000 madness points. Successfully killed a disciple of Shien mansion, earned 190,000 experience points, 1,200 madness points. Successfully killed. Tion flew over, breaking the formation that was binding Shaolian. "Auntie, I'm back." Ding, congratulations to player Tion for breaking through to the 5th level of the pills stage. Shaolian lay in his arms, weakly calling out, "Tion." Tion gently replied, "Auntie, I'm sorry, I'm late." He carefully set her down and instructed, "Everyone, please take care of my aunt for me." He turned around, his eyes filled with brutality. Continuing, he said, "We will deal with those bastards." Tion, his face ashen, asked, "Who are you?" Tion angrily replied, "I am the elder of Shien Palace, the very person you want Shien Palace to hand over. You have forced us like this, so I can only return the favor double." He pointed and commanded, "Kill them." Black Dragon, following the order, unleashed its power and flew forward. Shien was astonished and asked, "Is this the Black Dragon?" Then it unleashed a fire dragon, burning the disciples of Shien mansion. Tion's eyes shone as he watched them die in despair within the fire dragon, emphasizing each word, "Today I will kill all of you, next time I will personally flatten Shien mansion." Using a 5-fold experience card, he activated an 8-fold damage mode. Tion, with a grave expression, thought passively, "Is this really the cultivation pill stage? No, this is the aura of the core transformation stage. How can someone so young already have cultivation at the core transformation stage? Where did this monster come from?" He urgently shouted, "We retreat." Tion summoned his swords, displaying their might, raised them parallel, and asked, "Want to run? This day next year will be your Memorial Day. No one is getting away." Elder Shien Palace, Tion, with a total combat power of 245,000. He coldly emphasized each sentence, "I must make you aware of the price you pay for daring to touch Shien Palace." Shien pushed a man towards Tion, then ran away, saying, "You cover my back." The bald man gritted his teeth and charged at him, cursing, "Damn it." Tion blocked with his sword, praising, "This sword is not bad, huh?" He then unleashed the Lak Vu swordmanship with great force. Ting, successfully killed Elder Shien mansion, gained 600,000 experience points, 12,000 madness points, 30 crime points. Received the weapon Leet DM Chi Nan. Tion turned around in shock, thinking, one strike to kill a martial artist. Are you kidding me? He shouted loudly, quick, stop him. Another elder used a shield to block Tion Yun's path, arrogantly stating, I don't believe you can break through my solid defensive spell. Tion Yun thrust his sword forward, saying, you're tired of living. He channeled his power through his body and killed him with a single strike. Ting, successfully killed Elder Qing Shien Mansion, gained 700,000 experience points. 13,000 frenzied points, 35 points of crime. Received the equipment of the cursed armor. Qing Tian Shien glanced back, becoming panicked, cursing inwardly, damn it. He has killed so many people from Qing Shien Mansion. A thick aura appeared in front of Qing Tian Shien. He halted, and a coffin emerged. He shouted loudly, Old Ancestor has arrived, Old Ancestor has arrived, Old Ancestor save me. The coffin slammed into the ground, its power causing Tion Yun to be affected and sent flying backward. Old Ancestor, huh? This aura seemed to belong to the strong core transformation stage. The blood chi of several disciples surged out, then gradually flowed into the coffin as if controlled by someone inside. Qing Tian Shien knelt down along with the elders to pay respects, welcoming the Shui Sha Old Ancestor. Tion Yun flew towards the coffin, raising his sword and saying, welcoming your head. The Old Ancestor was unable to contain his anger and shattered his coffin, growling, don't be too disrespectful. He used a blood palm to strike at Tion Yun. Tion Yun not only showed no fear but also used his sword to slice through the blood palm with powerful force. Just an illusion. The Old Ancestor shouted, die. His coffin had flown up with the heavenly pressure bearing down. Tion Yun turned and slashed out sword chi, shouting, break for me. The coffin was chopped into many large and small pieces with just one strike from him. He used his probing eyes to observe. Shui Sha, the ancient ancestor, cultivated to the second level of the core transformation stage, wearing mid-grade soul artifact armor. He possessed martial arts including Blood Fierce Ma Palm and Blood Fierce Divine Skill. His weakness was water attribute attacks, which could reduce the opponent's attack power. After killing, he would receive Blood Fierce Ma Palm and Blood Fierce Divine Grain, with total combat powers of 1.3 million, 1.4 million, 1.2 million, and 1.56 million respectively. Shui Sha, the ancient ancestor, exclaimed gruffly, at such a young age, you've already reached this level of cultivation. No wonder Tian Shien asked me to come help, you are all truly getting old. Tion Yun gritted his teeth against the dense blood chi, thinking, this ancestor Shui Sha really lives up to his rank, just by absorbing others' blood chi, he can elevate his own strength. He spoke up to question, I think you old folks should go back and teach your descendants what they should and shouldn't do. Shui Sha's blood chi gradually increased, 1.695 million, 1.775 million, 1,835,000, 1,902,000. Refuting, how we educate our descendants is none of your business. It seems that if we don't let you taste a bit of suffering, you'll think you are the center of the universe. He arrogantly said, as long as we don't die, this era will still belong to us. 1,965,000, 2,055,000, 2,100,000. Tion Yun frowned seriously, thinking, the combat power has surged to 2,100,000. Is this the cultivation of the core transformation stage? He asked, is this your true strength? Shui Sha Old Ancestor laughed and said, it's not any less than my peak period, but this alone is enough to fight you. He spread his arms, releasing terrifying blood chi, emphasizing each word, you cannot escape my domain. If I don't drain you, I will feel very guilty towards those deceased descendants. Tion Yun used the mystical frost mist and asked, drain me? Coincidentally, I was thinking the same thing. He thought to himself, I cannot waste this amount of experience points. He raised his hand to use the absorption technique to absorb the blood chi. 63,000 experience points. 62,000 experience points. 63,000 experience points. Shui Sha, the old ancestor, laughed and said with delight, dare to absorb my evil energy? You are truly foolish. You must be tired of living. He spread his arms, unleashing more blood chi around Tion Yun. I'll let you absorb it. He clenched his fist and coldly shouted, "Explode for me." The blood chi surged and exploded with a terrifying force. Tion Shien laughed loudly. Haha, the old ancestor has killed that brat. But a second later, he widened his eyes and froze in shock. Because Tion still held out his hand, frantically absorbing it, and said refreshingly, "Very good, thanks for the invitation. 63,000 experience points, 65,000 experience points, 68,000 experience points." Shui Sha, the old ancestor, stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded by this scene. How is this possible? You absorbed so much of my evil energy, how come you aren't harmed at all? Tion waved his hand, countering with a mysterious ice attack. Nothing is impossible. Do you think just because I'm young, my strength is inferior to yours? Shui Sha, the old ancestor, was frozen but quickly shattered the ice, snorting. Just a few cat scratch moves. Suddenly, Tion was behind him, using the eagle claw technique to grip tightly. Next, he employed the great absorption technique, causing Shui Sha, the old ancestor, to look back in confusion as if shocked by electricity. What is this skill of yours? Not only can you absorb evil energy, but you can also absorb my power. Tion asked with a faint smile. Aren't you the one who wants to drain me dry? Go ahead, let's see who drains whom first. The group of disciples rushed in, shouting, "Let go of the old ancestor." Tion turned to them with a strange expression and said, "It seems that if I don't deal with you first, the process of draining my power will be disturbed." He threw a punch at the Shui Sha old ancestor, shouting, "Break." He held the old man in place. He turned around and raised his hand towards the group of Tion Shien, shouting, "Go die, all of you." With one move, he froze them in place. Then, Tion used his sword to shatter the ice and eliminate them. Ding, successfully killed Elder of Qing Xian Mansion, gained 67,000 experience points, 11,000 madness points. Successfully killed Elder of Qing Xian Mansion, gained 68,000 experience points, 11,000 madness points. The evil energy of Shui Sha old ancestor took form behind him, wanting to devour Tion whole. "You little brat, you've really angered me now." He ignited his fury, releasing a terrifying power. Combat power increased to 2,500,000. Tion had to take it seriously, absolutely thinking, burning blood essence to increase combat power. No wonder it is the strong core transformation stage, bursting forth from fundamental strength. Its true power is truly astonishing. Activating the long veins, equipping the endless sword, combat power 2,800,000. Die, you brat, die. Die, you brat, die. The Shui Sha old ancestor raised his sword, chanting the Shui Sha divine slaughter in a frenzy. Tion also slashed with his sword, determined to fight back, saying, "Then let's see." Activating the lucky aura. A slash from the Shui Sha old ancestor came down, and his sword was knocked away by the overwhelming force. Tion Shien widened his eyes, trembling in fear, loudly exclaimed, "The old ancestor has exhausted all his blood essence and still can't defeat it. How is that possible?" The sword of the Shui Sha old ancestor broke. He coughed up blood, cough, cough. His eyes filled with bloodshot anger as he looked back, emphasizing each word, "Impossible. This brat. Impossible." The Shui Sha old ancestor growled, releasing a blood chi with eerie faces, "I must kill you." Using double damage. Tion gritted his teeth, using the sword to pierce through with tremendous force. Such terrifying strength made the Shui Sha old ancestor tremble in fear, shouting, "No." But still, he was slain with a single strike. Successfully killed the Shui Sha old ancestor, gaining 980,000 experience points, 15,000 madness points, and 100 crime points. Received the martial art, Devouring Heavenly God Decision, a rare high-grade martial art. Obtained the item, Blood Dragon Bone Ring, a high-grade soul artifact, along with the Blood God Armor, a high-grade weapon. Acquired a rare Blood Jade Stone. Received the Dragon Treasure Map after successfully killing a super elite. Awarded an additional chance to upgrade an item to the Pills stage, using 100,000 madness points, for one draw in the enhancement lottery. Tion Shien stood trembling, staring at the scene before him. Our old ancestor, the strong core transformation stage, just died like that? The elder sat on the ground, his legs weak. Help. You killed the Shueisha old ancestor, monster. Tion turned around with a sharp expression and retorted, your old ancestor is the real monster, he must have drained the blood of many people to have lived this long. If you can't bear to part with your old ancestor like this, why not go with him? Tion Shien no longer waited to die but turned and ran, run quickly, there's a war vehicle over there. The elder also ran after him, saying, wait for me. Tion stood still, watching them and said, I already told you, if you have come here, don't expect to return home. Tion Shien waved his hand to hit the elder, shouting, get over there and stop him for me. The elder was taken aback and called out, Lord Mansion, you. Tion swiftly dealt with him, so quickly that he could curse a few words before collapsing. Tion Shien, I curse you to die in unrest. At that moment, Tion Shien had already climbed onto the war chariot, shouting, fly up quickly. He laughed arrogantly, haha, you can't catch up with me now. Kid, just wait for me. Tion smiled faintly, reiterating his earlier words, I told you that once you come here, you won't be able to go back. Zhao, the divine dragon, soared up and smashed the war chariot, causing Tion Shien to fall and scream, lost. Tion slowly approached, making him panic and plead for mercy, I admit defeat, as long as you spare me, I will make you the Lord Mansion and give you the entire Qing Xian Mansion. Tion coldly asked, is that so? After I become Lord Mansion, will you stab me in the back and let me die tragically, and then you will openly take the Lord Mansion seat, right? Tion Shien trembled, tears in his eyes, fearfully looking at the tip of the sword, denying, no. How could this be done? Tion glared, releasing powerful spiritual energy. It doesn't matter whether you plan to do this or not, the mere fact that you forced the palace master of Tion Xian Palace to marry your son is enough to get you killed 100 times over. Let me tell you some good news, your son is planning to ambush me, and he has already targeted you before him. Tion Shien only thought about his own life and followed his words, actually, I have wanted to teach that rebellious son a lesson for a long time. I deserve to die for not knowing better. Please, let me explain before you punish him. Tion decisively and ruthlessly stabbed him, retorting, since you say you deserve to die, then go die already. Successfully killed Lord Mansion Chen Shien of Qing Xian Mansion, gained 780,000 experience points, 13,000 madness points. Received treasure, the Ming Pearl. Ding! Congratulations to player Tion for successfully breaking through to the 8th level of the pills stage. Tion breathed a sigh of relief, finally, it's all settled. Shaolian called out from behind, Tion, you are amazing. Tion hurriedly ran to her side, anxiously asking, are you okay, Aunt? Shaolian replied, I'm fine. I just need to rest for a bit to recover. Tion handed her a crystal and said, take this, it will help replenish the blood essence you have expended. Shaolian raised her hand to refuse, saying, no, I can't accept this. You should keep it, you have worked too hard for this sect already. Tion firmly pushed it towards her, pouting and insisting, you need to absorb it now, otherwise, I will be angry. Shaolian reluctantly replied, alright then. After a while, as Shaolian absorbed it, she was very surprised and said, incredible, I feel my blood chi has completely restored. Moreover, it is much stronger than before. Tion confidently said, of course, what I give you is never low quality. Elder Mo Wu hurriedly ran over, calling out, Palace Master, we are late. Shaolian turned to call, Grand Elder. Tion calmly replied, it's not late, we can just clean up the bodies of those from Qing Xian Mansion. Elder Mo Wu looked confused, are all the people from Qing Xian Mansion eliminated? The female disciple clenched her fist in admiration, saying, Elder is amazing. Tion approached Ciu Wei and asked, Ci Master Pavilion, do you want to join our Tion Xian Palace? Ciu Wei excitedly asked, can I join Tion Xian Palace? Tion chuckled softly and replied, currently, Tion Xian Palace is lacking an elder to oversee various tasks. I want you to take on this position. Based on your talents, I am confident you can do well. Moreover, we will grant you the greatest authority. You can do things your way. Xiao Wei removed her face mask, her eyes wide with surprise. You want me to be an elder of Tion Shien Palace? Shi Lei Yun, who was behind her, explained, what Tion Yun means is that Miss Ci is very trustworthy. Furthermore, she is not afraid to protect us. That alone is enough. She smiled and said, on behalf of Tion Shien Palace, I invite you to take on the position of our elder. What do you think? Shi Lei Yun continued, the Grand Elder said you were very brave to stand by their side. Right now, Tion Shien Palace has no one with your level of management skills. Xiao Wei happily agreed, alright, I accept this invitation, but I also demand strict discipline from myself. If I do not bring any value to Tion Shien Palace within a year, I will resign automatically. Shi Lei Yun turned her head to announce. While everyone is here, I declare that I intend to promote Lu Menglian and Jiu Lingjun as reserve elders. Lu Menglian asked in surprise, are we going to be reserve elders? Jiu Lingjun also inquired, me too. Shi Lei Yun had valid reasons for promoting the two and explained, in times of danger, Shaolian and Jiu Muoi performed excellently. Aside from quickly rescuing the injured, they also knew how to reassure everyone. They frequently went out to find food. Perhaps their cultivation isn't the highest, but they possess courage and leadership skills. That alone makes them worthy of being reserve elders. All the disciples agreed in unison, the palace master is absolutely right, we support the palace master's decision. Tianyun also reassured them, great, then I will leave this place for you all to arrange. I plan to take this opportunity to visit Qing Xian Mansion to uproot the weeds completely. Shi Lei Yun warmly smiled and asked him, aren't you taking me along? Tianyun gently turned his head and replied, how could I refuse the palace master's invitation? Elder Mo Wu expressed, I want to go with everyone to flatten Qing Xian Mansion. The second elder said, I want to go too. Tianyun calmly declined, you all should stay home for safety. Just leave it to us. There are only a few more left, he declared solemnly. From now on, there will be no more Qing Xian Mansion in this world. Both of them set off with Black Dragon. Tianyun turned to Shi Lei Yun and asked, aren't you going to ask why my cultivation has advanced so quickly? Shi Lei Yun smiled gently and replied, why should I ask? As long as you are still Tianyun, that's enough for me. No matter what you do, I will support you. She closed her eyes lightly and said, if you cultivate to the point of overdoing it and die, I will guard your grave for the rest of my life, never leaving your side. She turned her head to lean on Tianyun's shoulder and felt, your back wasn't as strong as this before. Tianyun said, oh really? Then lean on me a little longer. Shi Lei Yun replied with a soft, As Black Dragon flew closer to Qing Xian Mansion, Tianyun announced, Aunt, we are almost there. The two gatekeepers were idly chatting, I wonder if the Lord Mansion and everyone else have finished their work. That Tion Shien Palace is probably done for. I heard that Tion Shien Palace killed our elder in a very despicable way. With so many elders going into battle today, it's strange if they didn't die. The sinister-haired man said, I heard that Tion Shien Palace has many female disciples, if we can bring a few back this time, hee. The burly man added, it would be best to capture all of them and make them our slaves. Ha. A brown-haired man stepped forward from behind and said, making them slaves is still too light, we should make them our slaves for life. Who told Tion Shien Palace to provoke our Qing Xian Mansion? As soon as he finished speaking, they were swept away by a gust of oppressive wind. The ground and rocks were struck by something that made them stagger. To be slaves for life, such arrogant talk, huh? Do you think the third grade power is that strong? Tianyun replied as he descended. The burly man widened his eyes and looked ahead, saying, Divine Beast Black Dragon. Who are you? Tianyun stepped forward and introduced himself, we are the trash of Tion Shien Palace that you just mentioned. Don't you remember? Your elder and lord of the mansion are all dead now, it's just you left. He frowned and emphasized each word, I was going to spare you a way out. But now I can only say this is the consequence of your own actions, this place will be your grave. Tianyun pointed forward and commanded, make your move. Black Dragon charged forward, unleashing a fire dragon that incinerated them. Tianyun coldly laughed and suggested, let's search the Shien mansion to see if we can find any treasures, including martial arts manuals and other things. All of it will be our spoils of war. Shaolian replied with a light smile, all right. Inside the mansion, a large bald man clenched his fists and asked irritably, what's all the noise outside? Has the lord of the mansion and everyone returned? It's a pity I can't fight alongside them. The Tion palace doesn't know its own strength and dares to confront our Shien mansion. If I were there, I would have bloodily wiped them out. Hearing a noise, he turned his head and asked, who is it? Just then, Tion rushed in and slapped him in the face, retorting, didn't you want to bloodily wipe us out? Well, I'm here now. Go ahead and do it. Ting successfully killed the deacon of Shien mansion. Earned 33,000 experience points and 200 frenzy points. Tion ran his hand over the shelf and read, martial arts at the human level, martial arts at the earth level, and even pills and elixirs. All of these can be used, let's take them all. Shaolian looked ahead and shouted, Tion, look over there, there's a secret chamber. Could it be hiding some secrets? Tion suggested, let's go take a look. They went down the stairs, once again hit by the strong smell of blood. Tion stopped in front of a pond, filled with blood chi, and sighed, this place is truly no different from hell. Shaolian also wondered, how many people must be killed to fill this blood pool? Above, there were several children imprisoned, crying in fear, please save us. Tion looked at the children and couldn't help but curse, damn it. They dare to use children's blood too. Shaolian flew up and said, let's save them first. In a dark place like a secret chamber, there was only a flickering torch. When the children saw Shaolian, they huddled together, pleading for mercy, don't kill us, don't kill us. We are very obedient, we can do anything. Where are our parents? I'm so scared. Shaolian smiled to reassure the children, don't cry, little ones, big sister is not a bad person. The bad people have already been chased away by us. Let big sister take you outside. The children joyfully asked, will big sister really take us outside? You are so beautiful, you must not be a bad person. Tion couldn't let this matter go and said, Aunt, take them outside first so I can clean this place up. Shaolian looked up at him and replied, okay. Tion snapped his fingers, using the eternal flame to deduce, this must be the place where the old ancestor Shui Sha absorbed blood essence. He looked at the large flame before him with increasing anger, the purpose of the Shien mansion attacking the mainland must be to capture more children. Those bastards truly deserve to die. He coldly stated, no matter what treasures are here, they should all be destroyed. The entire Shien mansion was engulfed in flames, and Tion stepped out of there, saying, a place like the Shien mansion should have been destroyed long ago. Shaolian called from outside, Tion, are you done? Let's go, we need to take these children home. Tion turned his head and asked, what about their parents? Shaolian bowed his head and sighed, the Shien palace will be their support. Passing by a stone tablet, Tion stopped and called out, Aunt, wait a moment. He took a knife and carved on the stone, saying, using the bone knife of your old ancestor to engrave a line of memory for you. Shaolian looked at the inscription and asked, what is this? Tion replied, a warning for those who come here after. From now on, there will be no more Shien mansion. Ting, completing the random mission of rescuing children from the hands of evil grants 100,000 experience points and 100 reputation points. He turned to Shaolian and exclaimed, let's go back to Shien palace. Shaolian chuckled softly and replied, okay. They hadn't walked long when someone appeared from a distance, wondering, the Shien mansion has been destroyed as well. Who is that kid? A black dragon that hasn't been tamed since childhood would take a long time to become someone else's mount. Yet now the black dragon is willing to let him ride. It seems I need to report this to the great emperor. On the stone tablet, Tion carved, if I find out who rebuilds the Shien mansion in the future, whatever you build, I will crush it all. The man in the red mask speculated, it seems there are some restless forces that want to start a war in this mainland. At Shien Palace, a group of elders surrounded Xia Yue, constantly sweet-talking her, Ci Master Pavilion, please come back and be our master pavilion. We cannot do without you in Tion Wu Pavilion. Yes, it's all you elders' fault, it has nothing to do with us. If we had been there at that time, surely we will lend a helping hand, the old man with gray hair said. That's right, our relationship with Tion Shien Palace has always been good. Even if we have to confront Qing Shien Mansion, we will not back down, Xiaoyu Wei stated bluntly. Wang Master Pavilion, there's no need for further explanation. You have placed Elder Yu beside me, isn't that to monitor me? How can you say you don't know what has happened during this time, she continued. The other elders tried to make excuses, saying, it's all because Elder Yu failed to inform us. Without our consent, she dared to expel you from Tion Wu Pavilion. Elder Wang smiled brightly and offered, if you wish, you can come to our headquarters to be the deputy master of the pavilion. I will grant you the highest privileges. Xiaoyu Wei decisively raised her hand to refuse. Wang Master Pavilion, you don't need to say much, please leave. She firmly stated, some matters that have already occurred cannot be salvaged. I can understand your choice to protect yourselves, but now that I have joined Tion Shien Palace, I can only devote myself to Tion Shien Palace. From a distance, Tion Yun heard this and praised, well said. He approached and said, thank you all for your unintentional help. If not, we truly cannot find any talent like her. On stepped toward Xiaoyu Wei, then looked at the elders with a stern gaze and continued, if there's nothing else, you may leave. Wang Master Pavilion will not see you off. Tion Yun watched them leave and then asked Xiaoyu Wei, see elder, those old men don't want you to go, so they want to invite you back to be the deputy master of the pavilion at the headquarters, right? Xiaoyu Wei frowned and replied, I no longer have any feelings for Tion Wu Pavilion. They just want to exploit me, once I lose my value, they will kick me out. I'm no different from a scarecrow. Now that I have become an elder of Tion Shien Palace, I will dedicate myself to serving Tion Shien Palace until I die. Tion Yun laughed heartily and said, I'm just joking, you don't need to be so serious. Xiaoyu Wei turned and called, sure Palace Master. The girl who was rescued in Qing Shien Mansion asked, sister, where is this? Shi Lei Yun smiled warmly and replied, this is Tion Shien Palace. From now on, you will stay here, it will be your new home. Xiao Zong, take care of them, okay? The girl named Xiao Zong exclaimed, come on, let me take the sisters to eat something delicious. Xiaoyu Wei, confused, asked Elder Yi, aren't you and Master Shi going to eliminate the Qing Shien Mansion? Where did all these children come from? Tion Yun explained, these children were captured by the Qing Shien Mansion to be used as sacrifices, to extract their blood essence. How can the Qing Shien Mansion commit such atrocities? They truly deserve to die for their crimes. I obtained these items from the Qing Shien Mansion, distribute them to the disciples of the Tion Shien Palace. Elder Mo Wu was astonished and said, there are so many martial arts, and they're all at the earth level. She cheerfully replied, the weapons are also of high-grade spiritual energy, and there are even soul artifacts. Are these pills all 4th grade? Just with these items, we can elevate ourselves to a 2nd grade force, or even to the peak of 2nd grade. The second elder added, that's true, but when will we return to the Shueshan ancestral land? Tion Yun said, no need to go back, we can just stay in this Tianqin fairy tale, do some renovations, and this will be the territory of the Tion Shien Palace in the future. He looked around and analyzed, from the perspective of safety and benefits for cultivation, this Tianqin fairy tale is indeed a perfect place. The concentration of spiritual energy here is much higher than before, so with just a little renovation, it will be livable. Only then will it be beneficial for the disciples' cultivation. Second elder and Mo Wu elder looked at each other hesitantly, this matter. Tion Yun also did not force the issue and spoke up first, of course, this is just my opinion. If everyone doesn't want to, then we can just cultivate here. Shi Lei Yun was the first to agree with Tion Yun's opinion. Why stubbornly stay in the old place? Didn't our ancestors also move from mainland Tiansong to here? She looked back and asked them, don't you think about mainland Tiansong as our strength grows? She turned to Bing Xi, an old ancestor, to ask for her opinion. Old ancestor, what do you think? Bing Xi, an old ancestor, stepped forward with no objections, this is your era, do as you wish. I also very much hope to return to mainland Tianzong with Tion Shien Palace in this life. Shi Lei Yun made a decision. Alright. From now on, Tion Shien Palace will be based here. Everyone immediately joined hands to rebuild this place. Tion Yun asked Shien, old man, there's too little spiritual energy here, I plan to design some formations. Shien, old man, what level of divine inscriptions is needed to repair the spirit gathering formation and other formations? The old man Shien clasped his hands and explained, basically, a 5th grade level is needed to repair the formations here, but there are a few places that require a great master level inscription to fix. Since the previous master had invited a great master inscription artist to help, if we want to make repairs, we at least need an inscription artist of equivalent rank. Tion Yun widened his eyes in surprise. 5th grade. If I convert my proficiency level in forging, it just happens to be 5th grade. But I also have to practice for a long time to reach that level. To upgrade my inscription proficiency, I definitely need to practice many times. At this rate, I don't know how long it will take to reach that level. Show me where to start the repairs first. The old man Shien replied, no problem, the simplest area requires just a 3rd grade inscription, please follow me this way. Tion Yun arrived at the spirit formation gathering place and observed for a moment, is this the simplest small spirit formation? It seems a bit damaged. Of course, I don't understand much about these things, but it looks like it has been broken for a long time. Its effectiveness is probably only about 30 or 40% now. He touched the outlines of the formation and said, using a divine tree ink brush to redraw it should be fine. Tion Yun waved his hand over his eyes, activate the celestial eye. We use the innate ability that Yi Qing Quan has given us, the heavenly eye, to see where we should start drawing from. As the heavenly eye opens, Tion Yun can see the spirit formation more clearly. He picks up the pen and thinks, no matter what kind of divine script it is, as long as I use the heavenly eye, I can see it clearly. Finding the flaws to fix is quite simple. This gift from Yi Qing Quan is too great. His eyes whirl in amazement, it's truly miraculous, but it consumes quite a bit of spiritual energy. I'm feeling dizzy, it seems I can't use it for too long. The old man Shien reaches out to support him and asks, are you alright, young master? Tion Yun bites the tip of the pen and replies, I'm fine, I'm still very well. Now, I need to fix this small spirit gathering formation first. Ding, successfully repaired the spirit formation, gained 2000 experience points, 50 proficiency points. Tion Yun laughs and says, I've fixed one, this will make it much easier for the disciples in the sect to level up. Ding, successfully repaired the spirit formation, gained 2000 experience points, 50 proficiency points. Successfully repaired the spirit formation, gained 2000 experience points, 50 proficiency points. Ding, successfully repaired the spirit formation. At this moment, Shi Lei Yun walks in and asks, Tion Yun, are you repairing the formation? Tion Yun turned around and replied, I want to fix all the spirit formations here. Most of the small spirit formations have already been repaired, now only a few large ones remain. If I can repair them all, I can't guarantee that the spiritual energy here will gather to its densest level, but at least we can regain 80% of the original effectiveness. Shi Lei Yun smiled in praise, that's impressive. It seems that with you here, the Tion Shien Palace can't afford to be weak. She smiled and said, Tion Yun, you're working hard. I believe you will be able to fix everything. I still have to patrol around, so I won't disturb you any longer. Tion Yun dipped his brush, regained his focus, and thought, with my aunt encouraging me, I will surely succeed. He frowned slightly and said, now that we are at the large formation, I will need to use the heavenly eye this time to increase the success rate. Ding, successfully repaired the large spirit formation, gained 16,000 experience points, 500 proficiency points. Ding, congratulations to player Tion Yun, basic mastery of divine script has been upgraded to intermediate mastery. Tion Yun joyfully exclaimed, it's a success. The female disciples also sensed that the spiritual energy was much denser now. Ding, congratulations to player Tion Yun for completing the mission to upgrade Tion Shien Palace to a 2nd grade force. Gain 1 million experience points. Receive a premium prize draw spin and 100,000 frenzy points. Tion Yun wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed, after so much time and effort, I've finally completed this task. Ding, successfully accepted a new mission to strengthen the sect, elevate Tion Shien Palace to Tion Quan Prefecture, and relocate to mainland Tion Sang. The rewards for completing the mission include 100 million experience points, 1 million frenzy points, 100,000 mastery points, which can be freely allocated to martial arts and skills, 100,000 crime points, and 1 M. Tion Yun looked up and said, the new mission is on the table now. He raised his hand and exclaimed, the rewards are much better than before, especially with an extra life added. The first step of the main mission is to fix all the formations in the Tian Chin fairy tale. Upon completing the mission, gain 1 million experience points, 10,000 proficiency points in divine script mastery, and this mission must be completed independently. Normal version, premium version. Tion Yun raised his hand in front and said, forget it, let's try the premium prize draw spin first and see what happens. Activating the lucky aura, Tion Yun earnestly made a wish. Currently, we only have 2 free draws left. Please bless me to draw the ultimate skill. Please, please. The spinning wheel whirred while Tion Yun's heart felt heavy as he murmured, please. You have drawn the experience point card with a multiplier of 20 times. You have drawn the ultimate skill, instant teleportation. Tion Yun widened his eyes in surprise, what? I drew the ultimate skill instant teleportation. This could be very helpful when being hunted. Instant teleportation allows immediate relocation to any place within a 1 kilometer radius. After the first use, it can only be used again after 2 watch periods. Tion Yun considered, the teleportation distance is acceptable, but the cooldown time is a bit long. He touched his chin and frowned. I've already drawn twice for free. Now, if I want to draw again, I have to pay a fee of 500,000 crazy points. He thought it over and decided not to draw anymore, forget it, I'll wait until I have surplus crazy points to buy it later. He took a few steps when a woman approached and asked, Elder, some people have come to Tion Shien Palace looking for Zhou Yue. Is there someone by that name here? Tion Yun asked in return, looking for Zhou Yue. He thought to himself, surely the people from Xingshan Pavilion must know about this and have come to find Zhou Yue. He turned and said, let me go take a look. The female disciple following behind said, Elder it's these people. Tion Yun looked at them and thought, indeed, they are from Xingshan Pavilion, but Zhou Yu Quan is not here. He introduced himself, saying, I am the elder here. May I ask what brings you? The scarred-eyed man retorted, you are the elder here. The hot-tempered subordinate shouted, that's a lie. We are from Xingshan Pavilion. Do you even know where Xingshan Pavilion is? The purple-haired female disciple also retorted, who would bother lying to you? He is indeed our elder. The scarred-eyed man raised his hand to his mouth and apologized, we thought you looked too young to be an elder. My name is Huang Hu, and I am a deacon of Xingshan Pavilion. May I ask if Elder knows someone named Zhou Yue? He squinted and frowned tightly, emphasizing each word, we came from mainland Tian Sang to find someone, and we have no other intentions. Tion Yun, serious, introduced himself and replied, my name is Tion Yun. Our Tian Shien sect does not have anyone by that name. Huang Hu paused and asked, Tian Shien sect. He thought, has Tian Shien Palace been upgraded to Tian Shien sect? Then its strength must not be ordinary. He spoke, if she is not here, then we will take our leave and not disturb you any further. If you have any information, please inform Xingshan Pavilion immediately, and we will offer a generous reward. After saying this, he left with his subordinate. Tion Yun, with a heavy expression, thought, it seems that the people from Xingshan Pavilion are determined to find Zhou Yue. At this rate, they will be discovered sooner or later. At this moment, Xie Yue approached him and asked, Elder, I heard that the people from Xingshan Pavilion came here. Is there any woman in that group? Tion Yun got straight to the point and replied, your sister didn't come, only a few Huang deacons are here. Xie Yue's eyes widened in surprise, you know everything about me. Tion Yun hinted, if you want to go home, I will accompany you. Coincidentally, I also plan to visit mainland Tian Sang in a few days. Xie Yue turned her head hesitantly, about this. Tion Yun did not push her, saying, if you want to go, just let me know in advance when the time comes. Back in his room, Tion sighed and asked, Shien old man. Here, besides the defensive formation, are there any other formations that need to be repaired? It's the type of formation that needs the great master of divine inscriptions to fix it. Old man Shien, sitting opposite him, replied, yes. There is still a flight formation that hasn't been repaired, but it's severely damaged. Previously, when the old master brought it here, it was already broken, which is why the Ko-Tich Tian Chen cannot take off. Tianyun was shocked, his eyes wide. What? There's a flight formation too. Are you saying that if it were fixed, the Ko-Tich Tian Chen could actually take off? Old man Shien turned to respond, yes, but it's very difficult to repair this formation. Even the great master of divine inscriptions usually can't do it. The old master couldn't fix it, so it just stayed here. Over time, it has become covered in mud and dirt outside. Tianyun rested his chin on his hand, listening intently to him, then said, there's such a thing too. He thought, so that means the system isn't just arranging things randomly. The day I have to move the entire Ko-Tich Tian Chen will come, literally. Xie Yue entered the room and called out, elder. Tianyun turned to ask, have you made up your mind? Do you want to come with me? Xie Yue replied, yes, I want to go with you. The Qing Shien mansion has been destroyed, so they probably won't make things difficult for us anymore. I also miss my family very much. Tianyun said, so you should get ready, we will set off soon. Xie Yue replied, alright. After a while, Tianyun recounted everything to Shirlei Yun. Here's what happened. Actually, Xie Yue is Zhou Yue. Shirlei Yun couldn't help but be surprised, so that's how it is. Tianyun said, therefore, I have to take her back to mainland Tiansang to meet her family, and at the same time, I need to find out how the people of Tianji Mansion are doing now. Shirlei Yun agreed with Tianyun's suggestion, I think this proposal is very good. Their foundation is not ordinary, if they can join our Tianxian sect, that would be great. She advised Tianyun, even though you have become much stronger, you still need to be very careful when you go out. Leave early and return early, don't make me worry. Tianyun reluctantly called out, Aunt, wait for me to come back. The black dragon soared high, and Shirlei Yun watched them go, then smiled softly with determination, Tianyun, you have become much stronger than me, I cannot fall behind, or I will become a burden to you in the future. On the side of Xingshan Pavilion, Zhou Yue seriously said, after so many years, I have finally returned. Tianyun standing next to her exclaimed, let's go inside. As she took a step forward, Zhou Yuquan called out, junior sister. Zhou Yue paused and replied, elder sister. Zhou Yuquan stood there, unable to believe her eyes, calling out, junior sister. Is it really you? Huang Hu also exclaimed in surprise, Zhou Yue. She ran over and hugged Zhou Yuquan, calling, elder sister. Huang Hu looked at Tianyun, surprised, aren't you the elder of Tianxian Palace? Tianyun smiled and casually replied, that's right. I just found out that Ci elder is the person you are looking for. Coincidentally, I had to come to mainland Tiansang, so I brought Ci elder along as well. Oh, no, she should be called Zhou elder now. Huang Hu looked at Zhou Yue with a surprised expression and said, so Zhou Yue has become an elder of Tianxian sect. He looked at Tianyun and replied, this is her honor. Thank you for taking care of Zhou Yue. Tianyun responded, of course, we at Tianxian sect will treat her well. Zhou elder has managed our Tianxian sect excellently. She is truly a rare talent. He smiled faintly, his tone becoming more serious. But there are a few things we need to say first. We already know everything about Elder Zhou. The power of Xingshan Pavilion is not to be underestimated, but that doesn't mean you should force others too much. Deacon Huang couldn't help but shout, the Tianxian sect is just a second-grade power, don't be too arrogant, thinking that defeating Qing Xian Mansion makes you invincible. To us at Xingshan Pavilion, Qing Xian Mansion is merely an ordinary power. Do you dare to be disrespectful in front of us? Tianyun's face darkened as he sternly asked, if Qing Xian Mansion is an ordinary power, then why are you forcing Elder Zhou to marry into that trash sect? He thought to himself, this Deacon Huang has such an annoying mouth, I was too gentle with him last time. What a pity, Deacon Huang angrily exclaimed. You, Huang, who stopped him and kindly explained, I apologize, Elder Yi, my younger brother doesn't know how to speak properly, I hope you won't take it to heart. Tion Yun was surprised and thought, so these two deacons Huang are brothers. He frowned and politely said, it's all right, but although our entire sect is a second-grade power, that doesn't mean we will fear other powers. Elder Zhou is now an elder of our Tion Shien sect. So you all should stop all your schemes against her. Huang Hu agreed, replying, we won't pressure her anymore. It's not good to just stand here talking like this. How about we invite Elder Yi inside to sit for a while? The sisters have finally reunited after a long time, so I'm sure they have a lot to discuss. Tion Yun did not refuse, saying, then I apologize for the trouble. Huang Hu called out, someone, take these esteemed guests to the first-class room. A moment later, Deacon Huang, still sulking, asked, Big brother, why did you stop me? That brat is just a coward borrowing the tiger's might, utterly arrogant. I don't believe that if we deal with him, Tion Shien sect will come after us. Huang Hu pondered carefully while holding a cup of tea. I've heard that the mysterious strong figure from Tion Shien sect is very formidable. Deacon Huang continued to argue, right now, we should be most worried about ourselves. The Qing Shien mansion has been destroyed, what will the Zhou family do? Can a second-grade force like Tion Shien sect really protect us? We haven't even met that mysterious strong figure from Tion Shien sect. There's no guarantee this person even exists, or should we just deliberately make things difficult for them? The Divine Text Conference is coming up soon. How about this? Huang Hu glanced at his younger brother and said, what you mean is that the Tion Shien sect doesn't want Zhou Yue to form alliances with other forces, so you want her to provide us with other resources during the Divine Text Conference, right? Huang Deacon replied, if we don't do it this way, the Zhou family will be doomed. Huang Hu disagreed with his opinion somewhat, we can't rely on the Tion Shien sect. Does that mean we have to turn against them? Huang Deacon adjusted his statement a bit, turn against them. We haven't provoked them at all. Zhou Yue is one of our own, the Chu family has spent countless resources to nurture her, and we can't let her serve others. We either have to keep her with us, or she must bring benefits back to us. Huang Hu lowered his head to think, what he said is also true. If Zhou Yue goes to someone else, the Zhou family will suffer a huge loss. If we can't attach ourselves to a stronger force, the Zhou family will collapse sooner or later. He raised his face and acknowledged, indeed, I haven't thought this through completely. Zhou Yue can become an elder of the Tion Shien sect, but we must make her pay a price first. Huang Deacon grinned mischievously and replied, that's right. Both rushed to the room of the 3 Tion Yun. Huang Hu spoke up, I apologize for bothering everyone. Tion Yun did not turn around and asked, what's the matter? The Huang Deacon, looking uncomfortable, replied, of course there is an issue. You know that our Zhou family is in trouble. If you let Zhou Yue become the elder of your Tian Quan, we will suffer significant losses. Tion Yun calmly blew on the cup of tea in his hand and said directly, if you have any requests, just state them. After all, you have invested so much time training him, and it's natural to feel aggrieved if he is given to someone else. Huang Hu grinned and laid down the conditions, our request is very simple. Soon, our Xingshan Pavilion is preparing to hold a grand event for the Divine Script. You just need to find us a 4th-grade Divine Script Master who can achieve 3rd place or higher in the competition, and Zhou Yue will belong to you. Zhou Yuquan angrily interjected, you are being unreasonable. Even when my junior sister married into the Qing Shien mansion, they only gifted us a 3rd-grade Divine Script Master at most. Don't talk about 3rd place or higher, just making it into the top 10 would be impressive. You are really being greedy, taking everything you can get, including the land around it. The Huang Deacon, scolded, grimaced and spoke in a strained voice. Yu Quan, who are you really helping? Shut your mouth now. Zhou Yue stood up to refute him, it's true that I was raised by the Zhou family, but everything I have achieved over the years has been earned by myself. Moreover, have I not sacrificed enough for the Zhou family? My sister has sacrificed even more, yet you treat her this way. Tion Yun calmly accepted his proposal, all right, but I have one condition. Huang Deacon impatiently asked, what condition? As long as you can do what we say, any condition is negotiable. Tion tilted his head slightly and said, "It's simple, my condition is that both sisters of the Zhou family will become members of our Tion Shien sect in the future, how about that? Also, the rewards from this competition must belong entirely to the Tion Shien sect." Huang Hu agreed without thinking, "We only need the ranking, that small reward is nothing. If you can do it, both of these people will be yours." Tianyun smiled lightly, sealing the deal. "Okay, that's settled." Huang Hu asked, "When will the Tion Shien sect send someone here so we can arrange things in advance?" "Because the competition starts in a few days." Tianyun casually replied while sitting in the chair, "No need for prior arrangements, because the 4th grade rune master is none other than me." Deacon Huang was so frustrated that the veins on his forehead bulged as he said, "You're lying. How old are you to claim to be a 4th grade rune master? You should know your limits. Even if your Tion Shien sect has strong backing, you can't just say whatever you want. If you really are a 4th grade rune master, then I will eat this table." Tianyun seriously summoned his brush and said, "All right then." He then drew a few lines that made both of them turn pale and serious. 4th grade rune master. Huang Hu was shocked, thinking, "I can't believe this kid is actually a 4th grade rune master at such a young age. He really is a prodigy." Tianyun arrogantly asked, "So? Am I a real 4th grade rune master or not? Go ahead and eat the table." Huang Hu put his arm around his brother's shoulder and laughed heartily. "Elder, I hope you can be magnanimous and forgive us. My younger brother thought you were too young to be a 4th grade rune master, so he didn't dare to believe it. We were too shallow, hurry up and apologize to Elder." Deacon Huang was sweating profusely and had no choice but to apologize. I was blind and didn't see the greatness, please forgive me. We will give you a big gift as an apology. Don't dwell on what happened earlier." Tianyun's eyes emitted a bright red light, somewhat ruthless, emphasizing one word, eat. Huang Deacon bit his lip and trembled, then managed to reply, "Okay, I will eat." Tianyun shouted, "Chew it well for me, remember to take it seriously. Once words are spoken, they are like spilled water, and you must pay for what you have said." Huang Deacon knelt down, bit a corner of the table, and chewed it down. Zhou Yue felt satisfied and said, "Serves you right, who told you to act so arrogantly?" Huang Deacon lowered his head and asked, "Is it done?" Tianyun glanced and said, "So, now you all go prepare, I will stay here. Just inform me when the competition starts." Huang Hu smiled brightly and replied, "No problem. Elder, just consider this place your home." Ding, successfully accepted the mission to rank 3rd or higher in the Divine Script Conference and rescue the 2 sisters. Upon completion, reward of 1 million experience points and 1 free draw at the high-level prize wheel, increase 5,000 proficiency points in Divine Script, increase 100 favorability points with Zhou Yue and Zhou Yuquan. Huang Hu put his arm around Huang Deacon and left, "We have things to do, so we'll go ahead. I won't disturb you anymore," Tianyun said while drinking tea. "No need to see me off." He set down the teacup, chuckling softly as he thought, "I didn't expect to receive a new mission here." The Divine Text Contest, coming here this time was indeed a wise decision. Back in his room, Deacon Huang coughed up blood, cough, cough. He cursed, "Damn it, is he really making me eat my words? If he weren't a 4th grade Divine Text Master, I would have definitely hung him up and beaten him to death. It's best that he doesn't place in the top 3, that way, those 2 sisters can't escape from our grasp." Huang Hu also looked displeased, thinking, "I hope so. They're just a newly emerging sect, yet they dare to be insolent with me, they must have some trump card." Over here, Zhou Yuquan bowed, "Thank you, Tianyun. Elder, I appreciate your help. As long as I am free, even if I don't join the Tion Shien sect, I will still dedicate my life to working for Tion Shien sect." Tianyun raised his hand to stop her, sincerely saying, "I truly want to invite you to join the Tion Shien sect. The abilities of you 2 sisters are very strong. If you don't come to the Tion Shien sect, that would be a loss for us. No need to say anything more, let's make that decision. As long as we achieve 3rd place or higher in this tournament, you will be free from Shin Pavilion and will owe them nothing anymore. Zhou Yuquan lowered her head and replied, we have already done everything we could for them. For Shin Pavilion, we have fulfilled our obligations, and I owe them nothing anymore. Zhou Yue continued, as long as Elder Yi does not mind, from now on, we sisters will be wholeheartedly devoted to Elder Yi. Both sisters bowed their heads in unison, saying, we are willing to do everything for Elder Yi, and we will not harbor any resentment. Tianyun raised his hand to support them, saying, you don't need to do that, I have never thought of such things. Zhou Yuquan looked up and replied, this is our intention. You have helped us to this extent, so you are indeed our benefactor. Zhou Yue chuckled and added, Elder Yi is the one who has given us a new life. Tianyun blushed at the praise and coughed a few times, saying, come on, don't say such things. Let's wait for the competition results before discussing further. The two sisters looked at him with sparkling eyes and confidently said, if Elder Yi has said that, then it will definitely not be a problem. Tianyun scratched his head and said, you all quickly tell me some information about the Divine Script Conference. Zhou Yuquan explained, the Shin Pavilion is a force established by many clans, so its strength is naturally much greater than that of the Qing Shien Mansion. However, their unity is not very good. Each clan wants to gain more advantages for themselves, showing that they are exceptional, so they often organize competitions to assert their own strength. If not, their status in the Shin Pavilion will drop immediately. The purpose of this Divine Script Master competition is precisely the opportunity for them to showcase their power. There is only about a week left until it starts. If they cannot win this match, the Zhou family will be discarded by the Shin Pavilion. Tianyun nodded in understanding, no wonder they are so anxious and restless. Zhou Yuquan asked, Elder Yi, do you need to prepare anything before coming to the headquarters for the Divine Script Master competition? Tianyun replied, no. I have already prepared everything and can depart at any time. 7 days passed, and at the headquarters of the Shin Pavilion, everyone had gathered here beforehand to watch the excitement. Who do you think will win this time? The Wang family has a high chance of winning. They excitedly said, I bet on the Zhou family to win. The person next to him said, the Zhou family has lost several times in a row before, and you still dare to bet on them? Be careful not to end up with nothing to wear. A few cars approached, Huang who requests to meet the family master. The family master looked at Tianyun and asked him, is that the 4th grade divine literary master you found standing behind there? He is indeed very young. Huang who clasped his hands and replied, that's right. The family master of the Zhou family at the Shin Pavilion, Zhou Tian Huang, solemnly said, since this is our first meeting, let me introduce myself. I am the family master of the Zhou family. I invited you here today because we want your help to win this competition. I won't say much else. If we succeed, you will get what you need, but if you cannot achieve the results we desire, then I must apologize in advance. Tianyun smiled lightly and said, don't worry, I will do what I said I would do, I won't let you down. He thought to himself, this Zhou family master speaks quite frankly. Zhou Tianhuang clasped his hands behind him and said frankly, you can call me ruthless if you want, but sometimes I have to make sacrifices for the Zhou family. If not, our whole family will be doomed. I know this is very cruel to those two sisters, but without the Zhou family, they wouldn't have been able to survive until now. He stepped past Tianyun and stated clearly, if you achieve 3rd place or higher today, you can have whatever you want. They will follow you, and I will never hinder you. On the contrary, I will even pay you a generous reward. But if you don't, he hadn't finished speaking when Tianyun replied, I understand that. I really appreciate the straightforwardness of the Zhou family master, it's much better than those who beat around the bush and then stab others in the back. Zhou Tianhuang stepped forward and continued, Zhou Tianhuang speaks plainly, 1 is 1, and 2 is 2. This may make you uncomfortable, but this is my principle. I only care about what benefits you can bring me. Even if we cannot cooperate, I will never strike from the shadows. Because I cannot engage in actions that harm others and myself. Tianyun cheerfully praised, very good, I really like this statement. He thought to himself, everything is about the issue of benefits. Although I can't befriend such people, I can still engage in cooperative transactions. In front, A guy was smirking and called out to Zhou Tian Huang, Zhou family master. It's been a long time since we last met. What rank is your family aiming for today? I hope you won't end up in the teens like before. So embarrassing, Zhou Tian Huang replied with a grim expression. You don't need to worry about this, Wang family master, we know our limits. The Wang family master from the Xingshan pavilion, Wang Zisheng, mocked, alright then, I hope you will raise the victory flag. Ha ha ha. He glanced at Yi Tianyun, asking, who is this young man? Don't tell me he's the rune master your family sent to compete. He laughed derisively, he looks so young and inexperienced. TSK, does he even qualify to be a first-grade rune master? Yi Tianyun didn't respond but sighed, thinking, it seems my crime points are too high, making it easy to attract hostility like this. Just standing here and I'm already being pointed out. This system toy is really deceptive. Zhou Tian Huang darkened his face and said bluntly, you don't need to know about this. Wang Zixing laughed heartily, still persistent, Zhou family master, don't be so cold, I just wanted to remind you a bit. Because I remember that those you invited before were all useless. Yet today they even invited a little kid like this. If the Zhou family master can't find someone to assist him, then I will send a few experts to help him. After all, that's better than this kid, right? Zhou Tian Huang was so angry that he couldn't even say, you. Wang Zixing clasped his hands behind him and walked leisurely. Today, some family will definitely end up last like every year. Ha ha ha, the match is about to start, let's hurry in. Zhou Tian Huang gritted his teeth and glared at him, muttering, just wait and see. Yi Tianyun watched Wang Zixing and thought, Zhou Yuwei said that the relationships between the families in the Xingshan pavilion aren't very good. It seems that this is indeed the case. Inside the competition area, Yi Tianyun looked around, frowning and thinking, there are 5 families, and each family can send a maximum of 5 spirit masters. This number is indeed a bit low. He glanced at Zhou Tian Huang and thought, but that Wang family master once said that the Zhou family could only rank last in the past. It's obvious that their level is unacceptable. A girl came over with a token tray and said, young master, please. Zhou Tian Huang looked at Yi Tianyun and explained, this is the family token. It represents our Zhou family. The pavilion master will be the referee for this competition. He is the great master of glyphs, so he will personally assess the overall proficiency of the subdepartments. Yi Tianyun looked at him and asked, can I know the content of the competition in advance? Zhou Tian Huang replied, there is no fixed category for this, apart from the Great Master Pavilion, no one knows what the exam questions are. A deacon shouted loudly, order, order. The internal competition is about to begin. Please welcome Li, the Great Master of the Pavilion, to announce the prizes for first, second, and third place. Li Tianlong, the Great Master of the Xingshan Pavilion, said, the third prize is a soul artifact writing brush, the second prize is a cultivation method for glyphs that I am fond of. The first prize is 5 days of training at Tianlingyu Lake. Hearing this, the onlookers became even more excited. 5 days of training at Tianlingyu Lake, the first prize is amazing. And the cultivation method for glyphs that the Great Master of the Pavilion values, that is a treasure that money can't buy. Well, securing 8th place would be great, dreaming of anything above 3rd place is unrealistic. Li Tianlong, with a serious expression, announced, the prizes have been announced, now I will reveal the content of the first round of the competition, the strength of the glyphs. Drawing glyphs must be quick, accurate, not too slow, and not too poor. The spiritual force emitted must also possess strength, otherwise, it will be eliminated immediately. The content of the first round is precisely this competition, not comparing ranks but only comparing the strength of the divine patterns. The stronger the divine pattern, the more impacts it can withstand, he said seriously. Usually, this type of divine pattern is used for defense, as that is the only way to resist attacks. Later, I will send martial artists of the same rank as you to attack the divine pattern shield that you have drawn. The longer someone's shield can withstand, the higher their score will be. Ding, activating the random continuous mission to pass the first round, the reward is 500,000 experience points and 1,000 proficiency points in divine patterns. Yi Tianyun thought seriously and excitedly, there's also a random mission activation. Interesting. Let's see how I perform. Zhou Tianhuang glanced at Tion and asked, the first round is about the strength of the divine patterns, which is the most basic type of competition. It must be very simple for you, right? Tion replied with a smile, of course. Li Tianlong stated, participants are allowed to choose a type of protective shield and carve their divine pattern onto it. The disciples of the Divine Pattern School, invited by the Wang family for assistance. Lin Li was already being mischievous, this is my specialty, I didn't expect the exam to be this easy. Tion approached to take an item from the table. Choose that one, Li Tianlong said. Everyone has already chosen their protective shields. Now you have 1 hour to engrave the divine inscriptions. After 1 hour, anyone who hasn't finished will be immediately eliminated. I hope everyone makes good use of their time. He flipped the hourglass and announced, anyone who finishes after the allotted time is invited to withdraw. Start. Tion took the shield, determined to think, I can't lose. I must secure at least 3rd place today. Wang Zixing behind remained curious and asked, Zhou family master, I heard you invited a quite capable inscription master to assist, right? Zhou Tianhuang, not fond of lengthy responses, replied, you'll know as soon as the results are out. Wang Zixing arrogantly laughed, pretending to sigh while boasting, this year, I also invited someone to help, though it's far fewer than many other families. The bald elder beside them observed and then spoke up, Wang family master, although you only invited one person, it seems he is from Shenwen Mansion, right? As for the person that Zhou family master invited, who knows who he is? Is he as famous as Shenwen Mansion? Wang Zixing replied, I thought the young man invited by the Zhou family master was also from Shenwen Mansion. He's so young and already on the competition stage, he can't really be from Shenwen Mansion, can he? The bald man pondered, Wang family master, you can't say such things. Although I have never been to Shenwen Mansion, I have never seen a disciple as young as him. I bet he is definitely not from Shenwen Mansion. Zhou Tianhuang glared at Wang Zixing and said, Wang family master, do you think you already have this year's champion in your hands? Wang Zixing laughed dismissively, I never said that. I just feel there is a pretty good chance. What do you think the Zhou family will rank this year? Zhou Tianhuang turned around and clenched his fists, still wearing a stiff smile as he replied, I don't know what rank we will achieve, but I can assure you we will never be worse than your Wang family. Wang Zixing smirked, then I look forward to being pleasantly surprised. At that moment, Lin Li raised his brush and announced, I have finished my divine pattern. Hearing this, everyone was surprised and began to discuss, it seems the first contestant to finish the divine pattern is the one invited by the Wang family. Impressive, truly worthy of being a genius from Shenwen Mansion, finishing it so quickly. Lin Li glanced back at Tion, wondering, which clan dares to send this kid to the competition? What kind of divine script is he drawing that looks so clumsy? I wonder if he is qualified to be a 2nd-grade divine script master yet. The other contestants from different clans reported, I'm done, I'm also done. Zhou Yuquan voiced her concern, what is elder doing? He seems to be having some difficulties. Zhou Yue reassured her, don't worry. Elder has his own reasons. After a while of hard work, Tianyan finally finished, I'm done. The deacon announced loudly, time's up, the first round is over. He turned to report, Master Pavilion, all contestants have completed their divine script drawings within the allotted time. Li Tianlong raised his hand and said, very well, now let's check in the order of completion. The deacon declared loudly, we will begin checking Lin Li's 3rd-grade defensive divine script. The examiner used a powerful strike against the defensive divine script, a blow with the strength of lightning that gradually shattered the divine script shield. He reported, Lin Li's defensive divine script is at the 7th level of the spirit tempering stage. People began to discuss, I bet he will place 3rd or higher. Truly a genius. Starting the examination of the 2nd-grade talisman master of He Tian Han, from the 4th level of the spirit tempering stage. Starting the examination of the 2nd-grade talisman master of Wang Panhu, from the 1st level of the spirit tempering stage. Starting the examination of the 2nd-grade talisman master of Lu Dabai, from the 2nd level of the spirit tempering stage. The deacon looked at Tianyun and said, finally starting the examination of Tion, first grade. Wang Zixing laughed and asked, first grade? Haha, so after drawing for half a day, it turns out to be just first grade. Is this a competition or a comedy show? The bald elder looked down at Tion and said, it's only natural, he looks so young that being a first-grade talisman master is already too much. Drawing a first-grade talisman is nothing strange. Zhou Tianhuang was worried, his eyes wide and sweating, what the hell is he doing? Is it just a first-grade talisman drawing? Could he be a fake fourth-grade talisman master? Lin Li crossed his arms and laughed mockingly, indeed, your level is only that of a first-grade talisman master. Kid, don't participate in competitions that don't match your strength anymore. Just stay at home and drink your mother's milk. Being this weak, it's best not to go out and embarrass yourself further. Tion turned his head and calmly retorted, whether I have it or not will only be known after the test is completed. The examiner said, all right, let's begin the test. He then struck forcefully at Tion's defensive talisman, but it did not break. Even with the power of a 5th-level refined body stage, you can't break a first-grade talisman. Everyone's eyes widened as they noticed, it seems he is using a high-level talisman brush, at least a refined chi level. What a waste to use such a talisman brush just to draw a first-grade talisman, it's truly a waste of resources. The examiner cracked his knuckles and snorted, I underestimated you a bit. If that's the case, let me increase my strength and test again. He unleashed his full power at the 7th level of the training stage and struck the defensive talisman once more. Again, it was ineffective, and he proceeded to the 9th level of the refined body stage, then to the 3rd level of the spirit tempering stage, and finally the 7th level of the spirit tempering stage. The few people behind were left in disbelief, questioning life. Even under the attack of a 7th level spirit tempering stage, the first-grade talisman still hasn't broken. Are you sure it's a first-grade talisman? Don't tell me there's a mistake, it should be at least a 3rd-grade talisman. Lin Li raised her hand to her mouth in confusion. How is that possible? Li Tianlong asked with dark eyes. What's going on? Are you sure it's a first-grade divine inscription? The examiner clasped his hands and replied, Li Master Pavilion, I am certain. Upon hearing this, Li Tianlong decided, then I will personally check what kind of first-grade divine inscription can withstand the spirit tempering stage at the 7th level. He touched the divine inscription on the shield and said, it truly is a first-grade divine inscription, but why does its defensive power match that of a peak 3rd grade? He looked at the divine inscription and exclaimed, I see. This is not an ordinary first-grade divine inscription, but a triple-layered first-grade divine inscription. He broke into a sweat, unable to hide his astonishment. It is formed from the fusion of 3 first-grade divine inscriptions, which allows it to reach the level of a 3rd-grade divine inscription. How could such a divine inscription be easily broken? Zhou Tianhuang asked excitedly, a triple-layered divine inscription? That's no different from a peak 3rd-grade divine inscription. Indeed, this kid does not embarrass me. Wang Zixing grimaced and said seriously, he drew a triple-layered divine inscription. After failing to draw a 3rd-grade divine inscription, he switched to drawing 3 first-grade divine inscriptions simultaneously. If the later layer fails, the previous layers will all be ruined too. Li Tianlong glared at the inspector. Clearly, you did not check thoroughly, your work is too superficial. The inspector bowed his head in apology, subordinate acknowledges the mistake. Li Tianlong turned to Tion and sighed, I never expected that today there would be a multi-layered divine script appearing, this is beyond our expectations. Your divine script scored a perfect 10 points. Tion replied, thank you. He smirked, thinking, very well. Let's press on and welcome the 2nd round of the competition. He fiddled with his pen and sighed sarcastically, I've only managed to engrave a first-grade divine script. I must go home and drink more milk to strengthen myself. But if I have to go home and drink more milk, what about you? Don't tell me you're going to crawl back into your mother's womb to reshape yourself and be born again. Lin Li, furious, growled, what did you say? Tion boldly responded, I'm just speaking the truth. Learning from you to mock others, after all. Lin Li clenched his fists and said, don't get too cocky too soon. I don't know how you cultivated such a multi-layered divine script, but I can engrave it too. There are still several rounds left, we don't know yet which cat will catch which mouse. Li Tianlong beside them also spoke up. In the first round, some relied on multi-layered divine scripts to secure first place, which I did not expect. The old man declared with a stern face, therefore, I will slightly modify the content and rules of the second round. The scoring will also be more flexible, at least we won't encounter a situation like in the first round. Because every clan has its own strengths, this makes me very happy. The branches are becoming stronger day by day, which is very beneficial for Xingshan Pavilion. The content of the second round is speed. That deacon paused and wondered, why change the content of the competition? Wang Zisheng was also taken aback, thinking, it has changed. Li Tianlong stated, in 1 hour, whoever carves the most divine scripts will score higher. Of course, the higher the level, the higher the score. First grade divine scripts are worth 1 point, second grade 2 points, third grade 5 points, fourth grade 10 points, with no limit on the score. Ding, successfully completed the first task in the series of tasks, gaining 500,000 experience points, 1,000 proficiency points in divine scripts. Ding successfully accepted the second task, won beautifully in the second match, with a reward of 500,000 experience points, 1,000 proficiency points in divine scripts. Tianyun twirled the pen in his hand, excitedly thinking, this is the first time I've encountered a continuous task. But this feeling isn't bad at all, I can say it's quite enjoyable. If I keep going like this, breaking through to the advanced level of divine inscriptions won't be too difficult. A brown-haired boy raised his hand and asked, Li Master Pavilion, do multi-layer divine inscriptions earn points? Li Tianlong replied, of course they do. For instance, a multi-layer divine inscription like the first circle, due to its difficulty being equivalent to a third-grade divine inscription, will be scored the same as a third-grade divine inscription. He lightly closed his eyes and turned around, but doing so will take a lot of time. You all need to think carefully because the failure rate will be quite high. It won't be as easy as carving each divine inscription one by one. An hour countdown began, start the second round of the competition. Li Tianlong focused on Tianyun and thought to himself, I wonder what level that kid will carve this round. Everyone anxiously watched as Tianyun drew something powerful next. It's still a first-grade divine inscription. Look, the person invited by the Zhou family is still carving a first-grade divine inscription. Don't tell me he only knows first-grade divine inscriptions. I thought he was a hidden genius. I never expected he was just a fool who only knew how to draw first-grade runes. Lin Li chuckled lightly, glancing over and thinking, he really is drawing first-grade runes. Just a moment ago, I even suspected you were a third-grade rune master, not just a beginner. Turns out I was wrong. You really only know how to draw first-grade runes. Everyone groaned in disappointment, criticizing, drawing one gets you only 1 point, at this rate, how many can you draw compared to others? Totally useless. Li Tianlong felt a bit disappointed, thinking, I thought this kid was really good, which is why I changed the exam content a bit, but I didn't expect he only knew how to draw first-grade runes. Could I have been mistaken? Tianyun picked up his brush, sighed in relief, and said, I feel much better than before. He opened his eyes again and humbly said, it's just okay. With that, Tianyun used all his strength to draw the runes, moving so quickly it was dizzying. The bald old man and Wang Zisheng were sweating and asked, what's going on? Why did he suddenly speed up so dramatically? Zhou Tianhuang was so shocked he stuttered, so fast, it's hard to believe. It's terrifying, in the blink of an eye, he drew 7 or 8 already. Oh my god, with scores like this, he could easily crush all those drawing third-grade runes. Lin Li looked at the brush in Tianyun's hand, moving swiftly and deftly, his face pale, thinking. This is not a speed that an ordinary person can achieve. It's too fast. Li Tianlong gritted his teeth and wondered, how proficient must he be to draw that quickly? Tianyun suddenly raised his hand and said, sorry, I'm out of paper, could I have some more? Deacon replied in confusion, yes. Lin Li was sweating and trembling, how can he draw that fast? I need to try even harder. Lin Li was so lost in thought that when his pen touched the paper, he burned himself, causing him to panic. Oh no, I messed up, my third grade rune is ruined. Deacon announced, time's up, I suggest everyone put down their pens. Everyone stared in disbelief at the pile of runes that Tion Yun had created. He drew this much in just one incense stick of time. This can't be real, right? What good is having so many? We still need to see how many meet the requirements. That's right, the more you draw, the more mistakes you make. Li Tianlong seriously said, we will now begin to tally the scores. Xing De Mei, 3 third grade runes, 2 second grade runes, totaling 14 points. Wang Pan Hu, 2 third grade runes, 1 second grade rune, 1 first grade rune, totaling 12 points. Lu Debai has 2 third grade talismans, 2 second grade talismans, and 1 first grade talisman, totaling 15 points. He Tian Han has 1 talisman with 3 third grade talismans, also totaling 15 points. Lin Li has 2 third grade talismans, 2 second grade talismans, and 2 first grade talismans, totaling 16 points. Lin Li gritted his teeth, veins bulging, angrily thought, should have scored 20 points, but now I'm equal to those guys. I am a disciple of Shenwen Mansion, this is truly an insult. The deacon then read out Tian Yun's score. Excluding the incorrect talismans, there are 32 valid first-grade talismans, totaling 32 points. Tian Yun sighed in relief, thinking, I intentionally drew many incorrectly because I didn't want to win too prominently. Zhou Tian Huang laughed heartily and said, Wang family master, thank you for conceding. Our Zhou family has won again this round. Wang Zixing frowned and huffed, turning to retort, there is still 1 round left, don't celebrate too early. Li Tianlong grinned and remarked, the results of this round make me very happy. The speed of drawing first-grade talismans can be this fast. If it were me, I would probably only be able to be as fast as that. He glanced at Tian Yun, emphasizing each sentence. The next round is the true test of your abilities. Use all your strength to showcase your strongest skills, draw your most powerful divine patterns. I will evaluate the complexity based on the level and score accordingly. There is no limit to the scores in this round. The opportunity to turn the tables has arrived, only those with true strength can move forward, while those without will be eliminated immediately. Tian Yun smiled faintly, thinking, the game continues. Ding, completed the mission to win beautifully in the second round successfully, gained 500,000 experience points, 1,000 proficiency points in divine patterns. Ding, successfully accepted the third mission in the series of continuous tasks, perfectly winning beautifully in the third round. The reward after completing the mission is 500,000 experience points, 1,000 proficiency points in divine patterns. Tian Yun scratched his head with a pen, thinking to himself, the rewards remain the same, but for me, it's more than enough. Li Tianlong said, the time for the third round will be a bit longer, 5 watches. I hope everyone will do their best during these 5 watches. Tian Yun observed all the contestants sitting in meditation and thought. Due to the excessive physical exertion in the previous round, everyone is now sitting cross-legged to recover. Only after that do they focus all their attention on drawing their highest level divine inscriptions. Lin Li gritted his teeth and threatened, you won't be able to be so arrogant for much longer, because I won't let you pass the third round of the competition as smoothly as before. Li Tianlong announced, the match begins. Everyone became chaotic. It's starting. It's starting. Lin Li is preparing to draw the divine inscription. I wonder what level he will draw this time. Hey, look over there, the support from the Li family is drawing a divine inscription that looks strange. Her divine inscription emits a red glow, which doesn't seem like an ordinary inscription. That girl seems to be named He Tian Han, she is the support invited by the Li family. She looks like someone from Tianji Mansion, which is famous throughout the world, right? Tian Yun glanced at He Tian Han, thinking to himself, I didn't expect this He Tian Han to be from Tianji Mansion, I must have some connection with her. Li Tianlong also looked at her, thinking, this is quite interesting. The third grade divine inscription with multiple attributes is also an improved high-level version, which is indeed rare to find. It's just that. Wang Zixing squinted his eyes and sighed. The girl you invited seems to be quite capable, doesn't she? but she has started to tremble, no longer stable. The Li family master placed his hand on the podium and said, Tion Han, if you fail, you can only choose to draw a second-grade spirit rune. Ultimately, that will be the end of your fate. Tion Han was panting, her body trembling, dizzy with what was in front of her. I can barely see the drawing path anymore. Do I really have to stop here? Tianyun suddenly spoke up to reassure her, stay calm. The key to drawing this fire attribute spirit rune lies within. Try to block out all the surrounding noises. Tion Han turned to look at him, thinking. That's the teenager who draws first-grade spirit runes. She stared at the spirit rune for a while and said, he is absolutely right. Focusing all her attention on her hand, Tion Han clenched her trembling hand with the other, trying to finish the last stroke. The completed spirit rune glowed with strong spiritual energy, and she joyfully exclaimed, I did it. Li Tianlong looked at the spirit rune she drew and praised, very good. A high-level improved fire attribute spirit rune, and it's a 2-layer rune as well. The quality is quite impressive. I give you 25 points, and the extra 3 points are a reward for your improvement. Keep trying. Tian Han performed a salute and replied, thank you, Master Pavilionly, for your guidance. She turned to Tianyun and also expressed her gratitude, young master, thank you. If you hadn't reminded me so much earlier, I would have definitely failed. Tianyun calmly said, no need to be polite, that is your strength, it has nothing to do with me. At this moment, everyone exclaimed, look, the divine rune that Lin Li drew is a 4th-grade divine rune with medium-level aura. He is so young yet has already drawn a 4th-grade divine rune, that's truly impressive. Although he may not be proficient in everything, being able to draw a 4th-grade divine rune means he can be considered a 4th-grade rune master. Lin Li looked over at Tianyun and asked, why are you still standing there? Are you giving up before the battle has even begun? Tianyun sighed and complained, there is still plenty of time. Forget it, I have to start now. Everyone excitedly shouted again, look. The reinforcement from the Zhou family has started drawing, still a 1st-grade divine rune. Is he planning to draw 4 or 5 layers of 1st-grade divine runes? If that's the case, he could catch up with others, but that would be too difficult, basically impossible to achieve. Lin Li smiled smugly as he mocked Tianyun, it seems you still foolishly believe that using a 1st-grade divine script will defeat me. You seem to be beyond help, too naive. I don't believe you can draw a multi-layer divine script better than before. Tianyun, with an expressionless face, replied, just try and you'll find out. Half of the hourglass had run out, and Lin Li had finished drawing the divine script. He happily announced, it's done. Li Tianlong looked at his divine script for a while and evaluated, you've improved the divine script quite well, I give you 45 points. At this moment, everyone was looking at Tianyun, eagerly anticipating, only the Zhou family hasn't finished drawing their divine script yet. If he can only draw a 1st-grade divine script like that, who else could possibly come in last? Lin Li, with malicious intent, also hoped, I hope he messes it up. Fortunately for him, Tianyun had already finished. His divine script emitted a powerful spiritual energy, explosively breaking through immense strength, illuminating the entire place. Lin Li's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, he succeeded. Li Tianlong laughed and praised, very good, this is indeed a 5-layer 1st-grade divine script. Ding, successfully drew a 1st-grade 5-layer divine script, gaining 5,000 experience points. 100 points in proficiency. Li Tianlong said in surprise, I didn't expect you to actually succeed. This is a very advanced divine script, comparable in difficulty to a mid-level 4th-grade divine script. Although the difficulty is very high, I can only give you 40 points. Tianyun clasped his hands and replied, Junior is very satisfied with this score. Li Tianlong admired the divine script and praised, very good, excellent, truly talented youth. I announce that the results of the 3 rounds of the competition are in, and the rankings are about to be revealed. Now I will officially read the names on the leaderboard. 1st place Tianyun, 2nd place Lin Li. 3rd place Tian Han. Zhou Tianhuang immediately felt embarrassed upon hearing the announcement. Wang family master, our Zhou family only participated for fun, yet we ended up in 1st place like this, how embarrassing. Wang Zixing snorted in annoyance. Ding, successfully completed the third consecutive mission. Earned 500,000 experience points, 1,000 points in divine script proficiency. Tianyun looked at the Tian Lingyu pond with joy. The person who takes first place is allowed to use the Tian Lingyu pond for 5 days. That's great, Lin Li angrily challenged Tianyun. Losing to you is truly a humiliation for me. Relying solely on a first-grade talisman like that, you don't have any remarkable skills. If you're capable, try drawing a 4th-grade talisman. Tianyun turned around casually and asked him, what benefit will I get if I can draw a 4th-grade talisman? Lin Li clenched his fist and made a condition, benefit? As long as you can draw a 4th-grade talisman, not only will I give you my prized possession, but I will also give you everything I have. He gritted his teeth, emphasizing each word, but if you can't draw it, you have to concede first place to me and to Tian Lingyu. Tianyun turned his head and agreed, alright, since you want to give me a gift like that. Then I won't be polite. He simply lifted the brush and swiftly made a few strokes, immediately creating a 4th-grade talisman, causing Lin Li to be astonished and ask, what just happened? Is this a joke? Oh my god, is the 4th-grade talisman completed already? Didn't you only know how to draw 1st-grade talismans? Tianyun calmly put down the brush and retorted, who said I only know how to draw 1st-grade talismans? I never said that at all. Li Tianlong looked at the 4th-grade talisman excitedly, praising, at such a young age, you are already a 4th-grade talisman master, it's truly eye-opening. This time, the Zhou family has turned the tide of the game. Very good, very good. This 4th-grade rune is very beautiful, the old man asked in confusion, but why didn't you draw the 4th-grade rune in the previous rounds and only drew the 1st-grade rune? Tianyun replied, I always prioritize practicality, and besides, it doesn't matter what grade the rune is, as long as it doesn't violate the rules. My 5-layer 1st-grade rune is not inferior to this 4th-grade rune. Li Tianlong nodded, that's right, the 1st-grade rune you drew in the end is the simplest in power, but it has 5 layers, so its power will naturally double, making it much more effective than the 4th-grade rune. He seriously suggested, I heard that you were invited by the Zhou family to help, why don't you come to the headquarters as a guest? We won't force you to do anything, as long as you are free, just carve runes for us. Tianyun straightforwardly declined, thank you for the kind offer, Li Master Pavilion. But I currently have no intention of doing so. Li Tianlong still tried to offer benefits to keep him, saying, what a pity, I still hope you will reconsider. We won't restrict you, on the contrary, we will provide you with more resources. Tianyun responded, I will think it over carefully. Li Tianlong happily said, so this old man is waiting for your good news. Lin Li eagerly introduced himself, Li Master Pavilion, I am a disciple of Shenwen Mansion, I can. Before he could finish, Li Tianlong turned around, not wanting to listen. Tianyun raised his storage ring and spoke, I won the bet, so I would like to take this storage ring of yours, okay? Lin Li turned his head in surprise, when did he get that? Angrily, he left in a huff, Tianyun. Huh. Just wait and see. Zhou Tianhuang approached and praised, you performed very well. Did you see the expression on the Wang family master's face? It was as dark as a pot bottom. It's the first time I've seen him humiliated like that. You've worked hard. Tianyun waved him off, saying, no need to thank me. It's just a give and take. Zhou Tianhuang clasped his hands behind his back and said, I understand, I'll also teach those two a lesson on your behalf. The two Huang brothers, beaten and bruised, said, sorry to Tianyun, sorry great master, we know we were wrong, it was because we were blind and spoke out of turn. Tianyun decisively turned around and said, now that things have come to this, there's no need to say anything more. His gaze was cold and emphasized. From now on, those two will no longer belong to the Zhou family. The past favors are considered settled as of today. Zhou Tianhuang smiled and assured, of course, what I say I can do, the Zhou family will never make things difficult for them again. But if possible, I still hope we can collaborate in the future, no matter the remuneration. Tion Yun politely replied, if there is an opportunity. Ding, mission completed, achieved third place or higher, rescued the two sisters, 1 million experience points. 1 draw at the new version lottery, 5,000 proficiency points in divine writing, 100 favorability points with Zhou Yuwei and Zhou Yuquan. Ding, congratulations to player Tion Yun for advancing from intermediate proficiency in divine writing to advanced proficiency. Tion Yun thought in surprise, I get to draw from the new version lottery again. This draw is worth up to 500,000 crazy points. Tion Han approached and called out, young master, thank you for your help earlier, without your reminders, I would have definitely failed. She raised her hand to her chest to introduce herself. I almost forgot to introduce myself, my surname is He, my name is Tion Han, and I come from Tianji Mansion. May I ask, young master, what is your name? My name is Tion Yun, and I come from the Shien Sect. Tion Han, surprised, said, I didn't expect the Shien Sect to have a talent like young master E. Do you have time, young master E? Come to Tianji Mansion and hang out with us for a while. Tion Yun declined, I have other matters to attend to, I will visit Tianji Mansion next time. Tion Han cheerfully presented a box and said, that's great. I will wait for you. Here is a token of introduction, whenever you come, just show this to find me. Tion Yun accepted the token and said, alright. Thank you, Miss He, see you again. He was so focused on looking at the token that Zhou Yuquan and Zhou Yuwei had to call him repeatedly, Elder. Elder, Tion Yun came back to his senses and asked, what? What is it? Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Zhou Yuquan asked, Elder. Should we also change our surname to E like yours? Zhou Yuwei said, we have been orphaned since childhood, and we followed the Zhou family, which is why we have the surname Zhou. Now that we are following you, we are no longer part of the Zhou family, so we want to take your surname. Tion Yun laughed and said, it's up to you, I don't mind either way. The two of them happily replied, then from now on, I will be named E Yuquan. My name is E Yuwei. They hugged Tion Yun and happily said, from now on, we will listen to Elder E, everything will be decided by Elder E. Tion Yun smiled and said, alright, it's up to you ladies. Tion Yun moved forward and said, you ladies go rest first, I will go exchange for the first prize. Yuwei replied, yes. At the main Xingshan pavilion, the disciple on guard asked, Elder Yun, is there something you need, Elder Yun? Introduced, this person is the one who won first place in the divine literature competition of Xingshan pavilion. He is here today to exchange for his prize. Here is a letter from Masterly Pavilion. Please check it. The disciple checked and confirmed, this is indeed a letter from Masterly Pavilion. According to the rules, the first place winner can stay here for 5 days. Spiritual energy flowed out from inside, catching Tion Yun's attention as he looked towards the open door of the pavilion. The spiritual energy in here is so dense, much stronger than outside. Elder Yun called out, hurry in, we will open the door for you in 5 days. During this time, you can freely absorb the energy. But how much you can absorb depends on your abilities. He reminded, you must not touch the elixirs inside. If you're bold enough to touch it, you must pay to buy it. Tion Yun stepped into the Tianling Jade. This is the Tianling Yu Lake, a 5th grade spiritual spring. It can produce 5th grade elixirs and also contains extremely strong spiritual energy. It is very suitable for those with cultivation at the pills stage or below, as it is effective for upgrading cultivation and significantly increasing mental strength. Tion Yun's eyes lit up, exclaiming, the spiritual energy is indeed dense, it's truly a wonderful spring. He looked over at the flowers and said, these herbs are all rare elixirs. He stepped into the lake, reminding himself not to waste these 5 days. 500 experience points, 420 experience points, 300 experience points, 460 experience points. Tion Yun widened his eyes in surprise, I don't even need to absorb it, the spiritual energy is already flowing into my body. Tion Yun spread his arms and said seriously, let's start absorbing it. Activating the Frenzy Experience Mode, 32,000 experience points, 38,000 experience points, 34,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to player Tion Yun for breaking through to the 8th level of the Pills stage. Tion Yun looked up and said, "Great, I've already leveled up twice in such a short time, and I still have one more lucky draw to go. If I draw a good experience card, I can use it right here. Activate the Lucky Halo. Start the new Lucky Will to receive a special item." Tion Yun asked in surprise, "A special item? Are they making something related to divine skills again?" The Phoenix Wings are a support item and cannot be upgraded. Once received, they allow flight. If the user already knows how to fly, these wings can help triple their flying speed. Tion Yun took the Phoenix Wings and praised, "Good stuff, now I can fly." With the Blink teleportation skill, "Who can catch up with me?" Tion Yun stepped forward, accidentally tripped and fell, shouting. He wondered, why is there a crack like this underwater? Tion Yun floated along the current to a certain place. He cried out and fell hard to the ground. He sat up, looked back at the cave, and asked, "How did I get pushed here? What happened?" Sitting next to the waterfall, Tion Yun sighed, "I didn't expect there to be a cave underwater. It seems even the Shen Pavilion doesn't know about this secret. Could it be the lucky halo that brought me to this place?" He raised his hand to his mouth and shouted, "Is anyone there?" In a secluded corner beyond the stream, there was something glowing. Tion Yun paused and realized, "Is that light the spirit stone?" He gradually moved closer, saying, "The cold energy is too strong." He stopped in front of a coffin from a distance and said, "This is a coffin. There is someone inside." He looked closely and noticed, although it looks like a living person sleeping, there is no breath of life. He stroked his chin in thought, it must be the dense spiritual energy from the spiritual center and this rare ice lotus that keeps the body preserved like this. Tion Yun clasped his hands together, bowed his head sincerely, and said, "I was inadvertently pushed here. I hope you won't blame me." He opened his eyes and stopped at the inscription on the edge of the coffin. There are words here. "When the snow lotus blooms, it will be resurrected." What does that mean? He pondered seriously. Could it mean that when the snow lotus blooms, she will awaken? Then wouldn't that mean a zombie would rise? Tion Yun decisively turned to leave, thinking, there is nothing else here besides this ice coffin. I should head back now. At that moment, the girl emitted a sound as if she was about to wake up. Tion Yun froze and looked back. Did that sound just come from the coffin? Just as she noticed, the girl sat up startled. Is the zombie really getting up? The girl rose up, causing him to feel a bit flustered and dazed. She even reached out her hand, making him bite his lip and swallow. Is she a person or a ghost? In reality, the girl was just stretching her hand out, yawning after her long sleep. Seeing this, Tion Yun lowered his head, intending to sneak away. I should hide. But the girl had opened her eyes and was staring at him. Tion Yun froze, looking at her without saying anything. The white-haired girl cheerfully called out, "Brother, you're here." Tion Yun, bewildered, asked, "Are you talking to me?" The girl frowned and said, "Brother, what nonsense are you talking about? Every time I wake up, you are always here watching over me." Tion Yun raised his hand to hurriedly explain this awkward situation. I'm sorry, miss. I'm not your brother, I'm just a passerby." The girl looked sad and said, "Brother is teasing me again, can you stop joking?" She stepped onto the edge of the coffin but accidentally slipped and fell down. Tion Yun took a few steps forward and asked, "Are you okay?" The girl widened her eyes and replied, "I'm fine, where should we go now?" "Going home." Tion Yun said helplessly. "Miss, you have mistaken me for someone else. I am not your Gidge at all." She blankly replied, "How can that be? You are indeed my Gidge, and you are teasing me on purpose again." Suddenly, her head throbbed painfully, and she held her head, exclaiming, "My head hurts so much, I have such a headache." "If you are not my brother, then who am I?" Tion Yun raised his hand to the snow lotus, thinking of a way. This girl is placed in the snow lotus, someone must want to stabilize her mind. Let me try using this. Tion Yun placed the snow lotus on her forehead, which helped her stabilize her mood and alleviate her headache. Thank you, I remember a little now, she said. Tion Yun replied, remembering a little is good. You can think about the rest slowly later. She lowered her eyes and introduced herself, I am Renji Ru. I come from, before she could finish her sentence, she fell back into Tion Yun's arms, brother, my head hurts so much. Tion Yun laid her down and said, you should rest here for a while, you just woke up, so your memory is a bit disordered. Renji Ru weakly called out, brother, don't go, Don't leave me alone. Tion Yun replied gently, I'm not going anywhere, you can rest assured. After a while, the spiritual energy in the spring gradually gathered and was absorbed by Tion Yun. There are several types of underground spiritual energy beneath this water source, it's much stronger than the external spiritual energy. At this moment, Renji Ru called out, brother. She brightly looked down at Tion Yun and asked, I'm feeling better now, when are we going home? Tion Yun frowned in exasperation, not again. He helplessly lifted Renji Ru out of the coffin, alright, I am your older brother, do you still remember where your home is? Renji Ru tilted her head slightly, I can't remember. Where is it? I don't remember anymore. Don't you remember either? Tion Yun replied as she spoke, what a coincidence. I don't remember anything either. Time is running out, let's leave here first and figure it out later. A moment later, Tion Yun placed Renji Ru on a stone platform and instructed, you sit here and wait for me, don't run around, okay? I'll be back soon, Renji Ru obediently replied, yes, I understand. Tion Yun glanced over at the lake on the other side, thinking, this exit is relatively hidden, and it's still far from Tianlingyu Lake. No wonder no one noticed, he walked along the cliff, looking down below. Time is running out, we have to hurry back and pretend we've always been there. Elder Yun knocked on the door and called out, Elder Yi, time's up, come out quickly. Tion Yun opened the door, panting and said, sorry, I was so focused on my cultivation that I lost track of time. Elder Yun looked around inside, sensing, young Master Yi, it seems you absorbed quite a lot, huh? Because I can feel the spiritual energy around here has significantly weakened. Tion Yun asked Elder Yun, what do I need to do to enter the Tianlingyu Lake again? Elder Yun replied, if you want to enter again. The price is very high. Usually, to enter for 2 days, you must offer a mid-grade soul artifact, otherwise, if you only have a low-grade soul artifact, you can only stay for half a day. He laughed and said, moreover, even if you have a soul artifact, the spiritual energy inside is limited. At most, it will only be enough for you to absorb for 10 days before it runs out. The recovery time is much slower than before. To restore the spiritual energy to its original amount will take several months. Young Master Yi being able to cultivate in there for 5 days is already a tremendous reward. Many people admire you for that. Elder Yun turned around and handed over a token, of the type. Oh right. Master Li instructed me to give you this when you go out. This is the token of guest. He hopes you can become a guest of Xingshan Pavilion. You don't have to do anything at all. Tion Yun looked at the token with suspicion, thinking, I don't have to do anything. Is it really that good? He glanced at the token and said, well, whatever. Having this will certainly make things much easier. Alright then, I accept. Elder Yun bowed respectfully, young Master Yi, welcome to our ranks. From today onward, you have officially become the youngest guest of Xingshan Pavilion. Tion Yun smiled in response, I also feel very honored. Elder Yun continued. Master Li also mentioned that if you are willing to be a guest, you should stay here to participate in the welcoming banquet for esteemed guests. What do you think? The banquet will take place next month, it is a very grand event. Several second-grade forces are collaborating to host it. I've heard that the Netherworld Empire will also send people to attend, which is quite rare. Tion Yun asked seriously, Netherworld Empire? He thought to himself, is it that incredibly domineering empire? I didn't expect them to attend the banquet this time. Interesting, the Yun elder replied. Indeed. This time, the Empire Netherworld has sent a high-ranking official, and it seems there's something to announce. So if you're free, guest, you should come and take a look, don't miss it, Tion responded, alright. I have something important to do now. If I finish my work by then and have time, I will join, the Yun elder said. If that's the case, I won't trouble you any further. I need to return to report to the Master Pavilion. Farewell, Tion said, farewell. He bid goodbye to the Yun elder and hurried to where Renjiru was. I need to get back to the bamboo forest right away, he thought. He saw her resting her chin on her hand, waiting for him to speak. Have you been waiting long? Renjiru smiled brightly upon seeing him and called out, brother, you've finally returned. Tion looked at the two guys lying on the ground and asked her, what happened to these two? Renjiru explained, they suddenly ran over here asking if I was lost. They wanted to take me home, but I refused, and they kept dragging me along. I got so scared that I knocked them out. She lowered her head sadly and asked, did I do something wrong? Tion patted her head to comfort her, don't blame yourself, you did the right thing. He smiled and advised, no matter what happens, the most important thing is to protect yourself first. If I'm here, I will definitely make them dig the ground to find their teeth. Renjiru laughed happily and replied, yes. Tion said, then let's go home. Renjiru asked in confusion, home? Tion exclaimed, first, let's pick up the other two. Returning to Yui's room, everything was in disarray. More importantly, Yu Quan and her sister had vanished. Tion thought solemnly, surely some martial artist has broken in here and taken Yui away. On the shelf. There was an inscription left for him, if you want to save them, go alone to Luoyu Mountain. Tion touched the inscription and immediately guessed who was behind this. This writing is engraved with divine script, Lin Li. He furrowed his brow and concluded, he alone doesn't have the ability to do this, there must be the Wang family backing him up. He clenched his teeth and silently told himself, if anything happens to them, I will make the entire Wang family bury with them. Renjiru leaned in to ask, brother, what's wrong? Tion exhaled spiritual energy and said in a low voice, I must go kill someone, do you want to come with me? Renjiru clenched her fists and eagerly replied, yes. Wherever you go, I will follow, Tion said, alright, then let's set off. He used his phoenix wings to lift Renjiru into the air. She looked down and asked him, Gidge, with such a big mountain, where are we going? Tion looked ahead and said, let me use my divine power to locate the position first. In a few seconds, he reported, found it. The subordinate asked, Lin young master, how should we deal with these two young ladies? Lin Li replied, wait. Until I finish dealing with that brat. Then we can handle them however we want. The other one, confused, asked, Lin young master, that brat's cultivation is weak. You personally took action and even called us here to help. Isn't that a bit too much? Lin Li said, I suspect he has accomplices. For him to reach that level, there must be someone backing him up. On the other side, still looking down on them, they retorted, anyway, we have already captured his people. Does he really think he can come to save them? Yue shouted, what are you planning to do with Elder? The big-faced man laughed sinisterly, that brat is quite lucky, isn't he? Both flowers of the Zhou family were directed towards him. Unfortunately, he was about to die. Yue turned her face away and replied, we, the Yi family, have not carried the Zhou surname for a long time. Elder will not come, so you don't need to hope for anything. She emphasized sternly, you can chop or kill as you wish. Lin Li maliciously stated, if he dares not to come, then I will make his woman taste the flavor of a life worse than death. Just then, Tion stood at the entrance of the cave and asked, oh really? I think you won't have that chance. He coldly looked at Lin Li and said, I have arrived. If you're capable, then aim at me, Yu Quan and Yue joyfully called out. Elder, the skinny-faced man grabbed Yi Wei's head and yanked it back, saying, "You got here pretty quickly. This time you didn't bring anyone else to help, did you? If you dare to bring anyone else, don't blame us for being ruthless." Tion was thoroughly enraged as he looked at him, daring to threaten me. "You are definitely dead." The skinny-faced man squeezed Yi Wei's head in a threatening manner, talking big, "Huh? So what if I'm threatening you? Now both of them are in my hands, so hurry up and submit to being tied up. If not, they will die because of you." Tion, unarmed, negotiated with them. "I will raise my hands and surrender, do not harm them." Yi Wei struggled out of the grasp of the thin-faced man, shouting, Elder, don't listen to them. If you surrender, it will be the end for all of us." Lin Li, furious, turned around and slapped her hard, yelling, "Shut up. Who gave you permission to speak?" Yu Quan anxiously called out to his junior sister. "If you're brave, then target me. Don't hit my junior sister." Lin Li's veins bulged as he glared at her in contempt. "What a pair of deeply bonded sisters, but you are just useless people. I heard no one wants to marry you. It seems the Zhou family has wasted their effort raising you. Since the other party doesn't even bother to look at you." He smirked and warned, "If he runs away, I can't guarantee what they will do to you." Tion anxiously said, "Don't act recklessly, I won't run away." The big-faced man stepped forward and said, "Then raise your hands and surrender." He cuffed Tion's hands behind his back and reported, "Lin young master, I've caught him. He can't escape." Lin Li waved his hand, "Good, bring him here to me." Tion spoke anxiously, "Now that you have captured me, hurry and release them." Lin Li laughed and held his forehead, "To turn back like this. You really are hopelessly foolish, this world is not as simple as you think." He laughed loudly, looking at the skinny-faced man behind him. "He actually believes us." Lin Li raised his fist, arrogantly boasting, "So what if you have a divine talent for inscriptions? Aren't you still falling into my hands, allowing me to kill at will?" Tion lowered his head and asked, "Allow you to kill at will?" He raised his head, activating his berserk mode, then spread his arms to unleash his violent power. Ting, successfully killed Wang Qin. Gained 250,000 experience points, 3,400 frenzy points, received the martial art Lu Yun Palm. Lin Li spat out blood and exclaimed, "You." He intended to rush forward but was knocked back by a kick from Tion. The skinny-faced man raised his hand towards Yi Wei, thinking, "Oh no, I must capture the hostage immediately." Suddenly, his body was held in place by a surge of electricity, unable to move. "Why can't I move like this?" He trembled, looking at Tion, who was emanating a terrifying red gaze. "The pressure is too strong, who on earth is this brat?" He stammered, spare my life." Tion threw a punch with force, accompanied by a crack of thunder. "Get lost." Ting, successfully killing Wang Shui, gained 150,000 experience points, 2,400 madness points, and received the martial arts technique Lu Yun Zhang. Tion gathered his strength and stood still. Yi Wei happily called out, "Elder Yi, we have troubled you too much." Tion calmly replied, "No, it is I who has troubled you." He looked at Lin Li, who was spitting blood, and continued, "It's time to settle the score with you properly." Ren Jiru entered from outside, calling, "Gidge." She innocently asked, "I guess you don't need my help, right?" Yu Quan and Yi Wei stared at her in confusion, thinking, "Gidge? So beautiful." Lin Li frowned and asked her, "Who are you?" He thought to himself, could she be Tion's assistant? Tion coldly lowered his voice and said, "That's something you don't need to know, all your teammates are dead now. It's your turn." Lin Li stood up and pleaded, "Please spare me, I will never cause trouble again. I am from Shenwen Mansion. Do you know what kind of power you are facing? Moreover, I am a core disciple. If you kill me, you will become a sworn enemy of Shenwen Mansion." Tion stood opposite him and asked, "Shenwen Mansion? Do you think Shenwen Mansion knows that the one who killed you is me?" Lin Li trembled and said, "They will come to investigate thoroughly." He laughed arrogantly, trying to remain calm in the negotiation, as long as you spare me, I will never pursue the past again, and I will even introduce you to join Shinwen Mansion, making you a core disciple. Tion sneered, dismissing him. Join Shinwen Mansion. I'm not interested. Do you think I would believe your words? How naive you are. With no way out, Linley proposed, if you're capable, wait for me to recover and then we can have a fair fight to the death. Tion slowly stepped forward and asked. Fair. With a voice that was utterly ridiculous, he said, hearing this from your mouth is truly laughable. What do you think these two assistants are here for? Tion took a step forward, and Linley stepped back in fear. Gathering all his courage, he shouted, I'm just asking if you dare to fight me one-on-one. If you're a man, accept the challenge. Tion calmly replied, are you trying to provoke me? Don't worry, I accept your challenge. Linley pointed at Renjiru and said, she is not allowed to intervene, it will just be the two of us fighting for our lives. He nervously thought, as long as no one helps him, he will definitely defeat him. Tion stepped forward and said, alright, dealing with a trash like you doesn't even require her help. Just kill me, and you will be free. Linley took a defensive stance and shouted, wait, just a moment. I haven't fully recovered yet, Tion arrogantly declared, let's begin, I'll let you use one hand. Linley laughed heartily and replied, in the end, you are still too naive. He jumped up, raised his hand to use a divine script, didn't see this coming, did you? I still have the assassin circle here. 4th grade sword god script, Tion focused on the assassin circle. Thinking, Linley charged forward, shouting, keep being arrogant. He thrust the assassin circle with all his strength and said, die. Tion widened his eyes at the oncoming assassin circle, then dodged the attack. With his hand gathering power, he said, you really are hopeless. He also unleashed a powerful punch, sending Linley crashing into the wall, yelling. Tion gathered his strength and asked, is this all you can do, Linley? His voice broken. Unwilling to accept defeat, said, I cannot lose. He pushed himself up from the ground, used the divine script, and cursed, damn it. He gathered spiritual energy into his hand, charged forward quickly, and shouted, go die. Tion also struck with a palm, forcefully saying, get lost. The two strikes collided, causing Linley's hand to break. He screamed in pain, my hand. Tion grabbed his other uninjured hand and said, just now you were planning to use this hand to hit someone else, right? He then crushed it, saying, then let's just disable it. Linley's face darkened, trembling in fear, you dare treat me like this, Shinwen Mansion will not spare you. Tion paused, tearfully exclaimed, don't worry. If your Shinwen Mansion dares to touch me, their fate will be the same as yours. Linley laughed maniacally, as if about to go insane, you think you and your helper can flatten Shinwen Mansion? You are so naive. Do you think my Shinwen Mansion only has this little capability? Tion raised an eyebrow, tightening his grip on him, whether it can be done or not, just try and you'll know right away. But unfortunately, you won't get to see that scene, Linley screamed, even if I become a ghost, I won't spare you. Ding, successfully killed Linley, gained 170,000 experience points, 2,400 madness points, 500 proficiency points in divine script. Reward, high-grade divine script paper. Tion looked down with a cold gaze, rebutting. When you were alive, you couldn't do anything to me. Now that you're dead, you can do even less. Wei called out gratefully from behind, Elder Yi, thank you for saving us. Quan replied apologetically, I'm sorry, we have caused you trouble. Tion turned around and said gently, it's good that you two are fine, such things won't happen again in the future. He coldly commanded, you ladies go back and wait for me, I need to find them and settle this debt. Quan responded, all right. Then we'll return to the inn and wait for you. Tion instructed, Miss Ren, you should go back with them first and wait for my news. Renjiru replied. I understand. On the Wang family's side, Wang Zixing leisurely wondered, I wonder how things are going with Linley. Have they killed that brat yet? Keeping him alive is indeed a hidden disaster. The disciple behind him clasped his hands confidently and replied, "This time we have sent the duo, Elder Wang Qing and Wang Shui, into battle. That brat won't stand a chance against them." As soon as he finished speaking, the house shook as if there was an earthquake. "Someone come quickly." Wang Zisheng, sweating, turned around and asked, "What's happening outside?" As he stepped out the door, he heard the screams of the disciples. "The house is on fire, help me, don't. It's Black Dragon. Run!" Wang Zisheng's eyes nearly popped out as he stammered, looking at Black Dragon breathing fire. What is happening?" A disciple rushed over. "Master of the family, there's someone riding a black dragon attacking our house." Wang Zisheng squinted and asked, "Just one person?" He gritted his teeth and thought, anyone who can possess a divine beast like this must belong to a major sect. When did I provoke this powerful sect? At that moment, another disciple was thrown against the wall. Wang Zisheng turned around in shock, and in the distance, a figure called out, "Master of the Wang family." He frowned and asked back, "Aren't you going to come out and welcome me? It seems your family isn't very hospitable, huh?" Wang Zisheng seriously and respectfully asked Tion, "May I ask what offense my Wang family has committed against you? Is there some misunderstanding?" Tion raised a finger and said, "You have offended me greatly." He furrowed his brow, emphasizing each word, "So much so that only the complete destruction of your Wang family can appease my hatred." Wang Zisheng changed his attitude to rebut, "It doesn't matter what force you belong to. But if you want to destroy the Wang family, don't blame me for being ruthless." He said, then flew up, wanting to escape with his life. "You remember this well," Tion said, watching him. "You want to run?" A disciple from the Wang family flew over and slapped Wang Zisheng down with one hand. Before he could regain his composure after falling, Tion gathered his strength into a punch and said, "This isn't over yet." He delivered a powerful blow to Wang Zisheng. The latter cried out in pain from the hit. The disciple beside him turned to call out, "Family Master." Wang Zisheng fell heavily. He took out the Family Master token and shouted, Quickly call for reinforcements." Unexpectedly, he was stepped on by Tion, who crushed his hand, causing him to scream in agony. Tion stomped down frantically and said, "Calling for reinforcements? Go ahead, shout until your throat is raw, no one will pay any attention to you." Several elders widened their eyes, sweating as they called out, "Master, Family Master, we need to hurry and call for help." As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them were also knocked down by a strike from the Black Dragon. Tion praised the Black Dragon, "Well done, taking 2 women hostage. You really have guts, don't you? Today, I will wipe out the Wang family, making you understand that not everyone can be provoked." Wang Zisheng trembled and asked, Are you the external assistant that the Zhou family invited?" Tion removed his transforming mask and replied, "I am not an invited assistant, I want to fight myself." Wang Zisheng was astonished, You shouldn't do this. I am the family master of Xingshan Pavilion. If you kill me, Xingshan Pavilion will not spare you." Tion put the transforming mask back on and asked, "Is that so? But the one who kills you will have this face. What do you think? Will others recognize me?" Wang Zisheng's eyes widened, beginning to fear and plead for mercy. You, spare me, I will give you." Before he could finish, Tion decisively dealt him a fatal blow. Die. Ding. Successfully killed Wang family master, gained 270,000 experience points, 3,800 madness points, 1,000 proficiency points in divine script, 100 crime points granting the martial art Lang Van Palm, Heavenly Wind Fist granting the martial art Lang Van Palm, Heavenly Wind Fist granting high-grade divine script paper item, 100,000 experience points in alchemy. A large fire broke out, drawing everyone's attention. What is happening? Has the Wang family been wiped out so quickly? Have they provoked the Empire's forces? How did the Xingshan Pavilion provoke the Empire's forces? Are we going to be implicated? Hurry back and report to the Master Pavilion. Tion then left without making a sound. He frowned and thought, the Empire's forces, huh? This mainland is indeed a land filled with numerous strong individuals. Yue stepped forward and asked, Elder, you're back. Are you okay? Yu Quan also eagerly inquired, are you injured? Tianyun walked over and said, don't worry, I'm fine. Where's Miss Ren? Yu Quan and Yue pointed to one side and said, Miss Ren is standing by the door over there. We don't know what she's thinking, she keeps repeating a few sentences that we don't quite understand. Tianyun approached Ren Jiru and asked, what are you thinking about, Miss Ren? Ren Jiru turned and called out, Gage, just now while you were fighting, I remembered a few things, she said in a low voice, I remembered where my home is. Tianyun chuckled softly, not too surprised, you remembered. Then you must know that I'm not your Gage, right? Ren Jiru replied, I remembered a little, but I still feel very close to you, just like my real Gage. She bowed her head and smiled, but there was a hint of sadness. This time, my Gage didn't wait until I woke up. I wonder what happened to him this time. Tianyun leaned against the railing, gazing into the distance and speculated, something must have happened. The secret chamber looks like it hasn't been cleaned in a long time. Clearly, no one has been here for a while, Ren Jiru replied, I need to go home because I feel like there's something I need to do. It's late, I'm leaving now. Thank you, Gage, for taking care of me these past few days. Tianyun asked, are you planning to leave right away? Do you need my help with anything? Ren Jiru responded sternly, no need, some things are better handled personally. She stepped up to the railing. Before leaving, she turned to bid farewell to Tianyun, go, I'm off now. She flew up, condensing her wings, and added, if fate allows, we will meet again. Tianyun replied with a hum. He thought to himself, this is the power of the core transformation stage, able to condense one's energy into wings. Ting, mission activated to assist the Empress Kingdom successfully. Upon completion, you will receive 50,000 experience points, 1 million madness points, and an increase of 200 favorability points with Ren Jiru. And won the title of Empire's Guardian. Note that your choice of assistance will affect the outcome of the mission. Tianyun, confused, realized, the Empress's kingdom? No wonder she rejected my help. She must think I can't be of any assistance. He exhaled, reminding himself, and there's also the mission that affects this situation. I have to be very careful. Yue approached and asked, where is Miss Ren? Tianyun replied, she has gone back. I still need to make a trip to Tianji Mansion, so let me take you two back to Tion Shien Sect first. Yue said, that's fine, you have a lot to do. Our cultivation level is not high, so following you wouldn't help. And it might even create more trouble for you. We will follow Elder's arrangements. Tianyun suddenly hugged Yu Quan and Yue, startling them as they called out, Elder. He had already used the phoenix wings, and along with the two of them, they jumped outside, shouting, hold on tight. We're flying back, hold on to that. At Tianji Mansion, Tianyun looked inside and thought to himself, finally arrived at Tianji Mansion, luckily I have the phoenix wings. If I don't leave Tion Shien Sect and head back to Xingshan Pavilion to attend the banquet, I fear I won't make it in time. A disciple approached and asked, who are you? Tianyun presented his token and introduced himself, I am here to find Miss He Tian Han, this is my introduction token. He stepped aside to invite the disciple in, just go to Tianwen Hall and let them know. Go straight ahead for a while and then turn left, you will see it. Tianyun moved forward and replied, thank you. The two disciples behind him exchanged glances and whispered, is he Deacon introducing another disciple again? I wonder what this one is like, if it's anything like last time. It would be a disaster. Oh well, he Deacon just wants what's best for Tianji Mansion. Tianyun thought to himself, so he Tian Han often introduces disciples to Tianji Mansion. Inside Tianwen Hall, a voice echoed, kill 20 wolves to earn 20 contribution points, and killing a high-level beast will earn 50 contribution points. As Tianyun entered, he paused when he saw a familiar figure, isn't this the girl with great spirit that I saved at sea last time? He spoke up, excuse me. The senior sister turned around. Tianyun raised his token and asked, this is the token that he Deacon gave me. Take me here to find her. The senior sister, hearing this, looked at him thoughtfully. Did he deacon introduce you? Why so young? Tion Yun was confused. Is there a problem? The senior sister squinted her eyes and turned around. There's no problem at all, it's just that I find you too young and I don't understand why he deacon would introduce someone so young. Let's go, I'll take you to check something. Tion Yun recalled, at that time on the sea, I was wearing a mask, so my face didn't look like it does now. It's normal for her not to recognize me. He walked and asked, what did you say we need to check? The senior sister was surprised and said, you don't know what we're here to check. Didn't he deacon tell you? After passing the test, you will be able to join Tion Wen Pavilion. That's where they specialize in cultivating divine texts. Tion Yun raised his hand to explain, I just came to see he deacon. Is she here? The senior sister raised her finger and rambled on, he deacon is temporarily not here. If you want to meet her, you'll have to wait a bit longer, but if you don't pass the test, you won't be able to join Tion Wen Pavilion. When I met her back then, it was useless too. I have to return to Tion Wen Pavilion for a trip. I can just take you to participate in the test. She smiled and reminded Tion Yun, if you pass, you will have to call me senior sister. Tion Yun did not explain further and silently followed her. Following her to see the situation here is fine. Let's see how the internal affairs of Tianji Mansion are, he replied. Then let's go. Sorry to trouble senior sister to lead the way. She arrogantly said, wait until you pass the test first, then you can call me senior sister. At that moment, someone called out, Shi Shui. She irritably said, please don't call me so intimately, to avoid misunderstandings from others. The long-haired guy smiled gently and said, she is my fiancée, so why shouldn't I call her that? Shi Shui frowned and emphasized the name Feng Yulong, I warn you, this is a decision made solely by my father, and it has nothing to do with me. Unless you can surpass me in the art of drawing divine inscriptions. Otherwise, I will never marry a man who is even inferior to me. Feng Yulong raised an eyebrow shamelessly and forced, this is a decision made by both families, I advise you to obey. Is breaking the good relationship between the two sides really the right choice? Shi Shui firmly said, the decisions I, Yang Shi Shui, make will never be regretted. Tion Yun coughed a few times, as if to remind everyone that he was still there. Feng Yulong turned around, annoyed, and exclaimed, hey, what are you staring at? Be careful or I. Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Shi Shui spoke up first, he is the new junior brother introduced by he deacon, preparing to participate in the assessment. Don't cause trouble for him. She turned around and curtly said, if there's nothing else, we will be leaving now. Feng Yulong looked at Tion Yun with curiosity, he deacon introduced him. So young, it seems his level isn't impressive at all. If he can pass through the maze, it must be a fluke. I wonder where he found that token. The disciple accompanying him said, that's right, since when did Tion Wen Pavilion have such a young disciple join? His clothes are so plain. I suspect he's here to steal something. Tion Yun walked forward, unconcerned, and said, I don't want to get involved in your matters, I just want to finish my assessment quickly. Just because you can't do it at your age doesn't mean others can't. There are always higher mountains beyond the mountains. Feng Yulong gritted his teeth in annoyance and said, you talk so arrogantly. If you can get out of the maze within an hour. Later, we will walk backwards. The disciple confidently continued, Brother Feng is absolutely right, if you can go outside, I will go on my head. Tion Yun glanced at them with a triumphant look and said, then you all should start practicing your positions so that when I get out of the maze, I can still see you.